3, 2, 1.
This is the moment of a lifetime. The clock's ticking like my lifeline. Until I flatline, I push it to the red line. Who gon' stop me high? Who gon' stop me high? Breathtaking, a move that I make, I give it everything I got. Cause that what it takes, I push the limit till it break. The heart of the brave, the soul of a legend with the will to be great. Hold up. The soul of a legend with the will to be great. Hold up. What gon' stop me in my moment?
Yes, MX Regional Finals live from Mexico City. It is so damn good to have you guys join us on stream, and I hope you guys are cozy because we have a lot of action to get through today, so you're not going anywhere. My name is Lotte Van Praag. I am hosting. It is Championship Sunday. It is Grand Finals time. I'm so excited to find out who's going to be taking the entire tournament from the start of this weekend. It has been pretty lights out, and you guys can get involved to tell me who you think is going to be taking that trophy that Chief was so kindly coming out to present to you guys as well on the main stage in Mexico City. So do get involved. Hashtag HCS Mexico City 2022. We want to hear from you guys as our fourth desk member, of course. Now, I'm not alone up here. I do have my two wonderful, esteemed colleagues who are going to be taking us through the action, as well as I welcome our casters onto the desk who will be analyzing all of our action as well. I do believe I have Clutch and Gaskin joining me to start off our morning here on Championship Sunday in Mexico City. Fellas, welcome. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. I'm excited because we have a potential crown to put on somebody's head, or 4 people's heads. And Gaskin, who are you swaying towards right now? Am I going to get a little mini Championship Sunday prediction from you right off the bat?
The Pittsburgh Knights. Who else but, you know, the boys that have been doing it for what feels like a decade at this point. I mean, Pittsburgh Knights has been the top of the Mexican region for quite some time in Halo's history, and it would very much surprise me if they are not the winners, but we have seen some stiff competition start to emerge through the ranks. Sintenegra have looked like a fantastic squad, and I'm sure that winners bracket finals is going to be a tasty one.
It certainly will be. And Clutch, you know, you love the underdog story. You do love to kind of root for them. So Sintenegra, are they on your list right now to potentially be taking that trophy?
Well, they're certainly an underdog here today. They've been playing fairly well all weekend long, but the biggest step ahead of them is in that winners bracket finals against PK Knights, and we'll see how closely contested those two teams are here pretty shortly. I'd have to favor the Knights there. I think they've just looked so strong, but Johan has been popping off, so if he can continue that reign of dominance, maybe he can give Sintenegra everything they need to compete with the PK Knights.
It's very true. We have had some pop-ups happening on many different teams, and Johan is definitely one of those. I'm excited to see how that one goes down, especially in our winners finals as well. Let's actually talk about what you guys at home can get your hands on, though, because we're also dishing out the goods in the Twitch stream. We have Twitch drops for you guys. I know you love them. And just by watching the MX Regional Finals here in Mexico City, you earned a Hammerhead Squadron for the Scorpion. You also have your armor coating as well, which I've got to say, this aesthetic is everything. I love this vibe coming through. So if you do too, make sure you get your hands on it. We also have Boots on the Ground, which is now relevant to today because, of course, you have to watch the Grand Finals. And by doing so for an hour, you do get this amazing weapon charm as well. well. So lots to look out for today, as well as a winner by the end of it. We also need to talk about the roadmap. What is coming up this season? What has been? What have we got to look forward to? And I got to say, that will be Orlando. We already have had 2 teams actually qualify for Orlando. That's Sintenegra and the PK Knights. And really exciting. You know, Orlando is going to be that global, that world stage where a lot of our regions come together and can show us what they can do, especially against the North American Titans. And then, of course, we do have our different regionals to look forward to, as well as the World Championship right at the end of that roadmap too, which is going to be absolutely amazing. Now, coming back to our MX regional finals, let's talk about the format. And Gaskin, we've had quite a few first few couple of days here, obviously having pool play, but we come into the championship bracket today now firmly cemented in. We've had some quarterfinals, we've had some semi-finals, and now we're into our best of 5s with a potential best of 7 in the grand final and a potential reset as well. All to play for, and so exciting.
The best part of the grand final is that we're guaranteed 4 games. No 3-0s, because this stream has been a lot of 3-0s so far, especially in pool play. I think these games are going to get a lot closer now. We're going to have 2 teams in every single matchup today, giving it their all 110% to ensure that they can push themselves further in that bracket to get hold of more prize money, and of course try and secure that 3rd place that is waiting in Orlando as well. Still one more team to be decided from this region who is going to be joining us in international competition.
So true, and that is the big question. It's that qualification that looms over the head of our elimination bracket, of our winners bracket, trying to rebound back up, and that's going to be a huge part of today and pushing forward, especially through this bracket. And you can see right now on your screen we have the winners bracket and the elimination bracket as well on the screens. Winners finals is set Knights versus Sintenegra. We do have elimination quarters as well, Sintenegra X versus Alta Esports and Timbers Esports versus Sintenegra Nubis. We still have a lot of Sintenegra teams in it to win it, folks. And as you see with the bracket elimination side, we will have our elimination finals. The winner of that will rebound up into the grand finals, and you can see that reset grand final looming there in the winners bracket as well, because hopefully one of our elimination bracket teams will manage to reset that bracket and take this 2nd series of best of 7. So really exciting storylines hopefully emerging as we go through, and certainly storylines happening about this prize pool, because there's a lot of money on the line. It's going to get very fierce today. $50,000, guys. $50,000, $20,000 for first place. Absolutely insane clutch. That is a lot of money, and the most LATAM has ever seen and competed for. How are these guys going to be feeling knowing that this is on the line?
Yeah, I think these guys just have even more added pressure to them. Not that they need it, because I mean, this is the biggest moment in a lot of their careers so far up until this point. An opportunity to go to Orlando is great. 20 grand is great. Your family's in the crowd. You're on main stage. But it is that trophy on the main stage in the center there that Master Chief dropped off that is the most valuable piece, I think, to every one of these players. There's a lot of hard work, a lot of time that has been spent grinding to get to this point, and who's going to lift it? Who's going to actually capture the moment and be able to remember this for the rest of their lives? It's the big question answering today.
Yeah, it certainly is a big question. I think pride does take place here as well as the prize pool. You can see the schedule coming on the screen right now. Here is your championship Sunday. We're starting things off with Sintenegra X versus Alta Esports. Then we have our elimination semi-finals. We will fill in the blanks after the first match. Knights versus Sintenegra happening, our winners finals. Then we do have our elimination finals, grand finals, and we do have the potential bracket reset as well. So there's a ton of action coming your way today, and by the end of it, I can promise you one thing: we will be crowning a champion. So that trophy will be going home in the hands one way or another. Really exciting stuff, and I can't wait to get into our first match and talk all about it, because you know there's a lot on the line here. So why not? Let's dive straight into it. Gaskin, we've got Sintenegra X versus Alta Esports. Both teams actually have been fairly impressive. You know, Alta Esports on one side has reverse swept. We've seen that happen. We know that no matter what, they have something left in the tank and they are able to bounce back when it matters most. And Sintenegra X, they've been doing pretty well themselves as well. I mean, they got the likes of Sepstars, Hermgel, we've seen happening all over our screens. I mean, these guys have just been absolutely going off. I believe it's actually Hermgel, not Hermgel. But, you know, really exciting matchup. Gaskin, do you think this is going to be a close one?
It's tough to call. Alta Esports have been exceeding expectations all tournament long. They came through the open bracket undefeated, didn't even drop a map in the open bracket. But then when they came up against the biggest competition in their group when they had to play, you know, the first seed in pool play. They got absolutely stomped 3-0. But then ever since then, they've started to come back into form. They had that reverse sweep that you were talking about. And I really do think they have a chance here. Even though Sintenegra X have looked phenomenal all tournament, Ultra Esports definitely should not be underestimated. And they will be coming into it, giving it their all, and assuming they can take this like all the way. I think they genuinely believe they can get further than the top 6 they've already achieved and start to think about top 4 and maybe even the dreamland of a top 3 in an Orlando place.
Yeah, very, very true, actually. You know, it's been pretty epic to watch both of these teams kind of come up and grow throughout the tournament so far as well. Focusing, though, mainly on Sintenegra X, obviously lost to Sintenegra. And, you know, it was an interesting matchup. We saw them actually take a recharged Slayer there as well, Clutch. We saw potential in this roster. We saw potential in these individuals and in this team. What do you like about Sintenegra X?
I just like that these guys have a ton of individual skill, and they're all up-and-coming players, I feel. The big thing for me is how can they rebound after the loss, because they look so strong through pool play up until the time where we've seen them go up against the original Sintenegra roster, and that's a tough loss to swallow. They kind of got bullied around a few games in that series. How can you rebound now that you're in the elimination bracket? We talk about it all the time, that the pressure, it's going to be even more so when your back is against the wall, when you have 0 more chances to kind of rebound after a loss. So these young players, this is a big series for them. Ultra Esports is no joke either, and they have a lot more experience than the Sintenegra X squad. So we're going to look for them to try and start off hot early, I would say. And if they can find their footing early in this series, I think it'll bode well for them.
I think so too. Well, I'll tell you what, we actually managed to catch up with this roster, Sintenegra X, to find out how they're feeling, their experience on Halo. So check this out.
Siempre es como un reto porque obviamente el nivel es muy alto, y pues yo que vengo desde los lugares de infección en Halo 5 y Fuga, pues es como un salto de nivel muy grande.
Después de que inviertes tanto tiempo a algo y luego da frutos, o al menos tienes la oportunidad de intentarlo, pues se siente bien.
Mis papás me habían regalado el primer Xbox, y en unas vacaciones vino un primo y trajo su Halo, y yo nada más lo veía jugar a él porque pues nada más teníamos un control, pero pues, el juego era, no lo sé, era increíble para mis ojos, ¿no? Era revolucionario.
Antes nada más era salir a disparar y a ganar tu gunfight, y ahora es aprender toda una rotación, los respawns, bastantes cosas que están en el juego.
Una vez que estábamos esperando a Cepsa, y de repente empezó a llover mucho y no escuchaba nada más que su lluvia en su micrófono, y aún así le ganamos un equipo de... Pues, era un equipo muy, muy pesado en ese entonces. Fue como divertido que entre risas y el juego pues los ganamos, y fue divertido.
Hoy estamos aquí compitiendo, y vamos a tratar de hacer un buen papel.
Well, that was Sintenegra X, you know, talking about their experiences on Halo. And I've got to say, I've been really impressed with what I've seen out of this squad. Right now, Gaskin, for Sintenegra X to really start to kind of put on a show, start to make progress, especially into Championship Sunday, what do they need to tighten up on to start really competing with the best that we have in the bracket?
I think it's a case of just having those clutch moments. There was a few 1v1s that were lost. There was a few kind of pivotal moments that didn't go their way, whether it just because of a grenade, whether a flag just didn't quite get in. They were awfully close, even against some of the bigger and better teams, and against their arguably number 1 Sintenegra side. They will want another stab at that, for sure. And I think they've got to make sure they don't slip on this banana skin that is potentially Ultra Esports. And it is about staying focused, making sure that you are all kind of believing in yourselves. You don't doubt yourselves after dropping to that elimination bracket. But in terms of actual gameplay, everything's been pretty much okay. It's just been those final moments, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive at times and just hesitating in those moments where you need to make a quick decision. So I really want to see them just have better decision making, win those pivotal 1v1s that they've been typically losing, and just clutch up a little bit. You know, it sounds easy when I put it that way. I know it's very difficult to try and make sure you win clutch moments because you never know when they're going to arrive, but that's where they've been failing for me.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to completely agree with you there. And I think they are filled with a lot of talent and a lot of promise here. So I'm hoping to see them to really start to step up here. But on the other side of the stage, we have Alter Esports, who yesterday really did impress. I mean, what incredible feat. Reverse sweep against Internegra Nubis. And really that started on Catalyst CTF clutch. I mean, that 4-0 victory, it looked like a completely different roster going out there and completing that objective work.
Yeah, an actual unbelievable reverse sweep from these guys, and honestly wasn't quite sure they were going to be capable of it, but the legend of Zalron is going to be told in the EMX region for years to come, as he was able to drop 19 in the game 5, and they needed every bit of the 19 because they won that game 5 50-49 also. So when you come off of a reverse sweep and game 5 is a 50-49 win, I mean, those are the memories that you take with you throughout your career. And let me tell you, Zalron stepped up for his team. Can he get some help here today? Can he get some other players on this roster to step up? And how far can they go if they all start individually making plays like he was able to in that game 5?
Yes, certainly. It was absolutely incredible what Alter were able to do yesterday. And I think something that I was really impressed with as well, and the change that they made throughout that series after the first 2 games, is the fact that, look, Slays, were obviously there, and Zaron was such a huge factor, but they're fairly even across the board. There wasn't one team who was outslaying the other. It was all down to that objective work and the efficiency and how well they were able to kind of strategize what they wanted to do and put that, and implement it in the game, which was really, really impressive. And Gaskin, if there was something that you want them to tighten up on heading into this one, because Sinternegra X is no joke, like this is going to be really, really difficult. They have some seriously talented individuals, so when it does come to the Slays, they might start to feel a little bit of pressure there. So what's going to be really clinical for this team to start to really implement into their gameplay in this series?
We need more consistency from Alter Esports. Sometimes they have great starts, sometimes they have bad starts, sometimes they have great finishes, and sometimes they have bad finishes. They need to make sure they are putting it all together so that it is kind of glued in a way that they are going to have that consistency and they can easily win a game, because they've looked honestly like one of the best teams with some of their starting strategies, and sometimes finishing the game they've also looked like one of the best teams, but often they find themselves either too far behind if it's a Slayer, or maybe a couple of flags down, or too far behind in an objective, for example. And then on the other side, we've seen them be so far ahead in a Slayer or an objective and then throw it away at the end. So I just want them to be able to put those pieces together, because if they do, they genuinely can beat this Sinternegra X roster. So I just want a little bit more consistency. I don't know whether that is just a matter of them keeping their heads, or whether just realizing the position they're in, and maybe the kind of IGL or the captain just saying, guys, look, we have a lead like this. We need to kind of change our strategy a little bit. Maybe we need to slow down. Maybe we need to speed up. But it's consistency for me. That's where they've really been lacking.
Yeah, consistency is going to be key for sure. And when looking at the results across the board as well, Clutch, it starts to become a little difficult, right? You're kind of swayed in one way rather than the other on this main stage. And obviously it is a new day, but Timbers Esports played Alter Esports as well. And unfortunately, Alter didn't win that. Timbers were managed to kind of go away with that. And we also saw Sinternegra X play Timbers Esports and get through that series and win with flying colors there. So it's going to be difficult. I've actually just been told in my ear that game is ready. Clutch, I do love you very much. We can talk off camera about this series. But I'll tell you what, I'm going to throw on over to Bravo on Onset to take us through our first series of the day.
Oh, Marcus, give me an unmute. I think, Mark, you might be muted.
Starting this again. Hey, Andy, how you doing? Welcome along, everyone. This is the beauty of online broadcasts. Apologies to everyone. I'm sure it was a moment of a momentary pleasure for you, actually, me being muted. But I was really excited, to be honest with you. That's what I was trying to say. I was making sure that you were rested, you slept well, you were caffeinated, and you're a little bit more switched on than it seems like I am.
No. I'm all 3 or 4 of the things that you said for sure. Maybe even more of that, scarily on a substance level. But I am just as excited as you are to be here, and it's going to be fantastic. And we also know who else is excited. It's the Championship Sunday players. Let's not forget the players that exited top 8 and lower. They went home last night. They did not even see Championship Sunday. They'll arrive to the venue later to maybe catch the finals. The players that have made it here, they know they've done the deed so far getting to Champ Sunday, but now there's a lot of important matches still to come before we get to the end of the bracket.
Yeah, it's kind of like step one is complete for these teams, right? Get to Championship Sunday, be on that main stage, and give yourself an opportunity to make a little bit of money and make a run for one of those top 3 Orlando spots. And the teams that we have on our stage at the moment, you're looking at Alter Esports, Atenuiz, you've got Zauron, you've got Grimstein, you've got Paradise. All of those players probably looking to make a little bit of, and have, I would say, at this stage, arguably made a name for themselves in the region. And now they're looking to do it even more, go a little bit further into this bracket as we see our best of 5 in front of us.
Yeah, Oddball Streets, game number 1, Slayer Aquarius, game number 2, Strongholds Live Fire. And if we need to, and to be honest, we wouldn't mind it, King of the Hill recharge for game 4. Slayer Streets would be your tiebreaker there in the game 5 Slayer.
Now, this is an interesting one, Andy, because we mentioned the Strongholds Live Fire. I think we were in agreement. That's probably the toughest game type to to be very, very good at, so to speak. And then you look at the other game types you've got in the league. Oddball Streets, you've got King of the Hill recharge. This is going to be a real test, this series. This is one of my favorite series layouts we've seen so far. And the good news is it looks like we don't have to wait around. It's going to be the Elimination quarterfinals now. Unfortunately, for one of these teams, it will be the end of the road, but it's going to be Cinta Negra X versus Alter Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be good, and a great way to kick off Champ Sunday. So happy to be with you, and also so happy to have everyone joining us across Twitch and YouTube, of course. It means a lot, you checking out Championship Sunday, and now these two teams going up here in the Elim quarterfinals, as we said. Alter Esports, Cinta Negra, we are now into game number 1.
And we're already going to see a play made on the Rockets with that drop shield. It's going to work, and Lior's also going to pick up a kill with them. So a perfect opening strategy coming in from Cinta Negra X as Alter Esports find themselves 2 down. But the pressure on these teams, I think Wes summed it up very well on the desk. It's everything it kind of comes to the front of your mind once you get to Sunday. It's all about getting to Sunday. Then you start thinking about prize money. Then you start thinking about the opportunity to go to Orlando and compete against some of the best in Hrimgel. I mean, he's one of those players I want to see, to be honest, on the international stage, hitting shots like that already.
Absolutely, and fantastic to see these teams made it this far, of course, but as you allude to, a lot more to be done here on Championship Sunday. You hope these teams have been well rested, right? They got a good meal today, as it's just about midday in Mexico City, a long day of Halo ahead, and for a lot of these players that you're going to see, even on this main stage, this might be their first time here, and what a time to do it. The largest prize pool in Mexico City history and all of Latin America, to be honest here, with so much money on the line. 3 dead momentarily for Cinta Negra X, and that will be a hold for Alter Esports.
And they should be able to chip away at that lead that has been established early on. A little bit scrappy to start with. Unfortunately, getting cut down when you're trying to cross across that tram station is not the place you want to find yourself if you've got that oddball in the hands. But now Hrimgel moving in to pick up the oddball once more, and he's going to have a decision to make here, because he's got a bit of help on the arcade side. He's also got a bit of help on tram, and if this 1v1 is won inside of arcade, then maybe they're going to have a chance to scrap up some more ball time.
See what Hrimgel can do, and anyone who caught Hrimgel's matches yesterday, what a show he was putting on, just doing everything he needed to, even in situations where he was the last alive, somehow squeaking out important kills, getting key damage, moments like that, such a difference maker. We'll see if he could do it on Champ Sunday as well.
Well, Cinta Negra X looking calm and confident. You can see Dolan on your screen right now. He's just removing the hair from the eyes while he's holding that oddball in his hands, and understandably so, because it's been a really strong start for them here. 47-11 in the score, and you can see they've already got this set up round back tower, around PD, where they want to try and hold, but now the pressure's coming in, and that's off the back of the pickup of the Rockets coming in from Atenuiz.
Yeah, good important time to look here at what's happened so far. 50-11 right now, and Cinta Negra X not only leading, oh my, we talk about that Sentinel beam on land. It's a doble muerte for Dolan here. He's going to grab the ball, but he gets caught off on a caution plants angle, so the push will continue from Alter.
Yeah, that little pick might be enough for them to make some progress on getting that oddball out of the hands of Cinta Negra X here, but it's also looking like Hrimgel's just going to continue winning fights. Every single time we see him on our screens or in the kill feed, he's just doing what he does best, and that is just taking those individuals, winning those pivotal battles, and then putting down huge amounts of damage. And if you give him a Stalker Rifle, those damage numbers are only going to go one way.
Yeah, and speaking of damage numbers, let's look at the kills category so far. The Bajas easily in favor of Cinta Negra X. You have 2 players already on 6. Sepstars heating up. We saw him with a really big day number 1. He wants to also bounce back with a huge day number 3. He's already 8-3 in this match.
Yeah, I think he's kind of the keys to this team a little bit when we get into maybe a little bit later in the bracket, if they do manage to take down Alter Esports here, because he was one of those players who would have massive games or kind of even-ish games, which is absolutely fine, but it seemed like the job is a lot easier when he's popping off alongside his teammate Hrimgel, who seems to have been the dynamic duo when it comes to putting up those numbers. And this man on your screen right now, we've talked about him a lot, and it's for understandable reason. He's currently 8-4 in the game, and he's also got the oddball in his hand. He's not afraid to do anything it takes to get that win.
Great little performance there, right? He just does a little bit of damage onto Heaven. This entire sequence, he should pick up this one as well. Unfortunate trade. It was an otherwise perfect sequence. We might have jinxed him there, but I love the damage onto Heaven. Rotate ball to Red Room. Do a little more damage on B Stairs. Then also find another player at Music. If he cleaned up that last one, that would have been a perfect set of plays, but still a lot of good work from the entire side of Synth Negra X.
Well, Alta Esports have really got one more push left. You can see they're already under pressure. They're losing numbers. It's 2 for 2. But when you're trying to get the odd ball in your hands, having even trades is not a good place to find yourself. Dolan, again, just putting down a huge amount of damage. They'll pick up the rockets off the back of this damage and the kills. And Alta Esports only need around 12 seconds to complete this first round. And with the rockets, you would imagine those 12 seconds won't be too difficult to scrape up.
Very nice shots from Dolan. I'm really impressed with Synth Negra X, the way they're making sure to prioritize that ball time. Now, just as you say, only 5 seconds to go. This should be it.
This will be it. It is a position which cannot be challenged by any of the players from Alta Esports. And just like that, Synth Negra X continue what has been a very impressive run from them so far. They get that first round on the board without too many problems whatsoever.
Really impressed with the ball prioritization, as I was starting to say, with Synth Negra X. And it's never a last priority for them. They're never getting the kills and then wondering who's on the ball. They're actively running that ball. It's these mini rotates that you need to see. And to be honest, there's a really good Paul Graham quote about a business will never make money unless that is the first thing you're trying to do. And to be honest, you'll never win a ball game unless the first thing you're thinking about is ball. It cannot be the last priority on the list, and they're really showing that they have what it takes, but maybe an opportunity for the other team to bounce back in this round.
Ooh, especially if these rockets are a little bit wonky, but Stepstars gets away with it. And even though it was probably a couple of rockets and certainly one rocket extra he had to expend, as well as the beatdown, answering back with a couple of nice BR shots, certainly something to just kind of find that level head once again. He's got a flank onto the player here on the stairs as well. Can't quite clean him up for now. Is that going to cost him? No, he does get the kill on the killing spree. And already you can see 18 on the boards off the back of the kills for Synth Negra X.
Yeah, we take a look at the total. Stars, the man 18-6. We talked about his day 2 performance, how he was becoming a superstar, but maybe was a little more middle of the pack yesterday. Still some great games, but wasn't popping off the same way he was day 1. It looks like he's looking to have a very different and diff, if I can say it as the kids do, a little bit of a diffy championship Sunday.
If anyone can say it, you can. Okay,
I appreciate that.
Team. I stick by you. A little bit of ball time momentarily seemed to be kind of an opportunity presented to Alta Esports. Unfortunately, once again, just the slaying. It's just been too much for them to deal with at the moment. Stars has now got the Stalker Rifle in his hand, and he's doing so much damage. That's 2 different players, 3 different players almost, that he's damaged or taken the shields down of, and he's still alive without taking any damage himself. So this is a lovely little run from him. The drop ball might be a challenge, but nothing that he is not afraid of taking, as that's another kill for him now.
Yeah, really nice job there in the L against the drop ball. The drop ball can certainly mess you up a bit. You need to make sure that when you're hitting those shots, you're ideally shooting through the panels that have already been knocked down. He does just that, nothing to worry about, and he will continue rolling and patrolling here. A little bit of rockets grab as a bonus run too.
Yeah, should be able to pick up a very simple kill. Waste the second one, maybe thinking he was coming under pressure and there might be a trade. So not giving any kind of advantage to his opponents is always a good thing to do, as Grimsty tries to at least get some kills inside a tram here and clean out where that oddball is. Because at the moment, if you're looking across the stats here, he's having a little bit of a slow game, but you can say that about most of the players on Alta Esports, just being outclassed in those individual battles.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of pressure that's coming in from the Synth Negra X side, and to be honest, it doesn't look like a lot of mistakes being made from the side of Alta Esports. It's more, as you say, just simply out shooting and outplaying, and a little bit of stronger pace from the side of Synth Negra X.
Atenius found himself as the last player alive once again. He's got the oddball in his hand, and he's got some spawns on the arcade street. So Stepstars just taking his time here, waiting to see where that rotation comes in, waiting to see where the kills go down, and wait to see where his teammates are before trying to make a move in on that oddball carrier. He manages to get one. He's got the spike grenades down as well. His shields are taken down, but so is the daring challenger, I will say, who comes around that corner and has to eat about 3 or 4 grenades before he finds the grave.
Great play from Stepstars there, and you thought maybe that spiker that he left on the wall was going to come back to him. I think we saw it miss him by just a few inches. You're playing with fate and a little bit of luck there when that spiker doesn't come back to hit you, but he does the damage, and now he's just going to zoom in through the plants and actually get resituated, because that's 4 dead for Alta Esports, and Synth Negra X will continue scoring.
Gotta readjust. Gotta make sure you're comfortable on that main stage. And Stepstars is looking extremely comfortable right now. Not only has he got all of this ball time, but he's also sitting at 24-8. And if you've got a player doing that, it's no surprise to see that the scoreline is how it is at the moment. He might be able to add a few more. He's got that Bulldog. He's also going to have a bit of help here to keep him alive on the arcade street. Dancing around in music is the perfect place to do it, especially if you can stay alive for a few more seconds.
Bailando from Sepstar. So nice work from him. As you say, 25 and 8. And my God, nice little throw tate from him as well to get the ball out of Tram. He's going to go up driveway, then kind of play the ball on B rail and just let them play Slayer a bit. They will lose 3 players. Leora, the last player alive. So this should be an opportunity for Ultra Esports to put a little bit more time on the board, but they don't really have too much of a cushion.
I mean, the throw tate is officially something I'm going to be using forever now. That's such a great term to use for the odd ball being thrown towards a teammate to continue that rotation. Zauron, though, he's looking to stop the rotation. He's got rockets. He should have a pretty simple kill here and manages to pick that one up onto Dolan, who is challenging down from the commando. But just, you can see they look a little bit lost on the map at the moment. You can see just the way the reticle was kind of whipping around on your screen. Just no idea where the next players were. And Sepstars is just winning everything at the moment. He's 27 and 9.
I would love to see the Sepstars heat map, because how much time has this man spent on B stairs, right? Whole game, time will tick down. This will be the round.
That'll be the round. Sepstars might get one more. He might get 2, but at the end of it, he just misses out on that 30 bomb. He ends up with 28 kills, but 2-0 is the score that, as we always say, always matters most, and smiles across the board as you would expect from Syntenegra X.
Yeah, beautiful little piece of work there from Syntenegra X, and I didn't want to interrupt the end of that round, because they certainly deserve all the credit for that game as they're able to put that up. And not the exact Syntenegra X roster on your screen. I think we had a few players from alternate rosters sneaking in on that one, but the 4 players on your screen, indeed, Syntenegra X. And I tell you what, that Sepstars heat map of B stairs, it felt like he played the entire game from B stairs. That tells you so much about how he understands what kind of anchor point B stairs is. Just think about the angles that you have and the cover that you have. There's the guys for a second on your screen. Think about the cover that you have and the opportunity to challenge. You can challenge all the way into A, into L, into Neons, but you can totally isolate those angles, and it's impossible to be naded from B stairs. It's really such a power position. There's a reason he was there the whole game. There's a reason he went 28 and 9.
I need to give a shout out as well to Rumgel. I mean, 22 kills, excuse me, for him, 15 deaths, but look at those assists. 17 assists for him. That is ridiculous. That is, I'm trying to do some maths. It's almost the entire amount that his opposition had here by himself. So if you're Sepstars and you're walking around and you're finding a lot of one-shots, you look at your teammate Ringelho and you go, thank you, man. Like, I appreciate you doing that damage, because I've been able to put up a huge stat line because of it.
And Rimgil says, no problem, baby. Because of the service tag. Don't get it twisted. It's not weird like that.
Yeah, we're making it weirder than I think it is. I'm sorry.
I like it. I like it just like this.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with it.
Let's bounce on that line. Grimsey, though, he's going to have to bounce back in the next game. A 9 and 19 for him, and neg 10, and Paradise just behind him as well. I think everyone really struggled. Outside of Zauron, who was the Game 5 king, as Wes Price called him yesterday, and understandably so, as he dropped a huge amount of kills to drag them through that series and complete that reverse sweep. But apart from that, you can just see there's a clear difference in the two teams at the moment, Andy, and unfortunately it's looking like one of them is going to continue in a pretty strong way, and one of them might unfortunately be finding this is the end of the road, end of the tournament for them.
Yeah, elimination bracket here, everything to play for. And it's tough to come in on a Champ Sunday knowing you're the first match on main stage and realizing this is do or die, right? We're really excited to be here. We've worked hard to get to Sunday, but we're going up against a team like Syntenegra X. And I think Ultra Esports knows the task ahead of them. They've played well this weekend. Maybe not as well as they thought they needed to in order to get to the right place in bracket play. But overall, Syntenegra X, let's not forget, this team is not just looking for top 3. They might be even looking for something better than that. And we knew that right away when we saw them first thing Friday. And you have to bet that Ultra Esports knows that as well. They're going to have a very tough game number 2.
And they gave Syntenegra a really good series yesterday as well. The main lineup, if you want to call them that, OG, whatever it might be. All of those things all those games, were extremely close, and especially the couple of objective games that we saw as well. The Slayer was very, very close. We'll take a look at some of the replays of that first map while we've got a moment, and we're waiting for the second map to get underway. But I think they'd love a rematch against Syntenegra. I think, as crazy as it sounds, because obviously, partner teams, whatever it might be, you kind of want an opportunity to prove them wrong, right? You want to be the #1 team if you're under that same banner.
Oh, you totally do. They love a rematch, and they'd love to take the victory on that, because honestly, it doesn't really matter, and too many Halo players will tell you this over the course of many, many events. It doesn't really matter how things transpire on the Friday and the Saturday if the result is different on Sunday. That's the only one that people are going to remember, and that's the only one that's going to be for the bragging rights. So I think a rematch and a victory would be an absolutely massive deal for them.
Yeah, they're doing
some really simple things really well as well. And sometimes that's the secret of good Halo, right? Locking down power weapons, making sure that you're controlling the sandbox, all the things we always mention and almost become buzzwords, right? But there's a reason that we say it so much. It's because that is the difference maker. You've got to put yourself in the position where if you're coming off respawn and you're getting hit with Spiker's Stalker rifle and you go around a corner and there's a shotgun, there's not really too much you can do. So it's one of those things where you might think we say it all the time and it's such a basic thing to say, but the basics of Halo a lot of the times are what bring you those wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the cool things here is sometimes when we're in non-North American tournaments and markets, you might look at the gameplay. This happens when you're at, say, past the top 8 in Europe, in Latin America, as well as Australia, New Zealand. You see the gameplay and you think, this looks a little bit different from the top North American teams. What's great about these top Latin American teams is they're doing the basics right. They're doing the textbooks right. Great shots there from Stepstars as well. So I think anyone watching this gameplay, if you took away those lower thirds and maybe the observer HUD, you wouldn't know that this wasn't a top North American player in some instances, which is really special. I think really important when we think about how this team might fare beyond this event into Orlando and the World Championships as well.
Well, first step for them, of course, is to get to Orlando, and that is going to be a long road for them because the elimination bracket, as we know, it is a long stretch. There's a lot of games to play, and every single game you have that added pressure with knowing that if you lose it, unfortunately, you are going to be out of the tournament. And the worst thing to do, I almost feel like it's better to go out now than get so close to that Orlando qualification, get into that match, and then let it slip through your fingers. But let's hope that isn't the case for them and they do get into a position where they're going to be happy at the end of the day. They might be happy at the end of the next game as well, because we're going over to Slayer Aquarius, and with the performance we've just seen from them in the stats category, it's difficult to see Ultra Esports really being able to put up much of a fight here.
Yeah, big 2-0 win here from Cinta Negra X, or Cinta Negra X, in that game number 1, and it is certainly going to give them some great momentum going into Slayer Aquarius. And you have to think, with as textbook of a Slayer as Slayer Aquarius is, right, playing so similar to your 2 base 2 towers map throughout history, Cinta Negra X could have an opportunity here to go up 2-0, and they might do it pretty quickly.
Well, this is their opportunity to do it and put themselves onto series point. As you say, Aquarius Slayer is where we are headed. And we are also going to see, once again, that thrust be such an influential part of the game. And it's something which, again, I feel like it's probably one of the most influential parts of this game type, is getting that thrust and controlling it. You obviously have the heat wave, you have the camo, you have the dynamos. But if you go up against a player, even if you have some of that at your disposal and you don't have thrust and they do, a lot of the times you're still going to come out on the back of a 1v1 loss.
I think we go back to the timeless Unisheck quote of thrust a lot. It really is the key to winning those 1v1 battles, and honestly so much more here. Starting things off with Stepstars, and who better to start it with after that huge performance in the last game, 25-8.
Yeah, if you can go anything near that, then this will be another win on the board here for Cinta Negra X. And it is looking like a very strong start for them. Only one more player alive for them to deal with before they try and get hold of that camo. And it looks like the kill is being prioritized, as is that heat wave. Stepstars also has that thrust, and you can already see what a problem is on the map.
I mean, look at the way he's able to move around this. 1 thrust left in the back pocket, as well as the heat wave. He's going to watch the camo get popped, and a nice little swap of the heat wave to make it a heat wave in hands of the camo player as well, who will just continue roaming around the map and likely do even more damage.
Well, it's going to be Hrimgel who's going to have that combination, the Yeet Wave as you call it, and sometimes you don't need it. Sometimes you just need to walk up to a player and clean them up when he's a one-shot with that battle rifle, but instead, make sure you get that job done. That's going to be another kill for him, and how many times have we said that? The man is sat at 4-0 right now, and he is just taking over early on in this game.
It really is amazing what the camo affords you when you give your camo player that heat wave. You're essentially just so deadly in all scenarios, all ranges. You're able to use the heat wave at a range and at a sort of pattern that you normally would not be able to do. You get caught out a lot sooner. You got behind enemy lines and you start ripping teams apart from the inside, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Unsurprisingly, it will be a Racha Asesina killing spree for Hrimgel at the beginning of the game.
14-3 is the score. Make it 15. At the moment, they're just dominating. There's no other way to put this. You see there's 2 players, Paradise and a Tenny user, who are currently sat, unfortunately, on that horrible donut. Now, that's something that I don't say a lot. I'm a big advocate of donuts and all of their uses in the world, but the one that I do not want in my possession at any point is the one that's on the scorecard.
We've talked about this before, but I don't know if the Latin American audience has heard about it. Recently, I saw you eat a donut that was larger than your head.
Yeah. I mean, I did share part of it. I will say that. But
oh, no. I had a bite and it was delicious, but it was
it was larger than my head, but I probably ate the mass that was the size of my head.
Yeah, exactly. That was a delicious donut.
It's ridiculous.
Man, that was really good. Back to the gameplay here, but there's a big swing. 20-9 is now the score for Cinta Negra X, but it will be a camo. and a heat wave, make it a heat wave in the hands of Paradise. Let's see what he could do.
Let's see what he can do, because both players who were unfortunately sat on that donut have now gone to a breadstick at least, so that's a little bit less of an issue for you. Something that you don't want to do is find yourself on land and having to talk about that. Now there's going to be an opportunity for the double kill. Paradise will collapse and will get it. Another double muerte coming in this game, and all of a sudden this game is looking a little bit more respectable. This is very different, actually. Yeah, nice little shots. Almost stays alive, but he'll get a spree, and he brings the game with 23-14. Keep in mind the score was just about 20-8 or so, so that's a little bit of a swing in favor of Ultra, and if they can, Leor not able to take that one either, so the game will stay even closer, and Paradise almost makes it happen in the gen, but they brought this game to a slightly more respectable scoreline. But I tell you what, Synthetic X, they're going to keep up the pressure. Yeah, it's now an 11 kill difference between the teams, and it was that heat wave camo combination, the heat wave, that gave them the opportunity, and the opportunity was taken just to close that gap a little bit. But now you're starting to see when the playing ground is a little bit more level between the teams, who really is the dominant force here. Another trade comes in around the gen. Attenues is trying to get out on the pink side. He's got a couple of players in front of him, both weak, but you can see the challenge. You can see the confidence. There's Himgel again, who finally gets taken down. But just no fear in these players at the moment. Why would you have fear when you're up 32-19? Absolutely. It feels like they have a little bit of a rush because we can't lose attitude. 11-5 already for Sepstars, the man on your screen, and he's performing game after game. It's been incredible. Also, Leor, 10 assists already. 10 assists again. Another player just putting up a huge amount of assists for the team. And Dolan also not too far behind him as well with 9 to his name. Sepstars now moving through and looking to find some more targets, and there's always a teammate within the vicinity here for Synthetic X. It's not like they're taking an isolated battle. It's always a 2-on-2 at least scenario where they can bait and switch. They can use each other's shields to just elongate the fight a little bit longer for some help to come in. But Paradise has got the heat wave again. He was the man who at least made this a little bit more respectable last time he had the weapon. Let's see if he can do it again. Trying to make this battle. This is not an easy one when you're under pressure, and this last one will hit, so Paradise somehow gets away with that, and a double kill as well at the bottom, so that'll make it now 39-26. But you might think maybe a little bit too little too late. It was 4 dead though. It was 4 dead. Now can they find the spawn? It looks like they've cleared out blue, but unfortunately just not quite being able to lock onto that spawn quick enough to add any more pressure here to Synthenegra X. And now you can see that there's an OBS screen on your screen at home. Hopefully you can't see it, but we can. We're currently watching this gameplay in about a 4-inch box. Yeah, you gotta squint a bit here. We're hoping you're not squinting the way that we're squinting. 41 now to 28. There's going to be some more heatwave plays here coming in for Paradise at the home stretch of the end. I'd love to tell you the score, but I can't see it. It's 43-29. I can see it actually just at the bottom of this OBS box. This is just something I've never seen before, Andy. I have to say, I've seen steak dinners before. Maybe that's going to be the only thing that will. 31th? The 30. Oh, I've completely lost my mind here. The 31st kill comes in, Andy. 5 kills to go here for Synthenegra X. And a really great performance here from this entire side. Look at Sepstars is going to continue another double for him. Don't forget to get your Windows 11 upgrades as well. They're going to be free for anyone who is already on a previous version of Windows. We'll have to see exactly how this game ends. It's 48-32 though. Hey, okay, the game is over. There it is. The game is over. Okay, we couldn't see the gameplay there. Apologies for those final moments. Hopefully you could all enjoy it at home. One thing that we can enjoy and we can see, though, is the team on your screen. That is going to be Synthenegra X, who go up 2-0 in the series. Once again, a dominating performance from them. And when you look at the players that are on the screen, it feels like they are getting better and better throughout the weekend. It's just a massive shout out. Sepstars, Hrimgel, Leor, and Dolan just game after game. They're really showing up in a huge way. And it looks like they came ready for Championship Sunday, Mark. I think that's one thing that we were wondering about. How will this team stack up, right, with the seed that they came in on? Right now, I think that they are looking good, and they are starting to hit some real stride for Champ Sunday. I just want to see them in that rematch as well. I mean this with all due respect to their opponents as well, because it's, you know, I want to give a lot of credit to Ultra Esports and what they've done. They've got to this point, they've got to Championship Sunday, but
I'm always looking forward to the big matchups, right? And we saw Sintenegra versus Sintenegra X yesterday, and I just feel like when you are the team who got beaten last time, you get that opportunity at a rematch, you learn so much from that series, and that's one to keep your eyes on as we move through. But the final score, as you can see in that game number 2, 50-32. And now I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we go over to Live Fire, if I remember correctly, for some Strongholds.
Indeed, you're right. That is going to be the game number 3. Stepstars 18, as you said, 7 and 6. Just enormous numbers from him. Absolutely love the assist once again from Primgel, and they've just got to be so stoked on how this team has been playing. And the great thing about this is when you're on the beginning of a Sunday here in a major tournament like this, biggest prize pool to ever hit Mexico City or all of Latin America, and your team's playing this good, you are just going to be fired up off this momentum. You're gassing each other up. You're knowing that this is your day, and this is a perfect way for them to start the day.
Let's see if they can continue with this form and really kind of fire up and ramp up as they get towards a little bit later in the elimination bracket. But for Alta Esports, I mean, it's a kind of it's a difficult one to know that you're going into a game type now where, like we mentioned, it's one of the most difficult to get away with mistakes. You are going to be punished relentlessly if you do make those mistakes, and knowing that is the case, it's very difficult for me to honestly say to you and everyone at home that we can expect a game 4 here and for them to come back, because it's the toughest game type to do it on.
Yeah, it's going to be unlikely. And with the way that Sintenegra X has played this, they look flawless. Like we said, it's not really a matter of Alter Esports making mistakes and Sintenegra X capitalizing. It's simply Sintenegra X playing on a whole different level, right? It feels like they're playing in a little bit of a different paradigm, and then right now it's showing. And I think when we think about the way that they're going to play Strongholds Live Fire, this could be pretty brutal, pretty devastating, and over pretty quick as well.
Yep, let's take a look at the replays then. It was Hrimgel again who was putting up some nice plays, which the replay operative certainly is going to be keeping an eye on, and certainly makes the job a little bit easier because he's always impressing. It was the first drop-off of the heat wave as well for the player who did have the camo, Hrimgel, to really go to work. But there was a little bit of a comeback, and it was sparked by this man, Paradise, with that camo himself.
Yeah, nice little double here, not easy to do, and under pressure even gets away on the fridge side as well. So it's definitely some good camo heatwave plays that we saw throughout that game, and unsurprisingly, you're seeing teams take advantage of comboing that and trying to rack up as many kills as they can, let that player run around, get behind enemy lines, cause absolute carnage, and in doing so, maybe pick up a few back-to-back 4 deads. Well,
this was Paradise getting that a little bit closer, getting it a little bit more respectable, but unfortunately for him, there wasn't enough time, and as we saw at the end of the game, it ended just outside of that steak dinner. So maybe something a little bit different. Maybe just what's we need to come up with something that's like a 30 to 35 kills. You know, it's not a
because you're not getting a full steak, and you're definitely. I don't think you're. Take a look at the series layout here that you're speaking of. It's not a full steak, it's just shy of a steak. But here's what I think, right? If we think about the origin of the steak dinner, and now some people might not know this, for the youngins here who just call it a steak but don't know why. If you were able to beat the Bungie team in H3 in a weekly hump day challenge, and you beat them by 20 kills or more, they would actually send you a steak, like a very nice freeze-dried steak that would be shipped to you. From no doubt, given the Bungie team, they know a lot of excellence. No doubt that was going to be a delicious steak from a quality provider. So that's the origin. So for me, I don't know. I think you're staking or you're not.
You think that's okay? Fair enough. I was just realizing that's a good idea as well, because I feel like if we come up with a name for something, we might end up having to send out.
Right, and we don't have any money. We don't have any
money, and we are in no position to do that whatsoever. So maybe it's good that the game is starting and this conversation is ending, because it's a chance for Sintenegra to end the series as well. Live Fire is the place to do it. I'm interested to see how they play this game, though, how ruthless they are, how aggressive they can be, and how long they can hold a triple cap if they do get it, because that could be the difference a little bit later on.
That's right. Let's see what Sintenegra X can do. They've been on fire this entire weekend, and now they're really starting to heat up as well. A nice little battle bottom mid, though. That's going to be Paradise says, I want that heat wave, and he wins a pretty difficult battle on the pillar door. Will be 2 dead for Alter at the moment, though.
Overshield popping up in a few seconds as well. Paradise gets 1. Unfortunately, Alta Esports find themselves with 2 dead, and now you have, Sepstars looking to be a superstar once again. It's the body this time, just narrowly missed that headshot as Grimsty tries to move in. But look at this, Alta Esports, they've got B and they've got C. However, they have given up Overshield for it.
Time on the board here. Let's see what this Overshield player is able to do. That's a nice isolation from Grimsty. If he can pick up 2, that's a big trade. A fantastic little sequence of events, but in the end, it will be 4 dead. Zauron's your first spawner, so despite taking down the Overshield and a good effort from Alter, it will be Sintenegra X who continues to control and score.
I thought that Humgel there was about to hit the shot through the smoke. Almost like a Counter-Strike AWPer for a few seconds there, but instead it's just going to be a trade, and BNC has now been flipped. Paradise is trying to do his best to clean up this kill, but he just scarpers away. He cannot finish off Sepstars. Sepstars has been in usage, repulses him back. And finally Paradise does get that kill, but that's such a horrible situation to be in. You know the player's one shot, you want to get damage done, but he was alive long enough for them to flip overseas, so now you have a lead here for Alter.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, isn't that also what you expect from Sepstars? Just such a nuisance, stays alive all the way at back B for that long, and because he stayed alive, what could Latenius, though, picks up what could have been a triple that could have been converted even further. It's shut down by Leor, as well as it looks like Hrimgel on the base. We'll see what Dolan can do here. He will fall to the Paradise heat wave. It feels like Paradise knows how to sniff out this heat wave. The guy has a built-in sixth sense to find this weapon. And just like that, it's a very different game number 3 for Alter Esports, as they will be in the lead here, and some good shots from Paradise once again. They lead 45-19.
We need to check his in-game settings. I've got the feeling that he's spawning in with it, because it seems like every single time we're on his POV at the moment, he's got that heat wave. And understandably so, you want to get it. You want to make sure that that is in your control. Oh, I thought the Overshield player might have got embarrassed for a second there, but Zaron gets the job done. But let's look at that score. 59-19. This is more like it from Alter.
Then guess what? Zaron, the last player that he wants to run into on the cuts with the Overshield is Sepstars. Sepstars just annihilates that entire Overshield, and it might have been nice while he had it, but it was short-lived, less than really 10 seconds with that Overshield. Great play by Sepstars once again. Will still be a healthy lead for Alter, but they're gonna need to keep it up all game long.
They need to keep it up, but this is a triple cap, and this can get really out of hand. Zaron's gonna have a player dealing with him on the scoreboard, but manages to stay alive long enough for a couple of kills to fall elsewhere. Now you've got Atenuiz who's stolen that heat wave away, and Sintenegra X now find themselves 4 dead again. They're all spawning back tower, and Atenuiz is just running at them. And why wouldn't you put pressure back onto them and show them that we're here for a series?
Look at the comfort in this game type. And if you're watching this game as the first of the series, first welcome along almost does it to him. Atenuiz, he will eventually be taken down. 3 dead for Alter off the back of those kills. But if you're just watching this game number 3 and diving into Championship Sunday with us for the first time, you'd wonder how on earth is this series 2-0, but Alter Esports showing up in game number 3. As quickly as we say that, though, it will be Sintenegra X scoring once again. They've got a long way to climb back, though.
Let's see if Dolan can hit some shots here with this sniper rifle. Hasn't got too much ammo to work with, only 5 bullets, but 5 bullets is more than enough to keep a team off that overshield, and that seems like what the play is here for Sintenegra X. He hits both, he gets the body through them, but unfortunately neither of them fall to the ground, and all that falls into the hands of Paradise and Alter Esports is that S7, so now you can see Paradise with a chance to go to work.
See what he can do here from the bridge. Has a player on concrete that he should be able to clean up, but honestly, not doing so cost him, because he found himself with 3 eyes looking at him. He gets taken down on Nessa very, very quickly.
Sepstar's trying to be sneaky. He's got that heat wave as well, so anyone who tries to contest him from that A plat is going to have some problems. He's also got a couple of spike grenades, and finally we see Sintenegra with a little bit of scoring, and it looks like they're trying to flip C. Sepstars has an opportunity hit here if he can pick up a kill without getting traded to maybe pressurize these spawners back into A, and he gets the bounce shot off the backboard. That'll do. It was a little bit messy, but that will do.
Not bad from Sepstars. He's always finding a way all weekend long, and this series has certainly been no exception. And this is the danger zone for Alter Esports. They luckily flip BC. They will continue scoring at the 116 mark, but oh boy, Sin Mira, no scope here for Dolan, as he's gonna also go for the capture on B. Nice little work from him. Finds another one, and the 360. Racha Asesina as well. Nice work from him. He'll pick up another one, and you gotta be scared of what Sintenegra X might have in the tank for a comeback in this game 3.
Well, the comeback needs to start, and it needs to start now. However, a couple of players starting to heat up on both sides of the stage. You can see that Dolan is the player this time, and the objective that is the catalyst. And I mentioned how Sepstars, he can be a little bit up and down, and when he's hitting those highs, they are extreme highs. But at the moment, he's just hovering around kind of that 5 and 7, just -2. If he can pick up a few more kills for his team, then maybe that's the space that Sintenegra need to work. At the moment, Hringel is just doing damage to 4, 5 players, even though they're not on the map. I'm sure if there was an opportunity for him to find more players to deal with, he would. Big shots onto everyone as now Zaron tries to defend A, but it's a flood coming in from Sintenegra.
2 dead for both sides now. We'll see what they can do. Working on this A flip. They'll get it here for Sintenegra X. And they're about to trip as well. And this is what we're talking about. And you get worried when you see plays like that from Dolan at B. He's hitting back-to-back no scopes to clear the way. And it feels like they're starting to pave that comeback. Now they're only down by about 13 points or so.
13 points and a triple cap. That's the worst thing about this here for Alta Esports. You've done a lot of work. You've managed to get yourself in a position where you have a healthy lead, but I mentioned about how devastating they could be if they get that triple cap. They've got an overshield, they've got a heat wave, but it doesn't even fire a bullet because Krimgel is there once again. Attenuus is gonna be able to maybe hit that plasma pistol, but gets repulsed straight back. There's a player who's right for the triple, added to the collection, Lior. That is a beautiful, beautiful triple, demonstrating everything you can use in Halo Infinite.
Triple de muerte for Lior. Beautiful stuff from him. And this is what the side of Alter Esports was worried about. This is what they did not want to see. That was once a 100-point lead has been reduced to now nothing. A 60-point deficit nearly for them in just a moment. And what a run here. 178 now to 127. Cinta Negra X looking very good. AB hold for them.
And what a run this has been from Lior as well, right? He's now sat at 15 and 10. He's doing damage all over the map. He almost managed to take down Paradise, but now he's got to be a little bit slower. Now he's got to be a little bit careful because the flood has come in from Alta Esports towards B. He's got one player in front of him he should be able to deal with. It's killing frenzy for him. Add another. Make it another. Doble muerte and a few extra ones for good luck.
But Asesino también. That's the first time we've seen that on screen. That's the first time I've learned that in Spanish as well. 3 dead. For Cinta Negra X, and Dolan, the last player alive, just going to do what he can on the dummy door, and to be honest, he gets some nice damage to allow his team off of the spawn to continue pushing. Now they're less than 50 points away from closing this game.
I mean, it took a killing frenzy, though, to get them back into it, and now you can see that control has been lost momentarily. C is being flipped, though. B is also being flipped, and it's looking like if they can get B, it would be a triple cap, and with 3 players flying towards it, you might see that happening in just a few seconds' time, but a little bit of time bought by Grimsteed. Managed to elongate his life long enough maybe for some help to come in. Avoids the triple cap, but it is still scoring for Cinta Negra X.
Yeah, we'll see just how much time is left. It doesn't feel like much here. Just about 25 seconds left of play. Not too long. Ooh, a big back whack there. It's going to be another triple here, but this time on the side of Paradise. He's going to be happy to grab that one. That was 3 dead for Cinta Negra X, and as we see a simultaneous BC flip, maybe they're not done just yet.
Maybe not. Maybe there's a little bit more life in this game, and it needs to be a little bit more life for Alta Esports because this is a game, if they lose, they will be eliminated from this tournament that's taking place in Mexico City. Down trying to dodge and dive and elongate his life as well, but Sepstars is able to do exactly that. 2 dead here for Alta Esports, and it will be a triple cap in just a few seconds' time going to Cinta Negra X.
Attenuus doing what he can here at the end, but as you said, not much time left. The trip cap is in effect. C is being flipped, but the time is bleeding out. 2:37 here for Cinta Negra X on the comeback.
Big play being made on A, though. Little Spawn is going to come in to help Lior keep himself alive for a few seconds. A little bit of teabagging. Just remember that the game isn't quite done yet. However, with C being flipped and B being fully under the control of Cinta Negra X, this is going to be one of the last pushes of the game. And if they don't win these fights, then this might be the end of the game. But look at Alta Esports. You've got to give them credit here, Andy. They do not want to go home quite yet.
Absolutely not. And they had such a strong start to this game. They had a momentary trip cap. They will lose C, but it's now 241 to 153, and they will need a perfect Halo to come back into this. They were 2 dead. You have to think all Cinta Negra X needs is 1 good push, 1 easy cap, and they should be able to close this out. Alter Esports is also 3 dead.
Also 3 dead, and Hungel's missing a few shots. This is something we haven't seen from him too much, as Alta Esports seem to make a hold here on B. There's a couple of players to deal with here for Dolan, and they managed to get the hold and the reset. So it is holding on. It is by the barest of margins, by the barest of all margins. But they're still in this game, Andy.
Not over just yet. They want to continue pressuring if they can, but my God, they will need to slay them over and over and over again with the time that they need on the board. But they might be able to do it. Let's see, they're starting to flip C at the same time as A is being flipped. That's dangerous. C gets a reset. A gets a reset as well. That will be Cinta Negra X now on the home stretch, the final 9 points.
2 dead here for Alta Esports as well. It's a desperate play on A. 2 players trying to flip it. However, Krimgel gets 1. There's a 1v1 between Sepstars and another player in A. It will be won by the Alta Esports player. But now you can see that Paradise has got to jump into B. Oh, he just stepped out for a second, and that allowed Cinta Negra X to get that capture. And that will be the game done and dusted. 250 to 182, the final score, as Cinta Negra X continue their run in the elimination bracket.
And what quite a run it is to be down by over 100 points in that game number 3 and bounce back the way they did. Doyan, Leor, Rimgel, and Sepstars will take the series 3-0. And to be honest, that's a great game 3 to end it on. Being down by 100 in a Stronghold's live fire, you bring the game back, you throw together some killing sprees, some frenzies, a few triples, and before you know it, you're running away with that game. Ultra Esports is a great run from them. We got to give them credit because they came in, they had to fight long and hard on Friday to get even to Championship Sunday, so certainly credit is due on the Ultra Esports side of the stage after a respectable finish for them.
And great sportsmanship being shown, as you would expect, between the teams, the LATAM community. It's great to see that from them. A couple of smiles as well on the face of Ultra Esports. Even though it is off the back of a loss, I think they're going to be pretty happy with their performance. Getting to Championship Sunday is always a great feeling as a team to make sure that you're there for those final moments. But if you look at across the board here, there's a couple of players who are standing out a little bit. Leor, really strong performance from him. We saw that run that he went on that was very impressive. But again, I mentioned how Sepstars, if he kind of finds a bit of form and manages to pull those stats back to a little bit closer to even, with 16 assists, by the way, then that's where you saw Sintenegra X start to find that form once more.
That's right, 250 to 182 is your final score there. Let's not forget, Walter was up around 140 to 27 or so when we saw Sintenegra X start to get their first bits of control. And to be honest, it's a tale all too familiar to the underdog teams. They might have a sizable lead in a Strongholds, especially a Strongholds live fire, but generally the more experienced team that has a little bit more reps on the map will close it out. There's your series layout to start the day off on Championship Sunday, the main stage. It's Sintenegra X with a 3-0 win.
A convincing 3-0 win as well, and I think they're looking warmed up and ready to go deep into this elimination bracket and maybe look for a little bit of a revenge tour if they do get to meet up against Sintenegra a little bit later on today. We didn't see King of the Hill recharge. We didn't need to see Slayer Streets either, but I gotta say, Sintenegra X, I think they looked almost as we would expect, almost the same kind of form we saw from yesterday. It's just whether they can step it up to that next level.
Yeah, that really is the question for them, and I think they know that that's the question ahead of them, and with the performance that they just put on the main stage, it might indicate that they are up to the task, or certainly on the right trajectory to do so. Here's some highlights from that last game.
Yeah, this was a really important double hit from Grimsty as well. Just managed to slow things down. But Grimgel, he was once again up to his old tricks. And at this point, it's a trick that I am not getting bored of seeing, even if it's been around for quite some time, because it usually means he's putting up stats, putting up clips. But there was one play in this game, one run that really changed it. I mean, you look at the score right now, Andy, and it's all Ultra Esports. But the killing frenzy that Leor managed to pick up was massive.
Massive as well, and Dion right there with some nice little back-to-back no-scopes. And here's that another killing spree, another overshield grab, and look at this.
Repulse.
Did he even did he repulse the green gun?
He repulsed the energy bolt.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful there. You don't see that every day. He also turns that into a triple thereafter at the nest, and that's what's scary about these players, because you give them one little inch and they're going to turn on you. There's a nice little triple on the other side from Paradise to force the overshield burn. In the end, he almost got away with the OS as well. That would have been even more special. But that's the thing about Sintenegra X, right? There are players that if you don't get the kill you should, say at C-Plat, at Nest, wherever, that player is not only going to stay alive, they're probably going to get a triple on you when you spawn as well. That's why you can't give those players any room. And as soon as Ultra Esports started to do that, and they made a few more mistakes in game number 3 compared to game number 1 and 2, we just saw Sintenegra X. We'll have to continue saying the Sintenegra name all day long, I believe. As soon as they gave them room, they ran away with it, and they really took advantage.
Well, Sintenegra X do manage to get the job done. I don't know why I'm even going down this road, because I mean, you can actually speak 2 languages and I can barely speak 1. So
you've been saying the name just as well as I have. So it's a mouthful, but they've got 17 teams here, so we have to give them credit.
By day 4, we'll get there, everyone. Don't worry. By day 4, we will get there. But for now, that's going to do it for us on the cast today. Sintenegra X.
Lottie, take it away.
Lottie, please help us.
I love it. Honestly, let's just keep it on them. I could hear that all day. That's absolutely amazing. Sintenegra X. If you need some help on set, I got you. Don't worry. I tell you what, though, who doesn't need help is Sintenegra X. I mean, they're looking pretty damn good out there, aren't they? Started off their Championship Sunday the right way, and that's on the winning side of the series. I've got to say, you know, I think in that final Strongholds, there was a moment of shining, glimmering hope there for Ultra Esports, and I was pretty impressed with how they came out of the gates, but being devil's advocate, I've got to say that I do feel like Sintenegra X might have just not really wanted to organize themselves that well. And I think with live fire strongholds, organization is key. Knowing when to rotate, knowing to put bodies on the hill. I just don't think they were kind of, that serious about it until they saw, the scoreline was getting slightly out of hand, Gaskin, and power weapon control was going in the hands of Alter Esports right at the beginning. We saw the sniper in the hands of them and started getting some no-scopes and some conversions happening with hills. So do you really feel like at the beginning Alter Esports were running away with it based on their skill and how they were working as a team, or really was it a lackluster Sintenegra X right at the start?
I think a lot of teams have been guilty of that this tournament, of going 2-0 up or dominating the early stages in previous games and then just assuming the next game is going to be a walk in the park. It wasn't the case. I said before the game, Alter Esports can have really good starts, and maybe Sintenegra X were not expecting it. That was the game that Alter Esports finally woke up, and unfortunately for them, they weren't able to kind of make it a game 3 that went in their favor. So in the end, it was a 3-0. But I will say, Alter Esports, we've got to say they've done so well to get top 6. They started in the open. They slugged through the most teams we've seen in the LATAM region competing at a HCS event. They went undefeated. They got to top 6. Hats off to them, an amazing performance. But just eventually, the teams got a little bit too much. As for Sintenegra X, they now set themselves up with a date for Destiny. Lottie, I remember right at the start of this tournament, we had Sintenegra X versus Timbers, and I was saying, Timbers are going to 3-0 these guys, There's no chance Sintenegra X managed to win this game. And then suddenly Sintenegra X, they 3-0 Timbers. Yeah. So Timbers will get that rematch. But honestly, ever since then, CNX have looked like a squad that can certainly take that top 3 placement at Orlando.
Yeah, they certainly have. And I think if they continue to kind of shine like this, and I think if they start to implement some of the fundamental skills that you need to take down some of the top teams and start doing that ASAP, right? You're looking at the bracket here. They're going up against Timbers Esports. They have 3-0'd them before, but let's be honest, you're in the elimination bracket, right? You can't slip up. You can't make a mistake. If you do and you don't give it your all out there, then you're going to be going home. You want to get that rebound up to that grand final, and when you do come across Knights or Sintenegra, who will be waiting, either one of those waiting for you, it's going to be very, very difficult. An organization has to be on point as a team. And Clutch, saying that in that final Strongholds, you saw what happens when you manage to get, a trip cap and it gets out of hand. But I felt like that really did come off the back of power weapon control, the sandbox control. As soon as we saw that in the hands of Sintenegra X, and it was very one-sided in terms of the balance. It wasn't evenly spread across the map. Sintenegra X had everything. It was getting out of hand, and it's going to be super important that they prioritize getting those power-ups, getting that sandbox, utilizing it to be able to run away with games like that. What do you want to see them work on as they do head up into the elimination bracket and start to progress with teams who are really looking to take them out quickly?
Well, there's not a lot of time to progress. Timbers Esports is waiting in the wings, and this series is going to dictate who's going to get that trip to Orlando, like Dan kind of pointed out. And if you're Sintenegra X, you've had a lot of good things going in your way this weekend. You've been able to, like you said, dominate the power-up story for the most part. You've been able to try and control the power weapon story as well. It was really that one slip-up against Sintenegra in the winner's bracket that they kind of got set back. This was a great rebound performance from them and to take down Alter Esports. But with the way Timbers was playing yesterday, they're going to have to come prepared as well, because I think that this series is probably going to be one of our closest of the weekend, and the stakes are at an all-time high. Yes, the money's important for the grand finals and the champion, but to get to Orlando, that's what all of these guys need to experience, right? This is a moment that, hey, you get to go on the international stage, play at the biggest competition in the world, and I mean, a trip there just means so much to both of these two teams, and only one of them is going to be able to go.
It's very true. It's going to mean a lot. That qualification is going to be huge. Well, folks, we say goodbye to Alter Esports. Of course, they do bounce out of that one, unfortunately, 3-0 to Sintenegra X. But coming up next, Sintenegra X, they're staying on that main stage. They're staying warm because they're going to be facing a rematch against Timbers Esports in our elimination semi-final. Stick with us.
I've got you under my skin. Under my skin
sword now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Final. We are live from Mexico City. You can see the stage lighting up, and so are we, because we're delighted we get to see another series, and we get to see a rematch. And I love a rematch, personally. I love to see it. We got Timbers Esports versus Internegra X coming up very shortly. Our elimination semi-finals. One of these teams is going home. So last time we had this rematch, you know, look, there was a lot on the line, I gotta say, but right now the stakes are even higher because because somebody's tournament life is ending here and now. I have Gaskin and Clutch actually on the mics actually currently with me, which would be lovely to talk to you guys about obviously what we have coming up. And to do so, why don't we take a quick look at the elimination bracket to see where we're at currently. And if you guys are just joining us, welcome. So nice to have you joining us for the weekend, especially here on Championship Sunday. We'll take a look at the bracket in just a second as it pops up. But if my memory does serve correct, I know that a lot of these teams are fighting for their lives right now. We do have a winners final set up, but with the elimination bracket itself, you know, there's a lot of teams there, a lot of Sintenegra teams as well, who are really fighting for their lives here, who are really looking to rebound back up. I don't have the bracket currently with me, folks, so I'm sorry for calling for it. But I'm excited to talk about this first match. So why don't we just do that on my own as well? We're gonna and we have the bracket and we don't, but
we're coming in, Lot. We're coming in, Lot.
Don't worry, Lottie.
We're coming in.
We might have you on screen, which is probably the best thing, but you've got me and Andy here in the wings to support you through it.
I don't know if the stream can hear you guys.
I think they can.
I think
they can.
But that's great. Why not stare at me while we all talk?
Let's okay. Well, here's I have two things to say, Lot. I have two things to say. The first is good news, the second's bad news. First is help is on the way. Good. The second is it's Mark and I. And that's it. So I'm sorry.
I think that's good news and good news. So
that's nice of you.
Yeah, I know, isn't it? I'm feeling particularly nice today. But gents, we do have an elimination semi-final, so there is a lot on the line here for both of our teams. And I've got to say, I'm a little bit worried about the first team we're going to talk about here, because the rematch is going to be big for them, but the first match didn't quite go their way, and that's going to be Timbers Esports. And I think going up against Internegra X, who are now coming off the back of a really convincing and well-put series for them, they're going to be feeling confident. And Timbers Esports, they're going to have to do something a bit different. Yes, the rematch wasn't, you know, super far-fetched. The 3-0 kind of doesn't really reflect what happened in the series. The first map wasn't too great, but the second and third map, not so bad. Timbers Esports did start to fight back. Onset, how are you feeling about this rematch?
It's an interesting one, right? Because we always look at rematches, and if you're the team that came out as the team who with the loss, you're looking at what you can improve on, right? How you can minimize the mistakes you made and what the other team did extremely well that maybe you have to be aware of. It's almost more difficult sometimes if you win that game to just kind of prepare yourself in such a way where you're matching that level of intensity of your opponent coming into it, because you've already won the series against them. You're just going to go through and do the same things. There might be a few things where like we could tighten up on, but there's not that level of detail. So for Timbers, I think there's certainly an opportunity here. I think there is an opportunity for them to strike back. We'll have to see if that happens though.
Yeah, we certainly do, and I think we do actually have the bracket up for you guys in a moment. We do. Voila, here it is. There it is. And as I was talking before about the elimination bracket and how difficult of waters it can be to try and tread through here, you can see Sintenegra X have had quite the journey. They did drop down into the quarterfinals. They have been Alti Esports. They're not looking to end this here and now. They're feeling pretty good about it. I think they're honestly a little bit disappointed with their semi-finals in the winners bracket against Sintenegra, the OG Sintenegra roster, 3-1. I think pushing that one map across the line was huge for them. I think that's going to be a huge confidence booster as well, but they just want their chance to snap back up into that grand final position, and we'll see who will fall down into elimination finals to potentially join them. That's if they do get through this with Timbers Esports. Now, coming back to the matchup and what we were saying here about Timbers Esports, you know, I was starting to see some good things for them through this Sintenegra X matchup that they had previously yesterday. And I think, you know, from Timbers' perspective, I think they were starting to do things right pretty early on in some of the maps and modes, but they started retreating back on themselves. I noticed yesterday in Street Slayer, particularly Noble from Timber Esports, you know, having quite a big game early on and really started to make a huge impact, and then retreated into that stat line significantly and with the rest of his members of his team in the second half of the game. How difficult is it, Brav, to kind of keep that momentum going throughout a game, throughout a series, and knowing that, look, we have the skill to do that, but bringing it across the finish line sometimes can be a little bit more difficult.
Oh, certainly. And especially when you're talking about Championship Sunday, yes, there's a lot of energy here. You fought hard. Maybe this is your first Champ Sunday as you take a look at the Timbers roster that you've maybe been on the main stage. However, like you said, this is day number 3. They've been grinding for days and days and lots of online practice prior to that. So they're going to need to dig deep and find whatever they have. Leave it all on the table here, because you don't want to think about what might happen. Let's take a look at Timbers Esports.
siempre hay que pues dar lo mejor de nosotros, no importa realmente el resultado, simplemente hay que dar un buen espectáculo y hay que intentar hacer el mejor trabajo posible.
Y llegar al campeonato o al regional, pues normal, o sea, no es la primera vez que juego esto.
Pues un poco nervioso porque sientes como que todas las miradas en ti, entonces lo único que yo espero de mí es hacer lo que siempre he hecho bien desde mi casa, venir a jugar aquí y hacerlo bien como lo he hecho ya. Y lo importante es que aunque tú llegues más alto o llegue a convertirse en un trabajo, lo que es un simple juego, es que siempre lo veas como algo divertido y que te apasiona.
Muted.
I think it's a really interesting point that Timbers Esports are talking about there, especially with all eyes on you, right? You know, as soon as you get to LAN, as soon as you get to your regional finals, and obviously there's a lot on the line here, but people are watching you. And, you know, I think the hopes to perform as well as you do at home in the comfort of your, like, you know, surroundings that you are used to and that you're familiar with, and then suddenly you're thrown on a stage with lights, actions, a huge crowd who are either getting behind you or potentially getting behind heavily your opposition. Honestly, how difficult can it be to sometimes transition and feel those pressures of outside factors that you no longer can control?
It can be very tough. I remember the first time I ever went to a LAN, it was in Stoke, which is in the north of the UK. It was in some like weird recreation centre. Everyone dragged their stuff up. I remember sitting down for the first time, having set my Xbox up, and I was like, this is weird. You know what I mean? The chair was different, like it was uncomfortable, there was noise around, and it's a completely different environment. Plus, as soon as you put the headset on, like everyone else around you is watching because you've played against these guys online. They want to see what your screen actually looks like when you're playing yourself. So there's all these different things that are kind of mixed together that make it an uncomfortable scenario, but some people thrive off that. Like I used to love it. I used to love it when you'd see, you know, players from the first seeded team that were there at the LAN. They'd come over and they'd be watching your screen. They'd be sitting there, you know, because it drives you to perform. It's what you want to do, right? There's a reason that you're playing this game. So I think you're one of two types of people. Some people, they kind of wilt under the lights a little bit, but a lot of people, they love the bright lights and they want to be there on the main stage because that's what you've been playing all of the hours for to put in a performance people will remember.
Love that. Bravo, are you one of those people? Do you kind of get, you know, a rush playing under pressure or performing under pressure?
No, I kind of suck on LAN, to be honest. I always have sucked on LAN. I wish I was kidding. No, I'm not one.
No, I'm not having that, by the way. I remember playing against you on the main stage before Halo World Champ Finals, Halo 5, and you were beaming, dude.
Actually, that was strange. That was strange because like H5 was not my best game. As we take a look at the Sintanegra X roster here, these guys have been absolutely frying Dolan, Leor, Rimgel, and Sepstars. They've been putting on a show. But H5 really was not my main game, you know, it was not my thing. But I don't know. So, you're right. Okay, maybe later in my life when I sit on a main stage and there's something on the line. I think Clutch was playing in that too, so I had to like really try hard. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I did do pretty well on LAN and H5, so I take it back. I do thrive, Lottie. That's my final answer.
I love that. You thrive. I tell you
Thank
what,
you, Mark.
Montenegro X or X's are actually thriving as well on LAN. They have been looking so good. And last time we saw them against Timbers Esports, you know, they were really denying Timbers control. And I tell you what, though, I'm going to let them take control of the video and your screens right now so you can take a closer look.
Siempre es como un reto porque obviamente el nivel es muy alto y pues yo que vengo desde los lugares de infección en Halo 5 y fuga, pues es como un salto de nivel muy grande.
Después de que inviertes todo tiempo a algo y luego da frutos, o al menos tienes la oportunidad de intentarlo, pues se siente bien.
Mis papás me habían regalado el primer Xbox y en unas vacaciones vino un primo y trajo su Halo. Y ya nada más lo veía jugar a él porque pues nada más teníamos un control, pero pues, el juego era, pues, no lo sé, era increíble para mis ojos, ¿no? Era revolucionario.
Antes nada más era salir a disparar y a ganar tu gunfight, y ahora es aprender toda una rotación, los respawns, bastantes cosas que están en el juego.
Una vez que estábamos esperando a Sepsa y de repente empezó a llover mucho y no escuchaba nada más que su lluvia en su micrófono, y aún así le ganamos un equipo de... Era un equipo muy muy pesado en ese entonces. Fue como divertido que entre risas y el juego pues los ganamos y fue divertido.
Hoy estamos aquí compitiendo y vamos a tratar de hacer un buen papel.
I've got to say, I'm really excited about this Sintenegra X roster and how they're kind of going to perform here in this series, because there is a lot to play for, and I think they're playing really well. From what we saw in the first series of the day against Alta Esports, they were looking really good. Yes, might have let off just a little bit in that final map because maybe they were kind of done with it and they were, so confident that they were like, well, it's okay. We've been frying. Why not fry anymore? Got a little bit ahead of themselves, but I think the adjustments came through, and we saw that significantly in the second half of that Strongholds game. And Onset, when you're looking at Sintenegra X, I feel like there is going to be pressure on these shoulders, right? I think you as a commentator and as experts are going to be looking at this like, what can you show me here in this series that's going to make me believe in you for the rest of the way here on Championship Sunday? What kind of factors will come across there for you?
There's a few factors that you need to take into account. First is that Why Not Be Frying is obviously our good friend Tony's brother. Why Not Be Reckless? He's a close friend of ours as well. But the other thing is, you got to keep in mind here, if you needed any motivation, if you needed to focus on something, this is for Orlando. This is the match for Orlando. This is for top 3. So if you win this one, you go to Orlando. And if that doesn't motivate you, I don't know what else will.
Love to hear that. I'll tell you what, I'm motivated to get into this series. Let's hand it on over to our casters. We have Clutch and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, it's over to you.
Appreciate it, Lolly. Thank you so much. Yes, we have the rematch, Clutch. I remember casting this one on Friday. Pool play, we were talking about Sepstars playing against his old teammates. I was thinking that Timbers were going to have the better over Sintenegra X, and then suddenly CNX blew Timbers out of the water. It was a 3-0, a very emphatic victory for sure. Do we think it's going to be the same story here? Have you seen enough from Timbers to suggest they are a different team now we're in bracket play?
I think it's going to be a different story. Could be the same result, same ending. It'll only be up to the players to determine it. But from Sintenegra X's point of view, you got to see that they're able to rebound against Alter Esports in that lower bracket. So it is nice for them to have that series coming into this to build some confidence. But they should come in even more confident, like you said, having already taken down Timbers Esports in this tournament once before. But that was a long time ago. Damn, Friday feels like weeks ago at this point. And Timbers, they've been able to gain some momentum of their own after a poor performance on Friday. So I do think that this one could go the distance. This is going to be, like I said, one of our most highly contested series and in one of the most important series for both these two teams in their careers, because I mean, Mark and Andy talked about it. The ticket to Orlando, the experience to go on an international stage, a trip to Disney World perhaps as well. That's a lot on the line here in just a best of 5.
It is a lot on the line indeed, and it's good news for CNX fans because we're starting with Capture the Flag Aquarius. This was the game 3 between these two guys on Friday, and it went in favor of Sintenegra X, of course. So perhaps this is going to be a really good opportunity for them to show us what they are made of once more and continue that dominance. However, if we do see Timbers Esports win this game 1, we know they are revitalized, they are a different squad, and they are here to make a difference now they are in bracket play, and it is not going to be the same team we saw back in pools on Friday. Very excited to kick off with Aquarius. It's always one of my favorites to begin a series as well as end a series, Wes. We had this discussion yesterday, but I think Capture the Flag Aquarius is the perfect way to warm yourselves up if this is your first game of the day.
Back to the basics. It's going to be a CTF to kick this one off, a small arena map, everything you could ask for in a legacy Halo fan, and hopping on board with Gambino, a player that maybe didn't impress us on Friday, but had a much better performance on Saturday, stepped it up, and because he was able to step it up, he gave Timbers Esports so much life. But speaking of so much life, he's going to have to find that success on Respawn because he's taken down early on, and Dolan, he's found himself the first camo.
Has found himself the first camo, and we know how much and how important it's been for this power-up control for the Timbers roster in particular. They've really struggled when they haven't been able to get that power-up control, so we'll keep a keen eye on that throughout this tournament. But here's Sepstars, formerly on this Timbers roster when they were Legends Never Die, and he'll be looking to try and get one over them once more here in bracket play. But a couple of kills going in favor of them. Flag now starting to move, and Sepstars in a position to be a real nuisance in the base.
Sepstars has to stay alive if Sintenegra X want to continue this flag run. Needs to figure out a way to get a couple of slays. He does get his shield back and relocates. He's bought enough time as well. Being a distraction in that closet, such a massive opportunity for Centenegra X to keep some map control as players were coming off respawn, and because Sepstars was able to buy so much time, it's allowed his teammates to grab the flag, run it to the back of the base. They're going to be taking the lead now, and that's all because Sepstars was a nuisance. He didn't just go for a kill, he didn't go for a touch, he just had to have presence on the map.
Sometimes all you need is that person just forcing those players away so they can't get to that flag, they can't add those extra little bits of damage to get the flag stopped. Camo's going to be popping again in 15 seconds. Timbers find themselves 3 dead though, and this is looking similarly to what we saw on Friday. Centenegra X in complete dominance in these early stages, both in slays, map positioning, and of course with that one extra flag to work with. Really going to need to see a turnaround from Timbers early on here, because if this does carry on the way that it's going right now, it is slowly but surely going to snowball out of control.
Yeah, looking a lot like the first time these two teams played back in pool play. You thought Timbers may switch it up on us, may step it up for us, but no signs of that as of yet. And War catching a player off guard, knocking him to no shields. Some good damage for free. Second player gets to no shield. Can't quite finish either one of these kills. Is that going to come back to bite Centenegra X? Having to just chase that player a couple extra seconds, Dan, that can be the difference in between a successful flag run and one that potentially gets stalled. Both flags on the move now, however, is we are going to see Luord pull this flag, throw it out in the bottom middle, but he needs to be a presence in the enemy base. And once again, Centenegra understand that presence over everything in Halo means so much. And the Ninja actually gets the melee.
And I know it's a cliche, Wes, but I think this series is going to be who wants it more, right? You've got Orlando on the horizon. Whoever wins this, you get top 3. Sepstars used to be on this team. May have got dropped. Not sure if he was dropped, but certainly Gambino joined this roster, so it would suggest that if he can get one up on his ex-teammates and also get that placement at Orlando, that is going to be the best thing that he could have possibly wished for coming into this tournament. Another flag is going to be moving though. This time it's Timbers running a flag. 2 are up on both sides at the moment, so this is going to be probably a flag standoff if that flag does get pulled, but Noble recognizes players spawning behind him, and he will double back just to check that no one is going to be nading him for free.
Great job by Noble to get this flag on the move, and Timbers Esports maybe not going to go as quiet into the night as we thought, Dan. This flag into the closet already. Unfortunately, dynamo grenades are coming through. Several frags, and Noble loses his life. That's 2 down for Timbers Esports. And Luor with the kill. That's going to be 3 dead for Timbers as the flag. It's returned. Luor's got the enemy flag in his hands, and this is a counter cap opportunity that Centenegra, if they can take advantage of this, they're going to take a 2-0 lead. But slays are coming through for the respawners of Timbers Esports. They should be able to get this return, keeping this at a 1-0 game. But a phenomenal job by Centenegra to honestly stop the flag run that Timbers Esports had, because this game was supposed to be tied up moments ago.
Don't say the word stat. If there's a Centenegra roster around, if there's a Pittsburgh Knights roster around, we've already seen what some of these teams have been able to do to the lower seeded teams when they really have taken control. They've very much padded those stats and got those extra kills. I don't think it's the case though for Centenegra X right now, because Timbers are putting up a fight, but that flag just isn't able to get past the halfway line. Himgel is going to be is going to be there waiting in the wings, has the dynamos to work with to do the initial damage, but unfortunately whiffs on the beatdown. Very back and forth in this current stage of the game, and even though there was early dominance for Centenegra X, Timbers have responded fantastically.
Yeah, done a good job to keep this at a manageable deficit for now. It's 1-0 still. Plenty of time on the clock. If you're Timbers Esports, you just need to find a way to be aggressive. Noble going to try to find that opening aggressive pick into the enemy base. Unfortunately, he gets taken down. And now without numbers in their favor, Timbers Esports, they're going to have to figure out a way to push into this base. Heatwave's a good way to do it. Can't find the way to get the kill, and that's a tough death from Gambino. You want to find that first kill quickly in order to transition onto the second, maybe third player in the back of that base. But once again, Centenegra players playing their life so well make it so much easier for the rest of the team to help them out.
Himgel. I always say gel. Damn my English. Damn me reading it that way. Himgel. Now pulling the flag in the base, but maybe pulling it preemptively, expecting there to be no one in the base, but alas, he finds out it is going to be him taken down. And I will say that Cincinnati X I think will be delighted they were able to get that first flag in, because they got it when maybe Timbers hadn't really woken up, but I think they've realized now this is not going to be an easy series. This is not necessarily going to be the cakewalk that was the pool play matchup they had against this team. Timbers are here to stay now, as Lua gets a kill, and a very important one as well, even the odds and even the numbers.
Yeah, it's always nice when you get to play with that lead throughout the CTF match, right? You're never playing for the potential stress of falling to that deficit position. You're able to play comfortably well. Worst case scenario will be tied is kind of the mindset you get to play around, and a lot of your decisions can transfer over to or transition over to a defensive mindset, and just making sure that, hey, Timbers Esports doesn't get a legitimate shot. But as I say that, 3 were down for Timbers. The last player alive spotted in the closet with War hunting him down. He's got a friend with him now coming off respawn. And it's a very thankful spawn for Timbers Esports there into the closet, because Cincinnati X was going to be able to take a pretty dominant position on the map there, but they're going to have to find a way to reslay in order to get this flag on the move, because that closet position being blocked, being controlled by Timbers Esports, is going to force them to have a difficult time picking up this flag before it can get on the move anywhere successfully. Ermgale, he gets taken down front the base. Noble's traded out as well. So once again, Dan, as we continue to watch this match, 4.5 minutes on the clock, and as time continues to dwindle down, the pressure starts to build on Timbers Esports. And in all honesty, we've seen too many defensive stands for Timbers Esports. You want to see them on the move. They have the flag on the move, but it's immediately erased, and it feels like Timbers just really can't get any objective work done.
Timbers haven't really been able to get that kind of all 4 dead to give them the chance to have a clean flag. Instead, they've been pulling it maybe when 1 or 2 are down, trying to force that flag, and they'll often die and give up map control because of it. I will say Gambino is having an impressive game from the POV I've been watching when he has been on the screen, and he really does need to step up. When you think about his experience, and he was previously on the Pittsburgh Knights, he definitely knows what it takes to win these big matches, to qualify for international competition. So he needs to lead the charge here. He needs to bring some of these players with slightly less experience through what a big moment this could be for their careers. Noble, though, is going to be assisting a teammate, and they are going to be pushing into this base, but him and Strikey, they're the last 2 remaining, but they know players are weak, so this is why they're so desperate to be pushing in here.
Yeah, they got to get a way to get a flag on the move. Just nothing being given on the side of Cincinnati, and their defense has been what has been so strong throughout this first game. Like you said, Dan, they capped that first flag so early that they're comfortably cruising to like that 1-0 victory mindset, where when in doubt, play defense, and they've done such a good job up until this point. Nugget is going to be in the base, and he is going to be able to get a flag on the move, and it's going to be a quick one. It's a bottom middle run from Nugget. Slay's coming through for Timbers Esports as well. 2 players from Cincinnati to deal with, but one of them, he stops that flag bottom middle, and now the flag in a very vulnerable position here, as multiple members of Cincinnati are going to be coming off respawn. This is not a guaranteed Timbers cap.
No, it's not, but Noble is in a position to really give them a chance to do so, doing a lot of damage on the players over towards P side. Now he really needs to assist the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Kim Gale is going to be there. So is another player, but double kill, unfortunately, is not going to be enough to get the flag, but it is going to allow him to get the heat wave, and it just feels like he's trying to challenge the world at the moment.
Yeah, he just felt the need to make a play, tried to keep that flag alive. But I mean, that's what we're talking about when we say Cincinnati can play with a defensive mindset. As long as the return comes through, even if they lose the battle of the Slays right there, it's a win in their eyes. Gambino has made his way into the enemy flag once again. So for Timbers Esports, 2 minutes on the clock. You're trying to just punch one of these flags in, and Cincinnati, they should be continuously focused on that defensive stand. But as we hop on board with War, he's got the flag on the move. He's got it to Dynamo side of the map, but decides to try and jump top middle. He's predicted, he's taken down, and with that, that could be the opening Timbers need.
Yep, 3 are dead on the side of Cincinnati X, and Nugget just has to get around this corner, which he does just by the skin of his teeth. And now he can wait, be patient, let those shields recharge, and then this should be a cap. Oh, he goes a little bit too soon. Noble should surely be able to put it in. No, he doesn't put it in either. And surely Timbers are in a position to put this in. Someone's going to be able to grab it. Cincinnati X from distance have been able to stop the flag multiple times, but is anyone in the vicinity? Yes, they are. Nugget ties up the game 1-1.
Maybe not the best statistical game for Nugget so far, but the most important stats put on the board as a flag cap comes through. It's a minute left on the clock, And in under a minute, we'll be going into overtime. You can almost guarantee the next cap will win this game. Sintenegra X's defense was so strong for the first 13 and a half minutes, but in that last several moments, Timbers Esports have done what it takes to tie this one up. But look at this, Dan, on the other side of the map. Sintenegra with the flagpole coming across the dynamo grenades, already across halfway. These round of slays are going to dictate who's going to take round or game one of the series. And look at that, the kill feed lights up in red. It's Timbers Esports that find 3. It's up to Lure to do a miracle, but a miracle's not going to happen today. Instead, Gambino with the flag on the move. All 4 players for Sintenegra coming off respawn. They have to act quickly. Gambino's got the flag. He's jumping up on the bridge, and he's going to punch this one in.
This is going to be a different day. Such a different day for these teams, but still a chance to pull this flag. 2 are dead on the side of Timbers, 3 are dead on the side of Timbers, and Sintenegra X now can move this flag.
Way.
Nugget, the last remaining player, and he's trying to hide, he's trying to ambush, but I don't think he's going to be able to spot the flag just yet. They need assistance into overtime, in regular time now. You do have the opportunity to score this flag. Is there anyone? They've got the flag out, so now this is going to be so tough for CNX. And who knows where it went. They're still playing right now, but I don't know if they're able to capture the flag or not, Clutch.
All right, let's watch facial expressions. We can kind of tell what's happening here. That is the Sintenegra X roster. Gameplay still underway. 3 were dead for what we can only assume is Sintenegra X. Labeled as Na'Vi right now. The return's going to come through, and it is going to be a 2-1 victory for
Timbers
the
Esports.
left side of the stage.
They've
Timbers
done it again.
Esports. They've taken it. They got 2 caps in the last minute. Sintenegra X falling short. They look so strong for so long, but not enough. And that last few moments, Dan, we're not quite sure what went down, but there was a flag stalemate. There was an opportunity to push it to overtime, but Sintenegra X needed to get the return. And I can tell you one thing that didn't happen on our screens that did happen in game is that return did not come through in their favor.
But what a game it was from Timbers. Even though Sintenegra X gave it their best opportunity and the best chance to get a flag cap in those dying moments, it was Nugget, the last remaining player. We were saying, you know, he hasn't had the best statistical game, but he was the one who got that flag cap. He was the one alive for the last stand there to make sure that that flag wasn't easily run in and the game tied up. These are the big moments. I was talking about it. You've got to be able to clutch up. You've got to have that ability to kind of not fall under the pressure in these huge mammoth moments. And Timbers, after getting 3-0'd by CNX earlier on in the tournament in pool play, go 1-0 up. They beat them on Capture the Flag Aquarius, which they lost in the previous series. This is going to be a completely different best of 5, and I'm sure we need to strap ourselves in because I think this is going to be one hell of a series.
Yeah, if you're Sintenegra X, you're kind of kicking yourself there, but Hermigel, 30 kills to his name, couldn't get the job done in the flag department, and Sintenegra X gonna want that one back. What felt like a win, 13 and a half minutes of that game for them was stripped away at the end. And what do you know, Dan, veterans in the MX scene, Noble, Nugget, Gambino, these guys have been doing it for a long time. They show that veteran presence in that last minute and a half. They get the job done, and like you said, what we needed to see from Timbers Esports at the start of this series just happened. They came out maybe a little flat at the start, not too much objective play, but they got the job done in game 1, and now we have a series on our hands because you know Sintenegra X are going to be able to rebound in a strong game 2 performance.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the Slayer in pool play between these two teams, it was very much a favorable one in some of the stages for Sintenegra X, but Timbers also were able to battle back in certain areas as well. It was really one of those kind of topsy-turvy back and forth games, and if it's going to be the same way, it's hard to call which way it's going to go. And considering how close that Capture the Flag Aquarius was, it is going to come down to, you know, that one individual moment, that one player who is going to be brave and take a challenge where maybe they shouldn't take a challenge, or where the other team isn't maybe expecting them to take that challenge. And I do think that game 1, you know, it says everything about how you never say die, right? I know that they were previously called Legends Never Die, were Timbers Esports. Well, I tell you what, maybe they're living up to their old name here, because they looked down and out in this tournament earlier on in pool play, but they are back. They are showing that they are ready, and they really want that placement in Orlando.
Yeah, these guys are legends in the MX scene. From such historic previous tournaments, right? These guys have a legacy behind them, and for Centenegra X are trying to make their own legacy. It's not going to be an easy one. As we take a look at the highlights from game one, you thought it was going to be all Centenegra X up until the very end. They looked like they were going to be able to control, to be able to dictate how the pressure on the map was going to be felt. Flag caps, flag pulls were in their favor the entire time, but at the end it was just enough plays being made by the playmakers on the side of Timbers Esports to punch this one in their favor. And honestly, Dan, with a little bit of luck, it went their way.
It did go their way, and sometimes you just need, you know, lady luck to be shining down upon you. This moment was crazy, by the way. Timbers were thinking they were getting that flag in. Centenegra X stopped them twice, but it was Nugget who was able to put it in and ensure they took that lead, a very important lead as well, as in the final moments could have also gone either way. But it is Timbers who are going to be taking the lead 1-0 in this series, going into our Slayer, of course. And I really am so impressed with the change of fortune and also the change of attitude, I think, from this Timbers roster. We were talking about them being, you know, a top 3, a top 2 team here, Wes. And then I think we were made to eat our words when, well, or at least I was made to eat my words when they really struggled in pool play. But they are now showing why I had that belief, why they should be in that question of being one of the top teams in this tournament. And I know it's only the first game, and this could very easily go out of control, and maybe Centenegra X, they will learn a lesson in that, and they need to be a little bit better in terms of finishing the game off when they have such a lead. But sometimes that's all you need. You just need that one game to give you that little bit of momentum, that little bit of belief to get you into a series. And boy, Timbers need to take this now. They need to roll with this momentum, absolutely fly at their opposition in this Slayer game, and make them believe that you are actually confident as ever.
Well, the good news is we wondered kind of coming into the series, which Timbers Esports were we going to see? Was it Friday or Saturday? Or is there even a next level Sunday Timbers Esports that plays even better than they did yesterday? I'm not going to go that far into that direction until this best of 5 is probably wrapped up. But Timbers Esports playing very similar to their Saturday performances, which bodes well for them, right? Enough of an opportunity to take games from some of the better teams here as they take game 1 against Centenegra X. And now as we take a look at the map layout, Dan, you have a recharge Slayer in front of you, and Centenegra X, the individuals on that team have been showing you that they got a ton of individual skill. They can put that shock rifle to use. What can Timbers Esports look to do here in game 2 to try and get this series to a 2-0 lead? Because that would be massive for their chance to take that ticket to Orlando.
Well, I will say that Recharge Ball was game number 1 in the pool play series between these two, and Centenegra X looked so comfortable on Recharge. Yeah, I know it's an objective game, but honestly, you can carry that those same kind of angles, those same kind of setups when it comes to a Slayer as well. So I would be confident that Centenegra X are going to give this a great effort here on Recharge. I think that this is one of their better maps, and they will certainly be able to try and put their foot back into this series as we are underway. First kill does go to Timbers, however, and if they can actually, you know, lead from this, if they can jump from this, take a few more, and get that little bit of momentum, that could certainly help. But what positioning this is from Sepstars, finds the double kill, and this might just give them camouflage control because of it.
Camo's still bottom middle for now. 3 players die on each side of them stage, and as the players are coming off respawn, you see who can quickly get to that camouflage. It is going to be Timbers Esports. Although they lose a couple of members trying to compete for it, they are going to be able to secure that camouflage. And now Nugget, he's already made his way towards Elevator. This is a very fast push from him, taking down Sepstars with the help of Gambino. And you can already see how aggressive Nugget wants to be with this camouflage. He's going straight to pipes to get that shock rifle.
Oh, he was no shields. He could have maybe tried to just hit that body around the corner, but he may not have seen it. Of course, player outlines help us see those kind of things. The next shot almost connects with the shock rifle, but Nugget, as you say, is playing so aggressive at the moment, really pushing onto the Centenegra X roster, and he's making it count. Nugget has stepped up individually. Maybe wasn't statistically amazing in game number 1, but he was the one who made those big money moves to ensure they won that capture the flag game. And now he's trying to do something similar here. Had the camouflage, has the shock rifle, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Yeah, the only statistic you're looking at after game 1 is 2-1 flag caps, and Nugget was a big part to punching that one into making sure that that game at least was going to go into overtime. They ended up making the plays, but here in game 2, it's Nugget getting a few kills now to his name at 4-0 and 1, shock rifle in hand. Let's see if he can hit a couple of shock rifle shots. Unfortunately, Dolan hits him with the left right. The strafe's too clean, the shots don't come through, and now Nugget forced to try and play his life back. Blue, and you best believe Centenegra X wants to take him down.
There we go. Connects again with the body. Tries to line one up. Will get another assist, and really showing how important it is to be hitting your shots with a shock rifle. Timbers on 19 kills. Centenegra just the 13, and you could see in Nuggets player cam, he was trying to hype up the boys, trying to hype up the team. They are doing this. This is not something that we would have necessarily expected after their performance of day 1. Strikey, by the way, is on 10 kills, but Gambino trying just to slow things down, trying to utilize this camo a little bit, trying to get behind enemy lines, and he's doing so well. Dolan, the last remaining player. 3 were dead once again, 3 are dead once more. Timbers are starting to snowball out of control.
Yeah, when we saw Strikey start to sway out yesterday, that was when we saw Timbers Esports at their best. And once again, Strikey starting to find a flow here on the main stage. And what better time to do so? It's the Elimination semifinals. And Strikey, 11-3-5, starting to pop off. He wants this 2-0 lead in this series. He wants a ticket to Disney World. Let's see if Centenegra X are going to be able to fight back here. You see Blue War lands some perfect shots. Miguel, he picks up 2 in the kill feed as well. So just when momentum feels like it's going into Strikey and the boys over on the red side of the stage, his hands, Centenegra X starting to fight back. It's a 6-kill game. It's not over yet, Dan, but you need to grab momentum. You got to grab some control, and it probably starts with that shock rifle or a camo coming up.
Completely forgot about Disney. That's an extra incentive. Playing at Orlando at a major international competition, that's great. Disney as well, off the back of it, that's a double bubble. And that is some double trouble that you'll be looking for if you are able to get there. But first, you've got to win this series, 28-20. Timbers Esports are absolutely frying at the moment. Strikey with 12 kills, shock rifle in hand. Camouflage is going to be coming up. Gambino's getting aggressive, and Strikey's looking to try and join him. They are actively seeking out the Centenegra roster right now. I said that this is a good map for Centenegra, but it seems like Timbers are trying to counter their play by just running at them, by maybe playing with a little bit less structure, a little bit sporadic with their play, and it seems like at the moment Centenegra X are struggling to deal with it.
Okay, Lure, what can you do? Can you make a play with camo? He finds one, but kills across the board. As long as Timbers Esports are able to answer whatever Lure damage is done in the kill feed towards their own while they take down his teammates, that was massive. They extend the lead back to 9. That camo, it's removed, so a win condition from Centenegra X, it's removed from the equation. How can Timbers Esports continue this momentum to punch this ticket into game 2 victory as they look to close this one out? 14 more kills to go. It's a 9-kill deficit still for Centenegra X, and just nothing going right for them. Just not the same teamwork, the same level of individual skill even that we were seeing all weekend long. You can maybe tell that the moment is what Timbers Esports are starting to thrive in, and the moment may be too big for Centenegra X.
37-29, and I do think we're going to learn a lesson in the next couple of minutes, because we have seen Timbers in this position before with a very commanding lead in a Slayer game, and they have thrown it away. Are they going to be that Friday Timbers once more, or can they show us Sunday Timbers is entirely different gravy? 6-kill advantage, it's still enough to be able to play the way in which you want. I think you start to panic when that gap closes to around 3 or 4, and maybe it is going to slow with Sepstar starting to hit some shots. He connects with another. Suddenly it's a 5-kill game, and Centenegra X are slowly but surely working their way back into this one, thanks to the man that you have on your screen now. 11 kills, shock rifles doing damage. He connects with another body, and with 6 minutes remaining, still plenty of time for this one. You can afford to slow it down if you need to, if you're on the Timbers roster.
Let's see how Stepstars is going to play this one. You got to get it within 3 when you reach that 45 kill mark. You don't want to leave too much room for error. They've got it within 5 now. It was up to 10 at one point. Make it 4. Stepstars positioning himself unbelievably to be able to pick up some of these kills. Needs to hit a shock rifle shot to stay alive. Can't quite find the head, and that's going to cost him his life there. 42-38 now. Make it a 3-kill game. A great job once again from the players over in the Pipes location, and with map control you can start to see Centenegra X making plays, but camo, it's been picked up by Noble. The shock rifle in hand, he's able to turn another one towards his team's favor. Another lead, only 3. No. Make it 2. Kills being traded across the board once again, but Centenegra X have done everything to come back right into this one.
Noble had to hit that shot, had the camo, had the jump, but missed. 3-kill advantage still though for Timbers. And you feel like the series is really on this game. If Timbers can go 2-0 up, you better be believing they are going to be the favorites to go to Orlando. But if Centenegra X are able to tie this up from a comeback, the momentum would shift in favor of the blue team. 3 kills between it. Sword in the hands of Strikey, though. He can certainly do a lot of damage and actually just uses his BR on this occasion. 47 to 43. Manages to make it 48 as well. This is the right play. Get aggressive with the sword. Assert your dominance. 49 to 43. They just need one more to Timbers, and they'll be going 2-0 up in this series, Wes.
One more kill. Strikey trying to hunt him down, trying to find a way to end this one before anything can be done from Centenegra, and in the kill feed, Luor is going to get taken down, and that's going to do it. A completely different story this time around. Timbers Esports are now up 2-0 in this series. Centenegra X looking for all the answers here as they go into game 3.
It's crazy that we've even got to this point. I remember day one, Lottie asked me about this series, and I said, well, I'm expecting this to be an easy 3-0 for Timbers. They should be taking down CNX comfortably. And then suddenly they get 3-0'd themselves. And I was left scratching my head, perplexed, saying, what on earth has happened to this roster? Some of these giants in the LATAM region who have been dominating for several years in different ways. And of course, Gambino previously on the Pittsburgh Knights. But it does seem like Sunday is just a different day for them. They have managed to go 2-0 up in the series, Wes, but the job is not done yet. They still have to win another map to make sure that they go through to the next round. And of course, secure that place in Orlando as well. Strikey with 18 kills was the standout player for sure for Timbers, but everyone played their part. Even though Noble went negative and he only had the 7 kills, you've got to remember that camouflage and the shock rifle shots that he was hitting, that really allowed the rest of the team off spawn to be able to push into certain areas and regain control. What's going wrong, though, for CNX, Wes? Is it just the fact that Timbers have stepped up and are bettering them now, or is there any clear mistakes that you're seeing?
Yeah, I'm looking for the teamwork out of CNX, and I'm just not seeing it here today, and that's a tough time to not show up because you know how much is on the line here for CNX. They've looked strong all weekend long outside of this one series they played against Centenegra in that winner's bracket, and you know, I didn't think they'd just drop the ball here and now, and there's still series to go. There's still game 3. And if you can take game 3, you can extend it. You can potentially build some confidence. But right now, nothing really to build confidence off of here in the first 2 games, because what feels like a game you probably should have won in game 1 gets taken from you. And then game 2, the pace was set by Timbers Esports from the start to the finish. They had a lot of control of the sword, the shock rifle. The camos were in their favor as well throughout the match. And when you give a team that much opportunity, that much map control, and you allow them to kind of dictate the pace like Timbers was able to do, you're asking for a recipe of disaster.
Well, we can take a look at the replays of match number 2, which was filled with shock rifle shots, camouflage plays, and of course all the other good stuff that we often see on Recharge. Sepstars did his best to try and bring them back into things later on in that game, but it does seem like Timbers have found that consistency that I was hoping we would see. Some good starts, some good endings, and now they are starting to put it all together. Similarly to what Ultra Esports struggled with earlier on in the tournament, it has to be said. Timbers were very similar in pool play, that they weren't really able to carry on their momentum during and through to the end game, but they are going to be delighted to be 2-0 up. And really, after Sepstars beat them in pool play, they were probably thinking maybe they made the wrong decision with the Gambino edition, but it looks like it could be the right one if they can get one more map on the board. It will be an oddball game, and that is going to be, you know, a chance maybe for Centenegra X to try and show why they are so good at oddball and why they were so good yesterday in the oddball games, but they still got to get it done. And maybe Centenegra X might have had their heads drop a little bit, because when you are going into a series maybe confidently expecting to win, and then suddenly you find yourself 2-0 down, that is such a difficult place to bring yourself back from, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a place that maybe a lot of these players haven't really been, especially in the LAN environment, on the main stage, under the bright lights and the light show that is there. So it's all about taking a deep breath and understanding that this is still a winnable series. You're not out of it yet, but on the other side of the stage, Timbers Esports, they are feeling themselves. You know how confident they are, because not only do they have momentum the 2-0 lead to play around. They have the experience on how to close the door on series like this out. And you know how bad they want it to, especially after their poor performance over in the pool play against this very team. So revenge, it's sweet, Dan, and I feel like it's almost a date with destiny now as Timbers Esports looks to close the door on this series. The oddball game 3 really is that saving grace, I feel, for Centenegra X. If they can just have the same level of success that they've been having in their oddballs throughout this weekend, then they can extend this series. And in that moment where you extend the series and you're saying all we need is a game 4 win to get to a game 5 where everything's on the line, that's all you're asking for at this point.
Sometimes that's all you can ask for, is just gotta step up. Everyone now just has to take this series by the scruff of its neck and say, look, this is maybe the only time in our careers we are going to have this moment to play for this amount of prize money, to be able to get to go to Orlando and play an international competition. It has to be now. You can't have that great pool play day, that great day on Saturday, and then throw it all away on the Sunday just because you are under that little bit of pressure. As for Timbers, are they going to start to feel the pressure? Now they start to think about, oh, we're 1 map away from Orlando. We're 1 map away from top 3. We're 1 map away from stopping any potential Centenegra versus Centenegra X ever happening again in this tournament, which I guess would kind of do us a favor because it's been difficult to call those games just with the names being so similar. But
you're
I
a
would happily
Centenegra
see it
fan
happen again. Yeah, I'm going.
You're on the team.
I'm part of the org. I'm basically the manager at this point, it has to be said. Live fire oddball is where we're going, though, Clutch. And I said it. We saw oddball yesterday, or Friday, excuse me, when Centenegra X absolutely demolished Timbers on oddball recharge. Do you think that maybe oddball is just going to be a really good opportunity for them to get back into the series, or do you feel like game 3 maybe favors Timbers?
I think it is, but you got to worry about the overshield, right? I think that so often do we see the overshield dictate how this game type usually goes, and not a lot of prioritization on the sides of Centenegra X on those power-ups throughout this series. You want to see that change for them if they want to have that same level of success. You also want to figure out a way to get the S7 into Sepstar's hands. He's been popping off with snipes all weekend long. He had a shock rifle momentarily in the last game, but it was almost too late when you're trying to climb back from a 7-kill deficit. But we're hopping into gameplay, Dan, and who better to start off with than Sepstars from Centenegra X, the guy that needs to step up for his team. We know he's capable of it, but will he bring the light? Gambino's going to shut him down early, and that's a massive kill from the side of Timbers Esports to try and stop the momentum that Centenegra X want to build.
Game number 3. Orlando on the line. Are Timbers going to be able to continue this momentum and find themselves playing in international competition in a couple of months? Or are Centenegra X finally going to find that same form that we saw from Friday and Saturday? 3 are dead at the moment for Timbers, so it's been a really good start for Centenegra X, even though they haven't got the time. But just like that, it's all 4 dead. Timbers will fall, and now Centenegra X can look to set up. They're searching for spawns at the moment, and they've got overshield and snipe. All the pieces are being put together now. You've just got to make it work with some ball time.
Just got to hit some shots. One gets hit. Trades are coming through, and that's going to stop any ball time from being acquired during this overshield snipe stint.
Baby.
And just a fight you need to win is lost, and all of a sudden Timbers Esports remove all the power that we once thought Centenegra had.
Noble picks up the sniper rifle. This man has stepped up with a shock rifle previously. Sniper, can he get the body? No, he can't. Second bite of the cherry. Doesn't get an opportunity at the third. And unfortunately, when you miss those shots, it really does allow your opposition to push up on you, get aggressive, and of course, then take map positioning and fire weapon away from you. Timbers, they lose several. Centenegra X are scoring. They're trying to reposition and rotate with that ball so that Lua can watch over them, and he's starting to connect with some shots as well. These are the shots you need to see hit by Centenegra X if they are going to get back into this series.
Overshield coming up in 10 seconds. Who's going to win the battle of the Slades? Some trades coming through. It's going to be Centenegra with numbers and positioning for this overshield now. War just hitting a crucial shot under the elbow player just makes it so easily obtained for the overshield for their team because they're able to just transition all of their focus to the right side of the map. When they do that, Luor is able to help his team out, get this overshield. Now he's putting it to use. Found himself the first and an assist, and with that, the ball time starting to rack up significantly now in Centenegra X's hands.
Timbers starting to crumble a little bit. is the pressure getting to them ever so slightly, because they can almost taste Orlando. They can taste the churros at Disneyland at this point. But are they going to get ripped away by the Sintenegra X roster, who are looking to instead try and find themselves getting an autograph signed by Mickey Mouse? Right now, they're getting a little bit closer. 60 seconds on the board already. Noble, though, with the heat wave, he's trying to make a difference. They're desperate to get this ball off of Sintenegra, but look at the rotation coming through. Hriemgel is going to be able to move that ball far enough away that he was able to get an extra 10, 15 seconds on the board that they maybe shouldn't have got.
And the ball's in a pretty vulnerable spot, right? Bottom pillars is such a difficult place to try and get that ball off, especially when there's multiple players of Sintenegra still over towards the green side of the map to try and deal with. Nugget has found himself the snipe. Needs to start hitting shots now because this round one, it's gotten out of hand, and it's up to almost 70 points and climbing. Sintenegra X showing you that their strong oddball play is not done yet.
Nugget needs to hit something because they've got to push. They've got to get aggressive. They need to get the ball out of their hands. They do get some kills, and there's the body shot. 3 are dead for Sintenegra. This is the opportunity for Timbers now to really put some time on the board. There is a play ball, though, so that means they have to at least be aware of where Sintenegra are spawning. Make sure they take them down. There's a lot of damage being done, but still no ball time being gathered. 2 will fall, but unfortunately, the snipe going down. Timbers were not able to really capitalize on the members that they managed to take down from Sintenegra there. Great response off spawn from the blue team.
Sintenegra trying to end this round one, trying to put a statement in the stadium here. They're not done yet. They're not going. Can they end this one? 90 points in climbing, just 10 needed, and Timbers still looking for their 10th point of round one. This is a dominant performance, and on the back of Sepstars and Wars, 11 and 10 kills. When you're slaying like that, then good things are going to happen. It hasn't been here for them all series long, but what a better time to show up than game 3.
99 points, but the ball gets played, and now Timbers have been able to pick up that ball as well, but 2 of their players are also on the floor, on the death screen, and you've got to play absolutely flawlessly at this point. As for Sintenegra, they just need to drop on that ball and pick it up, which they will do. Round number 1 goes in favor of CNX, and they want to take this to a game 4. They want to show that it wasn't just a fluke. What we saw in pool play. Instead, it was just because they are good enough to win this series. Round number 2 has to be very different for Timbers. But the beauty of the new style of oddball in Halo Infinite is they get a hard reset. It's round-based. They don't have to worry about the fact they were being trounced a little bit, but oh my word, maybe they're going to be trounced some more as Leo shows us how to use a battle rifle.
Putting Gambino down as they pick up the ball from bottom middle. A nice nade's gonna take Gambino as soon as he respawns too. So massive kills coming through. You have to think Overshield's gonna be in their hands as well, but Nugget, he's made his way off respawn to try and secure it. There's a couple of members trying to fight for this on each side of the map, and somehow, some way, nobody on Sintenegra is in a position to recoup that Overshield from the ground. Kills are going to come through. 3 go down for Timbers Esports, and finally, no. Overshield's still on the ground. Sepstars has made his way. He's got 3 players now in front of him to deal with. He's got a little bit of extra shield, but it's going down quickly due to some grenades. Sepstars with the killing spree now. Snipe in hand, can't quite hit some of the no-scopes, but somehow the hardest shot comes through for him, and it was Chaos Dam, but Sintenegra are going to come off. Benefactors through the Chaos with a 24-point lead, and the ball gets reset.
Orders get reset ever so slightly. Sintenegra X have been far better than Timbers at actually playing this objective. I mean, only 10 seconds achieved by Timbers across both rounds at the moment. Really have not been able to prioritize that ball, whereas Sintenegra's rotations have been spot on, really avoiding the spawners, getting towards their own teammates, and really racking up that time whenever they have the opportunities to do so. Can Timbers now do something, though, with this time? They do have the ball. A couple of players have fallen. If Noble can win this fight, though, oh, misses that last shot just above his head. Oh, that could have made such a difference. And now, because he went down, Dolan is going to have to play this ball eventually, you imagine. Overshield's popping as well. Perfect timing for Sintenegra to take control of the map, because now they're rewarded with a power-up.
It's not the game mode that's the problem right now, Dan. It's crucial shots that are being missed continuously on the side of Timbers Esports, and that's going to give Sintenegra a little bit of confidence that they probably didn't have coming into the series, or coming into the game, I should say. And more BR fights continue to go in Sintenegra X's hands. not only is this game 3 going to go their way, but momentum in this series is going to shift, and confidence on Timbers Esports is going to start to dwindle as well. So you at least want to see them start to hit some shots that they're typically have been hitting throughout this series. Centenegra X's individual skill starting to make a difference for the first time in the series.
Dolan gets stuck. That will give it a little bit of an opening here for Timbers. 3 are up at the moment, but ball still being rotated by Hrimgel, and Centenegra again showing their priorities are in order. 2 are dead though from Centenegra, so they'll probably have to play this ball, you'd imagine. Especially when Gambino is pushing up and getting aggressive with the heat wave. Oh, Sepstars though takes down his replacement and says, I tell you what, this series is not over yet, Sunshine. Timbers, 3 are down. Noble though doing what he can to try and stop this ball time.
Trying to stop this ball time from being acquired, but Timbers Esports having a more successful round here in round 2. Even though maybe the chaos just continuing to ensue on both sides of the map. No real control for either team. Noble in a 1v1 with Sepstars, forced to back up. Sepstars has a little bit of help coming through. And wisely, Noble playing his life is going to be rewarded with another opportunity to trade, and that's a successful trade, I would say, for him. He was in a tough position, got out of it, and made the best of his life. But let's see what the rest of the boys can do now, as Centenegra have broken into house, and they're starting to steal everything, Dan. They've gotten a few kills, and the ball is back in their hands.
This is far better from Centenegra in this stage. Still just keeping that ball away from Timbers. Even if Slays are going in favor of Timbers at times, they just haven't really been able to wrestle that ball back from the Centenegra roster. Even Gambino's having to kind of brute force his way in. You can see they desperately want to play this ball, and with the last bullet before the reload will connect with the heat wave, but unfortunately goes down, so still no ball time for Timbers. Centenegra X keep their lead. It is a slender one, but at the moment with 2 minutes on the clock, it is enough that would take us to a game 4. Timbers have to start getting some sort of structure with their setups here. Ball finally grabbed. Lure is in a position to stop this ball though. Does Noble know? He didn't, and he will have to play it.
How is the ball guy just by himself is the big question here. Someone cannot come through big door. It's Lure that does it. He's able to not only take down the ball carrier, interrupt the entire Timbers Esports setup by himself, but he's able to win a fight on a Gambino after it. So Centenegra is going to be able to get the ball in hand momentarily. Sepstars is taken down immediately, but oh baby, the repulsor on the grenade from the respawners in house, making a nice kill from Lure, doing so much for his team. And in the meantime, Centenegra have been able to get that oddball, but I mean, that's a massive blunder, Dan. We got to talk about it. Timbers Esports had a complete setup outside towards green, and it's one player that gets behind enemy lines that does probably the most predictable route, and he makes Timbers Esports setup crumble.
71-39, and again, Centenegra managing to elude Timbers when it comes to that ball gathering and the ball playing. Centenegra, even though they had less players, still were able to have their hands on the ball and get it off the map before Timbers could even think about a setup. 2 dead on one side, 3 dead on the side of Timbers. Noble has to try and fight tooth and nail for this overshield, but it looks like he's going to give up on it, or maybe just try and reposition. He waves up. That's a great call from the coach, and he gets the shots. That is going to be big for Noble. Now you've got to get aggressive. Give room for your team so they can push up, grab that OV, and you do the damage with the heat wave. Somehow he stays alive. All 4 dead for Centenegra. This is the opportunity for Timbers.
What a play from Noble to reposition, to deny overshield. Not only that, but to be such a distraction, like you said, to get into house, to stay alive that long, and to find a kill at the end of it. It gave Timbers Esports maybe some hope to push this to a 3rd round. But 20 points needed, a minute left on the clock from Timbers Esports. They got to act quickly. They need a few slays, and trades are going to be coming through. And Nugget, the overextension towards tower all the way to green, maybe too long of a route to help his ball carrier, because once again, Timbers Esports kind of lead their ball carrier out to dry. He gets taken down. In the meantime, Lure has found himself the snipe, and he's got a little bit of pressure on him, but he's been hitting shots all series long, so maybe he can put this snipe to work even with this pressure in his face. Unfortunately, too many players. He goes for the ninja, and that's a massive kill from Gambino for the double to potentially allow a last chance setup for Timbers Esports here in game 3.
It was a very sloppy setup previously from Timbers, but now they're getting gifted another opportunity here. 2 dead on either side, though, and of course, one is holding the ball back to back. The last stand. One has the heat wave, one has the ball. They are really racking up some time, but where are Sinternegra? It looks like they are waiting. No, they're pushing in now. They've got to hit these shots. They've got to win these fights, which they will, and they still have a 5-second lead, and they've got ball control. Timbers find themselves 3 dead. Sinternegra are on the brink of winning map number 3.
Owen with the double is going to put a statement punctuation on Sinternegra's tournament here as he pushes this potentially to a round 3. Breaks the last setup of Timbers Esports right now. And Noble, he wants that ball. There's time ticking. 5 seconds left. Make it 4. And although they do get a second touch on it, it's going to be denied. The overshield's not going to come into play. And that's going to do it. Sinternegra X now in this series, actively taking game 3, have a little bit of life behind them. And it's not just the fact that they took game 3. There were individual fights consistently going their way, Dan, that make you believe Sinternegra X could push this one the distance.
It really is going to do absolute wonders for their confidence, just getting back into this series in such a commanding way in that oddball game. It's what we expected. We know that Sinternegra X have been very solid when it comes to oddball. There's the stats on your screen. Just look at the amount of kills that the Sinternegra roster were able to find themselves in. I mean, Sepstars with 29. He maybe didn't have the best of games to begin with. Maybe the pressure was getting him to a little bit, but he seems to have settled those nerves and is now playing like the Sepstars that we saw for the last couple of days, because he has often been the difference maker. I'm not saying he's the only player on this roster that can make the difference, but he really was a player who stepped up time and time again now over the past couple of days. As for Timbers, just seems like they didn't really have the coordination and the setups and the structure to be able to win that game. They were sometimes breaking the setup and winning fights, but the ball had already gone by the time they had managed to get to that side of the map. The rotations were far too good from the CNX roster. That's certainly what I saw. Wes, was there anything else that you noticed from that game from both these teams?
I mean, we saw some individual fights heavily go into the favor of Sinternegra X, and when that's happening, that's when you start to get nervous about a team. Even with a 2-0 lead in the series, when individual fights are consistently going into one team's favor, what that does to the mindset of these players is like, hey, I'm better than these guys. Enough's enough for the side of Sinternegra X. And on the other side, you start to get nervous, and what those nerves can do to trickle down into a game 3 loss is they can trickle into a game 4, even into a game 5. It's very difficult to kind of recapture what you were able to accomplish in games 1 and 2 after you start to lose. Did Richie's cat really just turn the slider on my Go XLR? My mic slider is all the way off. That's incredible. Anyways, you start to lose momentum, whatever I was saying. But I mean, these cats, once again, wilding out, and what a better time to do it.
I mean, momentum lost by perhaps Timbers, and also the cats killing your momentum quite literally as well with a slider. They were like, we've had enough of that, Wes, shut up and let's move on and let's go to another map, because I'm sure that's how Sinternegra are going to be feeling right now. They just want to get into game number 4. They'll have the momentum behind them now. They have that belief, but we'll look back at the replays from map number 3, and it was pretty much the Sinternegra story for the majority of the game. There were moments where Timbers were shining and looking like they were going to be able to bring it back, especially in that round 2. They got close, but unfortunately their structure was just not there. Their setup's not strong enough, and it was too easy in the end for it to be broken by Sinternegra over and over again. And also just the overshield control was supreme. I know there was one moment where we saw Timbers able to get an overshield in the late stages thanks to an incredible push from Noble, but just wasn't enough to be able to generate enough ball time for them. So I think that as we move on to maps number 4 and maybe map number 5, we really need to see both of these teams continue to prioritize that kind of power-up that is going to be on the map, if it's going to be on the map, of course, and make it count, make it a difference, because it has been the real thing that separated these two teams is consistent overshields or consistent camouflages to be able to really help you out in some of these scenarios, Wes.
Absolutely. I think we preach it just about every series we cast, Dan. It's overshield control is just so important. So often does that power-up control, the power weapon control, transition immediately into opportunity on the map and what you're able to accomplish as far as the objectives are concerned, and immediately there you're transitioning into game wins and series wins from that point. I think you did touch on it pretty well, where if we wanted to harp on Timbers Esports' strategy, some of the times their carriers with the oddball was caught out left for dry, where when you think Timbers Esports is playing with every advantage, all of a sudden their setup is where the opportunity lied for Centenegra X, and one player being able to break setups should never happen, especially in such a isolated location like green. And at the one point when the oddball carrier was outside, you know players are going to come through that big door. Someone's got to be watching that, especially someone's got to be near the oddball carrier in order to help him if someone does come through the big door and decide to try and interrupt the setup. But not a lot of time to really fix those mistakes as we hop into a game 4. It's going to have to be very quickly changed if Timbers want to put an end to this series before going to a game 5. And if I'm Timbers Esports, I want nothing to do with the game 5, because I think by that time your confidence will be at an all-time low after winning the first 2 games of the series.
Certainly. I mean, confidence is everything when you're on a main stage, when that pressure is starting to kick in. For these guys, I cannot stress enough what an amazing opportunity this is, and what a big moment it could be for some of these players' careers to have the chance to go across to North America, or just, well, it's not very far, I guess, in comparison to where Europe have to go, but from Mexico over towards, where are we going to be? Orlando. I mean, that is going to be a trip that I'm sure would be a memory for quite some time. The chance to play on the international scene, play against some of the biggest and best teams in the world, from a chance where you can really put yourself maybe up into that top 16, that top 12, and also get some incredible prize money. Even though the prize money is amazing here at this event, it gets even better in Orlando. We'll look at the map overlay in a little while so we can start talking about map number 4, Wes. But I do think that from what we've seen in maps 1, 2, and 3, we've seen 2 different sides of both of these teams. We saw a Centenegra X roster that looked very cold in maps 1 and 2. Didn't look like they were ready for this series whatsoever. But then an explosive and kind of a team who was ready and set in map number 3. A team that looked prepared, they looked structured, they looked like a team who were ready to win this series. And you could say it's the same on the flip side as well for Timbers. They looked amazing, they looked explosive in games 1 and 2, and then they fell flat in game number 3. And with such a large map pool, I think that does happen sometimes. You are going to have some sort of maps and game types that don't really go your way. But we will see if game 4 is going to make a difference for you. Do you think we're going to a game number 5 here, Wes, or do you think game number 4 will find our victor in Timbers?
Yeah, I'm not trying to just put copium into the chat or build optimism. I do actually think we're going to a game 5. I think Centenegra X is the better team, and I do think that they came out a little flat at the end of game 1, and game 2 they just couldn't get on their feet. Game 3 showed me a lot more of the Centenegra X we've been seeing all weekend long. And the fact that they were able to show me that in that game 3 gives me a lot of hope, gives me a lot of promise to get to that game 5. But knowing the map mode for game 4 would be a little bit of a benefit here as we try to predict which way this one's going to go. On the other side of the stage, though, Timbers Esports, we talk about it all the time, Dan. Their experience in Halo as competitors. They've been here, they've done that. They should know how to close this series before it gets to 5.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda often is the scenario for some of these players. And we can presume the game 4 is going to be a Strongholds, right? That would be an assumption after we've seen a Capture the Flag and after we've seen an Oddball. I apologize, I forgot, and I didn't actually write it down. I only wrote down the first 3 maps because we've seen so many 3s today and over the entire weekend. I wasn't entirely sure what game number 4 was going to be for this tournament, but I'm sure when the map overlay comes back up, we will be reminded. To apologize,
if I had
guys.
to guess,
that one is on me.
It's a Stronghold Streets.
Stronghold Streets confirmation from the team.
I guessed that before we got it. Okay.
Was that just the process of elimination as well?
Yes.
You were thinking, what maps have we seen so far?
I haven't seen the Streets, and we haven't seen the Strongholds, and Lord knows that that's a popular game type, so that is what we're going to have on our hands.
Well, we got there in the end, and between us, and mainly with your process of elimination and my stalling, we know now what game number 4 is going to be. So Stronghold Streets, Wes, you said maybe we've got a better idea when we know what the game type is going to be. What is that better idea? How do you see this one going? Do you see it favoring either of these squads?
I love Stronghold Streets for Centenegra X. I think it really shines their ability to play at a faster pace. I don't think Timbers likes to play at that super hyper aggressive style, fast pace that a lot of the top teams like to play at. And I think the Centenegra X, when they can get the ball rolling downhill, good things will happen. It's just a matter of can they get control, because right now Rockets and Bulldog Shotgun are so influential in how this map mode combo usually goes. And as long as you don't allow Timbers Esports to control those weapons, you don't even honestly need them in your hands. You just need to get them removed from the map. You're going to have a lot more success, I feel, with just play styles alone.
Game 5 is going to be Slay Live Fire if we get there. And I tell you what, Wes, with our history, and I won't curse it because actually, no, at this point, I always say, oh, well, we always get Game 5s, and then we do get the Game 5. So maybe it's not a curse. Maybe I have to say that for us to get the Game 5 here. So if you are a neutral, if you want to see this go to a Game 5, then maybe you want to see this going in favor of Centenegra X. Stronghold Streets is going to be where we land, where the train does arrive in its destination. Who, though, is going to be able to show us what they're made of? Are we going to see Timbers close out this series and punch their ticket to Orlando? Well, that's a lot of train references I've just thrown in there. Or are Centenegra X going to take us to a Game 5 for a final stop and a final chance at them being the team that goes to Orlando? That's the big question, Wes, and we're going to answer it very shortly. Some of these players have really stepped up already, individually have been incredible. Let's see whether they can step up now in one of the biggest moments of some of these guys' careers. Game 4 is underway.
You talked about Sepstar stepping up for Centenegra X in Game 3. He's the main slayer for that Centenegra X squad, but he's going to need a little bit of help from the rest of the team. They've been helping all weekend long, so you know they're capable of it. It's just a matter of will they step it up here and now. Still all of Centenegra X here stuck in Tram as they try to fight out of it. It is going to be Rockets in the hands of Timbers Esports for now, but not a lot of success being found with those Rockets. Still one in the chamber for Noble as we hop on board with him, and Centenegra X have made their way over to B. That's exactly where Noble needs to head with these Rockets, and he's going to do so.
Big kills from Noble to make sure that Timbers can try and recapture Arcade here and start to score some points of their own, and now they can maybe look to try and collapse on station, but a player from Centenegra X has already been able to escape. I think Noble is aware of that. That's why he's repositioning ever so slightly so that he can either watch down towards driveway or look towards A if someone has gone that way. Setstars is the player who's flanking. If they can deal with these original arrivals, then maybe they can suddenly turn their attention over towards A, or you can flip C. Setstars is actually going back and forth. He has no idea where he wants to go at the moment. That is the problem with flanking. If you are not quick enough, if you are not with your team, then you end up just doing nothing in the end. And because of it, Timbers have been able to score a solid 32 seconds without being contested.
A solid 32, but not too big of a deficit for Centenegra X to worry about right now. It's still very early in the game, and just like that, 3 go down. Centenegra X are going to be able to hop in B, hop in A, and if they can take down Nugget on PD, they can flip this entire map then, and they can get to Tram in time to potentially hold a trip cap for a bit. A couple of members did spawn towards the shotgun. You're seeing the pressure from Centenegra X. They want to hold this trip cap.
Still ahead are Timbers, but as you said, Centenegra X with a little bit of a trip cap gives them that lead. First Wocket is a whiff. A Wocket! A Wocket whiff! That sounds like an ice cream that you could probably purchase in England. And if it isn't, maybe I will make it and I'll become a billionaire. A and C in control now for Timbers. So even though Rockets were in control of Centenegra, they were not able to put them to good use. So that is an incredible counter that we've just seen from Timbers. It's so difficult sometimes knowing the Rockets are in possession of your enemy, but when you can suss them out and throw grenades their way, you really can make a big difference as the Bulldog hits hard.
Please remember me when you become a billionaire for that brilliant idea, Dan.
I will.
I'd appreciate it.
I'll give you a
greatly.
25% cut if you shave your head.
25%? Absolutely. Yeah. I'll shave every hair on my body for that. But as we get back into gameplay, Nugget on screen.
Check.
Now a significant lead for Timbers Esports, 70 points and climbing. Centenegra X have done a lot right here so far, Dan, but somehow, some way, Timbers Esports with a trip cap now in control, starting to apply a lot of pressure onto Centenegra. And all of a sudden, the moment of this series starts to weigh in on the Centenegra X heads. What can they do to get out of this situation, get back into this game?
Our Timbers are starting to go out of control. They're starting to think about Orlando. The dizzy heights of the rides they can ride at Disneyland if they are able to get there. 162 to 35. Sinternegra X are falling to pieces in front of our very eyes. Remember, guys, Sinternegra X beat Timbers Esports in pool play. Sepstars used to be on this roster. So many things that become a factor when we think about pressure for both of these teams, but Timbers are still piling that pressure onto Sinternegra X, and they are getting closer and closer to international competition.
Big kill by Noble to take down Sepstars. He had the Bulldog. Fortunately, it's traded back from Dolan, but again, Gambino in a position to not only get one, he turns two. A beautiful predictive grenade onto the player on the stairs. Gives Timbers Esports control. Again, can't secure the rockets for the moment. They're going to be down top stairs. Sinternegra need to find a way to secure those rockets. They're down 200 to 35 and climbing. They are able to get into B, potentially find those rockets. And this is the moment, Dan. This is the moment where if they want to go to Orlando, they have to play perfect.
They did temporarily have 4 dead on the side of Timbers, and they are getting aggressive on these spawns as well. Rimgal with the Stalker makes it a double kill. And boy, does Sinternegra X need multi-kills. They need individuals to step up at this point and seize this moment. Otherwise, they will find themselves falling victim of a Game 4 going in favor of their enemies. They're spawning over towards PD. Rimgal is fighting the world at the moment, but unfortunately, not able to stay alive. And if Timbers can capitalize on these deaths, then maybe they can start to take control once more, but they're still not scoring. Sinternegra X still have both B and C, but finally Timbers break into B, but A's now being flipped. This is a good period of play for Sinternegra.
Sepstars has to go to a stronghold right now. They lost B for free as Sepstars picked up a double over towards A. He doesn't make his way over to A either, so it just delays the opportunity that Sinternegra X would have had to be scoring points. In my opinion, Dan, they have to push a trip cap. They need to figure out a way to get some slays, and unfortunately, losing your main slayer at the time is not going to help that equation from taking place. They are going to be able to hold on to A and C momentarily, but it's that B stronghold that they're having such a hard time all game long so far. Luor now on screen with some great commando shots, able to help take down one, but Nugget somehow finds a double there on the commando hull, and because of that, with rockets coming up, Sinternegra X are going to have such a difficult time trying to continue to score.
We talk about nerves, we talk about pressure. Timbers at the moment, they are so close to getting top 3 and getting a spot at Orlando, but Sinternegra X are scoring successfully, and they've got a lot of time, but B now taken by Timbers, and they've got players down, and they have the rocket launcher. All the pieces to this puzzle of finishing in the top 3 are starting to be put together at the moment. Sinternegra X have lost 2. It could be 3 here as well. Strikey gets the kill, and now C is going to be reset by Nugget. Timbers Esports are slowly on their way to international competition.
Nothing slow about it. They've been playing such good street strongholds all game long. The Bulldog in hand, the Rockets put to work, and with that, now just 20 points away from punching a ticket to the international stage. But Timbers Esports need to figure out a way to get those 20 points, and will they be able to do it as quickly as they've gotten the first 229 is the big question for me. Nugget, he's going to trade, but Sinternegra, they lose 3 members momentarily, and the points are starting to climb. This could be the last single lives of the Sinternegra X members if they're not able to have success.
One last push for Sinternegra X to stop Timbers from getting one over on them, getting the revenge, going to Orlando. Doesn't matter, Timbers Esports. They get their revenge. They get top 3. We'll see them at Orlando.
What a performance by them, and to rebound after Friday's performance, to play like that did yesterday, to get to this point in the bracket, the elimination semifinals, where they were able to play their best Halo yet. It's veteran plays being made by the veterans on this squad, and everyone ecstatic there on the stage that they know the biggest moment of their careers probably just happened, as far as getting to another international event, achieving top 3 at this massive, largest event in the history of the MX region. And it's on the back of a complete team performance. Everybody on the team starting to pop off. Noble was 17, Nugget was 16, Gambino and Strikey doing their things in both the departments as well. And when everyone's starting to get momentum, you thought it might waver there after a Game 3 performance they're not proud of, but this series is one they'll look back on and say, we did it, we got our revenge, we accomplished the goal we set out for.
There would have been a lot of questions asked from this team and the organization. I think if they didn't achieve this, it has to be said, with the change they made with Gambino coming in. Gambino previously on Pittsburgh Knights, which I've said a few times already, but just bringing a player of that caliber into the roster, those expectations are naturally going to be there. And you know, you've got over that hurdle. I know there is still the rest of the tournament to play, but everyone at the minimum would have wanted to qualify for Orlando, because now this is where the hard work starts. This is where the practice can really begin. And you know that you and the other 3 players on your team are going to be in it for the long haul now for the next couple of months before you end up going into that Orlando major. But there is still, of course, more prize money to be had and bragging rights here in the Mexican regional. And maybe, just maybe, we might be able to see Timbers continue to go against the odds and upset the teams. There's still a winners bracket finals to be played yet before they know who they will be facing in that elimination bracket final. There is confirmation on your screens of how the series went. It was an amazing start for Timbers Esports. Sinternegra X did fight back in game number 3 with an incredible 3rd game. But the 4th, it was an absolute blowout in the end. Timbers Esports just looked like a different team when it came to Strongholds West.
Yeah, I think when you take a step back and you look at the series as a whole, it was, what, 1-0 with a minute and a half left in favor of Sinternegra X in game 1. And in that last minute and a half, that is where we saw Timbers Esports' best moments. That is where we saw them take not only the series lead, but really momentum and confidence away from Sinternegra X. It felt like Sinternegra X was continuously in control of that game 1, and ever since that last minute and a half of the Aquarius CTF, Timbers Esports popped off, did what they need to do, and actually was able to play from the lead against this team for the first time in not only a game, but a series. And when they had that, it trickled into game 2. It trickles into game 4 as well. An unbelievable performance from them in that last minute and a half. And without that stepping up and those 2 caps in game 1, I'm not quite sure they would have the same results as far as going to Orlando and winning this whole thing. It's amazing what a moment in a game can do.
Well, Sinternegra X it out of the tournament. See what I did there? And it will mean Timbers are going to carry on and have that chance, of course, to play for a little bit more prize money, play further in this tournament. Wes, do you feel like that this is where the run ends, though? When we look at the winners bracket finals, which is what's going to be up next, you've got the OG Sinternegra roster and, of course, the Pittsburgh Knights. Can you see Timbers competing with either of those squads in the rest of this tournament?
How rude do you want me to be here?
Not too rude. I think we can put some respect on their name after a performance like that, but I always appreciate some honesty from you.
Yeah, I think Sinternegra is going to be playing in the finals, is how I'll leave it. I think that they've showed us so much promise, so much individual skill, and honestly, I've loved to watch Johan play. I think we saw too many individual battles going back and forth in this past series to show me that they're going to have what it takes to match up one-on-one in the battles that they're going to need to match up one-on-one against a team like Sinternegra coming up here next.
Well, someone who's never lost an individual 1v1 is Lottie Van Prague. So let's see what she thinks about that series alongside Bravo and Onset.
Thank you so much, Gaskin and Clutch. Yeah, definitely me. No, not one to win.
Never. I've never seen
1v1.
it.
I love how I just gave myself away there. I said I'm not one to win a 1v1. It's true. That is true. That's definitely the truth of it. I've got to say, though, what incredible turnaround from Timbers Esports. And I came into this really questioning how they were going to perform in this series against Sinternegra X, just based on the series that they'd had previously with them. And Timbers, all right. You really showed up on Championship Sunday. We talk about teams that are Championship Sunday teams and can turn up. And I really do think Timbers Esports is one of those. I mean, what an incredible feat for them to go into a rematch and a revenge match and manage to close it out 3-1. That was absolutely insane. Onset, what are your thoughts as we progress through the maps and modes of the series?
I mean, firstly, congratulations. They go into Orlando to play in the major. I mean, that's a huge, huge achievement for any of these teams. So just a moment to really give them the weight that's required for that moment. But I was just impressed with it. Just seemed like it clicked, right? I mean, from day one, we were worried about Timbers Esports. We were like, oh dear, this isn't looking like the Timbers Esports, like the names that we're used to seeing in our screens. But like you say, some teams just save it for Sunday. And if you can get to Sunday and you're one of those teams who's got the ability to get there and save something special for Sunday, you're going to put yourself in a good place. And Timbers Esports, I think, showed us what we expected to see on day one here on day 3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think, especially with Timbers and just getting to the detail of the series, I think something that they did really, really well was just taking the opportunity. Anytime they had a chance to gain map control, to gain momentum, have the numbers, they ran with it, right? Objectively, we saw that right in the first Aquarius CTF, and they did such a good job at kind of pinpointing what they wanted to do strategy-wise, and then actually executing it really effectively. So I was really impressed with that, and I think if they can continue that on and really focus on prioritizing power-ups, power weapons, we kind of harp on about that a lot, but at the end of the day, it really is a battle of who has what, when, and how you use it, right? And Brav, if they can start to push forward with that, gain control when they need to gain, and then use that control as much as possible, do you feel like they do stand a bit of a chance heading into the rest of the bracket?
Yeah, I think they have a chance for sure. If you asked me before that series, I might have had a very different answer, but I think they have to be really proud because they were no doubt worried when they looked at the Friday results, when they saw how things were coming out of pools. And it's like we talked about earlier, you're only going to remember how your team finishes, right? They're in a few years' time, they're only going to remember where their finish is on Championship Sunday and not about the Friday trouble. So they've done the first task, but I think they have a lot more hard work ahead of them. And I do think if they keep on this same kind of momentum and trajectory that they do have a chance.
Yeah, certainly do. Let's take a look at the bracket right now and see how much of a chance they really do have, because of course they still have quite a big journey. They will though have a journey to Orlando at some point this season. I mean, absolutely incredible, and congratulations of course to Timbers Esports for qualifying for Orlando, one of our top 3 alongside Knights and Cinta Negra as well. As you can see, Timbers Esports waiting in the elimination finals to find out who is going to be dropping down to meet them. Will it be Knights or Cinta Negra? The winners finals is going to be absolutely huge. I have been waiting quite some time to watch Knights versus Cinta Negra on set. How do you feel like this one's going to go down?
I mean, coming into this event, if you had to pick 2 teams who are going to be in the winners finals, arguably the grand finals, it would be Knights and Cinta Negra. So the fact we have the first opportunity to see these 2 teams go up against each other on LAN in a huge match, because we know how big the winners final is. You can get that advantage in the grand final. It's going to be amazing. Plus, with all due respect to the teams that Knights have played so far in the tournament, the first real test I feel for them. This is the team that matches up against them in the finals in the Pro Series every single time. So this is what I'm expecting to see here. If Knights are able to dominate Cinta Negra, surely this has got to be their tournament.
Yeah, and I think on the other side of it as well, I feel like this is also the first proper test for Cinta Negra as well. I think, you know, we saw obviously Cinta Negra X take a map from Cinta Negra previously, but I do feel like Cinta Negra still had quite an easy ride through to get to this point, and I think Knights are going to be a true test for them. How do you feel like they're going to fare in that regard as well, Brav? Because sometimes when you haven't been tested up until a winners finals, it can be a little bit tricky to try and kind of, I think, know what you want to do and what you needed to have worked on the past few days, and I think a lot of teams in the elimination bracket have already had that.
I agree. It could be resulting in them getting caught off guard a bit in game number 1. I think you bring up a great point. The one thing that they're going to have on their side is these guys are no strangers, right? If you look at the entire year of Halo Infinite so far, and even the most recent 3 Pro Series, they have found themselves up against the Pittsburgh Knights week in, week out, every single time. They've had differing results, and so far they've been weighing more and more in the favor of the Pittsburgh Knights. But I think they're going to know what to expect in terms of playstyle, in terms of pace. So that's the one thing that they're going to have. But I do agree that game 1, they're going to need to make sure that they are playing at the right speed that they need to.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's going to be absolutely ridiculous. And I've got to ask you as well, on that we haven't obviously got the series layout, and while we're waiting for some direction here, I was wondering, what do you think about the series layout and how much that might affect both of the teams here coming into this series?
I always think if you've both managed to get this far in the tournament, you shouldn't really have a weak game type that you're worried about, because you've played all the game types. You should have worked all the kinks out on LAN by now. So I don't think it's an excuse at this point. Whatever series layout comes up, you've got to win it, and then you get into that final and you have that wonderful cushion of knowing that you can still lose the series and still become a champ.
You certainly do. Well, speaking of that, we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we do have our winners finals. This is going to be crazy. It's Knights versus Cinta Negra. Somebody's going forward into that grand final spots with that advantage, and someone is in the elimination bracket fighting for their lives. We'll see you right after this.
you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
wobbling them wigs. It's an overkill. Will get to the floor now as a reward.
I've got you under my skin. I've you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. I'm joined by Gaskin and Clutch, and we're here to break things down before we get into our winners' finals. And I am so excited because, honestly, this is the battle of the LATAM beasts, in my opinion. They have both had some lights-out gameplay to get to this point, and now this is their first true test. And it's going to be Knights versus Internegra, two teams who are looking to get into that grand final spot. And, you know, look, one of them will be keeping it warm, hopefully for another person coming up in the elimination bracket to rebound into that grand finals. But I'll tell you something, the advantage you get from the winners bracket side, not having to reset the bracket, not having to play 2 best-of-7 series, Gaskin, is exactly what you want to continue on your day on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, a huge advantage if you can get into that grand final. I think that we all know where we'd be hedging our bets for sure, but at the same time, I am prepared to be surprised. I mean, I hope there is a surprise because Internegra have been providing surprises all tournament long, but now this is the biggest test of them all. They've managed to fight off the 18 other Internegra rosters to get to this point, but now you have to fight against the Pittsburgh Knights. This is quite literally the final boss of this tournament. And if you can just get a map, like one map, that will give me the belief that maybe you can get back to a grand final if you were to lose and you could still do some damage here. Or if they can get the first map, then okay, I'll be left saying, all right, this is going to be a very entertaining series indeed. My worry would be if Pittsburgh Knights dominate the way they have been all day in game number 1, what does that do for the morale of Internegra? But I'm sure they're going to be giving it their all, 110%, and I can guarantee you one thing. We're going to see some spectacular plays from these 8 players.
I think we are, because obviously the last series that we just saw with Timbers, I've got to say, the gameplay was there. We were really excited about what we were seeing on the screen, and I just think it's going to get better from here on out. This winners finals is going to be a tight one as we take a look at the bracket when it comes up on screen, and we can take a look at the journey that our two teams have been on to get to this point, and pretty clean ones to say the least here into the winners finals. Obviously winning their semi-finals accordingly. Internegra X was taken down for Internegra to push on through to the winners finals, and Timbers Esports also pushed down by Knights but came back to fight another day in their elimination semi-final, against Internegra X, and find themselves waiting for their worthy opponent who will be dropping down. So quite a journey that all of our teams are going on currently, and still got a ways to go here as well. And Clutch, looking at both of our teams in this winners finals overall and where they stack up, I think something that we've been talking about before heading into the series is, you know, what are the odds? What are the chances? What kind of a series are we expecting? So really, how close do you think this is going to be?
Gosh, Vlad, I feel like you set me up for
I always do.
Just being the bad
nice,
guy
Wes.
all the time. And
be nice.
You got to be truthful.
It's so hard to be nice when you're talking about the difference that is some of the teams here in this region. And I really do think that this is meaning to come across as respect to the Knights and their performances and how good of a team I do believe that these guys are. I mean, when we talk about the Knights, it's the individuals on the roster that are the best in the region, and they've come together to form this squad a while ago, and ever since then it's been domination. I expect domination here in the winners finals. Atso, Drift, Tapping Buttons, those 3 specifically need to make statements here, because I think PK Knights, it's not enough for them to just win this series. It's not enough for them to just win this tournament. They want to do it without dropping a game per se. They haven't dropped a game yet. That's a storyline that you got to pay attention to here. If they're going to, it'll probably be to the Sintenegra roster that has been playing well, but they haven't showed me that they're playing at the same level as the Knights, and therefore I think that the PK Knights probably going to dominate this one and look better or as good as ever.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to not root for Knights, so to speak, but I guess, you know, kind of sway or lean towards them taking this series because of just how dominant they have been. And looking at PK Knights specifically in this series on their side of things, you know, they have been lights out, you know, a level above the rest so far. And I think even though we haven't seen PK Knights, you know, go up against Sintenegra, I don't think that really matters in this point in time. I think, you know, looking at the results, Sintenegra obviously dropping a map to Sintenegra X as well, but Knights have just been so clean. When they played Timber Esports yesterday, I mean, I wrote barely anything on my notes, and I usually haven't, just it's filled, because their gameplay was so fast, so precise, so clean. There wasn't really much to say about it other than, oh, this was really great. You know, I'm looking for that challenge for Knights, but it just hasn't come yet. And it was interesting. But with that being said, Gaskin, Pelu has really fit into this roster so well. Obviously, the newest addition to Knights. And yesterday on Recharge Oddball, he dropped something like 27 kills. It was just absolutely ridiculous, as well as Drift with 30. But Pelu has actually been fitting in very, very nicely. What do you make of this roster right now and their dynamic?
Sorry, my mic arm came off, so I'm going to hold it like a handheld now. I feel like a stage host, like, let's get ready. I won't say that because then there'll be many things happening. But yes, I think that Pelu has been an amazing introduction to this roster. We kind of questioned why do you need a change? Yeah. But I think for the same reason why we've seen some of the other teams in other regions make changes, it's to try and break a little bit further into international competition. I think the Pittsburgh Knights, they finished top 16, but realistically, they want to be going further. Tapping Buttons and the rest of this crew, they want to be pushing into top 12, top 8, if not further, and you've got to sometimes make changes to do that. And clearly, they feel like Pelu can be that new player to just give them that fresh of breath air and to try the fresh of breath air, the breath of fresh air. I said it backwards, but
it's okay. I like that.
You get the gist, right? And honestly, I do think that he's been lights out this tournament, and I'm expecting more from him in this winners bracket final.
Yeah, he certainly has been lights out for sure, and I think Knights have obviously thought very long and hard about the decision of having that change, bringing somebody new in. And Clutch, you know, for folks only just joining us on day 3 here, of
appreciate you guys joining us, by the way, the ones that just got here.
I know you're a little bit late, but
and it's a good time to be here. Trust me,
it is a good time. It is a very good time to be here. You know, what do you think Knights would have seen in Pelu? I know we've spoken about it before. I think day 1. But, you know, what was it about this guy, and what have you noticed in particular about his gameplay that really is kind of clicking for them?
Okay, so I'll separate this into 2 answers, right? There's this weekend's Pelu, and then there's the Pelu that we've seen play with the Knights before. The Pelu that we've seen with the Knights before has left me wanting a lot more, right? I think when you look at this roster, you're like, who's the 4th going to be that's going to push this team potentially into the top 12, into the top 8 over in the North American teams? We haven't seen anybody really step up and have that individual presence that they need. 4 players clicking on all cylinders in order to take down some of North Americans teams that always will have that. The Pelu this weekend, he's been playing lights out, man. He's been slaying with the best of them. He's top fragged in a lot of their important games so far, but I mean, you have the winners finals in front of you. You have the grand finals in front of you coming up when you win this series. Pelu needs to continue the strong performance in order to impress me and to continue to impress me, to give me hope for their international stage.
Yeah, definitely. And as we bring up the schedule, that is completely relevant to what we're talking about here, because of course we do have Knights versus Sintenegra happening in our winners finals currently, and we're going to be filling in the blanks as we get through, obviously waiting for our elimination finals, waiting to see who will be with Timbers Esports there to try and rebound back up to that grand final spot. And as you may notice, folks joining us are maybe new to Halo, we do have a potential reset going to be happening in that grand final. So if our elimination bracket team does manage to win the first best of 7 series, they will in fact reset the bracket and they go again. So really exciting stuff to look forward to. And while we're waiting for potential issues on stage or tech issues, etc., we are trying to get into game as fast as possible. Why not talk about the other side of things here as well? Because we do have Timbers Esports to talk about. And obviously just coming off the back of a grueling rematch against Sintenegra X. really tough opponent to go up against, especially after losing to them before 3-0. But what an incredible result, Gaskin, coming across the board here for Timbers Esports, and what a change they have made in such a short space of time.
What a journey we've been on with Timbers Esports. Lottie, this whole tournament long, we've been on a journey with them. It started off very miserable, but then it slowly but surely got better. But is it going to end miserable for Timbers, or are we going to see them carry on in the way they have been playing in the last couple of series and turn into a different beast when it comes to those elimination bracket finals? But I think they'll be mainly happy with the fact they've qualified for Orlando. But of course, they'll have to play the loser of these two teams that you see on your screen, Knights versus Sintenegra. They've already managed to take down one Sintenegra roster.
Yeah.
Maybe the Timbers can do it yet again.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be difficult because whoever falls down from this winners finals match meeting Timbers, do you think, Clutch, that they can Timbers handle that from either one of these guys?
I think both these two teams are the two best teams we have in this tournament. I think Timbers, although they've done their job, they punched their ticket to Orlando, they've gotten a top 3 placing here this weekend, they're going to have a hard time with whoever comes out of that winners finals and is forced to play into that elimination bracket.
They are indeed. You can see right now Knights on our screen getting ready to go for their series. And Knights, one absolutely incredible team. They have obviously been so dominant in the LATAM region for the entirety of the season. They really haven't skipped a beat at all. And look, they're not looking to skip a beat right now either in their first regional LAN, especially this regional final. Look, they've managed to qualify for Orlando. They're feeling really good about it. But honestly, their next goal right now is that $50,000 prize pool and taking the lion's share. Because let's be honest, the fact that they got a lion as their mascot, it'd be kind of perfect taking the mascot and the lion's share of the prize pool. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, let's actually find a little bit more about Knights and how they're feeling about the tournament.
Desde Halo 1 empecé a jugar así con mis primos y mis amigos. Y ya después desde ahí ya pues me gustó.
Mi primera vez que tuve interacción con Halo fue en el Halo 1 por culpa de mi hermano y desde ahí ya empecé a jugar en todas las campañas hasta posteriormente matchmaking en Halo Reach.
Digamos, yo soy de Colombia, entonces los conocí a ellos como hace 5 años. Primero jugué en contra de ellos y ya después a los años pues, me uní al equipo de ellos.
Una regional que íbamos a jugar en el 2017 y nosotros no podíamos jugar porque éramos menores de edad. Como 5 días antes de ese evento nos dejaron jugar y la ganamos y no habíamos entrenado nada.
Es que me diera pick-up un team de Estados Unidos. Es que los entrenamientos son contra gente mejor, entonces pues uno aprende más.
Well, there we have the Knights, and they're ready to go. They're feeling pretty confident, obviously, about their LAN event. Why wouldn't they? They've been confident pretty much all season long. But you know what? We've talked about Knights. We've even talked about Timbers Esports waiting for Knights or Sintenegra to fall down. But we haven't spoken about the team on that stage right now waiting to play Knights, and that is Sintenegra themselves, obviously waiting for this opportunity to really prove to the LATAM region, prove to the world that they can take down Knights, they can take down that powerhouse. And I think it's really important to kind of look at what they've managed to accomplish so far. Obviously going off against their series against Sintenegra X, another Sintenegra brother team, sister team here. This team have been pretty good. They did drop that Recharge Slayer. What can you read into that though, in particular, Gaskin? Should we be reading much in terms of a Slayer and obviously falling a little bit short there?
Dropping Slayers happens. I think they forget about it now, and their biggest focus will be trying to do what the lower seeded team did to them, to maybe take a Slayer off of the Pittsburgh Knights. I think that Sintenegra will be coming into this series knowing what a tough task is against them, but sometimes that can take the pressure off a little bit. Sometimes you do look at a team and say, okay, well, if we're expecting to lose, then what have we got to lose at that point, right? Let's just throw everything. Let's take some risks. Let's be fearless. Let's not run away from them. Let's maybe be a little bit more aggressive. And that certainly could result in just stealing a map away from this God squad that is the Pittsburgh Knights. I know that some people might be watching and saying, hey, I mean, surely Pittsburgh Knights are not this good, that you guys are hyping them up, that they are that far ahead of the rest of the region, but they have been. Historically, they have been so far ahead of the rest of the region for quite some time. It's difficult to even believe that another team can touch them. But I know that if Sintenegra play in a way that they did in some of the games that I've seen, if they can put those pieces together, they certainly can cause an upset in some of these maps. I'm not going to be crazy and say they can win the series, but I do think they could take a map here or there. And I'm excited to see how this winners bracket finals plays out.
You know what, I gotta say, I completely agree with you in that, and I think Cinta Negra are definitely out to get a little bit of blood out of the Knights on the stage and see what they can do in this series. And speaking of the Cinta Negra team, check this out.
Y yo conocí el videojuego fue por mi hermano. Después le cogí más cariño incluso que él. O sea, me volví súper de que iba así todos los días a los locales. Mejoré y ya ahorita pues ya el nivel que tengo ya compito.
Para mí es algo pues único que no todos pueden lograr. Necesitas un buen equipo, alguien con que te lleves bien para poder llegar tan lejos.
Emocionado por vivir como otro año más y competir en un juego que disfrutamos todos.
Para estar a este nivel pues tenemos que, sí, como tal, ser los mejores también. Y además que nosotros venimos de Colombia, entonces estoy más que orgulloso de representar a mi país también.
Emocionado por mi equipo, por representar también a Cinta Negra y por representar el país. Feliz porque me encanta el juego y venimos a ganar.
I absolutely love how proud they are and patriotic they are to be representing their country and their region. And obviously this means a lot to these guys to be up on that main stage, to be fighting for the chance to take the entire championship here at the regional finals, and also the chance to play with other regions as well in Orlando. So really excited. And hello, Teddy.
What's up, Ted?
What's
Sorry,
up?
Teddy. Ted wanted to let us know what he was thinking about this this winners bracket final. Ted, who do you think is going to be winning this one?
Go on, Ted, tell me.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights. Good from you.
Oh,
Good
he's voted for the favorites.
Solid analyst.
You can't really say too much about it, of course. Obviously, you know, Ted knows exactly what is going on here on that main stage. But I'm excited about this series for sure. I tell you what, though, I have been told that the casters are ready to roll and they're ready to rock. And I got Onset and Bravo on the mics to get this party started, to be honest, in the winners finals.
We're here, we're locked, we're ready to rock, and we're about to get into what might be the most important game of the entire tournament, to be honest with you, Andy. This is a massive, massive deal for both these teams. Step one has been achieved for both of them. When we talk about step one, we mean qualification to Orlando. That is the biggest thing for these teams to get locked down. Now it's about getting to that grand final. And for Cinta Negra, looking across the stage at Pittsburgh Knights, they will know more than anyone. If they want to call themselves the champions of this region, I've got a feeling they've got to win this series because I can't see them beating them twice. But if you beat them once, there's always the chance in that grand final.
That's a case indeed. Let's take a look at the series layout here in English. Luckily, that will help us out a bit more. King Live Fire to start the series. Slayer Recharge Game 2. CTF Catalyst Game number 3 if we need them. Strongholds Recharge and Slayer Aquarius. And you have to think, Knights is going to be ready to play here. Does Cinta Negra have what it takes to take these guys down for the first time ever?
Well, the fascinating thing about this series as well is this is, with all due respect to the competition that has been here during the MX Regional, this is the biggest test for both teams. You could say the same for Knights, you could say the same for Cinta Negra. Both of them have run through the bracket, they haven't dropped many games. Knights haven't dropped a game at all up until this point. So the fact that we find ourselves here with our two top teams in the region, oh, it's getting the juices flowing, Andy, and it looks like we're ready to get into the first game.
It is so excited to get into this one. Thank you for joining us for these winners bracket finals. These are the matches that we're waiting for. This specifically is the matchup that a lot of you have been looking forward to this whole weekend. It's the Pittsburgh Knights versus Cinta Negra. This is your teams that have matched each other back to back to back in the most recent Pro Series. Knights taking each of those, and in a more dominating fashion as the weeks have gone on, they will look to repeat here at their first major Halo Infinite LAN in Latin America. We're underway with the winners bracket finals.
Here we go then, everybody. Winners bracket finals is live, and we're starting off with a point of view of a couple of players from Cinta Negra. Johan, a standout without a doubt so far, Andy, had already hit some nice shots here at B.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. Picks up the first one, but Atso with some nice answering back, and they've got now angles from the garage as well, so that's going to be even trickier. We'll get taken down, though, by some good pillar nades and some good back and forth. 2 dead off of the opening between the two sides.
2 dead here, and Cinta Negra will have control of the hill, but it looks like Knights have given this time up for a few seconds because they know that overshield is going to be popping around now as well. Be interesting to see if anyone has managed to get that in their hands. One thing that we can say is in their hands is the heat wave of Pelu, and he makes it work.
And what an opportunity for these players. They know just how much it means. First time in over 4 years' time before they've had a LAN event in their region. It's the biggest prize pool ever in the history of Mexico, Mexico City, all of Latin American Halo. Already 75% of the way for Cinta Negra on this first hill, and see what Johan can do top middle with a sniper.
Well, this could be an exciting moment. This man has been one of the best players to watch, the most exciting players to watch. He's hit one body shot. He's lining up a second as well. And who else is there? Guardian and Magico. The teamwork seems to be on point for this lineup, but narrowly, and I mean narrowly, misses that shot onto Pelu as well.
Almost does it on Pelu, and he's just so confident, just peeking out time and time again. Needs to now watch a back of Guardian. Calling out back green, and still tapping bodies, and they're pretty close to finishing out. They need a few more plays. Oh boy, that'll help. It's the body as well. Beautiful work from Johan. That will seal the deal.
Love to see this from Cinta Negra. They have come out of the traps on fire. They currently get that first point on the board. They lock down that hill, and what a start for them, Andy. This is everything they could have wished for.
This is absolutely beautiful, just like you said. I think a lot of people are counting this team out, especially the fact that it's been a long time since nice little trade from Johan. Not easy to do from that back pillar position. And guess what? Here's Bullet. 3 dead. Atso's the last player alive. You can see on your screen that he's all the way at the house. I believe the sandbag call out in Spanish is the patio. And now they're still going to have control all the way on C pillars and C plat. And so far, almost halfway done on hill number 2 as well. Mahiko grabs the overshield.
He's looking strong. He's looking ready for war, and he's looking like he's going to find a heat wave to help him alongside that overshield. Knights at the moment, a little bit rocks at the start of this game. That beatdown is good, but those shots from Magico, I mean, that's a double. The big chunk with the 2-shot with that heat wave pick up his second kill. And you're looking at that score. You're looking at the bars that are filling up on that hill, and Knights haven't really put a toe into that second hill yet.
We haven't really seen them show up in this game yet, if we're honest, aside from that opening. And look at the kills category as well. Cinta Negra heavily outslaying. That's why you also see the score reflected the way it is, and they could not have asked for a better start here.
Bullet once again on patrol, trying to pick off a couple of players, but there's going to be 2 to deal with. He does have some help with a teammate, but there is Paley winning one of those important 1v1s, which he was picked up to do. Johan is going to win that one, though. And that is a huge battle to win. That's 2 dead per side. However, just 1 grenade and a beatdown happening simultaneously on the map means that 3 players from Cinta Negra fall. And for the first time, we actually see Knights with some semblance of a setup here at this tower hill.
Yeah, Knights is going to take a deep breath and say, okay, boys, let's slow this one down. Let's get back in control, because the series did not start the way that we intended it to. And you have to think, now they're just about to tie up this second hill, and they're looking pretty good. No, Drift was the first to fall off the team fight, though.
Should be able to get a second one here. Bullet as well. That's going to be 2 dead. The bullets are raining down, but hill time is being prioritized. Paley's trying to challenge that Plasminate. It's going to do some damage, but no. Paley manages to avoid it. Johan is trying to hunt him down for now. He'll get taken down by teammate Magico. That overshield popping in around 8 seconds time as well. So big moments in this game as you see a slightly change possibly about to occur, but it seems like Knights are fighting for that overshield and the hill simultaneously.
Yeah, nice play here from Johan to stay alive. That's not easy to do given the way he was pinched, but able to stay alive, gets a snipe as well, and somehow continuing to do damage. 4 dead. What on earth happened? Johan's the last player alive on the map. This is so rare. Somehow they neutralized that overshield, and Johan staying alive is huge for them to continue scoring and maintaining control of tower.
It's so rare that you have a player who has the tower position.
Hey! Whoa!
Johan! That is prime moments, Johan. That is beautiful stuff from him. A 5-star performance. Showing off some 5-star skills alongside it. Atso now trying to move in on that hill. And you can see how hard the Knights are having to work here. Cinta Negra want this, Andy. That's all you can take away from the way they're playing, the intensity, the way that they're not missing too many shots, and don't seem to be afraid of Knights.
I think much like yesterday, they're saying, Johan, put your hands on that sniper rifle, hang out at top tower, and I think we're going to find success here. However, Knights might steal this one. Take a look at the setup. 4 dead for both sides. They're going to continue scoring. They should be able to get this second hill despite the heroics from Johan.
Now, this is the difficulty, right? You've been playing so well if you're Cinta Negra. You're doing so much damage. However, you can let something slip through your fingers, and you can let Knights back into this game, but not if your name is Guardian and Magico. Magico is in a huge battle here. He wins it! He wins that battle and stays alive, and they get the point.
Oh my God, they thought they had it all. It's a perfectly timed push from Cinta Negra once again. In the back of the tower, they send 4 players to the C plat, and I think Knights started to spread out a little bit. They went to cuts, they went to nests, and they didn't realize that they were getting flanked from behind and below. It's a great last-second push from Cinta Negra, and they lead 2-0. You heard Gaskin say maybe if Cinta Negra puts a game on the board, he'll change his tone. He might have to.
Let me tell you, my tone certainly has changed. I'm sure that everyone who's watching at home is watching this and thinking, hey, I'm staying for a little bit longer here. Tapping buttons as well. He's struggling a little bit in this game. He's 10-14 as yet another overshield goes into the hands of Sintenegra. They are dominating everything on the map. Objective, power-ups, power weapons, and that's why they have that 2-0 lead.
Guardian gets good damage, but maybe not as much as he wanted on the timing push. That's pretty difficult. Tapping, staying alive here on the window if he can. That's a pretty big deal. They will be 2 dead at the moment. And really did not maximize that overshield, Sintenegra. They did a lot of damage, but it's not going to result in a lot of time on the board.
Well, Magico's there somehow with the sniper rifle. Not sure how he bent that bullet around the wall, but he might have just caught the shoulder blade of Tapping Buttons as he had to back down. But speaking of backing down, that is certainly not what's on the menu here for Sintenegra. Knights have a solid hold of this house hill now. It looks like they have control. We saw them really only have control of that tower hill for one occasion before it got very, very scrappy towards the end, but this is looking a little bit more comfortable for them.
Yeah, certainly now. On board here with Drift. See what he might be able to do in this situation. Staying alive, that's going to be 1 dead. Guardian's the first to go. Mahiko as well. Now, this should be their point. They should be back in this game to bring it within 1.
That's the point. That halves the deficit. Now, how does Sintenegra respond? Knights showing that they are not going to go down without a fight here, and there's a reason they're the #1 team in the region. And is the adrenaline going to start to just slowly kind of drip away from Sintenegra as they find themselves 3 dead? Johan last alive.
Let's see what Johan can do. We've seen him with some, as we said earlier, heroics. They're all going to spawn house here. Already pushing through tunnel as well to try to get some dummies and maybe see angles. But right now, more time on the board for the Knights. 1 dead, Tapping Buttons.
2 dead as well. Bullet on the flank here. He's going to have some good shots onto Drift. Should be able to clean this one up as well. Manages to do so. That's a couple of quick kills in quick succession. Atso's having a fight here with Guardian, and his teammate keeps him alive. Johan with the shots. Not sure if the overshield was popped or if it's still going to be down as Knights flood in now, and you'll get the answer to that question in just a few seconds' time, unless we stay on Johan's POV, who decides he doesn't want to see.
Yeah, we'll see. Johan's going to need to play together. They have a teammate here at house as well, and they do get Drift down, but he needs to stay alive. Good little bait and switch on the key door. Let's see if it pays off. It does. 2 dead for both sides, but they need to be careful here. They're about to forfeit what was a 2-0 lead. Look how much time is needed. Pelu's still scoring.
Pelu's still scoring and somehow still alive. Finally, Johan decides enough is enough. Manages to walk forward and with the help of his teammate, get a couple of kills. Now we are on board with Johan once more. Apologies for the lower thirds at the moment. They're not quite lining up with who we're watching. Keep your eye on that white arrow next to the player name so you know exactly what POV we are on board with. But for now, Andy, you're completely right. Even though it's close, even though Pittsburgh Knights aren't too far away from converting that point, we've seen Sintenegra already manage to steal one away.
2-2. They will steal the second one as well, and it's tough for Sintenegra here. They're going to be feeling a little bit down. They just led a 2-0 lead against the best team in their region and one of the best teams to play the game right now. And now they're going to have to fight from even footing here. Of course, it's 1st to 4 in King of the Hill. The next 2 hills will win the game.
So now we have this top middle hill. And who has tower control? Because if you can hold those angles down, you can hold down that tangle. You've got hold down that angle, excuse me, from the tower, otherwise known as the tangle. And you've got such good lines of sight on players coming from top middle, from dummies, from the nest as well. And it looks like it is Knights who have complete control of this side of the map. Even though there's a bit of scrappy time here for Sintenegra and they're making it difficult. Look at the bars. It is early control here for Knights.
Just like you've always said, Mark, it does take 2 to tangle, and so far it's been a fantastic series and game between these two. And keep an eye on that clock. 1:18 left, so really this next hill will be the decider. 3 dead for Sintenegra. Johan, last player alive. How many times are we going to say it? It might even be the last one as well. He will be taken down on that double kill. Spawners, though, in the hill already. Sintenegra trying to be aggressive here.
Yeah, they've also got Atso to deal with, though. He managed to pick up the overshield. Tapping Buttons is being aggressive. Here comes that overshield player as well. And even though he's taken down to no shields, the damage might have already been done here. Knights are starting to rally. They're starting to come back to life here. This would be 3 straight hills for them. And they'll be 1 away from closing out game number 1.
Wow, and they're seconds away. This should clear out. Let's see, moments away. Yes, 3 unanswered, like you said. And what a statement here to go down 2-0 early on. And even getting updates that the crowd has been absolutely hyped for Sintenegra. Of course, they want to see the underdog put up a good fight in your winners bracket finals, but they have largely been silenced 60 seconds on the clock. Knights can just play Slayer here.
Now, this first hill was won, though. Let's take ourselves back by Cintanegra, so they will have some fond memories of this green hill. And Johan with that initial pick is going to give them the opportunity to push. There's the second one. Guardian with another. Atso now last alive. Got to be careful that player doesn't have the repulsor, but he's down to no shields, and that's a 4 dead. Every single player from Knights falls, and now in control of the hill with Cintanegra.
Let's see, what can they do here? 53 seconds left. Of course, the clock will pause when that hill is controlled, so that is going to give us a little bit of extra time to play with. Mahiko on the flank here. Doesn't see anyone nest bridge. Right now, he is screaming. There's information here. There's no one up top. That means everyone's pushing low or sandbags. He should pick up the dub here. Very wisely plays his life first. The assist comes in, 2 dead both sides.
2 dead both sides. Oh, wonderful shots as well. Drifts get taken down.
Wow.
A huge double kill coming in from Magico, and what a magic play it was as well. When the pressure is on, every single decision he made there was perfect.
They just need to do it one more time. This is beautiful from Cintanegra. This is what they were hoping to do. He picks up 1, picks up 2. Will he turn 3? Almost the triple on scoreboard, but plays like really should secure this for Cintanegra. That's 4 dead.
4 dead. Where's the last player alive for Cintanegra? He's inside of that hill. And by the time that Knights even get close to it, it might be over. There's one player who's going to be able to challenge, one player who's going to be able to contest. But he needs to be taken down. He needs to be taken down quickly. Now Knights have some presence on the map.
Wow, look at Johan, the way he's playing this. They don't get it yet, though. They did not finish it. Who is around? Who's nearby? It's 3 dead. Guardian's last player alive. They didn't finish it. I don't know how. The push comes in. Can Guardian get it alone? It's contested. And somehow he gets it. Oh my God. Tapping. Either Tapping gets killed in the hill, and with 30 seconds left, it will be flipped. Tied 3-3. This is a wild game number 1 here between these 2 teams.
This is wild. This is crazy. This is Halo Infinite, ladies and gents, and this is why we love this game and we love this region. Both teams just going at each other, tearing it up here on the main stage in Mexico. Tapping button starting to come to life a little bit as well, and when you need a player to step up, you want it to be a main Slayer, the one with the most experience.
How does Guardian do it in the end there? Somehow, in something like a 1v2, Tapping was in the hill. He had pressure coming in from back green as well. Somehow, the kill comes in. Great teamwork. That was the last player alive. They needed a hero moment. 15 seconds left. Keep in mind, that clock will freeze every time the hill is occupied. So now with 10 seconds left, this time could tick down. Cintanegra is going to try to win it, but it's going to be difficult with the slaying rotations.
It'll be very, very difficult indeed. Cintanegra trying to keep an eye on that hill. Perfect shots from Bullet. As now
That's going to be it.
Just trying to maneuver around, but that is going to be it. We're all tied up here. It's 3-3, everybody. What a start to this series.
Wow, and just when you thought Cintanegra was out in that game number 1, just when you thought the Knights had pulled off the impossible 3 unanswered in those last seconds, their last player alive, we'll see if we can get that in the replay package afterwards, is able to stay in for the split second that they needed. And I was a little bit nervous there because you saw some things happening on the side of Mahiko and a few other players, and they did not get in the hill right away. In the end, though, they get the last second to tie it 3-3 with 30 seconds left on the clock. That means the game type will be replayed, but we'll have to see exactly how the scoring will be in terms of if it will be a full reset, if First Hill wins, things like that. We're going to wait on an update from league officials. We'll wait till they provide that to us.
Well, the good thing is we get a bit of crowd cam, Andy, and you know that's my favorite thing that happens at this event. Look at it. It is literally standing room only. The Cintanegra fans are there once again with the banners, with the shirts on, supporting their squad, and why wouldn't you? What a game 1 that was from them. I think they really, really showed that they're here not just to take part, but to take over.
They really are, and I think that game number 1 was a little bit of a tone setter for them, especially when they were up 2-0. You know this crowd was hype. You know the Cintanegra contingent here in the front rows as you see them on your screen. Actually, they are never ending, just like the amount of Cintanegra teams in this tournament.
It's the sea of Cintanegra. It's the sea
It really
Cintanegra.
is. They have taken over, just like you said. They own I think the first 7 rows here of the left side of this crowd, and what a start, though, for Cintanegra. A little bit of a nervous mid-game. If we're honest, though, they let 3 hills go uncontested, and it could have been a heartbreaking loss. They narrowly squeezed out the 3rd hill to send us into a reset.
I mean, both of those, there was 2 hills. They narrowly managed to scrape away. I mean, the first one was locked down pretty convincingly by them, but that's Tower Hill. The last-second desperation play. I think Knights thought they'd just given it up. They had one player there just to get that last time as they tried to focus on the next hill, but someone decided this isn't done yet. This is not done yet, and managed to jump in. And then, as you say, that second time we saw the the green hill, the B hill, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it was just, I don't know what happened. I need to sit and watch it back again and again to make sure that we give the correct analysis of the last seconds and the pixel difference that was between that going one way or the other. But Sintenegra got it done, and it means that we go again here, Andy.
And I mean, how nervy was that? We had a really lucky POV to watch that from. We were on the POV of a Knights player, I believe, watching from C boxes and Nest Bridge, which is about the best vantage point. If you want to kind of set up a chair, maybe set up a small picnic, if you want to see shit go down over at B, that's the best place to do it. And I have to say, it was wild 1v1. Guardian versus tapping buttons there in the corner. And somehow you see tapping buttons getting taken down in the feed. And then Guardian is there for that last second. An absolutely beautiful play. And I think we're getting a ruling here from League Ops.
Well, yeah, we are indeed. So it is going to be the first hill that is captured.
Wow.
Will result in sudden death. If you're Sintenegra, you're pretty happy with that, considering the first hill will be over at B, where they won both of them, Andy, previously.
Yeah. They know how to play this hill without a doubt. And not only did they win that late game, but more importantly, they won that early game. And of course, there's a lot of talk about what that first one hill means, right? When you talk about the spawns here on an asymmetrical map, how much do you prioritize the early time in that hill versus when the overshield pops up versus areas like top mid versus nest and sandbags? A lot of question marks to be asked, and it will be the first one here is the ruling from League Ops, and it's going to be quite a wild first few minutes to see who grabs this first hill.
Yeah, let's see what happens then. Let's see what happens. Hopefully we can get back into this game as soon as possible. I'm not sure why there's a delay. There isn't anymore. Let's get back into it. No, we won't. I thought the game was starting, everyone. I got debated by the replay. But, I mean, look at this main stage. Looking glorious, looking wonderful, looking like the kind of stage you would want to have if you've got these two teams playing against each other at this kind of level, Andy. And I think, I've got to be honest, I wish we had kind of some audio pumped in from the crowd. You know what I mean? So we could really experience what is going down right now in Mexico.
I know, yeah. We've been hearing all weekend long that this crowd has been out of control, which is what you'd expect from the LATAM community. And to be honest, let's take a look at some replays from that game, because it was quite a match to start things off.
It certainly was. I mean, this play from Johan, firstly, just the whip, the no-scope, and then the body and the finish coming in from a teammate to keep him alive. And this was Magico as well, with this overshield and the heat wave just cleaning house. Just bang. And then this second one, boof, just full chunk. And this shot, by the way, from Johan.
Oh, boy.
You missed the...
Yikes.
Oh, boy. It's threading the needle.
Fadeaway jumper from Johan at back tower. Nice job there, and he is also killing spree. Couldn't turn 2 there, but he will get the assist in the end. And my God, what a start from them. They were up 2-0, but right away, Knights answered back. And you have to think, kind of like Lottie was alluding to, when you get to a match like this, maybe one team isn't used to being challenged as much. And I think Sintenegra took advantage of that, right? They realized, hey, if we come out firing here, we can maybe squeak out a few hills right away.
Yeah, and they certainly did that. The question for me is, how much energy does a series like this take out of you if you're going to play this way, if you're going to play with such intensity, if you're going to play at such a high level? And the longer the series goes, how much of the game 4 and 5 is going to suffer? But for now, we have to wonder about that question for a few more moments, because we're still waiting to get this replay underway and see who's going to take home that first hill. And I tell you what, if Sintenegra get into this position where they won the first two, they won this hill twice in the previous game, then they lose this game, that will be heartbreaking for them.
Heartbreaking, and something they're not going to forget for a long time, especially because, like you said, the way that they played these first 2 hills, or specifically the green hill, they've played it very well back to back. And I expect them to be ready here. The question is, will they employ the same strategy? Keep in mind, when you talk about the opening of a live fire king, there's a lot of ways you can go. There's a lot of areas you can add pressure, whether you're pressuring pillars and nest or top mid, or using more of a power-up route. There's a lot of options there. Curious if they're going to employ the same strategy, or maybe try to change it up to catch Knights off guard. Knights, on the other hand, they're going to need to make sure that they make no mistakes, because they have no room for error. They let the first 2 go in game number 1. They obviously cannot do the same here in this overtime period.
I mean, overtime it's very interesting, and especially live fire king of the hill, because of the fact that this first hill, usually we have that initial battle for the hill and maybe the sniper rifle. Then you have the overshield, which pops a little bit later on, and you have to decide, do we try and challenge the hill? Do we go for the overshield now? If you lose that early fight and you're forced to then try and play for the overshield, if you lose that fight, you lose the game. It really is as simple as that. So there's no wiggle room whatsoever for these teams. You have to get it perfect. It's the importance of not just the first hill, obviously being the deciding factor, but the first team fight, Andy, could be deciding how this game actually ends up.
It really could. The first team fight, and especially the spawns that follow thereafter, really could determine who gets this point. It's pretty wild to say. This is high-stakes Halo without a doubt. One thing I do want to point out was the overshield control and dominance that came in from the likes of Cinta Negra. And even when we saw the Pittsburgh Knights with a guaranteed overshield, you and I were talking about it. Johan's last player alive at tower. He should die. They should have a free overshield. We didn't see it off screen, but they absolutely melted that overshield. So they've done really well to both prioritize it and melt it when they don't get it.
Yeah, it's always a good thing. If you can't get the overshield, you have to make it as non-impactful as you possibly can on the map. And that means not only staying alive when you see that overshield player and dealing damage, but making sure that by the time he gets into a position to take a 1v1, that you've taken as much of that overshield off, or at least burnt as much, a little bit of time on the clock for it to start to dwindle away just a little bit. But you can see the players at the moment waiting to get this game back underway. I'm sure that they're just as desperate to do it as we are. Maybe Pittsburgh Knights are just trying to ice their opponents a little bit. Who knows? I'm coming up with speculations. They could be lies. Who knows? I don't know.
I appreciate that. That's something you've always been good at, is rumors and things of that nature, so I do appreciate that. Pittsburgh Knights, the guys on your screen here, your tournament favorites, but they had a pretty tricky game number one. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Winners Bracket Finals at HCS Mexico City. It's been an amazing weekend so far. Fantastic energy from not only the crowd, of course, but the players on stage, the best in the region, and the top two in the region right now are on your main stage, unsurprisingly, in the Winners Bracket Finals. Pittsburgh Knights, as we started to say, though, with a little bit of a trickier road so far, they will now find themselves in overtime for game number one.
I will indeed. And if we do have the opportunity, maybe before this game gets underway, to show the series layout, that'll be much appreciated, just so we can see where we're going a little bit further on as this series does start to roll on, and inform our wonderful viewers at home exactly how the series is going to pan out. That will be wonderful. But if not, we'll just stay here and we'll have a little chat about what we expect to see. Can you remember what game 2 was?
Give me a second. I think I can summon it. Yeah, was it Catalyst Slayer?
Honestly, I can't remember off the top of my head. I cannot remember off the top of my head. It's been
Slayer Recharge, Capture the Flag, Catalyst, Stronghold Recharge, and Slayer Aquarius.
Let's see. I think it's Slayer Recharge.
I think it's Slayer Recharge. I've just remembered now.
Yeah, thank you, Lottie. We appreciate it. Slayer Recharge. I knew there was a Catalyst in the first three.
Lottie Prague literally keeps this ship afloat, and you all have no idea how true that is.
You have absolutely no idea.
It is going to be Slayer Recharge. Then we go to CTF Catalyst, which, if I look at this series and I'm Cinta Negra, I'm thinking we could get this done. You know what I mean? Like, you got to Slayer game 2. If they can win game number 1, then you go to one of the newer maps, which is a little bit more difficult to predict still at this stage who is going to be the better team on it. This is a Cinta Negra winnable series all of a sudden.
It's true. This gets pretty scary for the Pittsburgh Knights, who expected to coast through this tournament, and I don't think they would argue any differently, right? This should be their event. I know they're going to have some opposition, but they're ready to rock this tournament just the way they've done for every tournament in this region so far. So if they lose this overtime, just like you say, and they find themselves in deep waters in the back of Recharge, it could be pretty difficult for them, especially heading into that CTF Catalyst. I think, Marky, your points about the series layout are absolutely true. Knights need to make sure they take this game 1. Games 2 and 3, not really something they want to play around with.
Yeah, and the same, you can say exactly the same on the other side of the stage, right? Cinta Negra now needs to take this game 1 because they've got the opportunity to, as crazy as it sounds with the game types we have in front of us, maybe think we could 3-0 Knights here with just the game types that we have available if we take this game 1. So Knights have got some questions to answer now, and I'm hearing a little update. Apparently there's a little bathroom break happening for the players right now, and they'll be back on stage as soon as possible for us to get the game underway. So maybe my theories weren't as crazy as they seemed.
Maybe a little bit of a mental reset for the sides of the stage. Typically, you see those breaks from the main stage taken a little bit later in the series. Maybe that game 1 getting to someone on the stage. We don't know who it is, but needing a little bit of a timeout there, a tactical timeout from one of the squads before we get into the overtime. But I agree. If Cinta Negra is looking at this series, they're thinking, we don't want Stronghold's Recharge to be a factor, right? We do not want games 4 and 5 to be a thing. They would much prefer to close this out in the first 3, especially given how consistent the Pittsburgh Knights are on a game type like Stronghold Recharge.
And we're going to have to wait for the players to get back. I mean, all these crazy things, maybe one of them just really needs to the toilet. Yeah, that is also something that could be very, very true. So apologies if that is the case. And we hope you enjoy your trip, and you'll be back as soon as you can be feeling a little bit more comfortable. But we do go to Strongholds Recharge and Slayer Aquarius. And even those game types, Andy, those game types, I think Strongholds Recharge usually favors the stronger team, as you would imagine. It's more control-based game type. But the fact we've got Slayer Aquarius, That's a game 5 as well, and this is a best of 5. Remember, 2 Slayers in here. If you can extend this series, I think this might be a little bit closer than we've been giving Sintenegro credit for.
Yeah, I'm looking at the finals between these two teams. If we can keep the series layout up while we wait for these players to return to the main stage, I'm looking at the game types these two teams, have played in their last 3 outings in the Pro Series to see if there's any big outliers here. And interestingly, we actually haven't seen Slayer recharge. It would have been Game 5 in the most recent Pro Series number 3, but that was a 3-0 Pittsburgh Knights win. And so we actually have not seen them playing Slayer Recharge over the course of these past few weeks. The same can actually be said about CTF on Catalyst as well. There was a Stronghold Recharge that was played earlier on. Excuse me, I was going to be a King. So that's a Pittsburgh Knights King Recharge win, 4-0. Doesn't tell us a lot about the Strongholds, though. And even if we look at Slayer on Aquarius, interestingly not played. So we can't really take too much from these Pro Series matchups, and you happen to have, very luckily, it doesn't always happen this way, you happen to have a series of game types that were not played largely in the last 3 grand finals whatsoever.
Yeah, very interesting. Good job, by the way. Just good doing the research and making sure you're up to speed. It's why I love having you alongside me. Apparently it's come back to us right now, so unfortunately we're going to have to leave the series layout. God bless you, series layout, by the way. We do appreciate everything you do to keep us up to speed. And while we wait, Andy, we don't know how long this is going to take for this game to get back underway. I want to ask about your favorite event operative, because that's been a theme of a lot of my filling during this weekend. I wanted to just get, I've given my opinions on who I think deserves a shout out that we don't give enough credit to. Who would you say?
You mean the behind the scenes folks?
Yeah, behind the scenes, people you don't see on the camera on the main stage.
Oh, God, it's a tough call. And actually, you bring up a great
jib operatives.
You bring up a great point, right? There is huge production teams behind these shows, and we're very lucky, of course, to be able to join in on the fun with you all at home and join you in the dangerous waters of the Twitch chat. But of course, there's a group of about 50 to 70 much more talented people than us behind the scenes that are really making this show happen. It is tough to choose. So this is going to be, of course, in no specific order, but who do we need to talk about? I would say, who's underappreciated? The graphics operators.
The graphics operators,
which
definitely, shout out to you.
Shout out to all graphics operators everywhere. A lot of shows have multiple graphics ops, and you're actually looking at the series layout on your screen. They have to do things like, as soon as that series score comes in, they need to be updating that. New graphic, new numbers, new data, new score, all that, and it's very high pressure. If you ever spent time in a production truck, the graphics operators have very little time to get those graphics on screen, get them finalized, get them exported, and get them into the show. So there's many, many more that maybe we'll have time to list later. But okay, you go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know how much time we got, so I feel like we've got enough time to keep going. I feel like I can't remember the exact job title, and I'm sure that someone will point this out to me. It's the person who switches cameras.
The director.
No. There's that's not the director. The director chooses what camera has to be chosen. It's the, I can't remember what it's called.
That's what you just said.
Oh no. They choose it. They don't actually do it. You know what I mean? They're not the actual person who.
Oh, you mean the director's saying take one and someone's actually hitting the button?
That's the director. Yes, the person who hits the buttons. Imagine the pressure in that situation. Because if you've seen huge productions and stuff and behind the scenes of big events,
you don't want to take the wrong cam.
You don't want to take the wrong camera. Especially you'll get the directions barked at you as well. What's it called? It might be called something.
Don't worry, we got plenty of time today. We'll come back to it. But if you haven't had a chance to watch behind the scenes production videos for whether it's esports, whether it's the Emmys, whether it's the Super Bowl, make sure you watch videos. It's amazing to watch a production team work together. It is like a beautiful orchestra just hitting every single note on time. Vision mixer. That's a great term.
It's a vision mixer. It's a vision mixer. That's the one we're looking for. Okay, so
it sounds like they come from the future.
Vision mixers, it does actually. Right? The Vision Mixer might be part of the Marvel universe moving forward. Who knows?
I can see it.
It's a possibility. I can see it as well. Maybe there's a money-making idea for us.
One thing that we should talk about, Mark, when we talk about, maybe we'll get the series layout back up while we wait, just because we do have another thing to talk about in the series. It's worth noting that the last time we saw live fire Strongholds played, that was a big win for Pittsburgh Knights. And so it's surprising to see this game tied as we wait to get back into this reset of game number 1.
I know who to give a shout out to. Sorry to jump in. We should give a shout out to our FFA champion of the event, and that is Vespa. huge shout out to you for taking home $2,000. And congratulations. We hope to see you on the main stage soon. But for now, we are back on the main stage. And the great thing is, this game ain't going to last too long because it's a replay of King of the Hill here on Live Fire. First hill to be captured will win. It was tied up at 3-3 when we left it. It's time to find out who's the winner.
Cannot wait to get back into this, and there's going to be a lot of nerves on the stage here between these two sides. A lot of time since that first game was played, and now they need to be ready to jump right in. Here we go, underway.
Well, here we go. It's time to get underway, as you say. Sintanegra versus Knights. It's 0-0 in the series, but 1-0 is going to change it if you get that hill on the board. Haley trying to be aggressive on the pillars. This was the hill, like we mentioned, that twice was won by Sintanegra, but off the break here, you can see the Knights have picked up the initial kills.
Yeah, 3 dead for Sintanegra. See what they can do here. Johan, unsurprisingly, last player alive. We hear it so many times. He's going to be able to grab that overshield somehow, and now it's 3 dead for the Knights.
Oh, this is scary. 3 dead for the Knights. They are going to be spawning near the hill, which is a little bit of a blessing, but you're seeing the flood start to come in. Now you're seeing the dummy spawns after the first kill was picked up. Johan has the overshield. It is total control of power weapons and power ups and the hill here for Sintanegra.
Johan switches to the BR. Great play. All he needs to do here is be conservative. Nothing flashy, nothing flashy, excuse me, nothing fancy, as they're already about halfway through on this hill, just under that. A little bit of overshield left still with sniper control. Still 3 dead for Knights.
Dan was saying all weekend long how important and impactful a body shot can be on this map, and in general on Halo Infinite, you hit one, that player is out of commission for quite some time. Johan narrowly misses one though and matches another and make it 3. Can't quite connect, and that's allowed the pick to go the other way now as we have a 3v3 on the map.
And now look at this. Guardian trying to play whatever he can. On Nest needs to hold down this area. 2 dead momentarily for both sides. Just about tied. Sintanegra with a little bit of a lead. Knights has bounced back here, but this is so far from over. Still anyone's round.
Spawns are coming in around house. This is such an important kill to pick up. Oh, he gets repulsed off if he hits that headshot. Guardian, that player does not get the chance to send him off. And instead, Sintanegra have to fight once more. They are scrapping, but Knights are fighting back. They're inside of that hill, and Palu's winning big 1v1s.
Yeah, big 1v1s in this game. Obviously, everything is going to matter. Hits the first repulsor on the nade. Second one taps him. Third one does not connect. And now you're going to see Mahiko jumping back in. 2 dead for Knights. This has been so back and forth. Knights is only about 15% away here, but Sintanegra wants to rob them of that point. Here we go.
It's going to come down to one team fight. It's as simple as that, and tapping buttons will get the first kill. So Knights now will swarm on this hill. They will charge onto this hill, but they're taking damage as they do so. Drift picks up one, though. There's still players to deal with here for him, but it looks like Knights at the last second will get inside of the hill. And with 3 dead for Sintanegra, Knights should be able to close this out.
Oh my God, and that will be it. That will be the point. Knights will win the overtime tiebreaker 1-0 and will officially take game number 1. And Sintanegra holding on as long as they could, getting that last point prior to the reset. But in the end, even that first hill, it's a battle, it's a back and forth. You saw at least 4 changes of control, and the Knights will take game number 1.
Well, I mean, Sintanegra fans heartbroken at that. I think it's a few shocked faces in the crowd, but also a few just waiting for game number 2 to get back underway. A couple of people staying hydrated as well, which is always good. We would certainly encourage that for sure. We're also getting a look at the Knights fans as well out here supporting the boys.
I was going to say, Knights fans, multiple posters here, homemade. Love to see it. The Knights contingent also strong. Of course, luckily they've been separated on other sides of the crowd. Otherwise, we could see some altercations. We'll take a look at the stats here as well. This is, of course, just your overtime stats. Not a ton of kills on the board overall, and to be honest, it's a pretty good slaying even from the side of Sintanegra, but it all came down to the timing and, as you said, the team fights.
One team fight is what separated the 2 teams, and it was tapping buttons who got that first pick to give them a numbers advantage. It really did come down to something as simple as that. If you can get that first kill and not get traded out, then you create a 4v3 on the map and you can collapse in, but it couldn't have been closer. It really could not have been closer that first game. The fact we went to a replay, the fact it was just a couple of pixels between them sets us up now for game number 2. But for Knights, I feel like that was a vital win for them.
Really big win. And for it to come down to the King of the Hill tiebreaker rule, it's a little bit nervy, right? Not the way that they wanted to maybe win that game or even have to win that game. Tapping Palu, Atso, and Drift on your screen here. Number 1 in the region, undefeated so far. This, of course, is their event to take, and they are expected to do so, but they had to work pretty hard in game number 1 to do that, and now they will lead 1-0 in the series heading into the Slayer.
still have that unbeaten record intact as well. Still not dropped a map. Even though they were about as close as you could possibly get in that game number 1 to dropping a map, that is still the case. Not many teams have done that over the years, Andy. It doesn't matter if it's regional or if it's on the international stage. It's an elite class you'll find yourself in.
It absolutely is, and they've got to be feeling good about that. Maybe that was the spark they needed, right? Going down 0-2 on a King in game number 1 in your winners bracket final, not how they intended to start this winners final. However, they will bounce back strong, and they will, over the course of those last few hills, let's not forget, they will also outscore them 4-1 overall, right? So yes, that went to the tiebreaker and first hill wins, but if we look at statistically what we saw over the second half of the gameplay overall on King of the Hill, that's a 4-1 victory in the second part. So it's still a big statement, and I think they need to remember that heading into game 2. I think they have a lot of momentum.
They certainly do, and keeping that momentum is so important in a series like this. If they go up 2-0, maybe that hope, that adrenaline that was fueling Sintenegra in that first game starts to dwindle away. And I was talking about Sintenegra maybe thinking the series allows us to look at a quick 3-0, or maybe it's going to be the other way around now, as that is a little bit of a heartbreaker for them. But now we head towards a Slayer recharge, where we have seen Knights bleed a little bit against some teams throughout the bracket. So Sintenegra, again, another opportunity for them to strike maybe.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. And to be honest, I think they need to remember just how well they played that game overall. To get those first 2 points, to force Knights into an overtime, to secure that wild third hill of their own. A lot of big plays, a lot of clutch timing. You saw what Johan was doing as well. And to be honest, Johan also playing so well at back tower, staying alive, making sure to clean up the kill at the bottom. And at the end, it was just great presence and great pressure. It's a great team push off of sandbags from Knights to close it out. But I think if you're Sintenegra, do not get down on yourselves. Yeah, that's one game, but you played it great. It came down to a little bit of a coin flip of a overtime, and now they could focus on the Slayer.
Well, the good thing I'm hearing as well, that apparently in the venue there's a Sintenegra chant that's broken out. And I asked you, I think it was day 1, what is a more chantable name? Is it going to be Pittsburgh Knights, or is it going to be Sintenegra? Or apparently it's the second one, that exact tune that's being chanted in the arena right now. So if Sintenegra needed to be picked up after that first game, the crowd are certainly behind them.
Yeah, it's great to see, especially after you drop a tight game 1 like that. I think to see that your fan base, and as we just saw earlier, there's a lot of them. There is a lot of Sintenegra fans in the building. There's also a lot of Sintenegra rosters, right? So they're also cheering on the OG squad as well. You saw there was rows and rows and rows of them, and I think if you multiply it by their family members, they're taking up the entire left side of the venue. So we know that that chant is going to be loud. It's going to be proud. And for the Sintenegra players on stage, it's going to be a big deal. They can keep their head held high. They can really focus up on this game too.
100%. The Slayer recharge is going to be that game before we move over to a capture the flag catalyst. Now, Knights, for me, I've got to be honest, the way they've played Slayer recharge has been slightly reckless at times. They've always been looking to, it feels like, how quickly can we get to 50 instead of how safely can we get to 50. I think Sintenegra can take advantage of that sometimes by just slowing down and maybe baiting a few players out.
Oh, certainly, without a doubt. Could not agree more. And I think the playstyle of Knights is just that. They want to grab Camo, and they want to grab Grapple, and they want to grab Shock, and they want to go straight to Bat Legend Gold, and they want to just be hitting shots and hitting multi-kills, which we love to see on screen, but there are times where that can certainly punish you. Curious what level of discipline they bring into this game, and also how they're going to carry that through the rest of the tournament. Just like you say, are they going to go for the flashy plays to end the game as quickly as can, or will this be maybe a little bit more disciplined because they understand now, after game number 1, just how much of an opponent Sintenegra is?
Well, and looking like the players are still trying to get ready for this game number 2. Apologies to everyone who's waiting for some Halo on their screens right now. We'll get it to you as soon as we can. If we were in charge, we would be pressing that button right now to get into gameplay. But obviously, the players have got to feel comfortable. We're going to make sure everything's all right for them on the stage and all that good stuff. And I've got to say as well, you see the pictures of the players behind. I kind of like the backlighting to their heads. It's kind of cool.
It's angelic.
Angelic.
They appear to me as holy figures.
Maybe they could well be. Who knows?
Honestly, given the skill on the main stage, you might actually say that they are godlike, especially the man on the left side tapping buttons. The man became a household name, of course, back in the days of Halo 5. If you don't remember, maybe you're joining us here a little bit later in the era of Halo Infinite. Tapping buttons, the first player from Latin America, and actually one of the first players internationally to be ever picked up on a North American side by the organization Evil Geniuses, became an overnight household name. Of course, he's now returned to the Latin American region to play with Pittsburgh Knights. They have been undefeated all year long. They are the undisputed champs of the region. I think they know that, right? They know that they need to win this event, and they know they also need to take game number 2 to give Sintenegra no room at all.
Well, hopefully it is going to be game number 2 we're getting into right now. I've already said this a few times this broadcast, but I have been baited by the fly-through here on Recharge. It has kind of cursed us, but hopefully the curse will be lifted here on Championship Sunday. Now, I'm interested to see how Knights actually play this one. If they are going to be as aggressive, if they are going to be as kind of reckless in the way that they try and get these kills on the board, or if they are going to show respect to their opponents, try and slow this down when they don't have those numbers. We'll have to find out now as the game is live.
Yeah, sometimes I say, why not be reckless, right? Why not fly into your opponent? Wait, hold the phone.
Perfect.
This don't look too good. Dear God, what did we just witness? It's like a Star Wars prequel scene here. Good heavens. It looks like we're going to have a match restart here. I assume that the players on Cinta Negra intended to leave long haul at some point.
You would imagine so, or maybe it's some sort of Ryanoob opening strategy. Who knows? It looks like Knights are playing to the whistle as...
there we go. We're going to see a player drop. Yeah, going to see a player drop their drift is holding forward pretty violently into the corner, and we're going to finally see the match get restarted. So that will be a false start, and based on what we saw, I assume that will be a full restart. You cannot imagine that there were going to be any kills on the board, so it will just be a match restarted and not something where we see Knights charge and kill all 4 players in long haul.
I thought that, who was it at the end there running in a straight line? Was it Drift?
Drift
doing his best DVD menu impression, trying to hit that corner. Everyone would have
perfectly. Everyone went nuts. Yes!
Beer everywhere.
Beer being tossed
beverage of choice, whatever it would have been.
Beer.
We still managed to cut away from that moment as well. That might be something we look for in the future. You know, we should just put the DVD menu up on the screens at events in the corner, just to get everyone hyped.
People would go nuts. You saw what happened a few weeks ago.
It's true. It's very, very true. Hi, Andy. It's time for some Spanish lessons.
Okay, ready? Al mejor de 5. You know what that means?
Al mejor de 5. That means best of 5.
Yeah, of course. Al mejor de 5. Best of 5. Absolutely. You got it. By the way, shout out to our...
Did I just say 5?
No, I said it actually. It's been a long day. I said mejor de 5 because I can, because that's how bad my... no, yeah, just because I can, period. Al mejor de 5, but nice work regardless. I probably gave it away in saying Al mejor de 5, so I apologize to everyone for that moment that I ruined. But you just saw him on the screen, but I do want to give a huge shout out to our canales, everyone helping out, of course, with the Spanish-speaking stream at Halo_ES. They've been killing it the whole weekend. The commentary has been amazing, so big shout out, of course, to all the commentary team in Mexico City as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. You sound a little bit like Wes, like learned the first part of the Spanish sentence, but just gave up halfway through and just said,
it's true.
Cheeseburger at the end of it.
Yeah, that's what I did. That is pretty much what I did.
All right, well, just obviously waiting to see what happens here, everybody. Your guess is as good as ours. It looks like we're ready to get into it, okay?
You did get baited, by the way.
Dude, it will never leave. I never
we
want
did
to see
together.
this fly through again. I never want to see this fly through again. But I do want to see gameplay, Andy, and I do want to see if Cinta Negra can get back into this.
That's the question, and we have to see how it starts. To be honest, what I'm expecting from Knights is a little bit more disciplined of a start, but the second they get the room and the openings to really blow the game wide open, then they're going to get aggressive. Maybe then they're going to hit those kind of high percentage plays where they take a little bit more risk. We'll see what they're able to do. 3 dead for Cinta Negra off the opening bullet, last player alive.
Well, very similar scoreline to what we saw in that first game. Exactly the same before we saw the restart. The difference is that Cinta Negra have been moving, they have been grooving. Unfortunately, they've been losing those battles, but there is going to be one just to give him that first kill here. Pelu trying to do what he can with his camouflage to clean up the final players. Now Cinta Negra getting a little bit desperate bottom middle, but Magico picks up 2, and now Pelu's got to be careful.
Yeah, let's see how Pelu plays this. A little move into Whirlpool, presumably, and he sees players on bat ledge. Wisely does not shoot just yet. Instead, just gonna kind of peek in, see what he can find, and finds a player with a shot. Assistance is coming on the pipes, though. Nice little double kill there coming in for the squad. That's a really effective way. It doesn't look flashy, but that's a really effective way to clear out pipes. He gets a lot of help coming in from the side of Top Gold as well as Whirlpool, and they will regain control of the shock rifle.
Well, Drift is going to fizz at the shields there of the player trying to push. He's going to have to hold off the push coming in from Cinta Negra now because 2 of his teammates have fallen. This is such an important shot for him to hit, but he won't be able to. 2 players fly forward. That's going to be another kill, and now the score is essentially all tied up. Cinta Negra back into this one.
Nice work here. Bullet tries to stay alive. Second time we've seen him as the only player alive in that scenario. He will eventually get taken down, but manages to stay alive as long as he can. Johan will get taken down for Cinta Negra, but the battle for pipes will continue.
I mean, that's something you don't want to run around the corner to, is 3 players just staring at you going, this isn't your house, and kicking you out very, very quickly afterwards, followed up by a shock rifle kill. And at the moment, you think it's Guardian who's got the shock rifle in his hands. He's hit 2 in quick succession, and Magico now looking for a flank, maybe looking for a repulsor, maybe looking for the sword as well.
Nice play here from Magico. If he takes damage mid-bridge and he goes control, he's almost certainly dead. Instead, he's going to let his shields recharge, go low for a second, and see if he can kind of re-engage in just a moment.
Well, Guardian is doing some really, really good work for his team at the moment. He's putting down a lot of cover fire on those players, trying to cross into control for his teammates. He's also more than aware of that remote detonation that can be applied. Manages to get the finish through the smoke as well. That's a killing spree for him. Guardian currently sat at 5-2.
He's also got 1 grapple left, which can really be a good get out of jail free card. He can use it to...
He blamed him, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Did manage to get that kill, but Paley with 2 kills of his own is going to reduce Sintenegra to just 1 player alive on the map. We're now starting to see Knights catch up to Sintenegra, who have had a good few minutes here, and they are slowing the game down, Andy. This is the answer to the question that we had.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. Surprisingly, they went just absolutely 100 miles an hour off the opening, and it really paid off for them for the first few minutes, but now they find themselves down by just a few. They're going to need to slow down the game. I feel like this is a team that doesn't want to play at this pace, but they're realizing that they will need to if they want to take game number 2.
Just got to get that initial damage done before you make the push off the back of it. If you get that, then you can collapse, then you can push. But tapping buttons again, just getting a little bit overzealous. And now you're going to see the lead extend here to Sintenegra. They're just picking off Knights.
Push here from Drift. Pool still trying to make that Pipes play, and unsurprisingly just doing whatever he can to try to get into the Pipes area, but 2 dead again for the Knights.
Halu's trying to do what he can just to hold off this push coming in from Sintenegra. Nice green gun use though. Johan though is going to be there with the shock rifle again to do damage. Tapping buttons hits the death screen once more, and Sintenegra just picking them apart once more. Atso now last player alive. He manages to find 1, but that's going to give his position away, but he's going to be forced to try and make a play. My goodness, Atso. When you've got to make a play, you've got to make a play.
And stays alive doing it. Incredible stuff from Atso. We know what this man's capable of. He's been doing it on the main stage for a long time. And maybe that's the spark that Knights needed for another heartbreaking comeback in game number 2 as well.
You just got to be careful here. Can't get carried away with that moment, but you can carry on with the momentum. Another shock rifle kill here for Atso, just whipping it into the face of his opponents.
Gonna go ahead and probably recenter here on glass in just a second to try to get some new angles. There he goes, and knows that the long haul push is coming. Sintenegra's playing it slow, though. I like this from Sintenegra. They know they need numbers if they want to regain control.
Also trying to stay alive in the batteries as well. He manages to eat 2 grenades, but he can't eat the beat down. And now you see Magico picking up another as well. So Sintenegra, even with these crazy plays that have been coming in the last few moments, are still in the lead and still picking away at these solo players being found on their own from Knights.
They are only just over halfway done now. 31-28. The game has stayed far too close for comfort, and they need to make sure on this home stretch they are just as diligent in picking up the kills they need to.
Well, Pelu is trying to pick up a few more kills. He's also got the shock rifle. He's trying to hit the grapple. He misses that one a little bit, though, and he'll get taken and punished for that decision. He tried to fly in on that player down on the box by the repulsor tunnel to finish off the kill, but just couldn't connect.
1 dead for each side here. Johan doing whatever he can to stay alive. He's 12-8 right now. Also Guardian, 13-5. These are big, big numbers from these two. Once again, how many times have we said it? They've been popping off in these games. They will continue leading.
Yeah, with great damage once again. Not only damage onto 1, but 2 as well, which allows a trade to come in. He finds himself as last player alive now and quickly repositions as he knows that he's going to be called out. So this is a really smart play, actually. Just getting out of dodge, trying to find a new angle and be a little bit elusive on the map.
42-33 now in favor of Sintenegra. This is the home stretch, and they've done the hard work at the mid-game. This 9-kill lead, they should be able to close this game out. Tapping, though, able to pick up some. That's 3 dead for Sintenegra. 43-37. This is not over just yet.
Now, Sintenegra cannot lose this game. They cannot afford to, because if they do, it will be a repeat of what happened on game 1. So close, and then letting Knights back into it. Camo goes to Atso. He gets spotted out, though. Magico with a huge moment for his team to take that power-up out of commission.
Wow. Superman flying across. Tapping tries to nail him out of the skies. He will get the assist as well. 44-41 now in favor of Sintenegra. Knights on the home stretch. They want to bring this back, but they do not have a lot of room for error.
2 kills, the difference between the two teams. Trade goes down, which will keep that 2-kill difference. Tapping Buttons just looking for anyone to land a shock rifle shot on. But there is a couple of kills for Centenegra. They get closer and closer now to that magical 50-kill mark and tying up the series at 1-1. Tapping Buttons helps his teammates stay alive and does a huge amount of damage as well. This is the man who has the game in his hands.
47-45 now, Centenegra. Like you said, Tapping, game in his hands. They're going to allow players to be pushing in. Drops the sword wisely. He wants to sit back and anchor and hit the shots with the shock while the sword player can watch his corners. 2-kill game.
One more to go, though. Centenegra creeping closer and closer to that magical 50, but you can see that Knights now have slowed the game down. My question is it too little too late? Because ever since they've done this, they've managed to make that difference smaller and smaller as the time has gone past. But Atso just looking for angles at the moment. It looks like he's going to make a ballsy play up here, top gold.
See what he can do. He knows he just needs to head check really quick. Cannot afford to take too much damage. It's a very commonly naded spot as well at the end of long haul. Here's Johan just sitting on the other side of that POV, just watching the gold stairs.
Tapping Buttons, tried to peek, tried to pick away with that shock rifle, but couldn't connect. Johan and the rest of his team, good pressure from them. There's a repulsor play to come in, but the kill will be traded out. Guardian now's weak, and it will be a win here for Centenegra. We are tied up at 1-1, and Knights lose their first game of the tournament.
50-48 in the end, and let's not forget, Centenegra was leading heavy earlier on. If we took a look at those scores, let's not forget, Centenegra, if we take a look back at one point, players on your screen, Guardian, Johan, Bullet, and Mahiko, amazing stuff from them. They were leading 43-34. That game should not have ended 50-48. It was almost a little bit of deja vu and a repeat of game number 1, but they will do the task, and they will close out game number 2 by a narrow win, 50-48, and the Centenegra fans are happy about it.
Yeah, there's some smiles on your faces, and even with the mask on, you can see it in the eyes that everyone is happy in the Centenegra segment right now, and that is it's getting bigger. I swear it's getting bigger, the amount of fans right now. You see this? Like, I swear it was like 10 seats wide a minute ago. They've added an extra row on the end or two.
By the way, Camp Centenegra, that's a summer camp that I want to go to. All those people look awesome. 50-48 in the end in game number 2, and this has been a series that has delivered. We knew the winners bracket final was going to deliver. We also had a feeling it was going to be these two teams, and that is exactly how things have gone down today. Let's take a look at some of the stats.
There you go then. Tapping Buttons having a slow game. Again, a couple of slow games for him, even though he did make that huge play that changed the tide of that restart and that sudden death on the first map that we saw, King of the Hill. But Pelu, once again, pretty decent performance from him, but it was all about Atso. I mean, some of those shots he hit mid-game kept Pittsburgh Knights even close. It could have been complete blowout if it wasn't for Atso doing what he did. But on the other side of things, you're looking at Magico. I mean, 15 kills for him across the board. You're looking at good stats for pretty much everyone. I knew Bullet really not being in the same kind of category, but nobody being an easy death, which is always what you want to see.
I mean, amazing stuff here, especially from Centenegra, because of the way that they found that resilience and they dug deep. In game number 1, they blew a 2-point lead, and they're unable to convert on the final point as well as the overtime point. Here, they found themselves in a pretty dire situation, right? It came down to 48-47 after being 43-37. Should not happen. That's an unbelievable comeback from Knights. It speaks to their talent and just how much they have in the reserves when they really want to go at 110%. But to be honest, the fact that Centenegra is able to close that one out the way they did, I think it shows a lot of heart and a lot of resilience, because it's easy to realize, oh my God, we've blown this, right? We just had a 10-kill lead, and somehow it's 48-47. It's easy to start second-guessing when you're coming around corners, when you're making play calls, when you have to grab grapples, camos, shocks, etc. And especially when you had a player like Tapping, essentially with the shock rifle for the entire end of the game. It's a lot of good resilience from Centenegra. It's good to see them take the game number 2, and now we're tied up 1-1. And as you said, the first loss in the whole tournament for the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point you make there at the end of that game as well, right? It's so much more difficult knowing you don't have that shock rifle. If you've got the shock rifle, if you're down or if you're up, it doesn't really matter, because you know you're going to get some damage down. You know you've got the opportunity to hit a headshot, to create space elsewhere for players to do things. But if you're on the receiving end or you're on the other side and you know that that shock is about, and you know that there's an opportunity for you just to try and get information, you get picked off, and you can lose the game off the back of that. So a huge amount of credit has to go to Centenegra to how they played that end game for sure. And Atso, I mean, this man was hitting shots like this one here. I think it's the one just afterwards as well that was just absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, it really was. And if you had the score hidden during those moments and you only saw those highlights, you'd be thinking, okay, Pittsburgh Knights is walking away with this one for sure. But really great pressure all game long from Cinta Negra. And even when they had the lead reduced to just 1 kill, they made sure to play. Look at that great push. That's a great example, right? When you're sending a player outside gold who's checking glass, it's so easy to just send one player and they get absolutely lit up from a catwalk and top control. In that scenario, Johan does the opening damage. Another player comes in second to fly to glass to clean up the kill. Little things like that, little teamwork. It's hard to make that happen on the main stage, and they really pulled it off. It's a great finish for them.
And now they have to move on to Catalyst for some capture the flag. This is going to be our next objective game type. And I feel like Cincinnati now are just saying, I'm good to go. Get me back on that main stage. The Pittsburgh Knights are probably thinking we got away with game number 1. We couldn't get away with game number 2. And we've got a real series on our hand here. And I feel like, you know, you look at the Pro Series in the build up to this and you're saying completely rightly that the Knights seem to be making that gap a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger, a little bit bigger. We don't know what the online implications are between these two teams. I can bet you any money in the world that Cincinnati are desperate to play these guys on LAN. They don't want to play them online anymore, and they want to show them what they're made of.
I mean, the results so far would indicate that, right? I mean, this amazing King of the Hill live fire that goes to overtime, where we saw Cincinnati leading 2-0. That Slayer recharge, they will take it in the end, and they will have control all the way through, even though we thought they might lose that huge lead. And now they head to game number 3. So it's so different from their last Pro Series. For anyone who didn't catch it, the last time these two teams met up in a grand final in the Pro Series just last month, it was a 3-0 Knights win. So this is already very, very different.
Well, here we go then. Looks like game 3 is ready and loaded. Knights versus Cincinnati will continue. So let's see who will take the lead in the series here and put themselves onto a series point as well. And a place in the grand finals will be at stake. So this is a massive, massive game in the series here, Andy. Who do you fancy? This is an interesting question. Who do you think's taking this one?
Gosh, as we said, these two teams over the last 3 grand finals have not played this game type. Based off of things we've seen so far, Knights might have the edge, right? They had the objective late game coordination with a big, big comeback. They went 4 against 1 in King of the Hill. In Slayer, when they needed to, they stepped it up, but it was a little bit too late. I think Knights might take this, however. It's still anyone's series. We're tied 1-1.
Well, Magico is going to be hitting some beautiful shots cross map, and he has to, because 3 of his teammates have fallen off the rip here, and you would imagine that the overshield has probably fallen elsewhere. Pelu is the player who gets it. He also gets the sword, the perfect start here for Knights.
I mean, Pelu, a while ago, he evolved into Pelu God. Now he's evolved into Pelu God with the overshield and the sword, which is an even scarier proposition. He's probably going to pick up this one pretty easily from the bottom of the stairs. That'll be 2 dead for Cinta Negra. Here comes the push.
I was going to say also something the marketing team might have to look at, because that is not something that fits on a t-shirt for many people. But I'm sure that his gameplay is certainly going to be something that people will be clipping and shipping for quite some time. This is a great setup here for Knights as well. They seem to have cover in the base. They've got Drift running the flag. The overextension is starting to be dealt with as Johan is in the respawn screen, and this is as clean a cap here on Catalyst as you could ask for. Knights answer back with the first cap on the board after that second game loss.
Easy peasy to Hefa and BC. Amazing stuff from Knights to kick off this one. They're going to be feeling really good on that flag cap. And to be honest, that's the objective efficiency I expect to see from this team. I think they had a little bit of a late wake up in that game number 1. They realized, okay, wait a minute, this team is really bringing it, and we got caught off guard for the first several minutes of play, and they had to step it up now. They do find themselves 2 dead, so let's see how they bounce back from this.
Outside's also got that skewer, so anyone who's going to be challenging close range will eat it. Unfortunately, Bullet was just too close for him to react to even get that shot off. So now you're going to see Magico moving across the top gold area, trying to help his teammate out on a push and an assault onto the Knight's base. He's also got that sword, playing it nice and slowly, but playing it slowly when your teammate gets taken down means opportunities for shots to hit you in the back.
They're going to try to go for a little bit of a ring around the rosy loop-de-loop here. It's going to pay off. Nice job here from Mexico. Knows he can't just stay up there. Can't get the lunge range. He can't. Tried to make it happen. That'll be 3 dead again for Cinta Negra.
Johan already under pressure on the flag as well, and Atso's going to shoot the body not just off the map, but into the abyss as it disappears off the back of Catalyst. And Atso now runs the other flag, immediately gets the objective moving after picking up the first kill when the way is cleared.
We talked about what Cinta Negra wants to do in this series. Let's not forget, Knights a lot to play for here as well. They want to remind everyone, we've been dominating this region since this game came out, and this is our LAN tournament. We intend to take home first place at the biggest tournament in the history of Latin America. Mexico, though, starting to run of his own.
Yeah, the difference here is they didn't deal with the overextension. Now the flag return will come in, and now Knights have to turn their attentions from capping a flag to stopping a flag. And these shots from Magico across map are certainly going to make that even more difficult. Sintenegra needs to be careful on their way back, though. They need to make sure they clear out their base, and it looks like Guardians going back with a teammate to make sure they do. However, a couple of players seem to have snuck through here from Knights. It's not as easy and as simple as it might have looked, but a little bit of patience pays dividends. We're tied up at 1-1.
Yeah, great patient play there. Like you said, Guardian decided not to go low to help his teammates to provide an angle. Instead, they just overstacked the top, and it really worked out well. They're able to get players on Knights dead again, and to be honest, it even gives them the kills were late enough on the push from Knights that it even gives them another advantage here. They still have 2 dead yet again.
They still do. They're keeping that pressure on, and now Guardian's going to be flying forward and with a little bit of help from his friends will clear out the Pittsburgh Knights base once more. There's 2 dead already for Knights and 2 off the respawn. So Sintenegra have the flag moving, and they could be about to turn this game on its head.
That really is how he gets by. They have Gold and Ivy blocked here, so there should be base spawns only based off of what we just saw. We'll see if Johan can get in. No problem. They have 2 dead again. There are 2 overextenders coming in right now for the stop.
These nades, though, from Johan. He knows there's a player here. He's got a little bit of damage done, and he's got some support from a teammate. That's going to be the turnaround complete here. From 1 down to 2 up, Sintenegra are here to play.
Wow, Sintenegra with the Cinderella story and just coming back again. We saw them now kind of reversing fate. It's going to be a sword grab, though, and an overshield for tapping buttons once again. So we've seen the power weapons. There's a 1 slice. There's a 2 dice. Doble muerte for tapping buttons, and he's going to try to make something happen, and he'll hit the triple as well. 3 dead for Sintenegra.
2 slices of bread and the ham in the middle with the triple kill. Perfect stuff coming in from tapping buttons. He's looking hungry, and he's starting to feed a little bit now. But unfortunately, by losing the sword, it also means that someone else gets to pick it up. Knights try and make the push, but Sintenegra hold it off this time. 3 dead here for Knights.
4 dead, just like that. It's a great hold, as you had said, and 2 players will be spawning, but Sintenegra answer back with some great defense and a great base hold. Not easy to do when someone like tapping buttons gets a triple kill, but that also points to the difficulty of this map. It's a lot less straightforward than your other Halo Infinite maps. Pretty much on CTF maps, when you get a triple, it should lead to some substantial control, but due to the layout and the tough 90-degree corners on this map, it doesn't always guarantee control. Racha Asesina for Guardian. He's on a killing spree.
Yeah, he is absolutely frying right now. He's got another 1v1, but tapping buttons is the player you don't want to take your ones against. He makes him pay for over-challenging and maybe just trying to feed off of the back of that previous win. And that's just going to slow the momentum down for a second here, but certainly not the speed at which this game is played.
Tapping B 14-9 right now, leading this game pretty handily. Great numbers from him. He'll go 14-10 following that death, but now back over to Mexico here. Going to be throwing down pings on the Gran Salon. I believe your favorite call out in Spanish on this map.
Very, very good. Gran Salon. Always a good place. I'm going to keep it English here to go and get your hair done if you're 60 years old or above. But for now, Magico's got to move forward. I mean, what am I talking about? I couldn't get my hair done from 26 years old and above. Maybe one day I'll get to go to Grand Salon. Who knows? In another life. But Magico keeping the pressure on. Knights find themselves 3 dead. And the last player, they've got that location. They've also got the OV.
Mexico, look at this. So much control. He doesn't even pop the overshield. It's going to be a late pop here from Mexico. I love the decision. These are the types of plays we need to see from him. He's also going to grab the skewer and just fly in the front door.
Such a good angle to take as well. You can take so much damage. You can deal so much damage. And what that means is your team can move in and clean up the pieces. Also, he's got a skewer. And unfortunately, the shoulder will be removed of that player. And it's probably splattered on the wall behind.
4 dead. Oh my God, 6 dead. I don't even know anymore. The flag run has started. They've killed them now 6 times in a row. Goes for no. He saw him check the ground and he's like, oh crap, I have really chosen a bad place here. There's no ledge to grab. He got so excited, you know what, he just played himself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he was like, I've done enough here. I can't embarrass these players anymore.
My job here's done.
Decides to retreat to the depths of Catalyst and allow his teammates, to have a little bit of fun. But a 2-1, the fun will only be there when they win this game.
The best part is you saw him check. He checks like bottom gold, and he's like, I can't reach that. Then he looks back to the front door. He's like, oh crap, I can't reach that. And just goes flying down.
Just looks down.
He's like, oh, this
nothing here.
I've planned this very poorly. Mexico with a kill on the run. Atso, the last player alive for the Knights. The flag will continue on gold. This one should go home as well.
Clear the overextension. You've got another cap, and you've got a 2-flag advantage with only around 4 minutes left in this game. It looks like they're just about be able to do that. There's one player in position trying to slow things down, and Johan now left on his own. That's a huge misplay from Sintenegra.
Johan left on his own hand, which is never what we want to see. It's all too common of an occurrence. Gonna grab the overshield, so he should be able to stop the run. Somehow he pops the overshield. I think he stopped time for a second somehow while he needed to pop that overshield and doesn't eat those shots. He needs to pick up these kills as fast as he can and make sure they don't get countered on. But it's very good damage. Atso was last player alive. Who's going to start a run? Both flags are out, though. This is absolute carnage towards the end of the game.
Map split right down the middle at the moment. One flag being run on the Ivy side here by Sintenegra, and one being run on the gold side by Knights. That kill is huge. That allows now Magico to think about going for a return. It allows him to try and move forward as he knows his teammates will have numbers elsewhere. And look at this. He's on the return. This player has no idea, and now he takes it down. He sends it home. Magico. Abracadabra, my friend. That is perfect. The flag gets put in, and now he's doing work again, moving another flag.
Yeah, starts with the run right away. This is great stuff here from Mexico. He's going to continue the Ivy run. Still 3 alive for both sides. So he's going to kind of play this a little bit slow, maybe see what kind of damage he can get.
Magico's play in the last few moments has been exceptional. Every decision he's made has been so good. He's trying to force this one back to the base because he knows he's got a teammate spawning near him. They've got to be careful of that counter cap, but it does not matter to Magico. He picks up yet another kill as Atso now tries to go a little bit crazy. He goes a little bit wild, and Pittsburgh Knights answer back.
Let's see, 2 dead for Sintenegra here. Atso knows he needs to pick up another one, and that's exactly what he does.
Tense moments here for Knights. Very, very tense moments for them. Sintenegra lose 2, though. Guardian trying to get a stop on this flag, and will do. He knows that he's going to wait for a little bit of support, but he also knows that the numbers are coming, and he also knows a double kill is going to be huge, and it might just be 3. His teammate will steal it. But as a team, they take out all 4 players from Knights. That will be a return. And with the overshield coming up as well in a few moments, they might be able to lock down the OS2.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the clock here. That's exactly what you wanted to see if you're a Sintenegra fan or one of the 7,000 in the venue here. We know you're pretty excited based on what you're seeing on screen. It's been really good late game performances from them. We got to talk about Mexico, 27-11 in the game right now.
And Sintenegra, just a little shout out to the owner of Sintenegra. Apparently there was a tournament in the top 10 teams and travel coverage to come to this event. So there's 10 in total Sintenegra teams, and obviously Sintenegra supporting the Halo scene immensely in the Latin American region, which we absolutely love to see. And I tell you what, your boys are doing you proud right now.
They really are. This is great so far from them in this game, and Atso knows he needs to pick up this kill. He's able to do it. 1v1 here, but Johan running another flag. 2 dead for the Knights.
2 dead for the Knights. No one on the overextension as well. It's a clear run home here for Johan. He's going to slide this one home. A little hop, skip, and a jump. A few grenades, but he doesn't mind because it's going to be another flag on the board here. It is looking like a Sintenegra show.
3-1 now for Sintenegra. We're also getting word from our friends in the venue. The Sintenegra chant is unsurprisingly quite loud, and it was even happening prior to that flag run, so they're very happy. However, Knights on the other side of the stage, they're not done just yet. 50 seconds on the clock. They would need to run heroic back-to-back flags to tie the game.
Well, Atso's trying to do part 1 of that, and he's starting to write the first part of the script. He's got this one back to his base. He's got a little bit of support as well, but he's also got a player that's behind him causing him problems. So now the stall comes in. 2 players and 2 of his teammates have fallen, and so does he. The return will be comfortable here for Sintenegra.
Wow, very comfortable. 1 now is just not going to do it. It's not enough time as we take a look at the time on the clock. 21 seconds left before this will be over, and right now it's just defense for Sintenegra.
And they only need to pick up a couple of kills here, and it will be the game. They will go 2-1 up in the series. They will have the lead, and Johan has got one thing in mind. That flag does not move, and if you dare try and get it off that flag stand, I'm putting you in the death screen.
Johan says, keep your hands off my flag because it is a Sintenegra win. They will win the game 3-1. And you know that the Sintenegra fans on your screen, they are hyped, and it will be a series lead for Sintenegra. They win games 2 and 3 to now lead the series 2-1.
Incredible performance this from Sintenegra. We were wondering who's going to stop Knights in the region. Well, the answer is starting to appear in front of us in this series. They are up 2-1. And they are absolutely loving what those four gentlemen are doing on stage right now.
I mean, they gotta be, right? They also went, I think they found about half of Mexico City and brought them here in Sintonegro jerseys, and they are representing and certainly rolling deep, in the words of Richie Hines. 3-1 is your final score. It's a really great performance from Sintonegro to somehow sneak out the lead, and what a treat. Like we said, we hadn't seen those two teams play that game type over the past 3 tournaments in the last 2 months of play, and Sintonegro will be the team that gets the dub.
I mean, what a performance it was as well. It was not just a good performance. It wasn't a scrappy performance. It was a slappy performance. Yeah, I agree with you. And look at Johan right now. He's not just trying to get himself going, get the hands going. I reckon he's trying to get the crowd going as well, understandably so.
Oh boy, these guys are stoked on the way that they've been playing here. It's been a fantastic series so far, and this one has delivered, Mark. We were excited about it. We know many of you at home were excited about it as well, but this certainly is one of my favorite series in a very long time.
And once again, we get to see the Sintonegro. They're on their feet, and we're in the middle of the series right now. Imagine what they're like during the game. You can only imagine. They are passionate out here in Mexico City. And I tell you what, Andy, I would love to be in that room if Sintonegro managed to take home this next game, because that roof is going to come off.
Oh, we're going to get crowd cams. I'm going to look for the videos on social. Also, you got to be afraid for Pittsburgh Knights, because if they win this, they're going to get beat up by about 75 people, which is absolutely terrifying. And they're thinking, oh my God, we got some fans in the room, but this Sintonegro crowd is pretty serious. So you know that they're loud, you know that they're proud, and they've been a big factor in the series so far. They now lead 2-1.
We're hearing from some of our good friends on site as well. There's the Sintonegro chant out again. And I've got to give credit here to Sintonegro, because even though there's a lot of hype and there's a lot of emotion inside of the arena at the moment where they're playing, they look calm and they look composed, and they look like they want to get the job done. They know that this is just another game for them to take home, and then they're in that grand final.
That's it. They know that this is exactly what they prepared for day in, day out. All these are the same game types they've played online for many, many months. And to be honest, it's the same Pittsburgh Knights team they've played for many, many months as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that game, because it was another great one.
Yeah, why not? Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And Magico, for me, standout performer for his team. He was just doing so much work, and it was work that was effective work, and it was, what's the word I'm looking for here? It was impactful work across the map. Every single time he picked up a kill, there was a deliberate thought behind it, what the next move was going to be. If it was a flag getting moved, if it was to try and stop a counter cap, if it was an overextend, everything he was doing, the prioritization was so good from him.
Yeah, it really is. And even at this stage of the game, take a look, 16-8 from Mexico, 17-8. You can't even keep up with the numbers during the highlights. Even though we saw, once again, a lot of moments of greatness from the Knights, and when you watch the highlights, they're picking up doubles, they're picking up triples, but really the overall game management was in the hands of Sintonegro.
And this shot here from Magico as well, that was a great indication of what he was doing. And this is where we find ourselves, Andy. And I don't know about you, my friends, but we're not usually blessed with game 5s. But with Stronghold Recharge being a strong game type for Knights, and one that Knights probably aren't too upset about seeing as game number 4, Slayer Aquarius might just rear its head in a few moments' time.
I think we might. Rarely do we even see game 4s, you and I. Somehow it's always it's always clutch and gasket, and you get those lucky game 5s, but we're so happy to be here heading into a game 4. And it's like we talked about, right? If you're on Sintonegro, you wanted to win that game 1, because as you had pointed out, Mark, this would be a 3-0. If they won that overtime single hill, it's crazy to think about that they would have 3-0'd the Pittsburgh Knights, the undefeated team, not just in series, but in games at this tournament. However, we will head into a game number 4. This is going to be a huge challenge for Sintonegro. We know how dominant the Knights are on this game type. They will now have their backs against the wall and need to force a game number 5.
However, we did see Recharge Slayer go to Sintonegro, so maybe this isn't a map they're too frightened of. It is a completely different game type, of course, which plays in a completely different way. But I tell you what, Sintonegro will know more than anyone. This is an opportunity in this region you do not get too often, to take down Knights, not just in a final, but in a winner's bracket final. and give yourself the opportunity to have to just beat them once more to become champions.
It's pretty wild. They need to realize what's ahead of them here. They've played an incredible series so far. Like we said, they were one overtime hill away from 3-0ing the Knights, which would have been quite a statement. But they need to remember that all of that is still to play for here. They need to make sure that they give everything they can in this game. Because to be honest, you don't want to go to a game number 5. You don't want to go to a game 5 Aquarius Slayer. That's where things start to really just fall apart if you start to get some bad spawns, and there's a lot of things that become a little bit of a luck factor in something like a game 5 Slayer. They need to play their game here. If they do it, it would be a massive upset to the entire region, and it would already be the news of the tournament.
Well, it's coming back to us for a few moments before we get into this next game, and hopefully the delay isn't quite as long as have been between some of the others. So hopefully we can get this going and get into what will be a game and series deciding game between the two teams. But I mean, Sintenegra, I don't think anyone saw this coming, Andy. With all due respect to them, with the way that Knights have been dominating the region, been so good all tournament long. This has been something special. This has been a performance of a lifetime for them so far.
Yeah, these guys have been digging deep, and they will already never forget this tournament. They will never forget this championship Sunday. This is unbelievable. This is a packed house main stage in Mexico City. It's been absolutely incredible. Let's not forget, right? These guys traveling from Colombia, representing their country, so proud to be here, and it's going to be fantastic to see what they could do in Mexico City. And already an unforgettable tournament, but everything to play for in this game number 4. If they can secure top 2 and guarantee that first series in the grand finals over who else might come out, of course, you have to expect it would be the Knights that would come back and beat Timbers Esports. But man, what a statement it would be, and to take this tournament as well. It would flip the region on its head, because if you've been watching Global Halo Infinite, you know every week, every show, whether it's North America or Europe, we always talk, oh, by the way, the Pittsburgh Knights won again, right? It's like hearing during certain eras that Federer won again. It's like, yeah, we know Federer won. We know he won. He won every time. That's what it feels like with the Pittsburgh Knights. So just to paint that picture, for Sintenegra to win this, it flips the region on its head, and you steal the land prize and the biggest prize pool in history from a team that thinks it's rightfully theirs. Everything on the line in this game 4.
Yeah, it really, you could have summed it up any better. It really is a massive moment, not just for the team itself, but for the region itself, right? I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, you mentioned how they've been dominant. Wes was saying that he understands that maybe there's a few teams that aren't quite as close as to compete with them as some of the other regions. Well, Sintenegra, they may be proving us all wrong right now, and I'm not just trying to highlight Wes, because I'm in the same boat. I didn't think they were capable of this kind of performance, but this is LAN. This is a different environment, and this is the first time that Knights have had to play against them on LAN on Halo Infinite, and it is a different beast they're coming up against.
Backs against the walls. What does Knights do? We've seen it time and time again, right? They're down 2-0 in game number 1 as we are underway here in game number 4. They have had incredible comebacks in this series already, narrowly stealing game number 2. Let's see what they have in store here. 2-1 in favor of Sintenegra. If they win, they will send the Knights to the elimination bracket and their first ever series loss. However, if Knights win, we are going to a game number 5.
Well, it's a 2v2 on the map to start with, although it looks like the better of the opening strategy was actually picked up by Knights. Sintenegra and Bullet get a little bit lucky in that fight, to be honest with you. It should have been a little bit more simple to deal with that camo player. Tapping Buttons hits the nice drop slide to make his way over to Sword. I've seen a few players, Too Foxy, sorry to call you out, my friend, but hit that slide and go disappearing off the back of the map. But for now, Tapping Buttons, he's got a little bit more restraint.
Tapping B going to become Slicing B as he upgrades himself and evolves to an even stronger form, which is terrifying to think about. Guardian, though, cleaning out gold. He's also got the shock rifle in hand and wants to do some damage across the map.
Guardian. Oof. Wow. I mean, nothing but head being removed there in that circumstance. Tapping Buttons is going to slide by, maybe try and bait out one of these shots. Manages to do that quite nicely. Not going to be able to connect with the second either, Guardian, but Sintenegra have control of B and C. Oof. However, they don't have control of the shock rifle because Palu is flying at you with a battle rifle.
So many things to talk about there. You really got to talk about the little nuanced movement coming in from Tapping. He knows that there's a shock rifle in play glass, so he slides through that A doorway just to buy some time, and then the team shot comes thereafter on the angles. It's a really good response from Knights even after losing that shock, and Tapping's going to grapple right up to get immediate angles, and now he's on the rotate once again.
BNC in their control for now. And just another thing to talk about here, you get into the grand finals, a huge jump in prize pool, right? You go from $6,000 all the way up to $11,000 just for getting into that grand final. So a real opportunity here to make a lot of money for the players who are involved. Tapping Buttons at the moment, he's just swinging around, but unfortunately He's not going to be able to do too much, but Tapping Button's the kind of player when everything seems to be going wrong, he'll still make a little bit of magic happen.
I mean, that is a perfect example of what Tappy could do, right? Grapples up, even gets a good angle. Even though he was taken down, he gets that death stick. That's absolutely huge. BC still in control now of Santa Negra as they will look to rally back, and it's only just about a 20-point game here. These two still neck and neck.
Yeah, no triple cap either for either team so far, and that's been something you want to avoid when you've got teams playing at this level. If you get under that spell of that triple cap, it is a horrible, horrible place to be, and you can be punished and have to find yourself scrapping to even get hold of one stronghold, let alone two to get scoring in. Johan with the camo and the sword, though, is going to be a problem here, and also going to be a problem as he jumps into B. He's also going to grapple onto the back of this player and drag him down to the ground. Now he's going up for the shock. He wants all the toys as well as the stronghold.
Really nice work here. They're going to get B as well. They're going to lose C here, but even though they had 4 dead, they lost B, but it's because they put all their eggs into the A basket, and now off of those rotates, they will now hold A and B, and just like this, we will see a lead change. Santa Negra takes the lead in game number 4.
These guys are impressing me more and more every single time I see them. There seems to be an organization about them. There seems to be a co-organization about them. And at the moment, they're also not missing too many bullets, even though Johan's going to have to escape here with the grapple. But good job to recognize that danger was coming.
Yeah, good job there from Johan. Just like you said, it looks like he got caught out, but instead grapples right back, and he's going to stay alive. That will be 2 dead for both sides. Losing A, though, so he does need to circle back.
Losing A just for a second, though. He's going to read challenge, and he gets the trade as well. Magico moving in on C, should be able to deal with the player in B. This is a massive play here from Magico. He gets 2, and that will guarantee C to be flipped.
Oh, and last player alive is going to be in B as well, and shots going down on the batteries. This is beautiful play from Santa Negra, and it is perfectly timed. The hype in the venue as well, we're hearing, is hitting, I think, astronomical levels. So impressed with what we're seeing from Johan and Magico. Both of them have 9 kills apiece in this game. They will continue leading and continue scoring.
Santa Negra do lose 3 players, though, so they might well lose C control. However, they're inside of B. They don't care that they've got no one there. They're going to be able to get inside of B. They're going to cause a ruckus, and now you're going to see kills being picked up, and just like that, the kills and the amount of people alive on the map flips on its head. Santa Negra, from a horrible position, somehow keep control of A, flip B, and now they can pressurize C as well.
This game is flipping on its head. This region is flipping on its head. Anyone watching from Latin America who has watched peripherally, especially anyone who's in the venue in Mexico City, probably cannot believe what they are seeing. You've heard these team referred to as the final boss of the region. We don't use that term lightly. We would not throw around a team name like Final Boss. These guys have been undefeated, and right now Santa Negra wants to send them to the elimination bracket.
I love the fact that my Final Boss Carbon prediction is looking a little bit more realistic at this point. It seems like this might be the kryptonite. It might be the team to finally stop the dominance, and Santa Negra, they've got a long way to go, of course, and even though they've done a lot of work in this series so far, it's only half of the job done so far. AC in control of Knights, with the score heavily in the favor of Santa Negra.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It's a great start from them, and we've seen them close out games. We've seen them do it on Recharge, and we've seen them more and more, especially after that first one. You got to think maybe they learned their lesson that they cannot crumble at the end of the game, and that's all they need to do here. So far, it's a great first half of the game. They need to have a great second half as well.
Bullets managed to get control of C here, even though his teammates have all fallen. Tapping Buttons is going to slide in and try and recapture it now, because they have to deal with this 1v1. It becomes a 2v1 just out of nowhere again. Santa Negra, the teamwork, the buddy system that they're employing with a lot of these pushes is very, very impressive.
Let's see, Nasty Bullet. That's a 1v1 versus Pelu and Bullet. And Pelu will win that one. That's big, because that was 4 dead for Santa Negra, and maybe it paves the way for a Knight's comeback. But they certainly have a lot of work to do. One stat line we got to point out is Tapping Buttons. He's 13-5, and he's got to be wondering, guys, what's going on here? How are we losing by a margin like this?
Well, it's because on the other side of things, you've got Magico doing what he does. You've got Atso not going to be able to connect with a few shots as well for Knights, which can be the difference maker, as you see here. Who will stop B? And this is the first time we've seen a triple cap, Andy. Now you're seeing the score start to flip, and now you're seeing Knights go into a lead.
Wow, and this is dangerous. We've seen this before. It looks an awful lot like the Game 1 King of the Hill. It was a huge lead. It was 113-68 in favor of Santa Negra. And now, just like that, it will be 130-116 in favor of the Knights as they look to force a game number 5.
It was a triple cap. It was a triple cap, but Santa Negra did not like that. They flip all of the strongholds back into their control. They still have 2 dead here from the Knights, and Magico's going to be able to swoop in here and maybe think about a reset. Instead, it's going to be a big fight won by Knights just to keep seeing their control and keep that score from getting out of hand.
Bullet now. Trying to do what he can in the back of Whirlpool, but this A pressure is going to be a lot to deal with. That's a disadvantageous angle, a hard one to fight, and a repulsor makes it even tougher. Great pressure coming in for the Knights. 2 dead for Santa Negra.
A and B still in their hands, though, and Atso is going to chunk a lot of damage from that frag grenade. Gets chased down as well. Guardian in a 1v1. He misses the stick as well. And you got to be careful here if you're on Santa Negra. Even though good plays are being made, and even though you've done so well so far in this series, you've got to stay ice cold in these moments. When it gets tight, you can't afford to wilt here. They've lost B. They look like they're losing A. Oh no, the reset comes in. Someone makes a play at A.
That is huge. Drifts are first to fall. Guardian will be traded out as well, though, as we take a look. And now Atso knows he needs to try to win these battles at back elevator.
Camo's going to be coming up as well. Atso's trying to get some eyes on it. He's taking some damage, though, and the Camo player, I think he might have just landed on his head. He manages to get away, that Camo player, as Atso tries to find him and tries to make sure that's not going to be effective while all of the battle is happening around the power-up. A and C go back into Santa Negra's hands, and so does that lead.
And 2 dead as well. And now 3 dead. 1's a spawner, so still continued control. Should be able to clean C reset in just a second if Bullet can win this. These 1v1s at C are so important. And as we get into the final stretch, you have to think there's going to be a few key 1v1s around the stronghold that could decide it.
There's around a 20-point advantage here for Santa Negra, but the control is back in the hands of Knights. They have B, they have C. As the push now comes in aggressively on pipes. You spoke about important 1v1s. Tap in B. Is happy to tap his BR onto a few bodies. As this game starts to close out, they're making a desperate play onto B. Tapping buttons cleans up one and gets the reset.
Wow, he's tapping all the right Bs right now, and liking what I'm seeing. He even dodges those grenades at pipes. He gets caught out at danger, though, so that'll be 2 dead for Knights here, and an opportunity once again for Santa Negra to try to regain control. It is so close here on the home stretch.
Yeah, it's just a few points between the 2 teams. A is being flipped, but it's been reset here by Santa Negra, so we essentially have a tie game at this point. This series has been phenomenal.
Unbelievable. Could not have asked for a better winners finals between these 2 teams. Something's about to happen at C, though. We'll see how those battles go down. Looks like a player had to retreat down low. First kill's going to go to Magico. 2 dead here. Might be 3 dead in a second, depending on what Atso could do. No, he makes sure to even the tides with a great grapple. Sandwich, though, so 2 dead yet again, and Santa Negra has had control. It's going to be 180 to 177, and Santa Negra will continue scoring with AC.
Pipe spawns here for Knights as well, so they're going to be trying to push onto A after this kill is picked up. A trade comes in, 2 players fall from Santa Negra, but instead it looks like Knights are actually making a little bit of a play on both strongholds. A is going to flip over, but the magic is starting to come to force here as he grapples that Camo away, and that could be a big moment.
It's huge. He was the last player alive. That was 3 dead for Santa Negra. Magico is the last player alive. He's able to grab it. He's able to now get into B and continue applying pressure. 2 dead for Knights.
Camo play on B will flip it back into favor of Santa Negra as well. Magico's still alive with the Camo. That will expire, though. Good shots onto the player up on Heaven. Perfect shots. Nothing short of perfect at this point is going to get the job done as he flies in again to help out a teammate. Look at the damage that Magico is doing. He is playing like a man possessed.
Beautiful stuff here from Magico. Amazing stuff. He's able to provide the damage into elevator as well. That was back-to-back, essentially 3 dead, 223 to 189. Santa Negra, they are so close, and they might just do it.
Oh, he needs to win this 1v though. Magico gets taken down. Atso trying to flip C here, but is desperate for the Knights. They also have a little bit of work going on at B. Johan, he wins a 1v1 and he survives. Re-challenge comes in. He'll buy a little bit more time for himself. Johan somehow or other is still alive in this situation as 3 players now fall for Knights, and A is being flipped over by Santa Negra.
It's all about that A flip. Not much to go here for Santa Negra as they look to close it out. They will get A, B, but now all eyes are going to be on B. They get the B reset. That's huge. They will continue scoring, and they will cross the 240 mark.
It is the Cinderella story here in Mexico City. They cross the 250 mark, and Santa Negra take the series and dump Pittsburgh Knights down into the elimination bracket.
Oh my God, we got to keep this crowd on screen because they are going nuts. We said if Santa Negra won the series, this place would erupt, and that's exactly what we're seeing. It is a 3-1 victory. They do it in 4 games, and they take down the undefeated Pittsburgh Knights. This is unbelievable, and a crazy result in our winners finals.
Now they find themselves in the grand final with a series cushion as well. Johan, love to you as well, my friend. You guys have just destroyed Knights in that series, and I tell you what, you love to see it sometimes when the underdog gets the job done on that main stage. But for the Knights, let's just take a second here, Andy. For the Knights, this is not the end of the tournament. They can come back through that elimination bracket for a rematch. And I tell you what, if they match up again, they're going to be out for blood.
Listen, we'll see them again, and we'll almost certainly see them in the grand finals. And this is absolutely crazy. 26-17 from Mexico Air in that game. 25-20 from Johan. And like we said, if you put your money on Cinta Negra to take down Knights in the winners finals, you would have cashed out big. But that was such an unlikely bet that I don't think we have many people collecting on that one. It's a 3-1 win. It was almost a 3-0, and this scoreboard looks so different than anyone in Latin America would have predicted. Cinta Negra wins your winners finals.
I looked at those game types and I said Cinta Negra will love those game types, and at the moment I think they just love to keep playing, because a 3-1 win, and like you say, could have happily been a 3-0 if they managed to just clutch up that game 1, is all you need to say, right? Yeah. We can break down what was so good, what was so bad, but I mean, it doesn't really matter for Cinta Negra what was good and what was bad, because they got the job done. There was a lot of good, trust me. There wasn't much bad, but Cinta Negra Esports, in front of a ruckus crowd here in Mexico City, send Knights down to that elimination bracket. I did not think I'd be saying that.
My God, what a performance from them. They've got to be so stoked. The entire Cinta Negra fan base is so stoked, and we're hearing from production that's only the second time the Knights have ever lost a match on broadcast this entire season of Halo Infinite. You could tell just how flat deflated they looked on their side of the stage, and they got caught flat-footed by a very, very hungry Cinta Negra team. That's a huge win. That's not just something that they eked out or that went down to the wire like Game 1 did. That's pretty convincing in the end, and Knights has a lot to think about, and to be honest, they've got a lot more Halo to play if they want to get back into the grand final.
Yeah, they certainly do. They've got a lot of games to get through, and Cinta Negra X are still going to be there waiting, and Cinta Negra, Timbers Esports are going to be there waiting. Excuse me, I've got Cinta Negra fever right now.
we all do.
They've all of a sudden found a little bit of form, so they're going to want to play them. They're going to want to get into that series and take on a wounded Pittsburgh Knights. As we take a look at some of these replays, Andy, I've got to give a lot of credit to Johan as well. When you have those pivotal moments, the big moments in games, right? Johan at the end picks up 1 kill around C and then just manages to play his life for so much longer than he should have been allowed to, which just allowed the rest of his teammates to do something, to make a play. Silly things like that, small things like that, they all add up in Halo Infinite, and Johan at the end just being the most difficult kill possible is always the best thing to do.
Oh, it really is, and I think a lot of people will remember, I should say less and less, but a few of you will remember the Walshy is my homeboy t-shirts, and I think I got to make a few shirts that say Johan is my brohan, because this dude is laying it down, and I've absolutely loved what I've seen from him and the entire side.
I think get your hands off him would be the shirt. I think you're going to kind of endorse that as well. Maybe trademark it, to be honest with you, because some money to be made for sure. But let's take a look at these replays. I mean, Magico at the end here, by the way, this man was just
beautiful.
Anything that moved, he was damaging.
This was nuts. A beautiful sequence here. He's able to do so much damage, whether it's control, whether it's elevator. They had 2 dead. He's pushing the spawns back, and it was great late game coordination. They were leading at the half. Let's not forget, I'm going to take a look at some of the scores that we saw during that game. Let's not forget, this thing was close, right? We saw the game all the way 171 and 169 in favor of Knights. They essentially, once again, Cinta Negra blew their lead again to get the game tied. They actually lose the lead at the 170 mark, but then the late game resilience to bring it back, to win it the way that they did, around 250 to 199 or so. That's a brilliant performance from them, and I cannot imagine how stoked they are feeling on the main stage.
I mean, take a photo of that and show it to Cinta Negra before that grand final, because I tell you what, if you needed a motivator, there's nothing better than that trophy in front of you to give you that little bit of a kick, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, Cinta Negra, they're going to be walking by that trophy a few times today and thinking, wow, One more of those, one more series, and we might find ourselves raising this trophy and once again shocking the entire region. They've already done it once. They might do it for a second time today.
We'll have to wait and see. And who is going to be the team that gets their hands on that trophy? One team is going to be fighting for it in that grand final is going to be Cinta Negra in front of, I'm going to call it a home crowd at this point, by the way, because it looks like a home ground. And I think that we've got the panel ready. Am I mistaken in my
No, you're ready.
Suggestions there? Well, it looks like we're ready to go.
You're right. Andy's always ready.
I know, but you're always ready. I was more checking on Dan and Wes, but Cinta Negra a lot. What a ridiculous story.
Lads, I mean, Cinta Negra, you know, I'm almost eating my words here because I remember, you know, teeing up this series and saying, look, this is going to be hard. I'm sure everyone's thinking PK Knights. I'm sure Knights are going to be just coming out full force. Cinta Negra, don't sleep on these guys. My God, what a showing from this team. And I just want to say while it's on my mind, Magico, he really is a wizard, isn't he? He really is quite magic. That guy, unbelievable stuff. And to think, you know, it wasn't just the slaying for me, and it wasn't just the ability that he was showing us in terms of his skill level. It was small moments like, you know, obviously they have the lead there, and as the 200 mark hit, the heads up play being like, guys, I'm gonna go get Camo right now, because if we take our foot off the gas at any point in time, Knights, they're gonna start steamrolling, and look, our lead will just be diminished. And he got the Camo and made such big plays there. Gaskin, what did you make of Magico, especially also in CTF2? This guy was just unbelievable.
Wow. I mean, Magico, Cinta Negra, you can only tip your hat to what they've just done. I know people will be like, oh, the analysts don't know anything. They were saying Pittsburgh Knights were going to win this one so easily. Well, that just shows how good this team just were. They have just kind of demolished the best team in this region in a way that I don't think anyone would have been expected. I don't even think they would have expected to perform in that way. They may have, you know, peed off the Pittsburgh Knights a little bit, and I was kind of concerned when I thought about how Pittsburgh Knights have approached this tournament. They've kind of been running at everyone. Maybe they forgot how to play against a team who actually has a little bit of structure, and I'm sure they'll be looking to try and get a rematch on the go, but we have to just give credit where it's due. Cinta Negra were the better team in that series. Onset said maybe some of the maps favored them, and I do agree, but they put their best foot forward there. They find themselves in a grand final now, and Magico was just an absolute pleasure to watch all the time.
Yeah, they certainly were. And Clutch, honestly, I think what it comes down to is the fact that Cinta Negra just had such a good system going. You know, they had that buddy system in place for the entirety of that series, and we really saw that kind of come into fruition on both recharge maps that we saw. And they were just running in twos, but they just had such a good organization to them and were able to just pull that across on every single map. And I think their organization caught, you know, I think Knights off guard a lot, and the fact that they were winning their gunfights while doing that, I feel like that really started to secure the series for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cinta Negra's individual skill and their teamwork was shining at its brightest light in this past series, and a phenomenal win for them. I hope that they're able to stay focused, because going into that championship finals, I think that they're going to obviously have awarded themselves such a significant lead when we talk about having to beat them twice now in 2 best-of-7s. Whoever comes out of the elimination bracket, I expect it to be PK, has got their hands full with that, and it's a well-deserved kind of upgrade and opportunity from Cinta Negra. I mean, the organization's obviously done so much for so many teams to represent 10 teams here at the tournament, but I mean, even more so, this team alone has put in so much time, so much work towards the end of Halo 5, coming into Infinite. It's great to see these guys kind of formulate this squad that has been grinding in the shadows, and it's a phenomenal story of how hard work pays off, and they found themselves now in that grand finals. But I do not think we've seen the end of PK, and I think, if anything, knowing that was a wake-up call for PK, do we see a different PK come the second time around? That's still in the future, still questions to behold.
Yeah, 100%. I think right now you can't let up. Knights are looking to bounce back, and I'm sure they know how to do that. They'll be going away from that series, really ripping it apart and figuring out what went wrong there. And looking at the bracket, you know, it's just absolutely incredible what Cinta Negra have managed to accomplish here. And Knights, they're going to have to fight once again against Timbers. I mean, I'm excited for Cinta Negra in this grand final, no matter who they come up against. So just show us some more heads-up plays. I mean, You know, I loved seeing the late overshield pop in on Catalyst on CTF. I thought that was really exceptional from them, just being able to like, okay, this is what we want to do. I don't want to use it right now. And Magico going in there with a skewer and overshield and just basically treating the side of Knights like a very well-cooked kebab, and he was skewering so many different guys in their base. So just really cool stuff to see it coming across from Sintenegra. I wish I could hear the crowd as well chanting Sintenegra.
Wow, yeah.
Wouldn't that be awesome if we could hear them? I wish we
I mean, it must feel like the best time of these guys' lives, right? It reminds me of when the Kansas City Pioneers were playing in Kansas City. It was like a home crowd. It's that extra man. It gives you that belief. I mean, that adrenaline that must be flowing through them after each victory when they hear that crowd erupt and they know they have that support, that is going to like be absolutely perfect for them going into that grand final, to have that kind of support. You heard what Onset was talking about the Sintenegra organization putting on a tournament so they could send teams over, and they've sent 10 teams to this tournament, but this is the final remaining Sintenegra roster and they find themselves in the grand final, Lottie.
They certainly do indeed. And who is going to be joining them? That is the big question, and one we'll find the answer to right after this quick break. We're going to be back with our elimination finals. It's going to be Knights versus Timbers Esports. We'll see you right after this.
Nice.
Nice, like a well-cooked skewer. Christ, where did that come from?
That was a wild series.
To be fair, he did skewer them. Well-cooked kebab, sorry.
Wild series.
That was really good. It's really fun to watch.
Thank you. Apparently Dan and Wes don't care, but it's alright. I'll just leave.
But what?
Yeah, exactly. I'm leaving.
What? No, stay.
I'm leaving.
Oh, what? Because you said it was a World Series?
I tried to.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was just in agreement, though. I didn't feel like it needed a response because it was a World Series.
Should I cast like this, like Home Improvement style, for the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I think so.
This would be good, right? Actually, that'd be really funny if that was like my thing. Don't you think?
Yeah. I don't know how many gigs you get afterwards, but...
Probably 16 gigabytes. See you later.
So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. Now, if you were wondering throughout the break, I am hungry. I did fancy a kebab. And Brav also is thinking of doing the home improvement style on the mic, but we want to see his face, don't we, Brav? We want to see your face, so we won't do the home improvement style.
Oh, you mean like go full out? What's his name?
Yeah.
Wilson. Go
Yeah,
Wilson like this.
right? There it is.
I don't know. I could start casting like this.
Yeah, you could.
Let's give it a shot. Take us through, lot.
Oh, there it is. I just have to raise. I can't raise mine anymore. But I'll tell you what, we're raising the bar here, though, folks, because we are very much into Championship Sunday, and we do have our elimination finals looming over us, and that means somebody is going to be rebounding back up into the grand finals spot, meeting Cinta Negra, and somebody's tournament ends here. And it was always a shame, isn't it? Elimination finals, they're so exciting, but also so sad because it's really difficult for both of the teams here. On set, we have Knights versus Timbers Esports. This is going to be another rematch that we have seen before, and it didn't go so well for Timbers Esports the first time round. What do you make of the matchup this second time?
It's a very interesting one, right? Because on day one, Knights looked like it was their tournament. They were going to win it. It was going to be comfortable, no bumps in the road. Timbers looked like they were going to struggle to get through the bracket. And now we find ourselves somehow or other in an elimination bracket final with these two teams involved. So it's pretty wild when you think about that and how the tournament has developed. And what a perfect example of it here. You can see the run that both teams have had. And Timbers Esports with that big 3-1 win we saw a little bit earlier on against Cinta Negra X. That's going to put them in good spirits. And if you wanted to play Knights at any time in the tournament, you probably want to play them right now after they've just been beaten and knocked down to the elimination finals by Cinta Negra.
That is true. I guess on the other side of that kind of thought process that you're having there on set is, do you want to face Knights right now when they are really annoyed
Oh, they're
about
angry.
that series that they have just been in with Cinta Negra, getting knocked down, and honestly, probably Brav just a little bit embarrassed at this point in time, obviously being so dominant throughout the rest of the season, and then coming into this and now being knocked down to elimination bracket. It's not where they want to be.
No, it's tough for them because keep in mind, right, as we said, this is the first major LAN event in the region for quite some time, around 4 years' time. It's also the most prize money on the line. These guys have been dominating for so long. So for their friends and family, local fans, etc., to be in the room, and then they find themselves in the winners' finals and having the most disappointing series of their entire season since November, that's pretty wild. And like you said, it's pretty deflating, and you just have to hope that they have what it takes, the resilience and the heart to bounce back in this tournament.
Yeah, indeed. And just in terms of, Knights, we'll actually, let's focus on Knights first. Why not? This has been a little bit difficult for them, obviously, having lost that series to Cinta Negra. I think a series they were honestly going into thinking that they would win it pretty convincingly. I don't think they didn't respect Cinta Negra, but I do feel like that they thought in terms of their gameplay, their skill, that they would be heads and tails above them. Not the case. So they have been knocked down a peg. What did you notice on set in particular from that series that really Knights need to brush up on if they want to continue a big run and let's see a dominant performance in this elimination final?
I think that surprised me a little bit. There was the comparison in teamwork between Cinta Negra and Knights, and it seemed like Cinta Negra were always walking around together, always taking routes where they could back out and escape, and a teammate could come in and finish off the kills. And it seemed like Knights were kind of getting drawn into that a little bit. They were getting picked off one by one quite a few times, and maybe that was in the early games a kind of a symptom of some of the easier games they've had in the bracket, where everyone thinks they can make their own plays and forgets that you can't do that against an unorganized team, because they're going to make it hurt. They're going to punish you in those kind of situations. And when you don't have numbers, we always talk about it, Halo Infinite is a very, very tough game to get anything done on. So they've just got to be a little bit more reserved, I think, in the way that they approach certain situations. You want to have the aggression when you have damage, when you have numbers, you want to be pushing forward, as always. But if you are in a position where you find yourself on the back foot, just slow the game down for a few moments. Just kind of establish what you want to do and just communicate to you and your teammates what that next move is.
Yeah, indeed. It's Knights have the skill, right? It's there. We've seen this happen before. We've seen this match before. We've seen Knights versus Timbers Esports happening on our screens, and it wasn't very pretty in terms of Timbers. And speaking of Timbers, Bravo, before when they had played Knights, Stronghold Streets, the start, 250 to 10.
Yeah.
A totally different level of gameplay being played here in comparison. So Timbers, how do they even approach this series, this elimination final? You know, it's go hard or go home, and this is going to be a really tricky one, I think, mentally, but also physically as well out there.
Oh, it's going to be tough for sure. And like you said, there's two different paradigms here. When you have a team winning 250 to 10, that's no margin to joke about. It's quite a statement. I think they need to go back to the basics, go to the fundamentals. Don't try to do too much. For example, if you get 2-3 dead, check the spawns that you expect and challenge the angles you expect. Don't overextend. Don't even try to get fancy. Don't try to get cute with it. There's no time for that. Look to play the game that you know to play, and don't pop out for the triple with the shock, as counter as that might sound when we're talking about the side of Timbers. Now, don't get me wrong, these are amazingly talented players, and they've found themselves in the elimination finals for a reason. But if you ask me, you don't want to give Knights a chance to come back, because how many times, even in that winners final, did we see you give Knights just a little bit and they destroy your lead, and all of a sudden the mid game they're leading. They did it even in the games that they lost. So you really can't give them any room at all. I think Timbers needs to go back to the basics. Look, just like Mark said, play this mathematically. Look for the damage numbers, capitalize on the damage, repeat, rinse and repeat. You got to do it again. You just got to keep sweeping. You got to take the series.
You certainly do indeed, and I think there's some players here that can really step up to this challenge, step up to the plate. A name that has really been striking my fancy, excuse the pun, is Strikey. I mean, he has been a nuisance. Every time we've seen a series with him, he has been the guy to really start to try and turn things around, start to open doors maybe and opportunities for the team, and he was doing that really, really well. Onset, is there anyone else on this roster right now that you need to see a big game from?
There is. I think Gambino needs to have some bigger games. I think he's been a little bit quiet so far this tournament, and I expect him to be a player that we're talking about quite a lot, to be honest with you. When we see those big plays being made, he's been a little bit quiet, but it's the perfect opportunity to do it, right? And they got an opportunity to do it here. It's a scary situation to be in here for Pittsburgh Knights, and you have to remind them of that. Not getting to the grand finals for this team would be unacceptable. And this is their chance to do it. Who would have thought we could have a potential Timbers Esports versus Sintenegra finals? Well, that's still very much something that could happen.
It still very much is something that could happen for sure. I think, you know, I think Knights right now are probably going to have to try and get out of their own head, right? They're probably taking this elimination final series as a chance to kind of redeem themselves, gain a little bit more confidence from it, and potentially even a little bit of momentum, because the 2 best of 7 and the reset is going to be so difficult. It's such a long process, right? You know, you're going to need some stamina. Do you think Knights have the stamina to play this elimination final and then hopefully best Sintenegra in 2 best of 7s? What do you think, Onset?
I think they can still, without a doubt. I think they definitely can. I think that would have been a wake-up call for them, and it has to be a wake-up call for them, right? That loss that they've just suffered. If they go into that grand finals and they beat Timbers Esports in a dominant way, and that first game goes to Pittsburgh Knights, then all of a sudden it's a completely different ball game, because there's a lot of games to be played. There's a lot of momentum to be stolen, and Sintenegra are going to be sat in that final, and if you lose game 1, you don't think about the fact that you've got a few games ahead of you to win the final. You think about, oh, let's not let this go to a bracket reset. Let's not have to do another second best of 7, and all those things start to come into your mind. So for Sintenegra, if they meet up against Pittsburgh Knights, they've got to get it done in 7. Otherwise, I can see Pittsburgh Knights really turning the screw and making a huge comeback.
Now, this is a big question, right? Look, the crowd was getting very hype earlier on, apparently, during the Sintenegra Knights match. Who's the crowd getting behind here? Because we've got Knights versus Timbers Esports. You know, obviously not a Sintenegra team playing on screen, but who are they going to be wanting to kind of take this victory, Brav? What do you reckon?
I think you saw a strong still Pittsburgh Knights fan base, unsurprisingly, in the region, right? These guys have dominated. They've built up a FB-like following in terms of Halo Infinite so far. They've been just so good, and they have the results to show for it. But I don't know, like, a lot of people love underdog stories, and I think there's going to be a lot of people that might be more neutral fans or your Sintenegra fans, right, who would love to see Timbers Esports make that hero run and make that Cinderella story a reality. So I think it's going to be a pretty good even mix in the room. It won't just be Pittsburgh Knights fans. I think people are going to be rooting for the Timbers as well.
Yeah. I think Sintenegra fans are going to be rooting for Timbers. I think that Sintenegra want to play against Timbers in that final. They don't want to play against Pittsburgh Knights anymore. They want to be done and dusted with it. So that might be another thing for them to contend with. And like Andy was talking about during that last series that we were casting over, it's another element of land that you don't have at home. You can have a crowd that is against you, that is supporting the other team and wants to see them succeed. So there's all of these elements that Knights have got to kind of take into account now, and it looks like there's some serious team talk going on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, look at this. I mean, not every day do you cut to a quad box of a team and it's an actual, right, teams huddled around, right? Normally they might be just chatting on comms, chatting on headsets about what they need to do, but this is a serious, like, regroup, right? This team is like, hey, that was not the result that we expected. Let's make sure that we're resetting here in a major way. And you could tell just how much that loss meant to this team.
Yeah, indeed. I think, you know, it is all about that reset, right? That mentality, making sure that the headspace is right. And I think it's easy to kind of have something happen to you that you're not used to. And in this case, it being losing, right? Knights, they're not used to it. Like you guys said, the second time on a broadcast that we have ever seen Knights lose this season. That is quite significant stat line for the fact that they haven't really been through this a lot before, especially at LAN as well, at their first regional LAN, not only to mention at a final and their tournament life on the line now. This is where it has to reset, right? This is where they have to be like, okay, we've got to dig deep. We know what we can do. We know how to play the game. We've done this before. Timbers Esports, I think on paper, you know, they lost out to Sintenegra X. You know, this wasn't even in the reach of Knight's possibility of losing to a team like Sintenegra X. So the fact that Timbers Esports have done that, you know, I think they need to come into this very fresh-minded and knowing exactly what they can do and what kind of a show that they can put on here. We are just waiting for players. You can see, I think Timbers Esports haven't actually entered the stage yet, so they're not even on stage currently. So we are currently waiting for the gameplay to happen, which would be exciting. But I do actually know what the series layout is going to be. I actually do have that on my screen here, which I'd love to share with you guys just to talk through it. We have Oddball Livefire to begin with for map 1. We have Slayer Catalyst for map 2. Map 3 will be King of the Hill Streets. Map 4, CTF Aquarius. And map 5 will be Slayer Livefire. So 2 Livefires in there as well. And something notable here is CTF Aquarius was actually played Timbers Esports versus Internegra X. They did lose out on that one, but we actually did see Strikey having a pretty good flag game during that one. And it's, you know, a name that I have mentioned before. Do you see any kind of potential here for this series layout? You know, if there's something that's really going to start to speak to you in terms of Timbers Esports and potentially stealing away a game here on set, which one would it be, do you think?
It's a tough one, right? Because I think about Livefire, and I know that Knights won it, but it was extremely close against Internegra. And I think that the first game being back on Livefire, as Livefire Oddball, if I'm not mistaken, correct? If that is the case, yes, then it's a very interesting one, because even if Pittsburgh Knights win that, if it's a close game and they are pushed all the way to the edge, that gives a huge amount of hope to Timbers Esports for the rest of the series, because they've just seen what's happened in the previous series against Internegra. So I mean, I always put a lot of weight on game number 1 in the series, because I think in a best of 5 like we have right now, just getting out to a good start, it's so massive, because you have that Slayer game 2 where you can really hammer home the advantage, and then you only have to win 1 out of 3 games and you've won a series. It's as crazy as it sounds, right? But I know best of 5s with 2 Slayers in there, you never quite know what's going to happen. So I just think that game 1 is everything for these teams.
Yeah, game 1 is going to be absolutely massive for sure. And with the series layout in mind, I think Timbers Esports have quite a journey to go on if they do want to steal the series from the likes of Knights, because Knights, I think they're pretty much ready to go. I think right now they're probably thinking about that grand final spot and what they need to do to take Sintenegra down into best of 7. So I think that's kind of on their mind at the moment. I have been told though that we are ready to go to casters. So I'd love to bring them in as fast as I can. Gaskin and Clutch, are you ready on the mics, lads? Are you ready to come in and start casting this elimination finals?
Always ready, always on the mic, always waiting in the wings, Lottie Van Prague, because we have a losers finals, an elimination final. Sorry, excuse me, I've got to say it correctly. And
You've
this
been
is
doing that all weekend.
going. What? I've been saying the wrong one.
You've been
the
saying
one
losers a lot. It's made me very concerned for how you feel about some of the talent that's on the stage.
It's ingrained in my brain after the last 20 years of saying it, but I am getting used to it. Elimination bracket is where we are nowadays. Knights versus Timbers Esports is going to be our losers fight. I've done it again. At this point, where's you just carry on, because I can't apparently say elimination.
It's tough, and I know, having spent a majority of your career in that side of the bracket, it is going to be tough to adapt to what probably some of the feelings and some of the sentiments you felt about potentially some of the results that you had back then. But I mean, there are no losers in this finals, or in this elimination finals, I should say, because everybody gets a trip to Orlando. Everybody has checked that box off the list. But there's a team that expects to be in the grand finals. There's a team that would like to be in the grand finals, and that's two different mindsets when you enter this side of the bracket.
Look, I may have spent a lot of time in the elimination bracket final. Actually, no, I didn't. I never did. But I spent a lot of time in the elimination bracket, and I got closer to that final than maybe I should have. Anyway, Wes, this is going to be an interesting one because the PK team, they are probably going to be a little bit peed off. You know, they were expecting to be in that grand finals already. There is never going to be a situation where they thought they would be in this elimination bracket final. And that worries me a little bit. I think that Timbers are going to potentially go up against a beast that has been prodded maybe one too many times. And we could see a very quick series indeed. That being said, I have underestimated this Timbers roster once before, and I don't think that they will come into this without putting 110% in. They are going to be expecting to at least give this a good go. One way that Onset put it was maybe this is the best time to play the Pittsburgh Knights because perhaps they're going to be a little bit dejected, a little bit annoyed, and that can go one of two ways for sure.
It's a matter of where you want to start the conversation here, Dan, and take a step back. Look at where PK's coming from, right? Their perspective on what just happened to them. This is their tournament. This is their dynasty. This is their region to lose. And they just lost in the winners bracket finals. That's a tough pill to swallow, but with the success that they've had for as long as they've had it, I mean, these guys are veterans. It was the first series of the day for these guys as well. I'm not going to continue to make excuses. Like there was a Catalyst Slayer thrown in there as well. So a lot of things that potentially led up to an opportunity that we saw Centenegra jump on. And props to Centenegra, but if you're PK, you're like, hey, if we can get back to the finals, we know it's a best of 7. We know both series, when we reset, it'll be a best of 7. And I'm pretty sure that they should be confident that, hey, come the end of today, we can still be considered the champions. We are still the best team in this region. You got to go through Timbers first, and who better to see than a couple of the players that are a little bit more familiar than the rest of the players in this tournament to this roster, because a lot of storylines coming into this one. Gambino, he gets dropped from the roster. He's made it all the way to the elimination finals, but now he's playing against the big bad wolves of the scene. It's his old team. It's PK, and wouldn't that be something to knock those guys out of a potential grand final showing? But we've seen these two teams play before, and it did not go well.
It did not, but at the same thought process, and also something that Onset was mentioning, is that Timbers lost previously versus Centenegra X, and then they come back on a Sunday and they managed to beat them and get the revenge. So maybe, just maybe, they can do it again here against the Pittsburgh Knights. And as you say, Gambino getting one up on his team on his old team would be an amazing feat. But I know I hyped up the Pittsburgh Knights to be this be-all and end-all best team in the region, and I still am confident in saying I do think they are the best team in the region. And maybe it was just a blip for them losing that winners bracket final. But at the same time, if they get into that grand final and they end up losing against Centenegra, then I will happily pass over that crown and say we have a new team in the region. Once you have won that event and going into Orlando, it will be Centenegra that we would be focusing on as the chance for this LATAM region to try and break further into the international scene. But as you can see in the quad box, there is one player currently missing. Maybe a bathroom break, or maybe just a hot discussion with a coach or a referee. We can only think of what it could be. But right now, it means that we can just carry on discussing who we think is going to be taking this series, Wes. And, you know, I think you and I are on the same wavelength that we're expecting a Pittsburgh Knights domination. I think it would be rude of us to not call a spade here. But at the same time, we thought that in the previous series, right? We thought that they would be doing exactly the same thing against Centenegra. Do you think in that winners finals, it was Centenegra playing really well? Or was it Pittsburgh Knights maybe not playing as good as they used to?
I think absolutely Centenegra played well, but I think that they were able to take advantage of maybe a poor map pool paired with not ready PK Knights. If I'm a betting man, Dan, and you know a little bit about me, you know I like to gamble.
With your hair, of course.
PK Knights. I said PK Knights. Lottie, this is your fault.
This is like
anyways.
The Pittsburgh Knights.
The Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, the best odds in Vegas on them to win this thing is here and now before the series starts. I would take the house loan out. I would put it on them to win the tournament still. I still am very confident in their ability to shake off that loss, wake up, and play their best Halo for the rest of the day.
They've got to wake up, and they've got to show this entire community why You know, they've been the #1 team for so long. Why we were giving them all the plaudits and saying they should be winning this tournament and it's their tournament to lose. Well, if it is their tournament to lose, then they've got a long way to go now to try and reclaim their title. It could be nerves as well. We saw in the European region, Ascend almost did the same thing. Ascend almost threw away their tournament, right? It went all the way down to the wire against other teams who were equally as hungry to try and take it. And sometimes when there is the expectation, that pressure to be winning a tournament because you've been dominating for so long, it can catch up to you. And perhaps that is one of the many reasons why the winners final did not go in the way here of the Pittsburgh Knights. But now it's time for them to make up for it. Wes, players to watch in this elimination bracket final then. I personally think that Drift had a rough winners final and I would like to see him improve. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there. Drift, a very quiet winners bracket finals, not somebody that's been quiet in the scene, especially as of recent. I honestly think that coming into this tournament, he was kind of rivaling tapping buttons for best player in the MX region all up. And that's not something we've been able to say. It's pretty much been the tapping button show throughout the last, 5 years of Halo 5 and on. But Drift has really stepped up his game. He has put in the work and he has been playing lights out. He had a fairly quiet 4 games in that winners bracket finals. I do not expect him to have a quiet day. However, he's been fairly consistent when I'm talking about that high level of play. So I'm looking at Drift to pick it up. And then on the other side of the stage, if you want to talk storylines, you want to talk about opportunity to really make this series interesting, there's 2 players that stick out to me. Gambino, this is your time to shine, but let me tell you, every time I played Cloud, Demon, and Maniac after I didn't team with them in 2009, you best believe I brought my S-tier game. I need your S-tier game to make this series interesting. I never lost to any of those 3 players, by the way, after we didn't team together. So little nugget for you there. And then, not to have a pun intended for the nugget player on Timbers, but I really am looking at Strikey to keep up his slaying prowess as well. He has been a shining light for this Timbers Esports roster on the comeback since that pool play kind of deficit they fell to.
Well, it looks like we are almost ready for game #1 of this elimination finals then. It is going to be Oddball Live Fire, where we first find ourselves with Knights versus Timbers. Knights have looked good in their objective games in every other series except that winners finals. They need to find the same form that we were seeing earlier on in the tournament. But I will say, they were kind of running at people. They were playing aggressive. They were treating it as matchmaking. And maybe they ran into a team of Sinternegra who were more structured and knew how they wanted to play. Are Timbers going to be able to match that structure, or are they going to flop like they did on the Friday?
Well, questions are being answered early in this series already, Dan. That's 4 straight dead for Timbers Esports. Overshield, they're set up for it on the side of the Knights, and you know they want to acquire this. The snipe is going to be in Strikey's hands, and we talked about his swaying prowess coming into the series. It's going to need to be important. That's a very important kill by him there on the player trying to acquire that Overshield. Unfortunately, just too many members of the Knights were in that area. They are able to secure Overshield, take down Strikey, and now in a one-on-one situation, Atso versus Noble. Atso's going to back Noble down, pick up the ball, and the Knights are going to jump out to the early lead.
Something that Timbers did struggle with was getting their hands on that ball in the previous series and weren't really able to capitalize on some of the kills they were getting against Sinternegra X. Now we need to see them do a little bit better against the Pittsburgh Knights, who are going to be a squad who definitely know how to prioritize the ball at the right time if they are in an objective mood. And I say that because we've also seen Pittsburgh Knights in an oddball game just not pick up the ball and just outslay their opponents. But I feel like now you're in the elimination bracket, there is no room for tomfoolery. It has to be focused. It has to be you treating every opponent with the respect that they deserve. Timbers are in this elimination bracket final for a reason, so now Knights need to respect them.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of foreplay from the Knights yesterday during their run of undefeatedness, their dominance so far throughout this tournament. They were almost statting in a sense. I don't expect that, especially after a loss. They want to get back to that grand finals. They know if they're to win it, it's going to be a long grand finals, so they want to get there as quickly as possible as well, spend as little bit of energy. And as combat has ensued for this next Overshield that's come up, it's been the Knights once again in the hands of Atso that's been able to achieve it. Adso wisely just doing some damage, backing up with the rest of that shield, and he's going to bring the ball to his team. With a couple of kills, the Knights are going to be able to get a tower set up, and this one could be difficult for Timbers to break.
Strikey, the remaining player, will get some damage done, but he's instantly swatted back like a fly. Will he come back to life, or is he going to be, unfortunately, just hitting the window a few times before he escapes to his inevitable doom? But two players have gone down for the Knights, two down on the side of Timbers as well, so this is a big fight coming up. Drift has the heat wave to help him out, but grenades are doing so much damage to the Knights right now, and Timbers are doing very well to stop Knights from setting up, from stopping Knights to have the structure.
Yeah, Drift just not looking as crisp as we usually see Drift being. Nades himself there. Doesn't do too much damage, but any damage in a one-on-one is going to give the upper hand to potentially a player that wouldn't have had it, and Drift gets taken down there. And now Strikey with this S7 continuing to impact the game has found the second snipe for himself. A body shot melee onto the first player, another body shot to the second, and he's been having a little bit of success as this one's underway. Everybody on Timbers Esports slaying appropriately, but not enough objective time so far, and not a real setup for either team as of yet, but you have to think that that's right around the corner now that Heat Wave is in the hands of Adso and the ball is in control of the Knights.
Got to respect the final member of Timbers there, having the confidence to push on his own, even though three teammates went down. But Adso with a big double, and it could be more. He's run out of bullets. Help him. Oh, he didn't get the triple. Doesn't matter because he stays alive. Never should have stayed alive, may I add. Two players probably should have killed him. And those are the kind of fights that are real confidence killers, or confidence boosters. If you're on the side of Knights, as now Tapping Button's starting to boost his way through this game with the sniper rifle.
Tapping had a very poor game 2 in the winners finals. I expect him to not have another bad game in this tournament. He is a superstar in this region, already off to a 12-2-7 start. He's allowed this team to jump out here to an elimination game 1 early lead, elimination finals, I'm sorry. And if Tapping can continue to slay like that, it's going to be a really difficult series for Timbers to try and compete. It is that slaying power that typically separates the Knights in this region, and just like that, they get 3 kills to their name. The fourth player, he's no shield bottom middle, and if Adso can chase him down, it'll be more ball time awarded towards the Knights. He's not able to chase him down just yet, but the double back gives Adso every bit of an opportunity to help finish that kill. Continue numbers, and there's an advantage. And although Timbers do stall the ball from being picked up momentarily, another 3 down for Timbers, and the Knights continuing to pick up the slays.
That is the second or third time, though, that Timbers, with 3 dead, the last remaining player, has pushed and got aggressive. And whilst you're right, they've stalled the ball because they've been able to at least have a battle, but they eventually go down, they lose the fight, and then they lose another 3 players. And it's just going to be another setup and more ball time for the Pittsburgh Knights. I think there needs to be a little bit more patience from Timbers, but at the same time, it's very easy to get sucked into this fast-paced game style that the Knights do put down. And if you do get sucked into it, unfortunately, you are playing into the hands of the Pittsburgh Knights. That's when they thrive, when it is kind of manic, when you're all over the place and Tapping Buttons can just run around playing Slayer instead of thinking about objective.
Just a little bit over a minute left in this game. Tapping's on a killing spree. Tapping spots a second. Some great shots, some great movement from Tapping to make it a difficult target. He takes down 2 before getting taken down, and Nugget, he's trying to get some ball time. He desperately needs this ball time. It's a significant lead right now for the Knights here in round 1, and Timbers Esports don't have a ton of clock to play around, as we do see a killing spree on the side of Nugget, and that could be the start to where Timbers come back.
Less than a minute on the clock, and a long way still to go for Timbers. Gambino, though, with the sniper rifle and after the melee, maybe he can lead the charge of some sort of comeback, but you got to hit a shot, with the grenade will wipe him out. And now 2 members down for Timbers. This means Knights can take control, make it 3, and Knights have the decision: do we play ball or do we just go for kills here? And considering they are closer to winning the game just by ball time, I'd imagine they will hold on to this one as they get up to 90 points. And Timbers have one last push, but as they're spawning over towards Dirt and probably Dummies at the same time, this is going to be round 1 going in favor of Timbers. Just pick up the ball at this point. Drift does, and it will be Knights, getting the first round on the board.
The Pittsburgh Knights will take round 1, and if there was a question about how they would rebound in the winner's bracket after the winner's bracket finals loss This round one has given me a lot of confidence that they are now focused. They are now determined to get back to that grand finals. Round two is underway, and we're on board with Drift. Maybe not the strongest of rounds we've seen in the history of Drift's oddball performances, but still an opportunity here to start to heat up, and that's exactly what I'm looking for out of the young gun and Drift. He's taken down by Noble, but unfortunately the second Noble gets that kill, he turns around and sees all three of his teammates are down as well.
Knight's really demolishing Timbers in the slaying department right now, and that's just going to make it so hard for the Timbers Esports roster to try and get any sort of ball time, any sort of setup. Noble, though, with the heat wave, will at least be able to get a couple of Knights players to give them a chance to maybe set up, and round number two perhaps will be a little bit better for them. Gotta be careful. Does eventually get the kill, but Pelugod was there to clean up the pieces, and now he has got all of the goodies you could possibly ask for. He's gone to the birthday party, he's been given a goodie bag, and now a sniper rifle and a heat wave is going to be his prize. But now you've got to put it to use. You really need to help out Drift here, who is going to be playing ball carrier.
Yeah, I'd be begging somebody to come get this ball out of my hands. I'm trying to pop off. Unfortunately, nobody really in a position, and Drift makes the right play. He's able to drop that one, throw it off the map, have a reset. And a couple of good kills from Timbers will not only stop ball time and deny it, they're going to give Snipe into the hands of one of the players on Timbers as well. They were able to get the reset of the ball over towards tower. So everything going right in this moment for Timbers Esports to potentially take the lead here in round two momentarily, but a kill comes through onto one of the Timbers players, and as Overshield is coming up as well, Timbers may not be able to stagger the respawns of Knights the way they needed to.
A question that does start to arise, Clutch, is when you think about Pelugod being added to this roster, and you know how dominant the Pittsburgh Knights have been throughout all of the tournaments we've seen so far in the MX region. And now they find themselves in an elimination bracket. Only the second time we've seen them lose during a regional event on the main screen. And Gambino, the player he replaced, is now up against him in that elimination bracket finals. I can imagine there is a lot going through these two players' heads when it comes to what they've been through over the last few months. Right now, you can only focus on what is in front of you, and that is trying to win this game, trying to get into that grand final. Points being heavily scored by Knights at the moment. Timbers struggling to break this setup. Pelugod is going to get aggressive, though, with the assault rifle, and he is able to absolutely shred through the shields and secure that kill.
Two completely different mindsets for the players, like you're saying, Dan. Two completely different stat lines right now for the players as well. Pelu, 21 kills, 12 assists, almost leading in both departments. If there's a way to respond for the first LAN loss of a series that your team has, I think Pelu's doing a phenomenal job here in game one, leading the charge as far as statistics are concerned. Got a lot of ball time in his back pocket as well, so you love to see that. And he didn't really have a poor winners finals either, right? It wasn't a necessarily individual loss on the side of the Knights. They did have some individual performances that you left wanting more on the table, but I feel like Pelu was doing his part. He needs to just stay focused and determined. And on the side of Timbers Esports, Gambino's going to really want to start to pick it up here if he wants to create this upset.
Is the S7 wave combination, but somehow no kill is found. And that means the rest of the squad can now push up on it. Timbers Esports have lost two, though. Knights still scoring, or they were still scoring, and they find themselves up 77-18. And is this just too much to come back from now, Timbers? Not only do they have to come back from a deficit in this round, but of course, though, they find themselves 1-0 down in rounds as well. So they have to go back-to-back here on Oddball. Overshield maybe can do something for them. But it is going to be tough for Gambino because he was the last remaining player, but at least the ball has been reset here, Wes.
Yeah, Gambino finds the first kill, uses this Overshield pretty successfully, and the ball does get to tower in the meantime. If Timbers Esports are ever going to make this game one interesting, it's going to be here and now. This tower setup they've got to hold, or at least a couple of spawn rotations on the side of the Knights, and some slays are coming through, but that ball, it's taken down. It's another situation where you have a full setup. You have an opportunity to extend the lead, but somehow, some way, someone on the other team gets behind enemy lines, staggers the ball from being held, and because of that, it just buys them a little bit more time. It makes the setup that much more difficult to hold.
2 drop on on the side of Timbers. Ball grabbed on the side of Knights. Repulsor up into the heavens for Atso, and now he can have all of the coverage of the map, but he just couldn't get behind that ledge to stay alive. But all the meanwhile, points are still being scored. Ball does tried to get tossed off the edge, but Gambino comes in. It's a big double kill. Ball stayed on the map. So this is Timbers' opportunity now to really get some points on the board. Gambino, though, maybe too confident in trying to take that fight. As you said, just let your shields recharge and defend the ball at that point.
Getting caught up in the moment is what that is, right? The moment becomes too big. You feel the need to just continue to impact. The pace of the game's almost too fast for you, and you're not playing your own, like, specific screen. And unfortunately, Gambino, he gets taken down, and what would have been an opportunity for him to make a great play. He finds the double. The third player is going to be no shield over towards the Brutes, but when you're that weak, you just want to play your life. You have a numbers advantage in that situation as well, and it's going to come back to bite them as the Knights. They've been able to slay out since that moment, and since then, the ball just narrowly escaping the house in the hands of the Knights could potentially be the end of game one.
Yeah, not long needed now. Atso has the overshield as well, so it really could be the beginning of the end. Went for both the stickies, didn't need them in the end. Ball still is going to be in house, and oh my melt! Atso somehow does stay alive, but very nearly was destroyed by several battle rifles that were looking at him. Knights still haven't been able to put up this final time, though. 55 seconds on the clock, so Timbers need to quite quickly think about getting this ball and getting it set up. Sniper rifle in one of the players' hands. Nugget goes down, though, and that might just do it here. Although, as I say, that two have fallen on the side of Knights. Drift trying to stay alive will do so. Double kill, ball reset, but Knights maybe just looking to play Slayer here. 3 dead. And that really has been difficult for Timbers to try and stay alive.
Yeah, no need to play Slayer. You got the 4 kills you needed. Everybody spawning towards green on the side of Timbers. That ball, it's towards tower. And that's going to do it. As the last few points are going to be starting to be acquired here. No need to drop the ball. Timbers Esports not going to be in a position to push. And it's going to be a 2-0 victory here in game 1 on Live Fire Off Ball. It's PK Knights rebounding from a loss in the winners bracket finals, finding themselves in the elimination finals, but starting to build up some steam and get ready for a potential rematch against Centenegra.
Pittsburgh Knights, it's their tournament, is what we've been saying. I think they know it was their tournament as well. And they just have to get over this hurdle that is Timbers Esports so that they can then try and take down the gauntlet. Go back-to-back in best-of-7s, get the grand finals reset before they can lift that trophy. That does sound a lot to do. If anyone's going to do it, you'd have to imagine the Pittsburgh Knights are more than capable of doing so. There's the stats on your screen, and as I had alluded to, the Pittsburgh Knights really were outslaying their opponents. Maybe not so efficient when it comes to their objective work, but you don't really need to when you are outslaying your opponents that badly. They probably should have won the game a lot quicker. But I will give credit to Timbers. They were making it very awkward for the PK roster. They were last alive, kind of rushing in, delaying that ball from being held. They were getting trades here or there as well. So that's why the game was elongated ever so slightly. But it means that Pittsburgh Knights go into this game number 2 as 1-0 leaders. And we'll have to see whether they can carry on their fine form into that second game, Wes.
Yeah, that's a convincing win, right? You start to check all the boxes. You got 279, that's a blowout. Everybody goes positive. That's a good stat to have. The assists, they're on point. Everybody doing their part there. 11, 10, 17, 19. Everybody's starting to pick it up on the side of PK. The moment they're starting to understand, hey, we slipped up, guys. But no time to rest on your laurels there. They're going to pick it up here in the elimination bracket finals. They're going to be able to take game 1 in a very convincing fashion. And Dan, if we've seen these two teams compete before, which we did earlier yesterday, it wasn't close. And if that shows you any promise, PK could be on the right tracks to getting back to the grand finals. And this game 2 Slayer, and that being said, is a must-win for Timbers Esports.
I'll be honest, Wes, this is how I saw the winners final going, right? This is how far I thought Pittsburgh Knights were away from everyone else in this tournament. And I will say that Centenegra have managed to surprise me, and I'm delighted. And I think for the region, that was the best thing that could have happened, that Sintenegra have got to that grand final, that they are pushing now arguably one of the best teams that this region has ever seen right to the brink. That means on an international stage, you've now got arguably 2 teams who could compete with the biggest and the best teams in the world. So I think that is a great moment for this region to be looking forward to once Orlando does come around. As for the Timbers roster, I do think they're a little bit behind, but they have plenty of time prior to Orlando to carry on to put the pieces together and improve. But you're right, it does have to be a Slayer game that goes their way. And one thing that does favor them, as we're just looking back at some of the replays from game number 1, is that we have seen some amazing starting strategies from Timbers that have put them in the lead against several teams throughout this tournament. And if they can find that starting strategy, if they can get a 5+ kill lead here against the Pittsburgh Knights, then perhaps that could be their real opportunity at taking a map here.
There's a chance, and it's got to be in game 2, I'd have to say. Rome wasn't built in a day. These guys have been putting in a lot of work over time. I'm telling you, Gambino, Nugget, Strikey, these guys have so much history trying to get to a point where they can win a grand finals against a team like PK. Unfortunately, like you said, I'm not quite sure if they are up to snuff, similar to the Sintenegra squad that's waiting in the finals, similar to the squad that's across the stage of them on the side of PK, but there's still time before Orlando. There's still opportunity for these guys to get more practice under their belts. Right now, though, in the grand finals, you got to get 50 kills before PK does, and you haven't really showed us that that's going to be the case, even in some of the objectives, Dan. And right now, as you shift your mindset towards the Team Slayer mindset, individual battles are going to have to be one that I'm not quite sure we saw being won in game 1.
Mindsets can sometimes be everything. And Timbers, maybe they came into the series confident after their amazing performance in the round prior. But I think that confidence would have been stripped away very quickly by a Pittsburgh Knights who were pretty angry, I'd have to imagine, from their drop from winners into the elimination. And now they're looking to try and make up for that with a quick 3-0, because it could be a long night for the Pittsburgh Knights if they are going to be lifting that trophy that you see on the stage there. But Timbers Esports, they've just got to continue to give their all, but they're going to have to give their all in Slayer Catalyst. Now, the meme that we always say, Wes, is that, you know, Slayer Catalyst can go either way. It is a cliche by this point. If it's going to happen on any map and game type, it's probably this one for Timbers Esports, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what Timbers wants to see. You just watched these guys lose this exact game mode against Sintenegra, so that should give you some confidence. Some skewer work was being done in that series, and good plays from Sintenegra. You want to kind of replicate the strategy that they were able to display. And your Timbers Esports, you were sitting in elimination finals waiting to play the loser of that series in the winners finals, and you should have been watching this game. You should know something about the opening strat that the Knights are going to throw at you, and if they're able to win the break, if you're able to counter that potential starting strat from the PK squad, maybe you can give yourself that upper hand that you can ride into a momentous victory here to tie the series up.
Game number 2 underway. Slayer on Catalyst. And I've seen the clips on Twitter. I've been told how hyped the crowd is at the moment throughout this tournament. I have to say, the LATAM region really has turned up, an amazing audience that is in the venue right now. And it does seem like the majority of them are Sintenegra fans, but I'm sure that there are some Pittsburgh Knights fans amongst them, maybe hiding away, maybe quietly going about their business as they don't want to appear to be biased against Sintenegra, as they are definitely the lesser of the crowd. 4-1 in the early stages. Knights have been able to really come out of the blocks hot here, and they've got the power weapons, make it 6. Timbers struggling in the early stages.
And the opportunity to kind of counter what the Knights were going to do at the start of this one, it's removed. It's 8-1 right now. It's starting to get ugly, and right now Timbers are going to have to figure out a way to take down Adso with the sword. They're going to have a Helu God with the skewer in hand as well to deal with, and right now all of the power weapons, all of the slays going towards the Knights, and Timbers starting to think about potentially what that Orlando tournament's going to look like, because this series, it may not be a very long one if they're not able to weather the storm quickly.
It wouldn't be the first time that a team gets to top 3, gets to an elimination finals, but then unfortunately it's just one step too far. But as you say, there is at least Orlando qualification that Timbers have already secured, so it's not going to be doom and gloom. I think they're going to be delighted with their performance so far. But it's still not over. 13-5 is the scoreline at the moment, and I do think that Knights are going to look to try and finish this one early enough, but it's a triple from across the map from Nugget. The BR shots just hitting hard and finding several players who were weak. And that's exactly what you need for Timbers to try and get back into this.
There's definitely an angle that Knights didn't think that Timbers Esports were about to have. They had a teammate over there, but because Nugget's able to get that first kill with the sword, it opens up the opportunity to lay down some support fire, keep his teammates alive. Not only that, but pick up a few kills. The triple comes through, and right in time to potentially compete for this overshield, I believe. Overshield is in someone's hands right now, but Timbers Esports set themselves up for a lot more success than it was looking like was going to be the case early on in this game. It was looking like a blowout. Timbers Esports have been able to fight back here.
They have got themselves back into it, kind of. Still 7 kills down. But I have seen many a time on Catalyst that scoreline change very quickly. All it takes is one set of slays to give you control of the map, and as long as you're pushing correctly and pitching correctly, at times you really can make extreme comebacks on Catalyst Slayer. So if you're a Timbers fan, don't worry just yet. I know it is worrying signs, but still definitely possibility for a comeback, especially when Nugget is doing this. A triple kill earlier, a big double kill now. His BR is on point, and he's hitting hard.
Starting to hit shots. Nugget bringing his team a little bit of life. They're going to need more Nugget in order to win this game too. Unfortunately, tapping rechows him and takes him down, but a good grenade from Nugget's going to end up in a trade situation. I believe it's 26-19 as they cross the 20 kill mark. It is within 5, Dan, and that's all you're really asking right now, is to keep this one close as you approach that 40 kill mark, and then potentially to make the one play that makes the difference in the end.
Oh yeah, I mean, as you get closer to the 50, some teams will slow down a little bit as they realize they only need a few more kills to go, and that's when you can potentially take advantage of that and catch them unawares, or catch them being a little bit more slower than they have been previously. But this is not the style of the Pittsburgh Knights. They are not slow whatsoever. They are quick, they are in your face, they are aggressive, and they will be looking to try and continue the lead that they currently hold right through to that 50-point mark. The overshield did pop.
They got it.
In the end, I don't think it was grabbed by anyone. It may have been burnt in the end.
I think Timbers just had it and was taken down by that player on the Mohawk there, but good damage from the overshield player, I believe, Dan. 5-kill game right now, looking at a 6-kill game. Noble's going to slow this one down as he tries to be sneaky with this sword. Doesn't know that there's a player right below him now, as we saw from the observer mode, and that would have been a nice one to sniff out. Fortunately, he's got a teammate that's able to finish a kill. He's going to finish his teammate's kill across the map, and still within 6, so still doable on the side of Timbers Esports. You got to close this gap at some point, though, Dan, and as you approach that 40 kill mark, that's when you have to have it done by, or you just leave yourself so little room for error.
I do feel like that Catalyst is the biggest adjustment you have to make from online to LAN, because those shots across the map, they hit so hard on LAN. It is so difficult to try and escape. In a scenario online where you may have just been able to get round a corner, it doesn't happen here.
Oh.
And the BR shots I'm seeing from some of these players are crisp. 41-35 though. Knights still have a lead, but Timbers are keeping it close enough here, Clutch. They are still within touching distance of this game, and with a kill there from Noble, maybe Nugget can follow up with Strikey here. There is definitely still a chance they can get back into this one.
They have to do it here and now. It's a 4-kill game. Unfortunately, a little bit of an overextension here, and the Knights are going to trade successfully. The damage is going to benefit them. It's still a 4-kill game, but continuous trades are always going to benefit the Knights, especially after we've crossed that 40-kill mark, like we've been kind of alluding to all game long. 46-41 now, 47-41, and the Knights can pretty much zip this one in the bud, as it's 48-41. They need 2 kills to end this.
And Tapping Buttons is searching for it. He wants that 50th kill. The aggression is there. He doesn't get it, but he gets the assist as Knights go 2-0 up. As Catalyst Slayer looked more than comfortable for them. Sure, there were periods where Timbers did keep it close, but unfortunately for Timbers, not close enough. That means the Pittsburgh Knights are one game away from reaching that grand final and getting that rematch against Sinternegra in what will have to be 2 series of best of 7s if they are to become champions, because of the advantage that Sinternegra have from the winners bracket. But what a game it was, what a performance it was on Catalyst Slayer there for the Pittsburgh Knights. Again, they showed similar attributes to what they have done all tournament long, Clutch, and that is ruthless aggression and not slowing down at any moment.
Yeah, the big difference for me was between this game 2 on Catalyst Slayer and the winners bracket finals game 2 on Catalyst Slayer was Tapping Buttons' performance, right? He had 5 kills against Sinternegra. This time around, he's 12-9. He's able to not only drop more than double the kills this time around, he's able to drop the +3 performance as well. And that's pretty much the difference in that 8-kill score line that we're looking at now. Obviously, a completely different team, but for Tapping to find his footing to turn it around there on Catalyst Slayer, that shows you promise that if that game mode rears its ugly head and one of the 2 best of 7s in that grand finals coming up, it shows promise that maybe the Knights can change the storyline that happened in that winners finals.
Certainly in the winners finals, the game types could have been a big reason. Onset alluded to it. You're suggesting it as well. It wouldn't be the first time that a team has bad game types in a winners final and then comes back to win the entire thing. That being said, Sinternegra deserve all of the plaudits for how they played. You can only play what series and what game types are in front of you, and they thoroughly deserve their victory. And I still do think that Sinternegra can win this whole thing from what we saw as well. I know earlier I was saying the Pittsburgh Knights are heavy favorites. They are probably still the favorites, but I definitely now I'm kind of reeling it back in and saying, okay, Sinternegra have now shown enough that I believe they can win this tournament. As for Timbers, it's starting to look like the beginning of the end now, as we already find ourselves in a 2-0 situation. Even though they've kept it close enough at times, it has not been a situation where I have been kind of in belief that they can win one of the maps that we've currently played. But maybe, just maybe, going into game 3 and forward, they might find a game type that is one of their strongest, and they might be able to find some success, as game 3 will be King of the Hill on Streets. But as we look back at some of these replays, Wes, it honestly just was one of those games where whatever corner you turned, there seemed to be a Pittsburgh Knights player waiting in the wings to take you down. But there were still some highlights and some big moments from the Timbers players. I mean, Nugget had some great pop-off situations, especially with the battle rifle across the map.
Yeah, for me, it was the open break that benefited the Knights the entire way through all of game 2, right? That was the issue. You needed Timbers to have a hot start. Because it was actually PK, they got the hot start. They played from about a 6-7 kill advantage the entire game. They just successfully traded out damage, traded out lives from there on, and the overshield, the power weapons, although they exchanged hands several times, they didn't really create momentum swings that gave Timbers the opportunity to come back in this game. It never got closer than 4, and it really got up to about 7 or 8 there at the start, stayed between that 4 and 8 mark the entire way through. And that's a testament to the Knights kind of understanding, hey, we've done everything right up until this point. Let's make sure we trade out successfully. And they were able to formulate that plan perfectly.
I think it either worked perfectly. They're both fine. I think that is genuinely just, it depends where you live in the world, because I've definitely heard both being used. King of the Hill Streets. King of the Hill Streets is going to be game number 3. It looks like it may be ready already, which is very quick to get into these games from these teams. So hats off to them for being prepared and forcing us into a game 3. I think that says a lot, because Knights have typically kind of been warming up, waiting, biding their time, but I think they are gearing up for that grand final already. They want to get this one done and dusted. Any thoughts of King of the Hill Streets between these two, Wes? I think I know where you're going with this one, though.
Yeah, you know, I praised the Knights for what I thought was going to be a strong game type there in the winners bracket finals, and they kind of let me down. They didn't look nearly as crisp, but this is an opportunity for them to get their story, their strength and map pool back on the right page. And I guess it is King of the Hill this time around rather than Strongholds, but I feel like it plays semi-similar in a sense of you're having to defend specific areas. You should all know how to rotate accordingly. I favor the Knights for sure, and I like where Pelu's headed with that Bulldog shotgun because you can be such a nuisance on these pillars when you have it in your control.
It was 4 dead off the rip for Timbers, and it's looking the same way it has done in previous games between these two teams. It just seems like Knights are one step above the Timbers roster. This first hill is already halfway through. Noble, the last remaining player, and he's just waiting for spawns, hoping that maybe he can get some PD spawns. He doesn't. He gets tower spawns, which is good enough, you'd have to imagine, but that's great play from the guy that was in the hill, just backing off and waiting for tapping buttons to do this. The backstab comes through, the Stalker Rifle does the damage, and Hill is still being scored by the Pittsburgh Knights.
Tapping doing some serious damage with that Stalker. Still alive, able to play his life so well that he can double back. He can find the final kill under the Timber Esports member. They're going to completely dominate the first hill. They score the point, and although the Timbers Esports roster is going to be spawning in the back of Tram, they're going to have a lot of pressure to deal with because Atso, he's got thrusts. We saw tapping with that Stalker, and they're going to have a lot of players very quickly from the Knights here surrounding them shortly.
Atso just pre-firing in case a player did walk around that corner. Alas, the player did know better. Maybe knew Atso was going to be going for something like that, but it's 1-0 already. And this second hill now, and station, tram, whatever you want to call it, wherever you may be in the world. I don't know what station is in Spanish. See, this is where Bravo could have hit us with such a good line as a commentator, and that's why I am just leagues behind, but it's a shame. But anyway, we are going to see Timbers get a few dead on the side of Knights. They are going to start scoring. Rockets are going to be coming up at the same time, so this is a big moment if one of the teams can grab them, and it's going to be Knights.
It's going to be Knights, and I believe station is like Estacion or something like that. Something very close to station. One of those words that translates very lightly. Took a little bit of Spanish in my day. I don't promise to master the language. I am going to butcher pronunciation, but I remember some things.
I think you're pretty spot on. Estacion seems to be Spanish for station. I just did a little quick Google Translate.
Hey, I know one thing or two.
Maybe even more.
Biblioteca was library. I remember that. Inventar Pistas.
That's also true.
Yep. We're going places.
We are going. Well, you are. Maybe not me, but that's okay. I can just firmly stay in my English ways, which is usually not knowing any other languages. We're pretty bad for that as a country, and I apologize for everyone on behalf of England. But we are going to see Timbers Esports doing very much better in this hill than they did in the first. They have been able to keep Knights at arm's length away from it, but now Drift with the Bulldog trying to do enough damage, but he eventually falls as well.
Back and forth, these two teams battling for tram control here. It is going to be the Knights that look like they came out on top on the back of Atso's final kill there. They won on the bottom middle on the Nugget. That's the biggest one yet because that's going to leave a lot of the pressure that Timbers would be able to have to compete. But the Bulldog shotgun just not coming through for Atso there, and Timbers able to deny a little bit more time here. This has been a more difficult hill to control than you would think for either one of these teams. They both have an opportunity to set up completely. And as Gambino and the rest of Timbers Esports make their way into Tran, they get the kills onto the Knights. And this is where they could potentially tie this game 3 up. And they need to do so, Dan, very quickly, because if this game gets to a 2-0, a 3-0 lead, they're going to lose a lot of wind in their sail. They're going to lose a lot of energy, knowing that how much it's going to take to try and come back against a Knight squad that's playing very well.
Unfortunately for Timbers, both times they've been able to get a little bit of tram control. It's when the Rockets have been spawning. The timing has not gone for them whatsoever, and maybe that is actually an active choice from Knights to push out and try and take control elsewhere as they go 2-0 up now. 3 minutes left on the clock, so still time for Timbers to get into it. We'd have to imagine if Knights make this 3-0, we might as well chalk it up and start talking about grand finals already.
Not just yet. There's still fight left in Timbers Esports for now. But what does Drift have to say about it? Somebody that we've had our eyes on all series long, looking to heat up. Hasn't given us too much of a highlight reel, but the drop shot with the Stalker Rifle, that's a great start to mechanically show that he's in the mindset, the presence to dominate. He plays it slow. He gets a free kill onto the Bulldog player that doesn't clear his corners. And because of that, Drift has just made a play to open up this third hill.
We did say Drift had a very quiet winners finals and he needed to step up in this elimination bracket, and he has done so. 18 kills at the moment. Pelugod also with 13. They're the two standout players statistically, but this has been a team effort. They are head and shoulders above Timbers Esports right now. Very evident from what we're seeing on our screens. It's always a difficult one to watch when you do see two teams with this much of a golfing difference, but at the same time, we still have to congratulate Timbers for how far they've got in this tournament and the fact they even have the chance to play the Pittsburgh Knights in an elimination final.
Yeah, especially after Friday, right? Nobody was going to predict Timbers to continue to be playing after they lost 2 matches in their own pool, but they haven't lost 2 matches since then, Dan. They've only lost 1 in that winner's bracket, and they've looked good ever since. It's a shock to see them this far. Well done by them to recoup, to rebound, to take advantage of the format that's in front of them, and to still have a successful weekend. But here and now, it's been the Knights' show in the elimination finals. Drift starting to pick it up as well, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for an exciting finals ahead.
Although, Timbers halfway through the hill, they did have rockets. They are still scoring, but 2 now go down. And this is where the Knights push happens. Great positioning, though, from Strikey. If he can get a double kill, then maybe there's still a chance. But no, he falls. 3 dead for Timbers. And suddenly Hill time being gathered once more for Knights. And Nugget is just going to have to give this one up. A 3-0 lead is there for Knights. And they only need 1 more, and they'll be in that grand final. And so many times you'll see teams just play this hill for time when they have a 3-0 lead, but I do not see that happening for the Knights now because they are so close and they will really just want to get into that grand final. They know that it's going to be a longer night than maybe they had expected at first thought coming into today, but that doesn't mean they don't have a chance still. Grand finals and potentially a reset on the cards for this squad.
Yeah, you don't want this game to go to time if you're the Knights. You want to put a punctuation on the series. You want to like ride off into the grand finals on a very high note. That's exactly the kind of statement they're making here on Streets King of the Hill. They're up 3-0. It's shortly going to be 4 if they get a few round of slays. And just like that, look at the kill feed, Dan. It's all Pittsburgh Knights. A couple more players from Timbers going to be pressuring the hill to get them out momentarily. Nobody on the Knights able to be positioned, and unfortunately, Dan, is you look at the UI given from the observer mode, we are looking at a 3v4 situation. That's a technical difficulty that's going to be occurred for the Knights. They were so close to ending this one without that happening, but we are going to go into a replay. I do believe the Knights are going to go up 3-0, so they will just need 1 hill, but a little bit of momentum potentially out of the sails from the Knights, because I was just getting done talking about what it means to end this game in dominant fashion. Now that's kind of at risk, right? Now you kind of got to step back, regain, take a deep breath, walk back in, and get another point before that's all said and done.
I'll be honest, I think the Pittsburgh Knights could have still won that game 3 versus 4. I think they could have just it stalled out, they could have slayed, and they would have been absolutely fine anyway. But of course, rules are rules. The restart will come through, but you know, a 3-0 lead is going to be a very commanding one for the Pittsburgh Knights. So I think the result is still going to be the same, even if they do have to go back into this game. Maybe there's a gentleman's agreement. Who knows? Maybe that the Timbers Esports players will say, well, we were 3-0 down, lads. Maybe we'll give them the win. But from what I know from Halo players,
any way in hell,
yeah, exactly,
that a team is in the elimination finals, no matter what the score is, and that they're going to say, you know what, you guys just go to the grand finals, have a blast, good luck, guys, love you. It's been real. It's been a fun weekend. Absolutely not. Where's the competitiveness in you, Dan?
I mean, I think you know sometimes when you've been beat, when the team is better, I'd want to get off that main stage personally if I was in their shoes. But at the same time,
never.
I'm not on that main stage. They are the guys that are in the main stage, and they're there for a reason. They've been absolutely phenomenal so far this tournament. And this could be, I guess, you know, that perfect turning point, right? You could get that reset, and maybe you just suddenly explode out of the blocks. Pittsburgh Knights maybe a little bit annoyed about the reset happening, and you could take that advantage. Any little advantage you can gain competitively, of course, you are going to take it. But when we get the reset started, we'll have to see whether Pittsburgh Knights can carry on doing what they were doing, Wes, because Drift, he was playing incredible. Pelu also really performing well for the squad right now.
You know what I ask whenever this happens? And it's been happening a lot this entire year. I asked to myself, and this happened to me as a player, which is why I asked the question. Okay, so back in my day, back in Reach, I was teaming with PJ and Matt, and we were playing somebody, Ryan Noob's team. It was for top 8, and we played it was a pit flag, and of course PJ starts up the game, doesn't check the flag rules, and it's the wrong flag rules. But we play about 6 minutes of flag. I'm on a riot, by the way, plus 15. We find out it's the wrong rules, and guess what? We have to replay it. But they don't take the stats from the original game. They take the stats from the second game, and in the second game, although we won, I went neg 15, and it was a 30 kill differential in my statistical category that weekend. And I just hurt for Drift if they don't take the stats into account for the first game of the series. How are they doing that? Who's calculating that? I got a lot of questions going on as far as the KD ratios are concerned, and I feel like we're leaving a lot on the table here.
It feels like, Wes, there is a lot going on with your brain, and maybe you've lost a lot of night's sleep over this thing that happened, what, plus 10 years ago, and that makes me worry about you a little bit.
I care about the players, okay? It's the players. It's Drift not getting the credit he deserves after the performance.
Well, performance is everything. Stats, often not everything, unless you are the player on the main stage, and then suddenly stats do matter. Because, I'll be honest, Wes, sometimes all people see is stats. When they look back at the tournaments, they say, this guy went plus 15. That's all they remember. They don't know that that guy ignored the ball for the entire game, right? That could definitely happen, but I know you weren't that guy,
like,
Wes.
you don't play the ball once, nobody sees you went plus 10, and everybody else is negative on your team. I'm just saying, Daniel. Stats are some things, gameplay's another. They combine to tell the whole story of what actually went down that game. Unfortunately, the story of the last game, domination by the PK Knights. Will it be the story of the result from game 3 in this series is the big question, I think, because this is an opportunity for Timbers to catch their breath and lock in for the first time. They haven't had an opportunity to really step back and say, hey, we've been getting punched in the face all series long. Can we get some water, talk to our coach for a second, maybe get a breather and come out swinging? Boxers do it all the time. Halo players sometimes don't get that same opportunity.
It's not often I compare Halo players to boxers, if I'm honest. Although I have seen a few Halo players get a little bit scrappy in the hotel lobby. Shame on them, it has to be said. But as the game will get restarted soon enough, just to give clarification, the Knights will need 1 hill, and Timbers, of course, will need all 4 of the hills. So very much everything up against Timbers. If it wasn't already, their backs are even firmer against the wall now, and they're going to have to try and push themselves away to get back into this series. Wes, I think we know the expectation now of where this reset is going to go and who likely is going to be in the grand finals. So perhaps we can start to talk about what that grand finals might look like. Do you think that the Pittsburgh Knights have it in them to get a reset? Or do you think that even on the flip side, Sinternegra have it in them to win this in 1 best of 7?
I would still, if I was able to, legally, of course, Tashi, cover your ears. I would tell my mother, I know your house is paid for. I know your car is paid for. You live in a great life down in Memphis, Tennessee. It's a phenomenal time. I know your dogs have a comfortable living. Now let's think about taking the money that those are worth, including the dogs themselves, and putting it on the PK Knights to win this whole thing. Because I honestly think we could double up here, Mom. We could go big or go home and maybe not have the biggest home to go to by the end of that. But I'm pretty confident that the PK Knights are taking this whole thing. I still am very confident in their ability. Sinternegra, no disrespect. I'm just a gambler, and I see things in that light. I think PK Knights are still heavy favorites to take the whole thing, reset the bracket, and do it in pretty dominant fashion as well.
I mean, we have seen it historically throughout Halo where a team who was the favorites somehow just gets upset in that winners finals, but then do come back, do get that reset, and then it's sometimes an absolute blowout in the reset as well. I hope it's not going to be the case. I hope the Sinternegra are going to carry on with the form that we saw in that winners finals, but as I said, it's happened before. It certainly could happen again. And Pittsburgh Knights, if this has fueled them, right? If this does push them into the direction that they needed to go, where maybe they take it a little bit more seriously, maybe they underestimated Sinternegra. There's all these different reasons that could be why they've dropped into that elimination final, or the elimination final that we're currently watching them play. But they still need to get there to the grand final. There is still 1 more point in King of the Hill that they have to achieve. Just 1 more hill. And it is going to be that first hill in Streets. And I will say the first hill in Streets went very firmly in their favor. So we are going to be certainly alluding to them getting to that grand final. Player-wise on... Okay, no, sorry, what were you saying?
So as we buy time here, Dan, I know we're filming for just a moment.
Oh, of course.
I have the chat open to the left. People asking, where is my boot? Where's my boot? Oh, wait, it doesn't start to the grand finals, right? You got to watch the grand finals in order to get the boot. Isn't that how it works?
Yes, if you watch the grand finals, you can get the Twitch drop. And that
I think Watts probably said it 20 times. I just tune her out so much when we work together that I'm pretty sure she'll have to explain it one more time, and that time I'll listen. But that gun buddy is coming up. Everyone, your boot is coming very shortly.
And I will say, Wes doesn't believe in gun buddy, so he doesn't want it, but I can understand the rest of you do, because I'd want to put a boot on my gun so I can add a little bit of an extra kick when I kill someone in matchmaking, that's for sure. And maybe drop a little bit of body disrespect afterwards with an extra boot. But we are going to now get this match underway. 1 point required for the Pittsburgh Knights. 4 points required for Timbers Esports. Are we going to see the Pittsburgh Knights just sail their way into the grand final here with a solid 3-0 in the series, or are Timbers Esports going to do something different and make the comeback of all comebacks? It would be miraculous. It would be something that we've never seen before. 3 were dead for Timbers already, and Knights are now starting to score, or at least they were.
It would be a story to tell, but what I want to see from the Knights is a very convincing hill here, right? You still want to ride off onto a high note. You still want to leave this series in dominant format. You do not want Timbers to score a couple points, make this game 3 interesting, and then go to the grand finals. I mean, I know at the end of the day, it may not make a difference, but these players, they're human. Their confidence level means everything going into that grand finals. So for them to come out swinging, already get a chunk of this hill time, that's a good thing, but they need to put a punctuation. They need to end this game as soon as possible.
So with the Sentinel beam is going to be able to fry, but in the end, actually, he's not able to fry as much as he would have liked. 3 are dead, though, for Timbers, and it means Knights can continue to score. The last remaining player is Strikey. Is he in the vicinity to even stop this hill right now? It doesn't look like it. He's going to make his way into tires, and okay, he gets the kill. It's the opener that Timbers need, and Timbers are going to have to up the ante a little bit. There's a reference you'll enjoy, Wes, but they are going to now need to just speed things up, because otherwise the Knights will just be able to slowly chip away at this hill. And of course, it is the only hill and the only point they need. 3 more dead for Timbers, and we're starting to see the beginning of the end, and the Knights getting closer to that grand final.
Great job by Adso to stay alive there. The thrust coming in handy, able to play around the pillar as well, and just like that, a couple of kills are the beginning of the end here. Is just 1 point needed for the Pittsburgh Knights. They're going to be able to get that point with that kill, just moments away now, and here it is, their grand final. Wait, all right, they got it. I'm sorry. Grand finals bound. Pittsburgh Knights redeemed themselves from their winners bracket series. It wasn't the fastest, it wasn't the prettiest, but the job gets done, and now the first step in the road to redemption for these boys on screen is underway.
A grand final is ahead of them. 2 best-of-7s is what they are going to have to win if they are going to be the champions here at the MX Regional and get their lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool. So they've done job number 1. That's get back into that grand final. A date with Destiny, a date with Cinta Negra is waiting for them in that grand finals. And as we said and suggested earlier, this was always a potential banana skin, but we assumed it was going to be a comfortable victory, and in the end, it certainly was that indeed. It was only the 1 point that was required in the final little bit of a reset, and they got it very quickly and very certain indeed to make sure they were into that grand finals. Wes, any final comments for you? Any standout players from that performance, or was it just one of those that it was so much of a blowout it's difficult to try and judge?
It's difficult to judge any standout individual performances, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about the Knights going into that grand final stage. So let's use this time to talk about Timbers and the successes we've seen from them throughout this weekend. Dan, Strikey and the boys really started to pick it up Friday after we watched this team play, knowing that they had the number 4 seed coming into the tournament, knowing that these guys have such a prestigious legacy here in the scene. And to put on the performance they did in pool play, losing 2 series on Friday, you wondered what kind of a placing was in store for them. For them to rebound, to mentally get back in, lock in, win some very important series in order to get into the top 3, into Orlando. That was a massive performance by them. So let's do them some justice here and now. Noble, Gambino, Nugget, Strikey, they've had a phenomenal weekend that didn't start on the easiest road path, but the fact that they showed some perseverance throughout this weekend can only give you promise when they do touch that international stage.
Really an amazing story for Timbers. We said at the start of this tournament, we felt like they were one of the top teams, and then they unfortunately fell victim to a 3-0 that completely surprised us and probably the entire region, but they have slowly crawled their way back through the bracket and now find themselves in Orlando, as you say. Excuse me, had to sneeze, but I was able to mute, and that's good. That's why it's always nice having a remote broadcast. I can control those things myself. But a grand final is looming. A grand final is waiting. We have two of the best teams in the region. They're going to be going up against each other. We'll look back at some of the highlights of that final Streets King of the Hill, Wes. But you've said your prediction. You've already said you think that this is going to be a Pittsburgh Knights victory in the first series, and if not the second series. But what kind of scorelines are you thinking in this grand final? Do you think that the first best of 7 is going to be like an absolute one-sided affair, or do you think it's going to be back and forth?
I think the first one's probably 4-2. I think the second's probably 4-1. I think as the Pittsburgh Knights continue to play today, they will look more and more dominant. I do think Centenegra are going to be able to make some of the games competitive, but I expect the Pittsburgh Knights, like I said, to just get that momentum rolling downhill. And Centenegra, they're going to potentially lose confidence as they go throughout some of those games if they are to lose them. But, I mean, that being said, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch Johan and everybody else on Centenegra really step up this weekend and compete to get to that grand finals. They've done it through the winner's side, and if they're able to take the whole thing, I love an underdog story myself, so would love to see that be the case as well.
And I guess a further question is, where do we see these two teams internationally? We've now got not just the Pittsburgh Knights, we've got Centenegra, who seem to be a solid competition for this roster. Can you see two teams maybe from the LATAM region pushing top 16 for the first time?
Top 16? Yeah, I don't think that's too much to ask. I do think that there's going to be a lot of strong American teams there. There's going to be a few strong European teams as well, so they're going to have to fight for it. They're going to have to scrap for it, but I do think the top 16 is manageable. I do think PK can land inside that top 12. Can they get inside the top 8? They're going to have a tough matchup against one of North America's stronger teams, I would assume, given the way typically pools and brackets play out in those situations. They're going to have to beat a team like an SSG or potentially like a FaZe. And the way that those teams are starting to formulate their rosters, they're looking as strong as ever. So I do worry about the potential to place maybe higher than they have in the past. And as we take a look, waiting to get back to the desk, it's the Streets fly through. We know we just left the Streets. I'm sure we're headed there shortly in the grand finals. A very popular map, but we bid adieu.
Don't worry, I'm back.
Thank you, Dan. I needed you so badly. We bid adieu to Timbers.
My entire room just kind of fell to pieces there. Like all the lights went out. I'm surprised the PC stayed on. There was a flicker, an electrical charge. Something went wrong in my room, but it's okay. I've survived, everyone. No need to panic. You are right. A grand finals is very close now to these teams, and now they've just got to set up and get ready because they're going to be playing for that 20,000 for the winner of the grand final. They're going to be playing for that trophy that you see on your stage. And, well, not your stage, but certainly their stage at this point. And I'm excited, Wes. I think this grand final is going to have everything, right? It could have a reset, which is already exciting enough, but it's got a team, Centenegra, who have done the unthinkable already. They've already beaten this God Squad once, and they're going to have to do it again. And that is not going to be an easy feat whatsoever. Do you think that maybe that Centenegra, like, there is someone on that roster who's going to be the standout player? Do you think Magico is going to be able to kind of pummel them into the ground again?
Magico had a hell of a series earlier on in that winners bracket finals. I think it's got to be a combination of everybody stepping up, but Johan has been the most impressive player for me this weekend. That duo between Johan and Magico are going to need to deliver the same slaying prowess that they were able to in the winners finals. The good thing is, Dan, like you said, they've done it once already, and when you do it, when you beat what you assume is the better team, the best team in the tournament once, the next time around you play them, you have a lot more confidence in your ability as an individual, as a team, to compete at that same, if not a better level.
Well, right now, these two teams are certainly going to be looking forward to this moment. You know, this is something that some of these players dream about, Wes. Right, a chance to be in the grand finals, to be on the main stage, to play in front of a crowd like that. And I certainly I'm assuming that they are all going to thrive in this moment as well. No one is going to struggle. Speaking of struggling, I think I am a little bit, but we are going to have the desk ready and waiting for us. Lottie, Bravo, and Onset, I'm going to bring you guys in because I'm sure you've got plenty
Why not? Come on,
elimination
then.
final.
Come on,
Bless you,
no,
by the
we'll-
way, Dan.
we'll come- Yeah, bless you for the sneeze earlier
We
on.
appreciate y'all.
Your sneeze was so impactful that you had an electric surge.
I was gonna
Am
say,
right?
I think I'm afraid that Dan's like in the upside down now, because he's like, oh yeah, don't worry, like everything turned off and the lights started flickering, and now I'm ill. Like it all just everything at once was not good.
No,
It was
I'm
bad.
ill.
Okay.
Love that. Love that, but also love the win for Knights. You know, what an incredible series it was from Knights. And I got to ask you, Onset, are you impressed with their resilience in order to bounce back and come back? I think sometimes it's easy to kind of get in your own head and maybe underperform, but my goodness me, they were lights out yet again.
Yeah, it was much better. I feel like this is still going to be a tough grand final for them, though. I don't think it's going to be one of those that they're going to walk through and have a nice little 4-0 going to a second series. There's no way it's going to be like that. Timbers Esports, with all due respect to them, I don't think they are playing anywhere near as well as Sintenegra were. And
yes.
Sintenegra also have the fans behind them. You have to remember that crowd is hot for Sintenegra and they want to see a win. So Knights, even though it's step one, get back to the grand final, that's the minimum expectation for them to get to the final. They've now got to go one step further.
Yeah, 100%. I think another thing, just to pinpoint a couple of things from Knights, tapping buttons was in the conversation, and Clutch mentioned it actually earlier on, I believe it was Catalyst Slayer, such a big piece of the Knights puzzle, and him not performing or underperforming on certain maps is going to be difficult for Knights. So how important do you think it is, Bravo, for tapping buttons to continue that momentum that he has received during this Timbers Esports Elimination Finals and continue that into the grand final?
I mean, so important, right? I think they got to realize this. They got to remember. And I think, as you guys talked about in the desk, and you summed it up really perfectly, maybe the elimination final was a little bit of a series that they needed, right? It's a little bit of a confidence booster. It's a 3-0. It's one that they didn't really have to panic about. It was very different from the tone of the grand final and the winners final, for that matter. So I think the fact that they were able to get those 3 under their belt, maybe that's a little bit of a reminder, hey, we're playing for everything here. As I talked about earlier, we got friends and family. And keep in mind, everyone around them, this entire region, friends and family in the room, they're used to seeing this team just undefeated and not lose. So what a time to not pull it off, right, when there's the most money on the line. I think that maybe is starting to sink in for this team. And as Gaston and Clutch pointed out, they got to strap in for a long night of Halo, because they're going to have anywhere from 8 to 14 games coming up.
Yeah, definitely. I also think another point that you made, it is going to be really difficult for Knights, and there was improvement for sure made, but was it improvement enough on set? When I'm staring at the scores there on my notes and what was done there in that Timbers, it was a very different Timbers rematch with Knights than I have seen previously. Previously we were looking at the first game being, 250 to 10 in a stronghold, just unbelievable kind of margins coming across there. Catalyst Slayer was 50 to 42. That's not, that's pretty close. That's as close as you're going to get to Knights, I think, at a Timbers Esports level. So, in terms of improvements, yes, they're definitely there, but is this enough right now to best Sintenegra and to also reset the bracket?
I honestly don't know. I think that they won the series in the way I would expect them, but again, with all due respect to Timbers Esports and what they've achieved, I just don't think individually they've been on the same level as the players on Sintenegra. Like, how many 1v1s did we see and big plays being made by Sintenegra members, and it was all of them taking turns? I think the real question is, Knights are going to be playing at a level where Sintenegra have to be at the same level they were in that winners finals to beat them, and that's the tough ask, I think, here. Knights are going to be at a level that is consistent, that is good enough to win a grand final. Sintenegra found a new level in that winners finals. You have to wonder if recreating that form is going to be possible for them to do, because that was the best we've seen them play in the region, and Knights are certainly going to be no pushover whatsoever.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, I think it was an interesting conversation to hear Clutch and Dan talk about Orlando and the progression that needs to be made. And I think for both Sintenegra and Knights, actually, progress obviously does have to be made to make that jump onto the world stage to compete against North America. Where does that come into things, in terms of the picture and what they need to do? How do they try and figure that out, Bravo? How do they start to become, the best in the world? How do they start to kind of break down those barriers?
I think a lot of it following this tournament is just looking at every single VOD of where did we have the gaps, where did we maybe let a certain damage come our way that we could have avoided, where were we not together on pushes on spawns and things like that. And then on top of that, also just looking at the VOD of other players from other regions, right? What are the teams from North America? What are the teams from Europe doing? And how does that gameplay look a little bit different than ours? Where are they finding success in different ways? And how can we bring that into our gameplay? I think it'll be a lot of that.
It certainly will be. There's going to be a lot of homework to do. I'll tell you what, Cintanegra, they would have been doing their homework, watching that series, ready for the grand final to find out who is joining them. And it will, in fact, be a rematch of the winners' finals. And it's going to be Knights joining them in the grand final, looking to reset that bracket. We're heading to a break right now, but when we come back, it's Championship Sunday. It is grand finals time, and we will see you guys right after this.
Wobbling them wings, it's an overkill!
So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin. you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the HCS MX Regional Finals. It is grand finals time. My name is Lottie, and I'm going to be hosting today, of course, as I have been all weekend long. And I do have two of my very good friends here as well, Gaskin and Clutch, to take us through the grand finals action. Guys, first of all, we have a rematch. We got Knights versus Cinta Negra. We've seen how this has gone before, but grand finals is a best of 7. And not for nothing, but the vibes are very, very high in the grand finals, especially on Champ Sunday. Gaskin, are you excited?
Boy, am I excited. You know me, lot. I'm always looking forward to a best of 7, always looking forward to a grand final. But maybe my tone needs to change a little bit, right? I was saying Pittsburgh Knights, they were going to take down Cinta Negra easily. This is going to be a tournament that they dominate, and then Cinta Negra make me eat my words.
They did.
So perhaps I do need to change what I'm thinking when it comes to who's going to be winning this one, lot.
How did the words taste, Dan?
Similarly to some nuggets from the Golden Arches that I had just eaten with a bit of ketchup. Yeah, it was nice.
Good. I'm so glad that they tasted great. Clutch, I tell you what, who is looking great though right now is Cinta Negra. They're going to be sat there smiling, happy, you know, coming onto this, knowing, I think, for them, the mental hurdle that they've done this before, right? I think coming into this tournament, Knights was probably a massive goal of theirs to take them down. They've done just that. They're on the better side of this grand final. How do you reckon they're feeling?
Got to be riding a cloud 9, right? They got to be in an all-time high, especially with that crowd in there the way it is. As many fans, as many players, as many teams that are representing the Cinta Negra brand here this weekend. We even have a caster on stream representing the Cinta Negra brand. Dan Gaskin, honorary member. But I mean, in all honesty, that crowd, it's got to be lit, and for players to be able to play with that kind of an environment, that's got to be an electric feeling, especially coming off a win in that winners finals. And hopefully they're able to kind of continue that momentum and feed off that crowd. I think they're going to need every bit of that crowd's energy if they want to take this whole thing.
Yeah, I think they are going to need a lot of the energy right now because the best of 7, it can be a long one, especially when you're going up against teams who are very well suited and they're very competitive. Gaskin, obviously the last time these two met was in the winners finals. It was 3-1 to Cinta Negra. This is a best of 7, so there's more match modes available here. Do you see this one being a little bit closer of a series, especially the first time round?
Yes, I think that if we hadn't seen that winners finals and it was a best of 7, I would have very much been firmly saying, yeah, Pittsburgh Knights take this. Even if it goes all the way, I would trust that they have the better range of game types when we're playing across 7 of them. So I do feel like a best of 7 is going to favor them more than a best of 5, but at the same time, Cinta Negra have shown us enough that this is not going to be a walk in the park for the Pittsburgh Knights. Now, they may have annoyed PK. PK may come into this entirely differently with a different approach. Maybe they underestimated Cinta Negra. There is a lot of things that could change coming into this series, but I definitely think a best of 7 is going to benefit them more than a best of 5, yes.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, though, we do have our walkouts happening in Cinta Negra. They are taking this stage, and these 4 individuals alongside their coach have already done this before. They have been up here against Knights. They have beat them in a best of 5 in our winners finals and find themselves now on the better side of this bracket. Best of 7, potential reset. Have they got the stamina? That is the question, but I'll tell you something. That man right there, Johan, he is going to want to put a stop to this right here, right now, Clutch. This guy's been popping off all weekend. What's to say he doesn't do it again right now?
It's going to be up to Johan, honestly. Members of PK are going to have to pick it up to get to Johan's level. He's been slaying like a menace all weekend long, like you're saying. And even if he flexes in his camera and his photo shoot right there, that just shows you he came into the weekend with confidence, with a little bit of swagger, right? Even if you're not like a very big guy, or like you're not cut like a rock or something, if you have the confidence to flex in your one photo that's going to be shown on broadcast in front of thousands, in front of your family, in front of your friends, I can tell you one thing, you're confident. We've seen that confidence directly in his gameplay. Johan playing at a very high confident level throughout the day, and it's helped this Cinta Negra roster the whole time.
It certainly has, and Knights on the other side of things, though, they want to put a stop. They want to put an end to this grand final with the reset. And look, this is going to be tough because they have been on the opposite side of this. They have now felt what it feels like to lose. But I'll tell you what, this squad tapping Pelu, Atso and Drift, they want to take this home. They have been so lights out all season long, and this really would be the cherry on top of the cake, Gaskin. You know, for these guys, this moment is huge. We see in the videos how patriotic they are about their region, how much they want to represent their country and really do it for their fans out there. You know, what's going to be going through their mind right now, knowing that they have lost this series previously and this is the last shot?
I think they're looking across that stage and saying, damn, that Nike sponsorship is good. Look at the drip on those boys. They got some jackets. I want to get up in the Cinta Negra offer in terms of their apparel. They are looking spicy on the blue side of the stage. But to be serious, Lottie, I think that they're going to be thinking, hey, we need to show why we have been the favorites in this tournament, why we have been the dominant force in this region for quite some time, and we need to rip that Nike sponsorship away from them so that the Pittsburgh Knight maybe can be sponsored by them next time.
Very true. They're looking very drippy indeed. And Halo, they were dripping with glory earlier on. Can they do it again? That is the big question. The way that the winners finals went last time, we had Li-Fi King of the Hill. Knights did actually take that first map from Cinta Negra. We had Recharge Slayer 50-48, so we're very close to fair, but Cinta Negra did manage to end that one in the dub. Catalyst CTF, Cinta Negra also took that one, and as well as the Recharge Strongholds here as well, which actually I was really impressed with that final map from Cinta Negra Clutch, because you know, you looked at some of the priorities that were happening there, and I think being able to keep a level head, not feeling the pressure too much, especially with Knights trying to make that comeback, trying to climb up with the points, you know, having players like Magic realizing that they need to pick up that power up, that camo, in order to try and push them across the line, push that 200 to the 250 mark without Knights getting too close, was huge. So it's big moments and gameplay moments like that, I think, are going to continue the Cinta Negra roster to be successful. How are you feeling about their gameplay right now?
I mean, they've looked good all weekend long, and I thought that they were going to kind of trip up there in the winners finals, especially against with the strong of a roster PK has been throughout, what, a few years now. But I mean, they almost elevated their level of play, and that was something special to watch. I didn't know they had that next gear in them in order to push their gameplay that far. Magico and Johan, they really stepped up. I think they're going to need a similar performance if they want to get the job done again here.
How do you guys feel about, you know, Knights taking the charge again? So, you know, say they take that first map from Cinta Negra. Gaskin, do you think that's going to be kind of leaning towards Knights if they take this first map? You know, how will Cinta Negra feel about that? Obviously, they've done it before, but it is a best of 7, so they have a much wider kind of wiggle room here.
I think that the first map is going to be big. And I do think that confidence is going to be a lot for both of these sides. But we saw that Pittsburgh Knights took map 1 in the best of 5, and then they weren't able to capitalize on it. I think maybe a bigger question for me would be what happens if they win this first series. And I think if Knights win the first series, then the second series will be a blowout, in my opinion, in favor of the Pittsburgh Knights. So I have to suggest that Cinta Negra need to do this in series number 1. They cannot afford to let this go to a second best of 7, because the experience on that PK roster is going to run a train through you if it does happen. So Cinta Negra, get it done now and make sure that you don't allow this to go any further. But it's certainly going to be full of everything. I mean, these 8 players have entertained us all weekend long, Lottie. Some of the shots they've been hitting is amazing. This crowd is going to go wild, as they have done all tournament long. The crowd's been amazing to see the clips on social media, etc. It's a shame we can't hear it necessarily on the English broadcast, but over on the Spanish one, perhaps you are able to do so, and it really is just a pleasure to see the community come out in full force to enjoy some high-quality LATAM Halo.
Oh, dude, I'm definitely enjoying the high-quality LATAM Halo for sure, and I think this grand final couldn't be better right now in terms of viewing. I've got to say, with the series layout in mind, though, I just like picking your brains. Do you know what I mean? I just like trying to figure out what you guys are thinking and how your expertise work here. It's a little bit risky, but when I look at the series layout and I'm trying to think about all the different odds here for both of our teams, because I do feel like this is going to be pretty close, and I look at the series layout with CTF Bazaar as map number 1, and knowing that in our previous winners finals, Catalyst CTF, Cinta Negra won 3-1 in terms of caps, looking pretty good there. How do you feel about Cinta Negra potentially taking this first map? Because Clutch in history, I feel like the second the grand finals advantage team takes that first map, it seems to be pretty GG's from there on, and I say that, you know, quite generically, but it does seem to be the case, you know, in terms of that first one. The second they get a little bit of momentum, it's like they're unstoppable.
Yeah, one thing I can almost guarantee is that this is going to be a 12-minute long game at the very least. Whether or not it goes into overtime, obviously yet to be determined, but hardly ever do we see 5 caps on Bazaar. And in saying so, a massive opportunity for both teams to kind of find their comfort levels, to get their feet on the ground, hit their strides on Bazaar. I do favor the PK Knights this time around, though. I think that when you look back at the game types and the map mode combinations that were in that winners finals, you had to believe that that was going to potentially favor the side of Sintenegra. But this time around, in a best of 7, typically map modes mean a lot less, the combination of them, I'm saying, in that series, because you do need to win that extra game. It is a little bit more left to determine who the better team is out there on the line. And if we truly know that PK is the better team, which it feels like a lot of us are under that impression, I think the best of 7 will tell that story much more confidently than the best of 5 earlier, and therefore the maps and the modes are going to fall into place as well.
Indeed, they certainly will. I tell you what, though, I'm excited to see where this grand finals does actually go. You know, will we have a bracket reset? Will we have 2 best of 7s? Will it just be 1? Will it be a close first series, or will it be pretty short and sweet in terms of one team? We don't know, but some Paracasters who are waiting in the wings here will actually be able to tell us the details of that as we do head into game. Our grand finals is nearly set, folks, and we do have Bravo and Onset on the mics to take us through this one, gents. I want to know from you, though, do you think a reset's happening? Is it on the cards?
Oh, I tell you what, Lottie. Firstly, thank you for throwing it to us. Secondly, I got a feeling it might be, and I got that feeling backed up by the fact that my glasses literally exploded off of my head a few seconds ago. That is the level of energy that is happening around this dome right now, Andy. What a way to kick things off, right? Grand finals and the opportunity for Pittsburgh Knights to do it the tough way. On the other side of the stage, of course, Sintenegra. What a story that would be if they became our champs.
Yeah, I tell you what, if a Netflix producer were to get a hold of this tournament, first of all, they'd be really impressed with the crowd. Second of all, I think this is exactly the way that they would have written this story for Sintenegra to upset the entire region, to upset the best team in all of Latin America and Mexico, and to now find themselves 4 games away from closing it out. And just as you say, Pittsburgh Knights will need to take the long road and do it the hard way if they want to win this. They'll need to win 8 games across 2 series. And this is going to be a long one, folks. Strap in. This could be as short as 4 games if Sintenegra is absolutely on fire. Let's not forget they almost 3-0'd Pittsburgh Knights in the first series. Or this could go all the way to 14 games. There's a 10-game margin here.
Well, we know that one of the teams is going to catch fire at some point. We also can guarantee that the crowd will be catching fire, because those guys have been absolutely electric the entire time. The guys and girls that have been filling up the arena and supporting the teams, especially on the Sintenegra side. Yeah. There seems to be a bit of energy there, and I got the feeling that if you wanted to do it right now, this is the place to do it for Sintenegra. The extra energy, the lift that crowd gives you, not just in the great moments, but in the moments where you're a little bit down. And there will be moments like that in this series. It isn't going to be an easy series for them to win. That's almost invaluable. It's like they've got a 5th player on that stage.
It really is, and they've been incredible. For those of you who haven't seen the clips, make sure you check out HCS on Twitter. Also, Unishek's been posting clips as well. This venue's like going nuts. We're not kidding. It is absolutely exploding. And what was cool was even when Sintenegra lost that tough overtime game 1, right, you had a Sintenegra chant explode and kind of erupt to get us ready for game number 2. They won the next 3 undefeated and unanswered. So that's pretty incredible, and I could not agree more. It does feel like a 5th or a 6th man, if you include the coach as well, in that crowd. And honestly, Pittsburgh Knights, they're going to remember that, because they had to play against a pretty loud crowd in that winners final.
They certainly will indeed. Now, I want to talk about the prize a little bit. Let's talk about the money that's on the line, because obviously this is the biggest prize pool of all time in the region. $50,000 in total, but this is a huge game as far as that money is concerned. You jump up from a guaranteed $11,000, congratulations to both teams, by the way, to $20,000, almost doubling your money, Andy. Even my maths is able to see that.
This is a big one for sure. And you know what? Maybe even better than $50,000 on the line is the fact this is over 1 million Mexican pesos, by the way. This is the largest tournament prize pool ever in the region. It's pretty amazing to be able to say. And also to be in Mexico City and tell your friends that you're at a 1 million peso tournament as well. Pretty special. But like you said, a lot of difference between first and second prize in this one, without a doubt. It could come down to just a few games. It could come down to just a few kills that would determine that $9,000 difference. We could easily have a $9,000 final game of this series. First place, as we said earlier in the weekend, is taking home $20,000. To put that into perspective, a lot of these guys grew up watching the likes of Halo 2, Halo 3, and later pros playing for those same prize pools. So now that same prize pool, that same check size has come to their region, and they might find themselves raising a check with that same exact number on it.
If you're just joining us, let's give a little bit of perspective to what Sintenegra have actually managed to achieve, getting to this grand final first as well, actually sending Pittsburgh Knights down to that lower bracket and making them fight back through the elimination bracket to have this rematch. This is a team, Andy, in the Pro Series Online that has yet to beat the 4 gentlemen that you can see on your screen right now. How much does it mean to them, do you think, just to get over that mental hurdle, to beat Knights in a tournament setting before we even get to what this grand final's got in store?
Oh man, if you're a Sintenegra, you are, as Clutch said, riding high. You are feeling great. You've already done it, right? I mean, the question was, leading up to this for months and months, the entire time that Halo Infinite has been out, is can they possibly take down Knights? A few months ago, they got 3-2'd in the grand final. Then they got 3-1, 3-0'd most recently. So it was feeling like no, but for them to do it in the winners finals, they got to be looking down the line. They got to be on their headset and saying, boys, we just did this. We just 3-1'd them, almost almost won 4 games if you include that first one that went to overtime. They could do this, and they need to remember that, because like you said, the mental hurdle, they've already surpassed it.
It's a huge thing in tournament play, just to get the one over on that team that's been giving you so many problems for so long, and for them to take the #1 spot on LAN as well, the ultimate equalizer for all teams and all players. What a story it would be. And I think we should take a few seconds to actually talk about how impressive the individuals have been as well, because I want to talk about my boy Johan. I mean, I think it was day 1 where we were kind of like, I got the feeling this guy's going to do something special. It wasn't just the clip that he entertained us with, Andy. The whole tournament special has been the word which has been coming out of my mouth a lot of the time when he's been on our screens at home.
Been so impressed with Johan. Everything that he's doing, player, of course, on the top right of the screen, and just got to give a huge shout out to really not just the entire squad, but it's also a really great mix of players, right? It's the only team at the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, that is half Colombian and half Mexican. So you have Johan and Guardian representing Colombia, and you have Bullet and Mexico representing Mexico, which is a pretty great opportunity for them, kind of representing both of their regions. And don't forget, on Pittsburgh Knights with the Pelu pickup, right, he's also representing Colombia. So you do have 3 Colombian players on this stage, but the Colombians for Sintenegra, it feels like every time we look at the stats, Bullets and Mexico are just doing their thing. They're grinding out. They are the most consistent. And then Johan and Guardian, the stats have just been nuts. They've just been popping off.
They really have. And I'm sure they're both hoping they can put in their biggest performance today in the match that matters the most. But we should also, of course, talk about Pittsburgh Knights. They have been the team to beat. They have been the #1. They've been over to North America. They've played against some of the best in the world. But I don't think we've seen the best of Pittsburgh Knights yet at this tournament. Do you think they've been saving it for this moment, Andy? Do you think the grand finals is where they start to come to life?
I think they're hoping that they've been saving it for now, right? I think if you ask the players on this team, they're wondering where was it during the winners finals. To be honest, they had really interesting runs and really interesting gameplay in the winners finals, and I'll interrupt that thought because it's time to take a look at the series layout, and there will be a lot to talk about here. And to be honest, the first one I want to talk about, we already heard a little bit on the desk, Mark, but the first thing I want to talk about is that CTF Bazaar. And the last time these two teams played this game type, it was only a 2-1 finish, and that's actually the last game type they played in a grand final online, was a 2-1 finish for Pittsburgh Knights. So certainly anyone's game in game #1.
This is a very interesting series once again, isn't it? I mean, I saw that first series when we saw the two teams go up against each other, and automatically kind of the light bulb went on in my head, and sort of I was like, Sintenegra, I probably think this is the best possible list of game types in a row for them to get the job done as quickly as possible, and it did turn out that way. And now I look at this one, and I'm a little bit more, I would say, slightly more interested in Knights' opportunity here, because as you say, a very close game #1 online, the last time these two teams met. Knights did come out on top, however. Slayer Livefire is a little bit more of a wild card, as we all know, but then you get to King of the Hill Streets, and Knights have been very impressive on King of the Hill. And then another game type where it's all about controlling the map. That's going to be Oddball Recharge. Sintenegra are going to have to work harder, I think, here against Knights with these game types than they would have in that winners bracket final.
Yeah, they really are. You're absolutely right. The game types do skew a little bit more towards the Knights, unlike that winners final. For anyone who caught it, you might have recognized that those game types were looking a little Sintenegra-y, and they certainly were. This time, it's a little bit different. Stronghold's Livefire also interesting as well, just because we've seen these two teams play that game type as well. and Slayer Recharge, we actually have not seen them play in quite some time, but it is worth noting these first 3 game types are awfully similar to the most recent grand final these two have played. I already talked about CFTF Bazaar. That was 2-1 in favor of Knights. Slayer Live Fire as well, though, was a 50-45. Still pretty close. I consider anything that's 45 or higher a close Slayer. Anything else, not so much. So that's a close Slayer. And it wasn't King Streets, but it was Stronghold Streets. Of course, going to be playing very differently, but it's the closest parallel we have because the two teams have not played King Streets in the past 3 months. 250 to 189, a little bit of a different scoreline there. However, all 3 of those were won by Knights the last time. So I'm not saying, but I'm maybe thinking we could see Knights with a very good start here based on game types alone.
So you're not saying there's a chance, but there is a chance that we could see a bracket reset coming up. Is that what you're trying to kind of allude to? You're planting that seed, aren't you? You're planting that seed.
I definitely,
for many years.
I was saying, I'm not saying, but I am definitely saying we really could, based on these game types. Though that brings us into the fact that Bazaar CTF becomes a really important one, not just because it's a momentum game, but because the fact that it was a 2-1 game when they played it in the most recent grand final. Going to keep a very close eye on that game type. But keep in mind, Cinta Negra showing a lot of resilience in that winners final because they lost what could be, argued as a pretty heartbreaking loss, and it was a comeback that they allowed to happen. They were up 2-0 on King of the Hill Live Fire. They allowed the game to come back, and then they lose the overtime. However, thereafter, they 3-0, right? They win the next 3 straight. So I'm not going to put too much weight on the game number 1, but it certainly could give us a little bit of an indication of which way this series might go.
I look at the end of the series, though, and then I start to think this is Cinta Negra game types because you have that Slayer Catalyst, and we saw how good they were on Catalyst Capture the Flag a little bit earlier. And then you have Stronghold's Live Fire, which, with the way that Cinta Negra seem to love to fly around Live Fire and pick up kills, that could well be a game type that favors them. And then we go to Slayer Recharge, the game that got Cinta Negra tied up at 1-1 in this series, where they won in that winners bracket final. So it's a wonderful mix of game types, I think, here to see truly who is the best between these two teams.
It really is. And if you're on the Pittsburgh Knights, unlike the last one, you want to win this really early just because, like you said, the end of the series starts to skew a little bit towards Cinta Negra game type. So if you're Knights, you are focused on the CTF Bazaar. You are focused on the Slayer Live Fire that was just within 5 in their most recent outing. And as we look later on, if 2 Live Fire instances in this series, which is worth noting. And until recently, right, the Pittsburgh Knights had never lost. If we look at the last 3 Pro Series matches, they had never lost on Live Fire, regardless of game type in a grand final, to Cinta Negra, right? So historically, that should favor them, but I agree, we could see Cinta Negra coming out hot once again.
Well, it looks like we're just waiting for the players to get set up on that main stage at the moment. Obviously, a lot of photos being taken, you would imagine, and a lot of signatures to be signed. As they obviously sit down and settle in to get into this grand final. Hopefully we can get into it as soon as possible, but it gives us a chance to talk about this tournament as a whole, Andy, and it gives us to talk about some of the performances we've seen, and I think it is a landmark moment for the region, and it's something that's been I've been very proud to be a part of, and a very small part of commentating over it, but a record turnout in the region, record prize pool for them, and you're seeing how much passion there is in this region for Halo, and I just want your opinions and your thoughts on how important it is, with all due respect to North America, which has been and always will be the powerhouse, you would imagine, of competitive Halo, how important and vital it is to the ecosystem to see these regions developing and putting on these events which are bringing so much hype and so much energy and so much skill throughout the world.
Yeah, I think most importantly, it's warranted for this region, right? I think there's a lot of debate of like, oh, which cities should Halo go to? Where should Halo be investing in? Where does it make sense? No one has ever questioned Mexico City, right? There's never been any question. You might have just seen, you see Hoaxer talking about it, Coach of Cloud9. You just saw Penguin also commenting, maybe we should get down to Mexico City to get to one of these events. And really, it does this region justice to show up with an event this big, largest prize pool, as you say. Unsurprising that they sold the most team passes in history as well. And to be honest, it's just a region that shows up regardless, right? There's not been a LAN in 4 years, right? And that's not important. The thing is, if there's a Halo event, if there's a Gears event, an Xbox event in general, they come and they come in force. Mexico City, they show up in a huge way. As we said, players coming in from Colombia as well. And now we are getting ready for game number 1 of your grand final. It will be the Pittsburgh Knights. Until a few hours ago, the favorites of the tournament up against Cinta Negra, who's coming in from the winner's side of the bracket.
Well, it's the Titans of Latin America going up against the team who are looking to change the narrative. Sintanegra, they have the advantage in this grand final. They have that cushion. And if Knights want to claim their crown and call themselves kings once more of the region, they're going to have to beat them twice, Andy. We're starting off on Bazaar, capture the flag. And I tell you what, I've got the feeling we're going to see some magic from both sides during this series.
And like you said, they're doing it the hard way here, right? Knights thought they'd be on the winner's side of the bracket, without a doubt. That's how they've spent the whole year. That's how they've spent the last few months in the Pro Series. This is the same opponent they've faced week in, week out. Sintanegra every single time. This is the first time they're coming in from the elimination bracket, and they've got minimum 8 games ahead of them if they still want to take this tournament.
Right, let's talk about Bazaar capture the flag a little bit, because this is going to be a situation where both teams are going to have to learn how to play this game type a little bit different from the first series, because as we know, it's a game type where it's a step-by-step process. It's not just about flying out and picking up your kills, because of how those spawns happen when you do get that 3 or 4 dead. So do you think this game type favors Knights a little bit with that slight more organization to it?
I do, actually. I think it's a great point. I think Sintanegra thrives off of situations where they can kind of play a little bit more wild, a little bit more fast-paced, things like that. Now, let's not forget, you can have some pretty crazy overextensions, some pretty crazy flanks on rocket side double doors that can end up working. But I do agree that this really is a textbook game type. You need to put about a 4-step process together, 3 easy payments of $79.99. And once you do that, you're going to be able to get the flag back home. So I do agree on paper this should favor Knights, but let's not forget they had 12 minutes to do it the last time these two teams met, and they only got 2 flags on the board, only 1 more than Sintanegra.
Good to see Nick Harrison on the stage as well. Fritzy Pizza, he's doing his thing, looking good, looking strong. We see recently, congratulations on the marriage. It's great to see that as well, and making sure that everything is working. Yeah, of course we love Nick. Nick's the man, right? And he is probably the most underappreciated man in esports, I would say. He is a phenomenal human who everybody should.
I would say in gaming.
I would say everyone should have a framed picture of Nick in the house somewhere, just for good luck.
We do.
All right, Andy, let's talk about some of your. You've been to Mexico a few times. You've been lucky enough to do some of the events. What are some of your standout moments in history that you remember?
Man, let's see. I think the first thing is just like how crazy. I mean, you saw. I think Friday was a really good example. There was a packed crowd day 1, game 1, and as we talked about on Friday, when you show up even to the biggest North American events, Esports Engine today, MLG back in the day. Friday is a pretty chill day at the main stage, right? People are kind of watching pool play. Things are a little slower, but this crowd was ready to go from day 1, and that's what we see every single time. As you see, of course, our compatriots here, all of our partners on the Spanish-speaking screen. By the way, twitch.tv/Halo_ES if you do want to catch any of the Spanish-speaking stream. They've been absolutely killing it all weekend, so a huge shout-out to our Spanish commentary crew. But I mean, my favorite thing is really just getting to meet everyone in the venues, and also what's so cool about the family feel of the Latin American community when you go out in the evening, right? Everyone just going out for tacos, margaritas, and it's just an amazing time, and the food is so damn good. So that is something that we are missing in a big way. But what's cool is a lot of the players that you see on the stage when we talked about players, whether you're talking about Knights, Sintanegra, Chosen Squad, Alter, right? These guys and girls have been playing against each other for a very long time, and it really does have a family feel. And at the end of these games, I think you're going to see a lot of handshakes, and as we've seen, a lot of good sportsmanship. Right now, it's everything to play for, because as we said, this season could go the way that a lot of people expected, or we could see it completely turned on its head.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case. We apologize as well. We're waiting for the players and the games to get underway. In the meantime, we get to look at the beautiful main stage, and some of our colleagues over in Mexico City doing their thing up on that main stage. But I don't really... Excuse me, I just lost my voice for a second there, as is the case sometimes. One thing I want to talk about, Andy, is how you feel like Sintanegra are going to match up in North America as well, because obviously we have Orlando just around the corner now. We have the Super just around the corner too. Do you think the Sintanegra can outplace maybe Pittsburgh Knights?
Oh, that is the question, right? And to be honest, what we need to ask right now is Sintanegra simply firing above Pittsburgh Knights, right? Or has PK slipped just a bit from their past performances? That's the question, and maybe we're going to learn a little bit more here in this grand final that'll give us more information about Orlando.
All right, everyone, strap yourselves in. It's time for the grand finals of the MX Regional to kick off. Knights, the Kings, the undefeated team,
of the region so far in Halo Infinite go up against Sintenegra, who wants to cause the upset on all upsets. It's a best of 7 here in our grand final. If Knights want to be called the #1 in the region, they're going to have to do it twice here.
Poorly played there by Guardian. I think he might have been able to get the jump on an unsuspecting Rocket player, but look at Johan as well. He's going to get double nade on the overshield and do a lot of damage on the double door run. 2 still dead though for Sintenegra, and Drift is wasting no time. We knew they were going to come out swinging, but this is a great start for the Knights.
This is a perfect start from the Knights. He's got a little support in the base as well. This is going to be the first flag on the board in under 60 seconds. In fact, it was about 50. That is the start that Knights would have dreamed of. All of the thoughts of that first series now put to the back of their mind, and they're just thinking about winning this thing.
Undoubtedly one of the fastest flag captures in a grand finals history. In Halo Infinite, like you said, just about 50 seconds or so for a flag on the board. They wasted absolutely no time. Atso with a huge start, 4-2 off of the opening.
4-2 off of the start as well, but now Sintenegra is starting to be a little bit more aggressive. Bullet tries to slide in to finish off the kills, but well played defensively here by Knights. Pelu now moving through mid-map as he's going to have a lot of space to do so. Dynamo grenades as well, always good for clearing out these spawns, and anyone who's moving from those thruster spawns is going to be ticking, and those shields are going to be dripping.
Talked about just how ticked the Pittsburgh Knights might be after the results that they saw, and they are really applying the pressure here, and continued pressure. 3 dead again for Sintenegra, and we're also getting word from production that the Knights chants are also starting off with that flag cap. I think people want their money's worth. They want to see 2 series tonight.
Don't blame them either. If I'm there, I want to see as much Halo as possible, and I'm telling you that from home where I want to see as much Halo as possible, so I only can imagine what that energy is like at the moment. Johan picks up 2. This guy is absolutely nuts. The way that he just flicks that battle rifle onto the heads to get that final connection is... There's not too many players in the world that can do that.
Johan the Brohan. Where did that overshield go? There it is. Oh boy, it's going to be a Sintenegra overshield. Mahiko is your man in the courtyard. He's going to fly right in and pick up even more kills. 2 dead again. They find the last 2 in tree. It's a big green gun, but he stays alive. This should be a flag pull, but what a plasma pistol from the Knights. Still 4 dead. Let's see if off of that Atso and Tapping, who have already spawned, can make anything happen.
Well, the good thing about that overshield play was it did the damage required. They got the kills, they've got that flag moving. Now it's about where are those respawns. 2 have already fallen. So Bullet decides, oh, I've got the room to move forward with this flag. He gets it through the double doors, which a lot of the time is as good as home. 2 deads here for Knights. The last 2 coming off respawn as well. We're tied up at 1-1.
A nice little drop and shoot, wait and bait from Bullet. They drop that flag bottom middle, and they are cool, calm, and collected to let that flag come back home. As you say, they pick up 3 kills as they escorted the flag. And just like that, Sintenegra 1-1. They also get the rockets off of that damage as well.
So 1 overshield was all that was required for them to get that first flag on the board. How's a power weapon going to change the course of this game? Well, in the moment, Bullet's just going to hit shots and headshots that I certainly couldn't even dream of, as he manages to just rip that player off the staircase top rockets and hasn't even fired a rocket at this point. Beatdown will do. Another one. I mean, this guy is playing with his food at the moment. He's got 2 rockets. He's picked up 2 kills and he hasn't even fired them yet.
Racha Asesina, beautiful killing spree. Let me tell you, that play where he's shooting up towards rockets on that crazy angle, that's where I take the rocket launcher out. I do not try to hit that headshot with the BR, but that's the reason that he's on stage here. Drift down low with the Bulldog, trying to maybe see what's going on with that rocket launcher, but now Drift going to get pegged back as well.
Well, it's
gets a double.
2, and that's going to be 3 as well, as Magico, perfect switch to pick that up. That final kill, and that's going to mean the overshield is going to go to the Sintenegra as well, with still 3 players in the death screen. Even though Knights got out to the hottest start you could imagine with that flag capping under 50 seconds. Now they're under pressure once more. A couple of dynamos, that's going to get the kill, maybe even a triple as that player thrusts forward, but it's the spike grenade, it's a zoom in, it's a little bit of a mess. No! Guardian, oh dear me, that could have been something a little bit better for Sintenegra.
Yeah, he had a lot of ideas there, and to be honest, they were pretty close to working. I don't hate the way he played it. It didn't work out with the spike grenade, and in the end, he will lose that 1v2 from the courtyard, and you have to think just a few moments difference there on the double door, double back, as well as the spike grenade. Maybe that ended differently, but that will reset the map just a bit. Now back on board with Atso here. He's 11-9.
Yeah, I think Dan said it yesterday. There's a few moments where you have the spike grenade and you think you've got a frag and you try and bounce it and it just sticks in front of you and you're like, I wish that was a frag grenade. A lot of the time you will say, I wish that was a spike grenade because of the amount of damage those damn things do. But let's see if he can come back from that now as we jump back onto the POV of Guardian. He's got the grapple. This time it's a little bit short and because of that he's going to get cut down by Drift.
Yeah, interesting there. If he got to bridge, might have been different because he could have gotten away to the bar. 2 dead as Pelu's running this and he's going to go straight down bottom. It'll still no damage, but he gets half shielded. 2 dynamos in hand as he enters the double door. This man is fearless. Does not have a grapple, but should be able to just dynamo the return.
Dynamo's it, and you can hear the ticks as well on Sintenegra, and now 4 dead. Tapping buttons was there alongside the Dynamo just to clean up the final pieces. Now Pelu's going to be body blocking all of the respawners that are trying to get through that house, and now it's just going to be tapping B, tapping the flag onto the stand. It's 2-1, and Knights have come back into this one. It was tied up at 1-1, now they have the lead.
Tapping La Bandera, nice job there. He'll bring the flag in, 2-1. 6 minutes on the clock, and what a game one to start things off. Back and forth between these two, and Sintenegra able to tie the game, but it feels like past few minutes really have been in the hand of Knights.
Yeah, they certainly have. And a little misplay is the difference between the teams. You've got to go back to that moment where the overshielded player was running in, picked up a couple of kills, and unfortunately just the play didn't come together for him to clean up the final 2. If that happens, that flag is moving, and maybe we're talking about Sintenegra having a lead. Instead, it's the decision-making in that last moment from Pelu running that flag to wrap back round, use those dynamos, and now we find ourselves in a position where it's the other way round, and Knights have that lead as Magico now is trying to pressure a few of these players here for Sintenegra, pushing Knights back inside of their base.
Oh, rocket comes in from Johan. Looks like it was a little bit too deep. Second one's going to connect, so he will take down Drift. What a death nade from Drift as he ekes that out to trade with the Rockets, and Drift's got to be feeling good about that trade, but you pointed out perfectly, Mark, that run from Pelu, and the second he got those dynamos, I think everyone knew that he was going to just bait the flag at double doors, and there might be no better place to throw some dynamos because those things will just bounce and clank and zap around and do so much damage. Played it perfectly in the end, and they'll be up 2-1.
2 dead here. They've got an opportunity to move this flag. It's a little bit of a shaky setup, but if they can get that player dealt with in the bar, they're going to create quite some space here. So flag's going to be tossed out. It looks like Magico did pick up that kill. Tapping buttons is going to be hit by the dynamos. There's a spike grenade down, but the beatdown might be enough as now the last player alive is going to be Drift. Johan is desperately trying to find where he is. He says, you know what? You get your shields back because I'm going to run this flag. I'm going to beat you through those double doors, and even with the damage coming in from the frag grenades, the friends are there to help him along the way, and this should be the tying flag in the game as Magico puts it home.
Very nice teamwork there on the flag drops there as they're going to just make sure that the fully shielded player is the one that brings that in. Pelu was the last player alive. He got really good nades on the double doors. It was not enough. Johan with a heads-up play to drop the flag for a fully shielded Magico. And that will now be tied 2-2. 4 minutes left in the game.
Oh, Pelu, you got to be careful because there was a triple kill on the menu there, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. Nasty Bullet is the first one off spawn as well, trying to play some defense as Tapping Buttons is going to be looking to re-rotate and re-wrap through the double doors. He's got that Bulldog as well, so anyone who's going to be sneaking in those corners, they're going to be dealt with.
Here's the question, where did that overshield go? That should have been there. It is. Finally, Pelu has it, and Johan was trying to turn and burn with the AR. Oh, he's actually got the AR melt combo. He's a specialist right now. Here he comes. Oh, perfect use of eating the green gun there, the teammate. That's going to be a Drift. He says, I will take this green gun for you. You continue on. I'll be back on the respawn. Still, though, it's good defense. Flag run continues, though. Look at Pelu, the flag run master. He might do the same exact run.
Oh, it doesn't quite get through it. It's Guardian this time with a big double kill. Johan putting pressure onto Drift as well, and that's going to be 3 dead, maybe even 4, as Tapping Buttons will be taken down as well. So the return should come in. There is one more player to deal with here, which is going to be Atso on the pillars. He's dealt with by Guardian, and Guardian in that play, vital kills. He now sits at 15 and 12 for his team, and looking across the slaves at the moment, it actually seems like a lot of the slaves are going to the side of Sintenegra. It's just the efficiency of Knights that's been the difference.
Yeah, it really has, and interesting stuff there. Knights trying to get a little scrappy with that run. They try to continue that even though they really didn't have the control that we're used to them seeing. In the end, it did not pay off. One rocket for Magico. Second one will not connect, but he's happy to swap it out for a Bulldog.
He's going to have to be careful here because a couple of teammates have fallen. However, he's just going to say, oh, don't worry about it. I'll even up the numbers myself. And now he's got Pelu to deal with, and there you go. He just picks up a double muerte, and that's going to be an opportunity for them to slow down this flag moving. Drift is sliding across though, and you can see I think that Magico just about managed to catch the top of his visor as he slid through there. as that overshield is going to be coming up in just a few seconds.
Oh boy, great position on the pillars. He's going to get a free kill on Atso. Let's see if he can get the second one as well. Ooh, Palo, that's the second time we've seen Pelu from bottom middle clutching up on those shots. That's a great win. Little wins like that are going to be huge as you think about inching across this map and getting more control.
Wait for those dynamos now, Palo, as well. If you can get them at the same time as that overshield, this is a free push for Knights onto the Sintenegra base. A couple of trades coming through, but it's going to be last alive, though, and he needs to extend his life for as long as possible. But Palo isn't missing at the moment. Every single time we see him in one of those 1v1 or 2v1 scenarios, somehow he's picking up the kill he needs to.
That was 4 dead. Look at this. All 3 players have double back on rockets. I think Bullet is already going pillars or bottom mid. This team fight will determine this game.
Only 1 minute 30 left in this game, and it's going to be Sintenegra who gets 3 kills. That is massive. It's a brave decision to send 3 players that way. If there's a spike grenade or if there's a rocket that was waiting in that situation, that could have been absolutely disastrous, but this time it works out. One of those decisions, Andy, we sometimes say, as long as you're doing something together and you all commit to it, a lot of the time it works.
Speaking of 3 dead off the back of this, not only do they get the defense, they almost got the pull, but look at Drift. Getting sneaky there. He does a lot of damage. Johan has to continue the run. He cannot wait, but he needs to wait right now for the rocket damage. He's going to hit the slide. Perfectly timed. He'll get through with full shields as well. They could win the game right here.
This could be the game. 50 seconds left. Lovely use of the thrust again, and even Pelu bot middle, which has been his home ground. That's where he's won every single fight. Cannot do it this time. Johan with the thrust, with the coolness, with the ice, is going to run this one home. And with 30 seconds left, Sintenegra go up by 1 flag.
What a play call from Sintenegra. Like you said, Knights was not expecting 3 players to double back on the Rockets. Off of that play call, they will clear out their base, push across, a perfect run across, and now they're only 19 seconds away from winning the game.
Just got to be careful here. Just got to be careful, though. It's time for maybe one more push. There might be 1 player in position to get a flag off of that stand. Drift is trying to be that player. He's trying to fly forward, but his teammates are falling around him. 3 players fall here for Knights, and with Johan staring at that flag, saying, "You shall not pull," it's going to be Sintenegra who take home your first game.
Wow, Sintenegra in the end, and we're used to seeing them maybe fumble the end of the game just a bit because Knights is known for their late game rallies, but it's Guardian, Johan, Nasty Bullet, and Mexico will close out that first game 3-2 with an unbelievable push. We said that team fight would win the game. We knew that was the case. This place has got to be electric. We're hearing a Sintenegra chant in the crowd, and they're so happy about that game number 1, and somehow now only 3 games away from taking the grand finals.
And the crazy thing is now, as strange as this sounds, I think this is where the Sintenegra fans and the Sintenegra players start to believe they can really win this, Andy, because it's great to win 1 series against Knights, right? To get over that hurdle, but to get up by 1 game when you know you've only got to win 1 series, that is a massive confidence boost for them. Looking across the stats here as well, you can see it's Nasty Bullet this time who is being the game changer, but I also want to give a lot of credit to Johan. There was big moments in that game, and there always seems to be big moments where he just pulls off something and pulls the rabbit out of the hat to create an opportunity for a flag, a kill, whatever it might be. He is always influencing this game.
Definitely Guardian with 14 assists as well. That's absolutely huge. And shout out, of course, to the Mexican half of Sintenegra, Bullet, and Mexico. I was kind of giving a lot of credit to the Colombian players, but Bullet and Mexico putting me in my place, stepping up in a huge way with some big positive numbers in that game.
Yeah, crazy to see again. The one player who seems to be a little bit off the boil in that particular game, tapping buttons, just not being able to find the stats that we usually associate with him. But what a close game it was, Andy. What a close game it was. And that decision that you talked about to 3-man wrap back and just try and get control of the base, it was a risky one, but it was a brave one that worked out.
I mean, absolutely. As soon as we knew, as we talked about during the cast, that team fight was going to win the game because you have Pittsburgh Knights way behind enemy lines. They've got 4 players on the flag, and as soon as you saw 3 players spawning rocks, you might think, oh, this is not looking good for Sintenegra. This might be a Knights flag. But my God, the last thing the Knights thought is that all 3 players would wrap and they get wiped twice for a great run. And talk about the thrust play from Johan against Pelu bottom middle. Like you said, Pelu had controlled bottom middle and the Dynamos the whole game. To continue that flag run the way that they did was absolutely huge. And they made that run look so good. That thing was textbook. I cannot wait to see the highlights because that's a very well-earned game number 1 win.
Yeah, it certainly was indeed. And I tell you what, game number 2 is just around the corner as well. We're seeing The highlights on the screen from Mexico. It's Drift running that flag in that you can see here. That was the first one. That was 50 seconds into the game. And we were like, all right, Knights are back. This is the Knights we expect to see. But it wasn't the Knights we expect to see. It was more of the Sintanegra we've known to love, Andy, in that game number 1.
And this is so tough for Knights. It's amazing news for Sintanegra because, like you said, now they're really believing. Their fans are believing. Now they're like, okay, we're really doing this thing. We're 3 games away. There's no stopping now. I think for Knights, they're realizing we just came off of a nice 3-0 win in the Elimination Finals. We're back. We're ready to go. Let's strap in for a long night of Halo. And then they lose game number 1, and they're like, backs against the wall. Only 3 games to go. This is really a swing game in that first one, and what a game it was.
Yeah, I think one thing that's kind of standing out to me about something that's missing a little bit from the PK lineup at the moment is just controlling some of the power-ups. We're seeing a lot of them go into the hands of Sintanegra, and it was the same in the first series, right? We saw overshields, rockets, whatever it might have been. It seemed like the sandbox was always being controlled in the majority by Sintanegra. That's something the coach has got to get on top of. He's got to start directing the troops a little bit more and making sure they are more than aware of when those power-ups are popping.
Absolutely true. And the Knights fans here, you see, of course, banners in hand, but they have been quieted. They've been silenced a bit after that game number 1, and they're looking for their team to dig deep because now it will be just a little bit harder. They were hoping for, like we've said, maybe a little bit faster of a first series. If they can get themselves into the second set, maybe that's the mental boost they needed. But here's a Sintanegra players on your screen, and these boys are ready to rock. This is quite a championship Sunday for them, and already a day they'll never forget, but they have more work to do.
They certainly do. Now, game number 2, if my memory serves me correctly, is going to be Live Fire Slayer, I believe. So, I mean, what a game that is going to be, and what an opportunity for them to go 2-0 up in this series, right? Live Fire, we saw how they were able to win a lot of those individual 1v1s. We've seen how they can hit some crazy snipes, and I just wonder if Pittsburgh Knights, we've seen them having the huddle before the losers the elimination bracket finals, excuse me, as I get my phrasing right. Kind of having a talk about what they needed to do. The same can be said before this grand final. But at what point do you start looking across and saying, I need more from someone? I need more from you boys, because it gets to that point where you just have to take control. Someone needs to step up as a leader here.
Interestingly, in the last 3 grand finals, Live Fire Slayer is the most played game type of the entire suite of Halo Infinite game types. As we take a look here at the series layout, this next game type you're about to see, I'll run you through the history of the last 3 months with these 2 teams in chronological order. If we go back to May, it was a 50-29 Pittsburgh Knights win, but that's really important because it was a Game 5 win. That was when they 3-2'd Sintanegra. It was a blowout win to win that grand final. They also played it the next week as well. It was 50-41 in favor of the Knights, so Sintanegra showing up a little bit better. And to be honest, the most recent was that 50-45 we talked about. So Sintanegra is slowly getting better and better at this game type. Now they're only losing it within 5. Have they done the work to maybe take game number 2 as well?
And do they have the LAN prowess to all of a sudden turn those 5 kills that might not have gone their way online into kills that do go their way at the biggest of stages for this region? We're going to have to find out now. It looks like Live Fire Slayer is loading. We're moments away now. First to 50 kills, Andy. We've been here for many years saying that, but this is probably the most important time to say it for this region.
I was going to say, this one feels special. This one feels different. I want to thank all of you for joining us here on Twitch as well as YouTube. It's been an amazing tournament so far for this region, and all the talent on display, the incredible storylines, the twists and turns. It's been quite a ride, and it's been a grand final that we were quite excited for. This one has delivered so far. Game number 2, Live Fire Slayer Sintanegra with a chance to go up 2-0 in the series. Otherwise, we might see the Knights tie it 1-1 and set us up for quite a long night of Halo.
Speaking of long nights, it's getting a little bit longer because we've got to wait until we get into that game number 2. We'll, of course, bring you it as soon as we can, Andy. Don't know when that will be, but hopefully we can get this grand final rolling a little bit quicker as soon as we can, and we can see the continuation of this series. But, I mean, this break is great for Pittsburgh Knights, right? Because they have just been rocked in that game, number 1. I think, again, you're looking back at that game, and now that we've had a few seconds to kind of digest it a little bit, I feel like Sintanegra, it wasn't one of those, squeaked out wins. It was a win where you're looking at it and you're going, you know what, they really deserve that. A lot of the time, they were the ones pressurizing the baits of Pittsburgh Knights. They were the one who were winning a lot of those battles, and they were the one who were controlling rockets and overshield more. If it was one of those games where you're looking at it and going, Oh, they got a little bit lucky there. You know what I mean? It was like, it was a 1-0 in overtime or something like that. Then that would be something maybe that Knights will be like, oh, okay, that one wasn't quite going our way. Never mind, we'll move on to the next one. We'll get them. But now, with Cincinnati playing at that level, I think Knights really do have something to be concerned about here.
I think they do. And to be honest, they need to make sure that game one's not in the back of their mind, because they had the game in their hands. They literally had the flag in their hands as they were running what could have, arguably should have been, the game-winning flag. But that triple team shot that came back caught them off guard entirely and stole the win right out from under their feet. And I think they're going to remember that maybe they don't want to focus on just how that game went, but they need to remember that this team is capable of that. They did it to them once in the winners finals, as we see this crowd here, the Cinta side of the crowd. I think you have to have a Cinta banner or t-shirt or hat to sit on this side of the stage.
I think they give you one, actually, if you just sit down on that side. And you have to sign a contract saying, I will cheer for the next... Oh, how, look at this. I didn't realize how far back this thing went. Look at this. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I was going to say...
Absolutely rammed to the rafters is what it is.
We don't have that phrase in the U.S. That's a good phrase.
I think I just made it up. I don't think we have a DJ either.
The alliteration fooled me. I was sure that was a trademarked British phrase.
It might just be a trademark on-set thing, which is yet to get anyone to invest in anything under that banner. But let's... look at that jacket, by the way.
Oh, the Chief? What, the Chief patch on the jacket?
Is that a patch?
This guy's a certified raver.
You got
it's like it's more of a warning label, I think. It's a warning label. This guy knows how to have a good time. Do not get in his way.
He's not even a Halo fan. He just saw the lasers. Ah, dear me. Anyway, he is a Halo fan. Of course he is. Everyone in that room is a huge Halo fan. Oh, no, let's not look at that. Let's not look over the shoulder. We don't want to see what DMs are being sent over people's shoulders.
That's true. Yeah, you don't want to. That's dangerous territory. Tell you what, do not threaten Raver with a good time. This guy is ready to go. He knows when these grand finals end is when the DJ comes out. Here we go. Back into game number 2. Live Fire Slayer. Knights versus Cinta Negra. As we said, an opportunity for Cinta Negra to go up 2-0 in the series and continue to rewrite the history of Latin American Halo.
Well, the question is, will they go up 2-0, or will Knights tie up this series? And the third question that now we've seen that crowd, we're all wondering is, what's going to happen to Raver later this evening? But we'll have to find out what happens between Knights and Cinta Negra first and get the rest of the information fed back after we finish the event. But this is a massive opportunity here, Andy. Cinta Negra could go up 2-0 in this best of 7 if they can steal, or maybe not even steal, I'm past that now, if they can take this game away from Knights.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be absolutely huge. And a man we need to see stepping up if you are a fan of the Knights. It's tapping buttons. This guy's a household name around the world after his performances in Halo 5, but has left a little bit to be desired in the finals so far. Looking for a big game number 2 from him at so as well.
They've got the heat wave, and they have control of bottom middle. They also have control of cuts, a vital place to really establish some kind of presence, as that overshield's going to be coming up. But they've lost 2 players again, a couple coming off of respawn. There's a player trying to flank at, so is going to be that player, and he's actually going to pick up a double kill here. So the overshield is going to be picked up, you would imagine, here by Knights, as they've established a 2-kill lead.
Absolutely great start for the side of Knights as they find themselves. It was a little bit slower, but a 4 dead overall, and great work on the nest. They have the overshield still pushing bridge. That overshield player really wants to probably push up here to continue applying this pressure. Maybe a sandbag push there to continue clearing out the base.
Yeah, Penny did a great job just to stay alive. He knew help was coming, so he just had to buy the time for that help to arrive. And now you're seeing the score at 8-3. You're also seeing Pelu with a chance to hit a few snipes. And if there's one place to do it, it's in the grand finals. But he's not even going to get the chance. Maybe he is. Pelu with a nice body.
Seeing Mira no scope here for Pelu. He's going to pick up an extra one on the pipes and, on the cuts. Tries to lay down a shot towards the scoreboard, but gonna reset for just a second, and you have to wonder, maybe this is a different Knights. Have they woken up here after losing 4 games straight? Let's not forget to Cinta Negra in this tournament over the past few hours. Maybe a chance for them to bounce back. They're up by 5.
Up by 5, but Cinta Negra again getting a little bit closer. Johan again with an individual battle, and you know what? I'd be doing that right now, because that's not an easy fight to win, and probably one he shouldn't.
Johan just popping off here, and might have been down by 5, but now they're looking forward to trying to get back into this lead. And oh my God, hits him with the land wave. all the way to the pillar door and finishes it pretty cleanly as well. However, on the other side, it's a little bit of a different story. It's Pelu with a late pop of the overshield. He's going to push into green now.
It should be a really good situation here for Knights as well. They've come back really, really strongly at the start of this game, number 2. A couple of shots missing, a couple of shots connecting, and the help happens to turn up once more, but there is Guardian. Oh my word, it is the land wave. That thing is absolutely crunching people.
That thing is supercharged. We ain't never seen a heat wave hit the way that it's hitting down there. Maybe it's something about the altitude in Mexico City, because I'm telling you, that heat wave is absolutely crunching. As you say, take a look at the score here, 19-13. A crazy nest push from Drift. He is not afraid. Both kills will be picked up. That's great aggression onto the nest push.
And even though we're seeing, like, it seems like Knights in the feed a lot of the time and Sintenegra being caught off guard, this isn't the kind of score that you can't come back from, right? Nope. 23-14. It's a 9-kill advantage, but we've seen huge swings in Slayers on Infinite. If you can kind of stagger a few of these deaths, if you can stay alive and get a weapon and an overshield, you can get back into this.
They certainly can. Not down by a ton, but Heatwave seems like the main star of this game. Look at Tapping, by the way. We said he needed to step up in a big way. He's 9-3 in a game where his team leads by this margin. Great start from him.
For 7 kill, the difference has now gone down to just a few less, although it has just picked up magic. Oh my word, what a shot that was.
Something about the way that this man uses that sniper rifle makes you feel a special way inside, if I'm honest. We won't go into detail on that. He's going to stay alive back tower. 2 dead for his side, though, so he'll need to play this a little bit slowly. Impressive to connect with the body there. Body's 2 players as well, but I don't think he has the teammates there to do the damage. Tapping once again, he's 12-4, triple positive for tapping buttons in game number 2. Maybe this is where he starts to heat up.
He's got the stream.
We gotta get that guy on screen.
He knows. They get him. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Palu's going to pick up a snipe in the feed as well. And at 33-21, now it is starting to get a little bit concerning here for Sintenegra. If they want to go up 2-0, they're trying to slow this game down. The difference is, if you're slowing the game down and there's a weapon like the sniper on the map and you haven't got it in your hands, it means you've got to make the first move. And if you've got someone locking down a lane, it's going to be very, very difficult to do. But now Palu finds himself with no teammates because they've all just died extremely quickly. And now he's got to try and take down Magico.
Nice job there. Teammates do spawn just in time in the back of tower. That was the last shot of the sniper, so that ammo will be exhausted. Necesitamos tapping buttons. We really need to see this guy. He's 13-6. I don't think we've seen him on screen since the beginning of the game. He's absolutely popping off and just leading the team in a huge way. They're up 38-25.
And at 39, it could even be 40. And now we're starting to get into steak dinner territory. 3 players from Sintenegra fall once more. Only 10 kills to go. Bullets trying to cut that down a little bit, but this would be a comeback of all comebacks. But if anyone could do it, you get the feeling it might be Sintenegra. Tapping buttons picks up yet another one. Drift is trying to fly in to clean up some of these one-shots. He'll get one. He'll get some shots onto Johan as well, and somehow stays alive long enough for Atso to come and join the party.
Atso wants to clean up this kill on Mahiko. You don't want to let your players around. Nice job. You don't want to let the players around back green stay alive. They can be such a nuisance. You don't want to waste too much time. Now they're up 44-29. It's been a very different game number 2 for them, and now they're looking to close this one out. Only 6 kills away.
6 kills away with a heat wave. That's certainly going to be one. Guardian will be eliminated. And as Drift picks up yet another, it's just a little parade towards the series being tied up at 1-1 here. As much as I'd love to see Sintenegra pull off the impossible, it's called the impossible for a reason. That's because it cannot be done, even though they get 3 kills in a row and maybe say, hey, hold on a minute, we're about to prove you wrong.
46-34, and like you said, a little bit of a victory lap here, and it's a great effort so far from Sintenegra, but maybe waited just a little bit too late to apply the pressure. Overshield is up. Let's see if they can make a hero play. Nice little shot on Drift to hit the first one.
Well, Atso's managed to pick up one, and that's all you really need here. Just pick up one, then you can flood forward to the overshield, put the pressure on. Atso has no idea where he is, but he finds out eventually. Overshield for Palu, beat down to close the game out, maybe even a snipe. But it is going to be tied up at 1-1 this series now as Live Fire Slayer goes over to Pittsburgh Knights.
They are back, and they are back with a vengeance here. And the Knights fans, they're keeping it conservative. I like this. They know that their team is has what it takes. They're not getting too excited just yet, but it will be Tapping, Palu, Atso, and Drift who will take game number 2. They do it also in a pretty comfortable and convincing fashion. And just like that, we are tied up 1-1 in our first grand final.
And they needed that, Knights. They needed that. Not just the win, but the way that it was done as well. It was a very, very dominant performance. 50-37 is a very, very strong scoreline, and also it looked like the pressure was put back onto the shoulders of Sinternegra after that game, Andy. And now you have to wonder how important this game 3 is going to be, right? Because Sinternegra, having just taken a little bit of a beating, that's something we haven't seen them had to deal with so far in this tournament, even against Knights. And now that for the first time really in this tournament, they have to bounce back and show a little bit of fortitude.
They certainly do. A nice 13-kill lead and win for Knights in the end, and we do start to shift things over to King of the Hill Streets. And I gotta say, it's kind of a perfect game number 3, if you ask me, just because we're gonna slow things down one hill at a time. It will be an absolute bloodbath and full-on carnage for each of those, and the teams will have to work so hard to each get every single one of those points. So it's going to be a fantastic way to continue this series. We're tied up 1-1.
And tapping buttons coming to life as well. You highlighted in that first game, it was a little bit of a slow one for him, but he introduced himself. Certainly in the scoreboard, we didn't get to see any of his POV, but we did certainly see the stats at the end of it, Andy. And that's what you want to see from that man, right? The experience, the knowledge, and the coolness to perform at that kind of level when it matters is what he's all about.
Absolutely, and these guys, like we said, they know what they need to do. They know the task ahead of them. They've been in many, many grand finals, not just in Halo Infinite, but in prior titles as well, and they're going to take this one game at a time. And if you're on the side of Sinternegra, you're thinking, we let that one slip away a bit, and now we're all tied up. That one-game lead is all but gone.
Wonder how Raver's feeling right now. That's all, I've got to be honest. I'm starting. My thoughts are going towards like almost as much as the match is like, what's Raver up to? Someone needs to keep an eye on him in the crowd.
Have to see. Well, there's one thing that's for sure is Raver's having a great time wherever he is, or he's getting ready for an even better time. That is for sure the case.
Well, here is some of the replays from the 4 gentlemen who are on the stage at the moment, the 8 gentlemen on the stage at the moment, I should say. This win over from Johan. We've seen this angle a few times, right? It's such an annoying angle to try and fight against. You can just see the head of your opponent, and you kind of slide off, you mistime the melee, you slide over the top, or whatever it is, it all gets a bit messy. And then you find yourself in the death screening a few extra bullets, dealt into your body. But Paleo had a really solid game as well. We saw him kind of patrolling around the tower and nest side of the map quite a lot. Magico hit a beautiful snipe, which was maybe the only way that they could have got into it, was a few more snipes that created openings, but it wasn't to be. And now we find ourselves going over to Streets for King of the Hill, and this is a Knights game type in my opinion.
I think so. They've played so well on this game type historically, also on this map, and they're going to be ready to go, especially off the momentum of that Slayer. Sinternegra felt like they had some really good momentum coming off that game 1. I think that has been fully arrested and brought to a halt by that game 2 Knights win.
I agree with you. Sorry, I was just having a little sip of coffee there because I got the feeling we're going to go quite deep into this series and we need to be fully alert and fully ready for what is about to happen. Sinternegra, though, what would you be saying to each other right now after that loss? Because it is the first time we've seen them kind of take a bit of a battering so far in the tournament so far.
First off,
in the tournament so far. I could have just said so far.
Well, I'd probably be speaking Spanish, to be honest, because all of them speak Spanish, so I'm not going to do that. Don't worry, as it would do a great injustice to their team. But I think what Sinternegra needs to focus on is what do they need to do, and I'm thankful if I'm a Sinternegra player or fan. I think they're going to focus on one hill at a time on King. If this is Stronghold Streets, like you and I have talked about before, I think Knights take it. I think Sinternegra is just going to not be able to deal with the aggression. But because this is King of the Hill Streets, they can play this a little bit slower. One hill at a time, that's all they really have to worry about. And on this first one, just make sure that they're getting the numbers, that they're getting time when they need to. Maybe they bait out of the hill just a bit here as we get to B-Rail. And if they can take the first hill, I think they'll be sitting pretty for the rest of the game. And I think they just need to focus on that start.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you've summed it up perfectly. I think it's just about as you say, taking it step by step, taking it one hill at a time and seeing what happens from the back of that. And, we've got Wes give us some information, of course, things to talk about. It's Knights obviously lost the Stronghold Streets in the winners bracket final. So that is going to be Streets, not a game type and a place where they've had much success against Sinternegra. So maybe this is an opportunity for Knights to really show what the level they're performing at by managing to take a map that they weren't able to take, even though the game type is slightly different, don't get me wrong, against Sinternegra.
Yeah, it's a great point from Clutch. And also on top of that, if we look at the Streets objective game types, especially Street Strongholds, like Wes was just talking about, the fact that this is one of the few game types that they've actually split online. So we actually have seen Sintanegra take Stronghold Streets as online as well as now at LAN, and that game type has been split. So you've seen a little bit of split results across this map. When I look at Streets, it's also worth noting Sintanegra has also beat the Knights 50-38 on Slayer Street. So it feels like they know how to play this game type.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they certainly should. But it's one thing to know how to play it. It's one thing to do it when you're under the bright lights, right? And we always talk about that, how it can be different for some reason. It just seems like you make a different decision. Maybe a teammate tells you to do something you wouldn't usually do, and you get a little bit split on how you want to play it. But I'm sure these players are going to be more than aware what is on the line now and how they have to perform. And I will say, there's one sign that I've seen, right? Just on the edge there, on the left-hand side, the gentleman in the red jumper. The
yes.
red,
Yes.
Yeah, that's a risky one to print. I'm saying that's a risky one to print.
I was gonna say that is a risk indeed. When you talk about jinxing, there might be no greater jinx to have a poster that says "We are the champions." That's risky.
Question mark. Someone get a pen and put a question mark on the end of it.
It's risky, but it's confident, and you got to admire the confidence.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's if you're a fan, you want them to beat the champs, right? And you want Knights to come back and show what they're really made of here. And it is officially standing room only. Look at the back there. Look, everyone's standing up. You see that? They're not just really tall people on big chairs. They are actually on their feet, standing up. The whole place is packed.
I was gonna say, you called it day one that this place would be standing room only, and honestly, that's the only way to go when you have this many people in the venue. Up next, game number 3, going to be King of the Hill on Streets, and it'll be absolutely back and forth between these two. I mean, to take a 2-1 series lead, big swing game in the series without a doubt.
Yeah, certainly is, and we're going to have to see if Sintanegra have got a little bit of fortitude here as well, because Knights seem to be finding a little bit of a flow. However, it was the objective game type that did go to Sintanegra, and it's the objective game types, incredibly, where Sintanegra have had the success. The Slayer you can let slip through your fingers if you're able to close out these objectives. And look at Johan once more. This man's battle rifle is something special.
It absolutely is. Mahiko also with the Stalker rifle in hand, going to drop his BR now for a little bit of a powerful combo as he'll head to tires, 1 dead for each side.
Yep, that's going to be 2 dead, though, for Knights, as the rocket will connect. And now, with the Stalker rifle and the rocket combination, Drift might not be long for this server either. Pelu, he fancies a little bit of as well.
Whoa!
Mahiko! Oh, almost got the triple as well.
Wow, Mahiko, the confidence popping out, trying to do even more damage on driveway. Gotta love that. To be honest, if they bring that confidence and then they execute in those plays, they certainly could win this grand final right here, right now.
This is a great start. As you say, a great start here. Already almost halfway captured on this first hill. It seems like the teamwork is there. They've locked down these spawns, and at the moment, Knights looking a little bit desperate, just flooding down the driveway as the first 2 alive. No damage done, just looking for straight 1v1s. That's going to be difficult because you've got Bullet just staring at you with a shotgun in his hands, and that should be another kill for him now.
I tell you what, we talked about how Sintanegra wanted to start this, what they needed to do. This is exactamente the way that they wanted to start this game, without a doubt. It's exactly like we said. Play this, bait the hill, get as much time as you can on the board without overextending, and they're about 60 to 70% of the way done.
60 to 70% of the way done, but that isn't the whole job done. As Drift is now going to put some shots onto Guardian. That's going to be 3 dead, though. Pelu's going to be last alive. He's trying to scarper away into tires as Bullet now decides, hey, I know we've got numbers on our side. I'm going to just sit in this hill and soak up a little bit more time. It's about 80% of the way there, and there's one more push here for Knights, and I love this from Bullet. Just leaves the hill, baits them in. Pelu takes the bait, but somehow stays alive for a few seconds longer.
Look at the timing from Bullet. He's going to pick up another one as well for the double. That'll be 2 dead, but Mahiko, the only player alive for just a second. Johan's going to spawn front C and win a big battle against Tapping Buttons. Fantastic work. That will put them 3 dead, and it's really good switching here from Sintanegra. They will continue scoring, only a few points away. This should be the first point. It will go their way. They strike first. They lead 1-0.
Johan is a game changer. If you're out BRing someone like Tapping Buttons from that distance and with that confidence, says all you need to know. Pelu's going to have the rockets, but it looks like he will also fall, so only one gets used, and I think Tapping Buttons is looking for revenge now. He's flying out. He did not enjoy that last few moments.
I mean, and what a play from Johan. He spawned in C. He spawned in Tram right there. Knew he had to win that battle. Otherwise, his solo teammate is going to get taken down. And in the end, that is a huge piece of play from him to get that first point. But they do find themselves 2 dead. Need to regroup here as they push on the Tram hill.
Great shots here from tapping buttons, just doing so much damage, and Atso's in a position to clean it up as well. And this looks like a much stronger hold. It looks like a much more convincing hold on the tram. We know how hard some of these hills are to break. This is arguably one of the most difficult here. And you can see that Sintenegra, they're doing what they can to get back into it. They're throwing themselves forward. It's 2 dead, though, for them as Palu is controlling this arcade side of the map.
Let's see what Palu can do here from the rail. This should be their point. Of course, they will get it. And as they so often do, they bounce back in the game. They tie it up 1-1, and now it will be 1 hill apiece. Palu tries to stay alive, but gets sandwiched from Neon's and A. That'll be the first kill going the way of Sintenegra.
Sintenegra inside of that hill. Even though we do see the tram being converted to the Knights. Ooh. It looks like they've got a full setup here. Drift is trying to be a bit sneaky. That'll work out for 1 kill. Now the grenades come in. Now the help comes in. Magico's going to even things up, though. It's 2-2 now as far as numbers. And there is Magico again. This man has been making plays.
Let's see what Bullet can do with the rocks. There's 2 dead. This will be the 3rd kill if he gets it. He does. The last one's a spawner. So this should be guaranteed time for them. They will begin controlling again. Let's talk about just how important this is. So 3:27 left on the clock. If they can get this courtyard, that will then set them up for that Neon's rotate.
Looks like at the moment, Bullet's not quite sure where he wants to watch, but he's kind of gifted. That kill by Drift just sliding out without really checking any corners. Atso's trying to push up on that pink street again. Bullet stays alive after doing the damage. And look at that time. Look at Johan. He's again just cleaning up these kills. Guardian now in position to do so. And now we might get 2 as Palu will forward. It's Johan who actually manages to clean up yet another kill. So Palu's out of it. He doesn't want any of this.
Once again, it's the Colombian duo, Guardian and Johan, just doing everything they need to do to get the kills on the board, get the points on the board as well. This is now the home stretch. Look at the scoreboard. 80% unanswered here on the 3rd hill for Sintenegra.
And where is the pressure? You're probably asking yourself, where is the pressure? Well, Bullets just picked up a double kill, so they can't even get across the map. And Guardian! The Guardian! Doble muerte! That is absolutely insane. Just snapping onto people with that Stalker.
Ay, Dios mío, the pride of Colombia. Look at this guy. Amazing stuff from him. As they will keep it going. Atso now needs to answer back. They find themselves down 2-1. What a hold from Sintenegra. No points on the board. Then huge plays from Guardian and Tires to pick up that double kill.
And we mentioned as well how you can transition so easily from that PD statue hill to this hill that you see right now. Unfortunately, Palu is going to be here, but it does not matter. 3-4. The team challenged 3 players, I believe it was, just challenging down that pink street to get it locked down. And now Sintenegra have a huge opportunity, especially with Magico set up with this Stalker rifle.
Might need to drop that Stalker rifle for some BR damage in a second, though. These grenades are coming in thick and heavy. Just needs to slow this down. He knows they have the hill, but he might be able to be sneaky here, but Atso able to get the rockets as well.
Yeah, uncontested as well. A little bit of a concern. Now Makiko is going to eat one of them. There's a Bulldog. And oh no! I tell you what, you're not too bothered if you're a Sintenegra fan on how those rockets turned out, because the damage was done. Only 1 kill really kind of got into that kill feed and made the numbers how they were. But Palu now on the flank is looking to make these players pay a little bit now. You can see that Knights have got finally control of this side of the map. The first time we've seen them do it, such an important step to getting control of this hill is flipping those spawns and getting that PD spawn in your hands.
That's a great play from Palu there. He had to win that 1v2. He gets the first kill and shoves the second player all the way down to the bottom of Neon's. He did everything he could, but now his team is pushing an odd man rush. It's not looking good. 3 dead for Knights yet again. This will be the 3rd point.
3rd point, and now the worrying thing here for Knights is the hill goes bottom middle. And that is a death trap here on Streets. If you are on Sintenegra, you know you've got 2 minutes 40 left. You know you could just play Slayer if you want, because at some point there is going to be a free option of a kill bottom middle.
3 still dead for Knights. They have 2 spawners at the back of Tram. Let's see what Palu can do. He needs to be a hero over at the cafe, but he's getting all sorts of pinched here. Let's see if he can win this one. He does it again. To be honest, it's deja vu. He just did that in the same exact position to Guardian. Finally, he'll be taken down. 4 dead for Knights yet again. This could be a Sintenegra game very fast without even hitting the time limit.
I think Johan just got told to get out of that hill as well. He dipped a toe in and then he went, ooh, it's a little bit chilly. I'm not up for that. And maybe it was an instruction coming from some of the more established players like Bullet on this team, because at the moment they have 2 minutes to hold on. Just make sure that Knights do not step in, and when they're 4 dead, they ain't get anywhere near that bottom mid hill.
You're totally right. They're just playing Slayer on this one. Johan dips a toe hand inside, and they say, no, come back. We're going to go ahead and outslay our opponents heavily here. Look at Mexico as well. Just going to play this sneaky stay alive if he can on the B stairs angle, and he is just being an absolute nuisance. All sorts of damage. 3 dead again for Knights.
And now Drift sits here and goes, oh, what do you want me to do? I can pick up one maybe, but he gets stuck as well. Like, what do you want me to do? I've got nothing. I've got no opportunities. I cannot go forward. I cannot survive. I'm just going to go into the death screen, and now you are going to see how these stats start to add up. And I'm looking across the stats at the moment, and there is Nasty Bullet with 22 kills and 10 deaths. The man is on a mission.
Unbelievable. Plus 12 in this game. This is absolutely crazy. And one of the risks is trying to slaying out on this bottom middle hill. It's a great play call, but one of the risks is that you might expose your team for a point, for a fast point, if Knights can get the slaying numbers on the board. But to be honest, Santa Negra still applying really good pressure. I like the play call on this bottom middle hill. It's so hard to control. It's so hard to finish. Let the Slayer game play out. Santa Negra right now looking really good. About 69 seconds left on the clock. Nice.
I mean, the thing about playing it like this as well is even if it takes them a long time and they get that point, there's barely any time on the clock for them to control the next one. So you can just slay them out and make sure they don't get that point on the board. Being up by 3-1 is kind of the essential part of this, and that's what Santa Negra did to give themselves the choice to play like they are at the moment. Mexico with another kill in the kill feed, and now you can see Atso. It looks like Knights don't really know how they want to try and approach this one. They want to try and get in the hill, of course, but it's such a difficult one to lock down.
Look at that situation. Atso has to double back, but he's weak from tires, and now it's just going to be Guardian gets a little bit of extra time, gets a thrust. He just wants to stay alive, and the time will continue to tick down. They just need to make sure this point does not go the way of Knights, but to be honest, even if it does, it would still be such a huge feat for Knights to have to come back into this game.
30 seconds left. Gonna be desperate plays, but Guardian's gonna be there to do exactly as his name would suggest. Johan last alive. He doesn't lose these. It's quite simple. Johan doesn't lose these. It's gonna be a challenge, I imagine. He still didn't lose it. He just was forced to back down as the rockets are coming up as well. But as you say,
oh boy,
Bullet's gonna get that kill. Rockets are in the hands of Palo. He might pick up a double, but there's 2 players also swarming. They get the player out of the hill, and now you're gonna see it stop moving even more. 25 seconds left for them to hold on.
They're going to just wait and bait here. Once again, they're not stepping in. Take a look at the timer. It's going to continue to tick down. Knights only need 1 or 2 seconds in the hill. If they're able to get it, that will send it to the next hill. They'll put another point on the board, but now 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. If they get it, it has to be a perfect hold, and I don't see it happening with the way that Santa Negra have been hitting their shots, even though they've been doing so much damage, even though they've been trying so hard here. Knights, the double might be the end of things here. Drift is the last alive, but he only gets to watch the game disappear in front of him. He stands up and gives it some beans as well, because he knows now that Santa Negra have a real opportunity to step forward and call themselves a champ.
And before the game was even over, we had the Santa Negra chat happening, and of course they're now popping off in the audience. You love that. Johan jumps up, celebrates with the crowd as the time ticks down. It's a great game number 3, King of the Hill on Streets. From the side of Santa Negra, they will go up 2-1, and now only 2 games away from stealing the throne of Latin America away from the Pittsburgh Knights.
And I've got to be honest, none of us, absolutely none of us, if we're being honest, who are on the talent team, saw this one coming. We thought this was almost a shoo-in for Knights with the way they've been performing all year long, that this would be their crowning moment after a long, long wait to get back into the LAN environment. But there is a new challenger in town, and even though there's a long way to go here still in this series, Santa Negra look like a different beast who are hungry to pick up that trophy.
26-14 from Nasty Bullet. In that game, we kept an eye on his stats the whole game. He ends at positive 12. Huge numbers to put up against what has, until, as we said a few hours ago, been the best team in Latin America for quite some time.
So now you can see a little bit of dejection on the faces of some of these players on Knights. Understandable as well. Not used to being in this position whatsoever. I mean, you know these guys a little bit better than I do, Andy. You've been to a few events where they've been there. We've watched them in North America. Who is going to be the voice for them to step up?
It's a tough call, right? I think we just need the Atso Drift duo to do the thing that they usually do and just absolutely go on a rampage around the map if you're on the side of Knights. And if they do that, they're going to pave the way. But man, Santa Negra has not made it easy for them whatsoever. 2-1, as you see, and we now set our sights. Get ready for Oddball on Recharge.
Oddball on Recharge. Now, Recharge hasn't been good tonight as well. Santa Negra have had their number a little bit in the Slayers, and there is one still at the end of this series if it does go that far. But Oddball a very different game type here, Andy. Knights have shown that they can play with some control, but Santa Negra have shown, I mean, at this point, I don't doubt that Santa Negra cannot achieve anything in Halo Infinite with the way they've been playing.
I mean, it's been incredible the way that they played that game. And even on the first hill, I was really confident, right? The way that they played that damage, even the timing of Bullet. Was it beautiful or what? He's sitting in the hill as 3 players are pushing Caution and Tires, and he just tiptoes out before he's seen it all. He baits the first player through Arcade, gets the second kill on Music. I mean, they're just playing perfect timings here. We'll take a look at the highlights in just a second, because quite a game it was.
Yeah, quite a game indeed. As we will indeed take a look at the highlights in just a few seconds' time. But I think King of the Hill Streets, it's one of those games where it's won in those first 3 or 4 hills, right? Because if you can get that 3-1 lead, I feel like the game is done and dusted. Even if you're trying desperately hard to get that bottom middle hill, the amount of time that it takes, Andy, it's just almost impossible to save yourself enough time to even get back into that next hill and hold it down.
Absolutely. This was a place for Mexico, just not afraid, no fear, flies into a battle. And even though he's going up against some of the most legendary players in the region, he's played alongside them and with them for a very long time. He knows what he's challenging. And we saw a great game, too, from tapping buttons, but largely silence in game number 3 as well. Santa Negra, time after time, just felt like they were putting all the pieces of the puzzle together.
Yeah, they certainly were indeed. And Atso, even though he had some good plays and even though he was trying to drag his team back a few times, with some of those individual moments, it was just the control. That's the thing that's really standing out to me as well, is even though we're seeing these challenges, we're seeing these individual battles being won that I keep kind of talking about, there's also an element of control and there's an element of organized aggression. Every time you're seeing them challenge on a street, there's multiple players from Santa Negra, and that's so difficult to deal with if you have that kind of coordination as a team, because even if you get the first shot, you can't beat 2 players shooting at you quicker than you can kill both of them yourself, so it's just not going to happen. And Santa Negra, if they can keep this teamwork up and they can keep this momentum going and they can keep shaking that bottle, then maybe, just maybe, we might have a new king.
I gotta say, I want whatever Johan's got in that bottle, because that thing is super powered, super charged.
Leche?
I don't think so.
No?
Oh,
Okay.
Come on. Don't be shaking a water bottle of milk. Come on, that's strange. Oddball Recharge, your game at number 4 here in this best of 7. A huge opportunity for Santa Negra to go up 3-1 in the series and be 1 game away from being the title holder. Pittsburgh Knights desperately want this game to tie up the series 2-2.
Just a reminder, it is a best of 7 though, so even if Santa Negra do manage to win this game, Pittsburgh Knights still will have to go to Slayer Catalyst. I mean, even if Pittsburgh Knights win this game, Slayer Catalyst, if they don't win it, I'm worried for them, because Slayer Catalyst, with the way that Santa Negra have been shooting, it just seems like that is a game type they'd pick to play at this point.
Absolutely. Last time these 2 teams played Oddball Recharge was around early June, by the way. It was going to be a 200-134 win, a 2-0 win for the Pittsburgh Knights. We'll see if they can repeat it. If they do, we'll be tied up. If not, it's a very different scenario for Santa Negra. Let's see if they can stay hot and keep the momentum.
What a moment this is, not just for the series, not just for the final, but for Latin American Halo. Knights down 2-1 in the series. Santa Negra closing in on one of the most historic wins that we would have seen across the globe in any region for quite some time. Is this the changes of the guard?
That's the question, and what an abrupt change of the guard it would be. Knights not only undefeated in this tournament coming in, of course, here, but also largely undefeated in the entire year. Since Halo Infinite came out, these are your regional favorites by a long shot, and Pelu right there somehow and gets a trade there with Mexico, and they will drop out. But my God, what a Cinderella story for Santa Negra. What a run they've had. They find themselves 2 games away from taking the title and the throne as the kings of the Comunidad Latinoamericana. We'll see what they could do. A small lead for them early on in the first round.
So Drift is trying to cut off this rotation that's happening as well. He's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Magiko is going to pick up 2 kills, and Nasty Bullet's going to be there as well. So now he has to think about playing the ball, and that's a difficult position to find yourself in. He does such a good job to get it off the map, but also loses that shock rifle. It looks like the shock rifle actually might have been caught before it fell off the map as well. So 7-1 is the score. Sintenegra with a slender lead, but also stopping Knights from really getting any kind of setup established there.
That's a hero throw of the ball. Great job by Drift to identify he needed to get that ball off of the C-plat. Like you said, I think the shock rifle should still be in place somewhere. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Not a ton of points on the board, not surprising. These teams looking for a little bit more slaying control before they rack up some time.
Well, Guardian is doing some damage onto players bottom tower. He knows that Drift is still there. He's still trying to finish off that kill, but turns the attention to the oddball. And this is something that stood out to me, Andy, that we don't think we've given Sintenegra enough credit for. As soon as they get kills, they recognize now is the time to do the thing that wins you the game, whether that's oddball, whether that's get in the hill, whether it's rotate to a stronghold. They are immediately on it. However, one thing they have missed out a little bit on here is, of course, that camo in the hands of Atso.
Yeah, let's see what Atso can do. 3 dead. Mahiko's the only one alive. They should have guaranteed time here. They're going to find Mahiko as well on the 2-stack. He's ready for those spawns. These are big kills from Atso. This is one of the players, like we said, Atso and Drift. If they start to heat up to their normal status, they could easily steal this grand final back.
Good time on the board. There's 1 kill. There's the repulsor. Johan in a 1v1, and Atso will clamp down his battle rifle onto the head of the player to take him down. That's the first time we've seen Johan lose one of those fights in some time.
I was going to say, Atso absolutely just dunks on Johan there. A fantastic shot, even though he got repulsored all the way across. He's not done yet. Great damage on Nasty Bullet as well. And Nice starting to look like their normal form a bit more here, huh? Still 3 dead for Sintenegra.
Yeah, that objective is just causing a few more dilemmas for Sintenegra here with this setup. They want to be aggressive, they want to keep pushing, they want to get damage down, but it's just a little bit of a distraction. Johan will once again be the first kill this time as he falls. Atso's staying alive for now, but it's going to be pushing. It looks like Magiko is in a sneaky position, but he's going to get enough damage for a teammate to trade. But trades are great if you're Knights here. They can rotate away as Johan is going to have a 1v1 versus Drift, who is just going to have that oddball in hand.
Like we said, historically, Knights is the favorite in this game type. They're so far looking like that might be the case in this one as well. Up 55-22, but still a lot to play here. They're only halfway done in this first round.
Tapping buttons last alive here. Trapped in tower. Drift is going to be spawning out towards blue as well. So this is an opportunity for a setup here at Elevator for Sintenegra. Let's see what they've got in store for this hold.
1 dead here. It's tapping. Drift knows he needs to wait just a little bit, get the right damage before he pushes in as well. Finds the first kill. That's going to be big. They find 2 on the push. They'll trade 2 for 1, and the push continues here on pipes.
Drift just trying to see if he can spot someone out. He knows there's someone in the vicinity. He also knows the shock rifle's up. Well, it looks like he's got away with that camouflage. Look at that team fire coming in onto Drift as well. And look at the score. Knights, they did have a far, far more convincing lead just a few moments ago, but now they find themselves in not such a comfy position. Palo is going to win a huge battle against Bullet, though, but then he had the camouflage, so now the power-up is a non-factor, and it looks like Knights have got that ball back to Elevator.
Oh, nice little shot here from Drift as well onto top control. Second one does not connect, but it's enough damage to halt the push across control, forcing Sintenegra. Gotta say, every time we go to Pelu's screen, or even if we watch it off screen, the man is not missing shots. The Colombian representation on this Knights roster, he has been delivering. We'll see if he and the squad can get back in this series.
Drift is determined to challenge that kill and get that kill, but it wasn't to be. Bullet's now going to push in. That's 2 dead here for Knights. Make it 3. As the last player alive is going to be eliminated as well. And no play ball, Andy. No play ball is going to cost Knights here. Even though they're just a few moments away from taking round number 1, you are also seeing that Sintenegra have a chance here with this pipe setup.
Yeah, here comes the throw tate from Bullet. Just going to drop it and get over to pipes as well, and going to make sure that any pressure that's coming in from Elevator or Gold will continue in accrued time. Like you said, no play balls. Definitely, oh boy, someone wants to join the party. That was going to be Drift, who decides to grapple in, and he was quite eager, quite anxious. Johan, last player alive. Look at the nades coming in from Johan, causing all sorts of trouble. Still no ball time. Is going to mean that the Knights have to delay a bit. Huge plays from Johan in the 1v2 from the back of Elevator. That's what this guy is capable of. He keeps delivering as the last player alive, time and time again.
Bullet's going to be moving in on tapping buttons as well. Who is the last player alive here for Knights? He's trapped on those pillars. He's going to be taken down, and now there is an opportunity for ball time. And by the time I finish the sentence, the ball is back in the hands of Sintenegra.
2 dead for Knights. What can Bullet do here? They need to make sure that they're expanding. When they get ahead, get more ahead. Make sure you're pinching the spawns exactly where you want to. Bullet's just going to hold top gold. These next few kills are going to be big in determining where this round goes. 81 to 65.
81 to 65. Ball is down. 3 are down, though, as Palo is now the last player alive. He'll be eliminated. That's 4 dead. And all of a sudden, what seemed like a guaranteed round here for Knights has turned on its head. 81 points is the target here for Sintenegra to get into the lead. That has just been overtaken. They go into a lead with 1 minute 20 on the clock.
So much information there. The fact that he got that whirlpool angle onto Long Haul, saw those two players even put shots into them, that's going to be absolutely huge. Atso's the first to get a kill, though. They will be traded out. That's big teamwork. Guardian needs to stay alive if he can. 2 dead for Sintenegra momentarily. This man advantage should slow things down for Knights.
Should slow things down, but at the same time, that ball was played out to the front, and you can see that big play ball now forces Knights to overextend to try and do something to get that ball in their hands. They're gonna get it back to blue, but now the opportunity for the respawners to fight is coming. Guardian is trying to do what he can. A trade will happen. The ball is in the hands of Drift, but is he gonna be able to get around this corner? The ball is rolling agonizingly towards the edge. Can Bullet get there? Yes, he can. He grabs it and just needs 5 seconds.
Oh my God, the ball not tossed out of the repulsor tunnel. That will be the first round going to Sintenegra. They're 1 round away from taking this game number 4. My God.
What a comeback. Whew. What a comeback that was. They were down by about 50 points or so, I think, at one point. And managed to rally, and it was all off the back of that play by Johan. It might not show up in the stats, but him staying alive, picking up the damage he needed to, was absolutely instrumental over at top 8. But off the break here, Pittsburgh Knights, again, showing superior opening strategy. They'll have 3 dead.
Yeah, it's so interesting because time and time again, we're seeing Pittsburgh Knights with great control, great 3 dead, great leads, great multi-kills. Everything on screen looks good. If you just look at snapshots of these series between these two teams, you'd think the Knights is taking this, but Sintenegra overall just really dominating in the strategy category. It feels like their overall approach to these game types is what's paying off. That's what's squeaking out these wins.
Going to be 3 dead here for Knights momentarily. A player comes off the respawn to make it a little bit more different in the kill feed. Drift. Bullet just snaps onto him again, and Bullet's been shooting straight in these last few games. He's currently sat at 12 and 9, 4 assists to his name, but also the most objective time for his team. And if your objective players going positive, you're in a good place.
What a game number 4 as well. Really, this one no exception. This entire series and really every match between these teams, not only for the past few months, but especially here at the Latin American finals here in Mexico City, have been fantastic. I tell you what, I'm having a great time. We thank you all for joining us here in this show. It's been a fantastic grand final, and we are not done yet. Many more games to play yet. Mexico on your screen trying to make the push here through Whirlpool and Pipes.
Again, just snaps on. Hits the headshot. Now he's got 2 more players. He's got a formal Royal 2 moment, but no, it's maybe not quite that kind of comparison, as unfortunately he'll grapple back into his own grenade. And Drift will pick up a kill with that shock rifle in the feed, though, which is going to give numbers back to Knights here. Sintenegra find themselves 3 dead, but who else but Johan to appear and maybe try and level that up.
That's another good shirt. We're sending in Johan, which when you send in Johan, the man just does the damage that you need. Atso on your screen, though, has something to say about that. That'll be 2 dead for Sintenegra momentarily. He tries to get another one, but it feels like Sintenegra has been on top of the kills that they have needed each time. However, Knights once again leading in this second round, now 27-0.
It's a brave challenge. Drift with a couple of grenades just to slow down that push. Johan is in the death screen for now, so it's up to Magiko, Guardian, and Bullet to try and get the kills that are required. Big challenge onto Drift as well, who's under all sorts of pressure, and the job that was assigned was perfect. And now Johan is back in the game. He's trying to get aggressive. Atso taken down by him. First target eliminated, as now he's got 2 more challenging him in the Whirlpool.
Oh, he gets another one as well. That'll be 2 dead again for Knights. Tapping's going to spawn all the way on C plat, which is going to give them some really nice angles here, but they get spotted out. That's a huge spot. I think it's coming in from the side of Guardian on the other one, just making sure that he sees those spawners that are coming into gold.
Tapping buttons, 21 and 16 in this game. 27 points, though, is the real only stat that matters here in round number 2, and it's in the favor of Knights. It's a very slender lead, but it is a lead. And you've seen Drift again in the kill feed with that shock rifle. He is doing a lot of work, and it'd be good to see if we can catch some of it.
I was going to say, we've also been talking about Tapping, how we expect excellence out of this guy. He actually drops the plasma pistol before he gets it off, maybe just a little fraction of a second on the weapon drop, a little bit too early on the animation, so he'll get taken down in the end. Look at this, Drift trying to do everything And he'll find his teammates now down as well. That'll be 3 dead. Maybe a ball toss up to the bat ledge. The ball cannot be tossed just yet. But what I was going to say right before we saw that exchange was Tapping has certainly stepped up. We've been expecting big things of him. He's 22 and 17 in this game, but they need to make sure they close this one out.
Movement here from Bullet, really impressive. Just denying lines of sight. Now he's in a position to help out his teammates as well. Getting shots onto the spawners as well. Atso has no idea where he's being shot from, but only Bullet can answer that for him. As now he thinks about that odd ball. Just to grab it up. We'll get it towards the bat ledge. Can get the throw in as well, and there's a little respawner to grab it. When you still got that shock rifle in the back of your hand, add 2 more grapples. Well, it could be a problem here for Knights.
He certainly can. He was last game. He expects to do the same thing again. 17 and 13, by the way. Take a look at the deaths across everyone. Really, Drift is the only one that has similar deaths, and 17 and 14, everyone else with a much higher death count at this point in the game. 2 dead for the side of Cinta Negra, and they're finding the 2 spawners in Whirlpool.
Drift should have a little bit of a field day here. Ball has been rotated back to Longhorn Blue, so another setup for Knights. Internegra did bring it back, though, with that hold they had a few moments ago. 35 points and rising to 22, but it is still so tight between the two, and now you're going to see Drift maybe not having the impact he would have wanted to with that camo. 1 kill before it dissipated, and then the trade coming in immediately. So now Cintanegra trying to force that play ball. It looks like that is the case. As Guardian decides it's not worth getting those kills on the board. It's more about just holding Knights on this side of the map.
2 dead for both sides, and I couldn't agree more. It feels like a little bit of deja vu. 3 dead now for Cintanegra of the last round, right? It was right around here, 46 to 22, when we saw Cintanegra climb back into this game. Minute 10, though, left on the clock, so a little bit less time for them to play with here.
Hey, they like making it difficult. They like making it entertaining, Cintanegra. They could give them 30 seconds, and I'd still be interested to see if they can do it. Halo's going to be taking down the no shields. Of course, Guardian's going to reach out that one, and now it will be 3 dead. That odd ball is down as well. But look at these spawns. They've all just spawned in front of Guardian. He's got to deal with the whole Pittsburgh Knights team. That is unfortunate, to say the least.
Those are wild spawns. You could just tell based off his POV, and I think a lot of people watching at home as well, not expecting them to all go down like that. He gets caught out, and as a result, that's 4 dead for Cintanegra. Guardian is your first spawner, and they're just going to play Slayer here. They should take this round.
They're actually going to grab that odd ball and bring it back, which is a little bit of a risky play, but maybe just keeping it in close proximity where Cintanegra have to force their way in is a good idea. Maybe just throw it out bottom mid. Good decision, Drift. Now you've got the shock rifle. Now go and have some fun.
Yeah, nice little loop. Tries to tap on Johan. Johan's not too interested in that. 1 dead. We'll see how these kills go. But not over just yet. There could be a hero hold coming in for Cintanegra, but they need the kills right now.
That's so it should be one of them. Taking down the no shields. Keeping my eyes on this kill feed. Keeping my eyes on the number. 2 fall for Cintanegra. Drift is going to be caught off, though. They might be able to wrap this back in towards Pipes. If you can get around this corner, there's an opportunity for a hold. Johan is there. 10 seconds left. He's taken down, but there's 2 players also down from Knights.
Where do these kills go? Look at Mahiko. There's a trade. Guardian, last player alive. Guardian versus Tapping. That's it. That's the round. In no position to grab the ball, so that will be 1-1. And how fitting. What other way could we have it here, Mark? Of course, we're going to a round number 3 in our game number 4. The round winner here will take the game. Do we go 3-1 Cintanegra, or do we tie up the series 2-2 heading into game 5?
Well, Tapping Buttons is going to get the first pick, and he should be able to collapse on the second as well. A couple of frag grenades are going to go down, as Pele will be moving in to pick up that camouflage. So once again, the opening strategy works for Knights. They secure the camouflage.
Feels like their opening strats time and time again. They're so effective. It really is mid-game or late game where Cintanegra has been stepping things up. So Knights just need to make sure if they play this game all the way through, they could steal this one out from under Cintanegra, who, as a reminder, took that first round.
1v1 here for Pele, goes for the nade instead of just trying to hold the angle. Should be able to pick up the kill with that plasma grenade, though. At least walk around the corner and clean it up. Camo disappears. 2 dead here for Cintanegra. No ball time on the board for either team yet.
Pele playing great, as we said, in these last 2 rounds of ball. And honestly, the whole series, my God, Johan just doing Johan things at top gold. Picks up another one. That was 3 dead for Knights. Bullet needs to clear out top gold. He does it without taking any damage as well. That's a huge kill.
Huge kill. He's got a couple of grenades as well to try and stop this push coming in from At. So he knows that he's up in that attic. Only 1 point on the board at the moment. Nobody's able to get any kind of semblance of complete map control. Now with that grenade, you got the feeling that the flush is going to come in here from Knights, trying to get rid of Bullet. trying to make sure they've got somewhere to push from.
Good patience there from Knights, and to be honest, you see Bullet there, like you said, missing just that shot on glass. That is the difference maker in that push, and interesting battle here. Johan wins that against tapping buttons. A little bit of a back and forth between those two all series long, all day long, you could say, on Championship Sunday. It was 2 dead for both sides, so now Guardian going to try to figure out how he could push here across long haul, maybe go up in the glass.
Now, at what point, Andy, do the nerves start to influence this game? Sintenegra have been so good. They got that first round on the board. They start to think, maybe if we win this next round, and we're just 1 game away from being a champion, when do they start to really affect things? Because I'm starting to see a few shots not quite hitting the way they were, unless your name's Bullet, of course.
I agree. I was going to say the same exact thing. We might already be seeing those nerves hit. Little ball toss here, and now going to be a hold for Bullet. So we'll finally see some extra points on the board. This kill would be big. A nice perfecto from Bullet. He'll hold that angle perfectly. Also grapple the ball. No need to expose yourself. There's some extra nades, which, to be honest, were coming in. So it's a nice use of the grapple there, and they will now put a few points on the board with 2 dead.
Good advice in general life that you give in-game as well, Andy. Always a good thing to do, as Bullet now is going to give the lead back to Sintenegra. They get 20 points. Play ball will come in, and how tightly contested that's been, 20 points might be enough. We saw Knights in the last round. They had that sort of 20-30 points advantage. They were able to slay out towards the end of the game, having gained that cushion. We'll have to see if Sintenegra can do something similar, but at the moment, there's a lot of pressure onto Magiko here. He's trying to escape with his life and should be able to just about do so, but you know that pressure's going to be coming in soon.
Nice shot from Mexico, takes out the green gun. I was wondering when that thing was going to come out. Picks up the first one, not aware there's another one at gold, so it will be 2 dead. Johan, last player alive for Sintenegra again. The man does not lose battles when he's the last player alive. That's a big, big difference maker. Peilu's still going to grab the ball, and he also kind of sneaks it around the corner or maybe through that wall. Not a bad job with the grapple, and
that's
you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm saying that is David Beckham-esque. That is a free kick. That is just bent round that corner. That was all it is. Outside of the boot, inside of the boot, a little bit of finesse on it. That's all was really required to get the odd ball back into pipes, but effective it was. However, at the moment you can see they're trying to rotate this ball, but they're all kind of trapped here, Knights. They have to be very, very careful of a few grenades and a push that comes in, because if they all die here, they might give a full setup to Sintenegra, but they seem to hold.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Knights in this moment, and to be honest, in this entire game of ball. Atso will get the trade against the shock rifle in the end, but let's not forget, yes, Knights are known as the best team in this region, but they've had some tough competition today in the likes of Sintenegra, and even when they find themselves down a round and down 2-1 in this grand final, they dig deep, they win that second round, and they continue leading in the 3rd round as well.
Well, statistically, it's very close between the two teams. Very, very close. The only thing that is a little bit of a difference, I think, is maybe the assist column, with Nasty Bullet not really having as many as everyone else in the game. Sometimes that happens. Not everyone can be influenced on every single fight on the map, but now you're seeing, once again, Knights with a lead. It's 44-21. Sintenegra have their hands on the ball for now, but it looks like Johan's going to be forced to play anytime.
Yeah, absolutely. Atso on your screen, by the way, not Guardian on your screen here. We're looking at Atso's POV. He's 34-34. So we go over here to Drift, just holding down control, and now 44-24 with 1:31 left. It feels like we've seen this scoreline in all 3 rounds. The first time it went to Sintenegra. Second time Knights were able to close it out. Just about 90 seconds left on the clock.
Peilu managed to pick up 1. You can see Drift is on the flank now. Magico tries to get away, and they're trying to force that odd ball. Big, big challenge coming in from Magico with that shock rifle to eliminate the last player. And tapping buttons now is the furthest forward, and he is fresh off that respawn. And in a few moments' time, at the end of this push, is going to be Sintenegra, who again have turned this game on his head.
My God, look at this, just like that. 3 points away, and like you said, they tied the game up. Great damage coming in from Johan. The ping's going down on the Atiko as well. They're going to know that push is coming in. Back elevator, kills are traded out, 2 dead for each side.
Play ball was made, and they don't have that lead. Even though it's a 2-point lead, is slender, is enough. And now you're going to see with 60 seconds left, Magico's going to have to do something crazy again.
And then you need to realize here, 60 seconds left, right? There's enough time to get a really well-constructed push, if not 2. They don't need to panic here. Get the right damage. Make sure you're pushing together.
That's going to be challenging, but Johan's getting shot from inside the turbine as well. Johan now trying to escape, and there's the cut from the mid-bridge from Atso. Atso does what he can to slow down this push. Oof. Drift is trying to stay calm. He's trying to stay collected, and he's trying to pick up that odd ball and get Knights back into this series. 46 seconds left. Peilu has the camo, and this lead is looking like it might become insurmountable soon.
This is looking dangerous. I think Sintenegra, they did panic. I think they pushed a batteries push. Somehow Johan's behind enemy lines. He's picked up 2. He's 3 dead. This man's insane.
I don't know how he does it. He just sees gaps that others don't, and he seems to hit shots. A ridiculous play again from Johan. He has the ball in his hands. Sintenegro needed to make a push. They had no other option. They make the push required, but on the rotate, Johan's been cut down.
Also, what a rotate. This rotate was predicted. It was foreseen. It was told in the tails, and even though they thought they might get away with a control rotate, the Knights were ready for it, but still, the slaying of Sintenegra. Tapping buttons, last player alive. Traded out, 4 dead for Knights here on the home stretch. 18 seconds left, and they're down by 15.
Down by 15. If they hold, then there's a chance. 2 players diving forward from Pittsburgh Knights. They know they have to get involved in this fight. They know they have to try and force a play ball. But also, you know that Sintenegro realize they have to get into a lead. It's tied up at 69 all. The ball gets reset.
Oh my God, 12 seconds left on the clock. Everything to play for. 3 dead for Sintenegra. Last player in pipes. This should be a Knights win.
It should be a Knights win. It should be a Knights win, but I've seen some crazier things happen. 2 players trapped in tower now. They might win the foot race here. Payne's trying to do what he can. And now, unfortunately for Sintenegra, Knights clutch up in the final moments.
Wow.
So much to talk about at the end of that game. But we are tied up at 2-2 is where we find ourselves.
Oh my God, Knights find a way. In the end, they force the play ball at back C. They also get the kills as the ball was reset. And they trap the last player in pipes. It rotates to Whirlpool, which in the end was a bit risky, but it worked out very well for them. It was a great play call. Look how narrow this was across the 3 rounds, 206 to 199. Let's look at some standout stats on the board. 38 and 30 from Drift.
38 and 30 from Drift. 40 kills on the board as well for Magico, but unfortunately the 40 deaths alongside it. But I mean, Andy, what an ending to that game. So much to talk about. The attempted rotation just cut off. And I think you're looking back at that game and thinking, even though holding elevator could be a little bit risky, right? Even though if we lose that first pick, we know we're going to not be able to win the game. We know how strong that hold can be. Surely you've got to back yourself.
That was interesting. I mean, Johan, I want to see his POV desperately of how he got into back elevator to pick up that double kill, especially when Pelu had the camo. That is insane. And I agree, it was a pretty aggressive rotate through control into Hydro. Before we could even blink, the ball had already been rotated, and you wonder if they just either faked the rotate and brought it back, or if they maybe just held elevator, like you said, maybe they would have found a better result in the end. Just a crazy sequence of events, and the Pittsburgh Knights, gotta give them credit, they tie the series 2-2.
Wow, what a series this is. And now the pressure is firmly back on the shoulders of Sintenegra. I mean, we were wondering how they'd bounce back, and they did it pretty convincingly in the previous game. But now after losing that one in such a close fashion, this next game is absolutely huge, Andy. Oh, this is crazy. We're getting close to that bracket reset as well. This is the craziest thing about it. We can have a lot more Halo to play tonight.
And that's what the 4 guys on your screen are looking for, a bracket reset so they can rightfully reclaim their throne. They did not expect to be knocked off it earlier today in the winners finals after an undefeated year of Halo Infinite. And now what's scarier and scarier about Knights is they look like business as usual, right? Not smile on their faces. They know exactly what they need to do. And now they find themselves 2-2.
Well, I did notice as well, there seems to be a few more Pittsburgh Knights signs appearing in the crowd, just a few rows back. There seems to be, they're getting back into the series, and the fans are starting to like take off the hoodie, and all of a sudden there's a Pittsburgh Knights jersey underneath it. Think of the word, sorry everybody. The jersey underneath it, and I think they're starting to believe a little bit more here. A few more smiles on the faces, a little bit more thoughts towards the kings of the region picking up that crown. But I mean, sheesh, I mean, what a series this is.
You're even getting to see a Knights selfie live. You don't always get to see that on stream, as these fans are happy with what they've seen so far, and Johan's going to have to keep shaking the secret sauce, and then we'll see if he can dig deep in that game. Great performances once again from the entire side of Sintenegra. We don't want to count anything against them there. It was a fantastic 3 rounds of ball, but in the end, Pittsburgh Knights will outperform them to steal that game number 4. Tie the series up, and we go to a game number 5, Slayer on Catalyst.
Slayer on Catalyst, the most unpredictable game type for one of the most unpredictable series that we've had so far. Andy Dudinsky, I mean, I don't really know how to kind of tee this one up any more than that, to be honest. We'll take a look at some of the replays from this last game, and every single round, Andy, every single round came down to the last few moments. It was insane. It was so much fun to watch. Also incredibly stressful, I will say.
It was. I'm glad that we didn't have to be on the stage here. I'm glad we get to kick back, relax, and watch these games with all of you online, because there were some highlight reel moments, and it does feel, as the games go on, like Knights are looking stronger and more cohesive. Once again, if you might win that first round of ball, but you give them an inch in that round 2, they're going to come back and reverse sweep you in ball. And it feels like they're finding their normal form, Mark, and it feels like this team might be sending us to a second series.
Yeah, you get that feeling, don't you? I don't know what it is. I'm sure everyone at home is thinking, yeah, this is going to a second best of 7, isn't it? I mean, I just got a text message as well that said this is going to a second best of 7, isn't it? And I said, yes, it is. You know, that kind of thing happens. But Johan, again, really good plays from him. But Bullet, for me, was really a standout player. Some of those individual battles he was winning. The battle rifle was looking crispy at times. But on the other side of things, Knights, I think it was kind of a game where everyone stepped up in those different moments, right? Tapping Buttons was there with that last escape with the odd ball in round number 2 to get them back into it. There was a few plays coming in from Atzo, which secured camouflages, which, as we know, absolutely vital in those close moments towards the end of the game. And Knights as a unit finally seem to be clicking together a bit more.
They really do, and it felt like they were a lot of individual heroics from them in the first outings between these two squads, right? A lot of multi-kills from your last player alive, which sure look great on screen, but when it's the last player alive, really you're just kind of saving a little bit for the next push. And now instead we're seeing a lot more control, a lot more timing, and you're seeing more like 2-3 dead on the side of Cinta Negra much more often.
Yeah, you certainly are indeed, and it's something that hasn't been the case, as you say, so far when we've seen these two teams meeting up. As we see the darkness starting to really creep into the arena as well. I'm sure that Raver is enjoying that because he knows that those lasers are going to get even brighter. Hopefully they're pumping some music in as well. I'm sure he's having the best time. Hey everyone, by the way.
He really is.
How you doing?
I do wonder. We need to get. I mean, I think Raver's having a great time. I'm going to ask for a wellness check on Raver at some point, though. I do want to make sure. I want to make sure he's having a good time, but we just want to make sure that he's doing okay with all the as the venue gets darker, the lasers get brighter, the music gets louder. He might have too good of a time if we're completely honest. I think
Raver really comes into his own.
Yeah. We've seen that a few times before, but we want to thank you for hanging out with us for the grand finals of the Latin American Mexico Super live from Mexico City. We're very lucky to be covering these games. It's the two best teams in Latin America representing both Mexico as well as Colombia. Players from both countries on both teams, by the way. The best of the best here, and they have delivered so far in this grand final.
They certainly have. It has been a grand final worthy performance from both of the teams. Just a little player break, as is scheduled sometimes in these longer series, just to make sure they can use a bathroom and do everything they need to do. You know how it is. It's always good to be able to leave the stage for a few seconds. So we'll apologize while we wait for the players to get back. In fact, no, do you know what? For once, we don't get to apologize, Andy, because this is actually scheduled. This is part of it. This is normal.
That is, when you have a best of 7, the players do get around 2 minutes of time, which, to be honest, is not too much to ask for them after a pretty wild 4-game set. They will have a chance to just step away from the stage if they need to. As you said, get a drink, use the bathroom, etc. They'll be back on stage in just a moment, and they have a lot more Halo to play here. 2 more wins needed from either team to close out this series, and depending on which team wins it, it'll be a very different result after our grand final number 1.
So a stage referee there has multiple communication devices. You can see the radio in hand, the phone was going in the pocket. I don't know what else is going on there and who he's trying to get a hold of, but
he's got an earpiece
as well. He's a contactable man. He's got a pager, I'm sure, as well.
Easy to get a hold of, but a very busy man, the stage manager, as we've talked about quite a bit this weekend. And for some reason, we've taken a strange fascination with stage managers, league operations, and
vision mixers.
The vision mixer, the elusive vision mixer. Yeah. Coming from the year 3045.
I'm gonna start a new account.
I think one
Vision Mixer 4 is gonna be flying at you from top mid with snipe.
I think the next time I meet
you can do about it.
Next time I meet a vision mixer, I want to ask him, like, what does my future hold, vision mixer? Like, what do you see in these visions? What's coming my way?
A vision mixer that isn't wearing a cape,
because Lord knows I need to prepare for it. It's been a wild few years, and I tell you what, I could have used a vision mixer for the past few. Would have helped.
Yeah, this is yeah. Yeah, you're 100% right. We move over to Slayer Catalyst next, which is not going to be the last game of the series. We'll see Stronghold's live fire as well, which is certainly going to be an entertaining one for sure. I'm interested to see how effective Sintenegra are on Stronghold's live fire as well, because they seem like their King game was a little bit up and down, right? And you can say the same about Knights here. Obviously, Knights went on that really, really good run where they managed to cap 3 hills in a row to tie it up and send it to that overtime, but it seemed like when they had focus as a team on where they wanted to play around that hill, they seemed pretty good. But it was when it got a little bit hectic, it seemed like Sintenegra struggled a little bit on those hill games and started pushing one by one. I think that communication is going to be a key for them in that game to make sure they're all on the same page.
Oh, without a doubt. Take a look here now at the series layout. If you're just joining us, fantastic time to join the grand finals here of the Mexico Regionals. Knights versus Sintenegra. We are tied 2-2 heading into the game site that Mark was just talking about. Slayer on Catalyst. Stronghold's live fire will be guaranteed thereafter. However, if the game types are split, we will go to a deciding Game 7 on Slayer Recharge. And if we take a look at Slayer Catalyst, as I mentioned earlier, these two teams have not played this in a grand final over the past few months. However, Stronghold's live fire we have seen on the board. That was a 250-183 win about a month ago for the Pittsburgh Knights. Might be something to look out for. But first and foremost, I got to focus on this upcoming Slayer.
I wonder who's going to get control of that skewer as well, because that is a weapon which certainly is dangerous in a lot of these players' hands. And now it looks like the break is over. I certainly hope it is. I hope the players are refreshed and ready to get back into the action as we head into the game, which is going to put one of these teams ahead. The crazy thing is, Andy, if this one goes to Sintenegra, then maybe, just maybe, just maybe, they'll be thinking one more game. But for Knights, they've got to send it all the way. They've got to reset this bracket. They've got to send us to a second series. Guardian, what have you got for us? We're back live here for the MX Regional Finals.
That is the question. We're looking for a full send, and that's what Sintenegra wants to do here. Some good damage off the opening, making sure to not get too cautious. Johan's actually going to hit a remote detonation to open things up. Another kill coming in as well from Mexico.
2-1, the opening here. Maybe an opening for that player to try and make a play on the overshield, but we'll never know, as it will actually be down bottom middle. Johan now is going to have the sword in his hand. Still the battle for the overshield here, Andy, and you can see both teams playing with a little bit of trepidation here.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of hesitancy coming from both sides of the stage. 2 dead. Johan wants to fly right in and clean up this kill if he can on tapping. He loses him though, loses track of him. Now tapping has full shields undoubtedly for this engagement, but Johan seems to have his number all weekend long off the back of all that damage and confusion. It will be a Guardian overshield grab. It'll be melted right away though.
6-3 the score. 6-3 the score. So Sintenegra doubling up on Knights. Important 1v1s battles being won as well. Pelu might be, I was going to say in trouble. But he turns trouble into good fortune. A few spawns come in to help him out as Sintenegra lose 2.
Here's the question for me in this game. Oh boy, some unfortunate sticks coming in from the side of Sintenegra. Look like maybe a team kill, but it will still be 3 dead for the side of Knights off of the back of that. And Johan now going to have the skewer in hand, and he's ready to skew. Boom!
There's one for the barbecue. Tapping buttons is going to be grilled and put inside some sort of soft bread in a few seconds time. But I want to go back to talk about that play we just saw from Magico. I think he stuck tapping buttons. He managed to clean up another kill, and while he was dying on his way to the grave, he also managed to get that beat down. I'm pretty sure it was a triple kill, which has swung this game back into the favor of Sintenegra. Now Johan, with the skewer, has got the chance to hit a shot to give them numbers and give them the opportunity to push.
I mean, huge play from Mexico. He's on 6 kills when there's someone in the game on 0 and one another on 1. There's huge numbers from him to start this thing off, and another kill also will go Johan, but feels like every time on the other side, Atso is your power-up man. He knows where to go. He knows where to be. Should be able to clean this one up, even though Johan did not make it easy. He'll try to keep this game close. Still has about 50% overshield.
50%. Oh no! Is he going to land? Oh, he sticks the landing. Oh, he sticks the landing. The light bridge this time is found.
Not always found, right? Sometimes you see you'll fall to the depths that it's a very long fall as you head down. Mexico, by the way, on the other side is 8-4 at this stage, still putting big numbers up. But Knights, once again, they seem to be a team that bounces back. They come back in these games regardless of the lead you might get. They know what to do to get back in control of the game. They're playing this slowly, unsurprisingly, on Catalyst.
Playing it slowly, playing it methodically, which I think is going to certainly help them out a little bit. Also doing a lot of damage cross map at the moment. His teammates are kind of playing off the back of that initial damage. Magico now moving in himself. Pelu should be eliminated. Keeps not only himself in the positive column, but also keeps his teammate alive. Guardian, he's currently sat 1 and 4 at the moment. 3 assists to his name as well, but this has been the man to watch. He sat 9 and 4 with 3 assists to his name, and now he's going to be challenging tapping buttons as well. This should be a win for him. He cleans it up. He's got the sword, but he doesn't have the lunge.
Wow, he thought about it there, and it's the second time we've seen Mexico go for a play like that, right? You might remember his Red Room play just flying out towards Tram. He's not afraid to go for the extra damage, and it really pays off in Halo Infinite, especially when you have the right teammates around. It will be 3 dead for Cinta Negra. Mexico was, for a moment, the only player alive. He's 10 and 6, but this game now, 25 to 22.
Always been that little cushion though for Cinta Negra. Even though Knights have got it a little bit closer, they've made it a little bit more problematic for them. There's always been that little gap, and it's going to extend even more. Guardian is going to pick up a couple of kills, those grenades. The overshield is also alive and well on the map. Bottom middle, looking like a freshly wrapped Christmas present for either of these teams. Atso's trying to be aggressive and push past it so that Pelu can pick it up, and it looks like that tactic is working. Now Bullet, he's got an overshield player in front of him, but sends him into the abyss.
Oh my God, is that the turning point for Cinta Negra? Now they're up 30 to 24. Repulsors the overshield off. What looked like the perfect play from Knights, pushing past the Ovi, making sure your player grabs that. In the end, repulses the overshield off. Now they're up by 7. A huge swing for Cinta Negra.
Drift has been playing this corner for quite some time as well, and it's going to be Pelu who's there to help him out, but 31 to 26. That could become 32 very quickly. Whew. That one was from downtown. That was a long way away, but it was brought home pretty quickly, that kill.
The momentum was heavily in favor of Knights over these past few games. They've bounced back in this series in a huge way. In that oddball as well, but this is now very different. 34 to 28 for Cinta Negra, and they have really stepped things up.
They thrive in the chaos, Cinta Negra. It seems to be where they can play fast, where they can play loose, and they can let that natural ability run free. That they have the ability to win games, but now it's just a 4-kill game. To put that in perspective, that's 1 team wipe from Knights, and we are tied up.
Oh boy, and Pilugad with a gun like the skewer and grenades that he's got here. It's a nice team. Oh boy. Hatso needs to be careful. Kills will be traded out in the end. Cinta Negra answers back from that Pelu push very well. They will maintain their lead by 4.
Big reload now on the skewer.
Boy, too easy.
He's going to rearrange the vertebrae for sure. Overshield coming up once more, and it looks like Knights have managed to pick up 3 kills in quick succession as well. So Pelu just pinning them all back. That should be an overkill here for Atso, or whoever wants to go for it, but I think they're a little bit worried about where the players are coming from. Pelu's going to make it a little bit easier for them to deal with. There's a spike grenade. That would have done huge damage. He cleans up the damage on one, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't know there's another one behind him.
He didn't, but the overshield player is pushing in, so they're going to bring this one back. Look at the score. 37 to 36 now. They're going to take the 1-kill lead.
Make it 38 as they add another one as well. Tapping Buttons also has the sword. Atso is trying to be aggressive, use this overshield in the way that it's designed to be used, but by the time he gets there, Drift has already taken down Guardian, and now you're seeing Knights start to roll. They're starting to look like the team who want to be a champion, who want to reset this bracket, and most importantly, for the first time in this series, they want to take the lead.
We've seen them do it time and time again. No matter how many points they're down by, they bring these games back through perfect teamwork. They make it hard on themselves. They do it the hard way, but they've done it again here. They'll now lead 44 to 39, but the game is not over.
It is not over, but the difference has been overshields. All of the overshields you've seen have been in the hands of Knights. That was something I highlighted. They were struggling with a little bit earlier on in that winners bracket final. Johan, though, still not struggling with the shots. If he had a grenade, he might be in a position to pick up more kills, as Atso is going to be flying in. He maybe doesn't need the grenade. He just needs the battle rifle, but he's made to pay for missing 1 bullet. And that is the level we are finding ourselves at in this final.
Incredible late game work from Knights. 47-42, only 3 kills away from closing this out. And now Guardian here trying to keep this game close. They're still within 4. As we said, this game is far from over. Still lots of Halo to play. 4 minutes on the clock.
Knights just completely slowing it down as well. They know they don't have to do anything. They know the overshield's coming up. But Cintanegra will know that as well. If they can pick up a couple of kills here, if they can work out what to do to get their hands on the overshield, maybe there's a chance for them to come back into this. Palu's looking to make a play, though. The overshield, the player is going to drop. He misses, but so does Guardian. Guardian doesn't pick up that overshield, but it's going to be the 50th kill going down.
Wow.
Again, a chaotic end to another game, but this time it's going to be PK who come out on top.
50-45 is your final score there. End that game number 5. And as you say, they will take the series lead after being down 2-1 going into game number 4. Tapping Palu, absolute drift. Gotta be feeling good and maybe ready to reclaim that throne. That's certainly what they want to do. They want to send us into a very long evening in Mexico City, and the fans love it.
I wish we had audio for the crowd, but I need to say it. You know, look at the energy that's in that arena right now. Someone's got the Master Chief helmet in the background there and holding it up high. Hopefully that wasn't the one that was attached to the Master Chief who brought the trophy out a little bit earlier on. That would be a little bit savage, but nasty bullet, unfortunately for him. Just not being able to get going in that game, but Palu, so many times we saw him in that game, Andy, just picking up the vital kills at the vital times. He ends up with a +4, every single player doing the damage, and 13 assists to Drift as well. That is a huge amount of work done by him.
Big numbers indeed. We talked about how Palu and Tapping, we needed to see them step up for this team, and they certainly did that in that game. 14 kills apiece in a game where you win by 5. Those are big numbers.
So now we move forward once more. The next step in the grand final, in this epic encounter between these two teams. The story's not done yet, ladies and gents. There's still a few more chapters to go as we move towards live fire, and I believe it was Strongholds as our next game. I'm tired. I can only imagine what these guys are feeling like on stage.
Yeah, this has been a long 3 days of Halo for these guys. And on the side of Cintanegra, they might be thinking about how we were leading this series 2-1. Now they find themselves down 3-2 and 1 game away from losing this first grand finals. If you're just joining us, as a reminder, if we do see the Knights win, we will reset the entire grand finals. Because we have Cintanegra coming in from the winner's bracket, they would essentially, in a double elimination bracket, need to lose at least once. And we will then go to a second best of 7. That's what Knights is looking to do, and they want to do it right here, right now, in Stronghold's live fire.
Well, here are some replays from that game that we just saw. And to be honest with you, this is the first time that Cintanegra will probably look at a game and think, that was one we threw away a little bit, because they did have that lead right up until around that 40 kill mark. But that one push that came in, the overshield was the difference maker. And how many overshields did we actually see get into the hands of Cintanegra? I can't really remember one, to be honest. I know they dealt with one by sending one off the map, but apart from that,
I think it might have just
be always in the hands of.
Here was the repulsor from Bullet, and you thought that was the turning point. 34-28, I believe, after they nuked that overshield to the depths. But this is too easy from Palu. They know he has a skewer there. You cannot be poking out without checking those angles there. And it feels like a little bit of carelessness at the end, and Knights just jumped all over it.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of panic, a little bit of overthinking about the situation in those final moments. Atso tries to go in for those final kills, but even at this point, if you get that overshield and you pop it, and I get that you don't want to risk it because you don't have the kills available, but sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit, as they say somewhere in the world. I'm not quite sure still what that means, but you know what I'm saying. If you pop that overshield, you get it in your hands, you might have a chance of coming back in the game. If you lose that 1v1 though, you know that it's done and dusted. But in that moment, it's such a tough decision to make. Do you pop the Ovi? Do you try and risk it? Or do you try and just win the 1v1? And now we move over to another game. It's tough. It's tough for sure.
It is a tough call, and it's not one they can continue thinking about as they get ready. Here's a look at your series layout and what was once a beautiful, you know how you say turquoise in Spanish?
No.
Turquesa. What was once a mostly...
I was going to go for turquoise.
Oh, yeah. That's close enough. It sounds more Italian, but it's pretty close. What was once a very, very light baby blue board has become more and more black and gold as time has gone on. It is now a 3-2 lead for Knights. They will win back-to-back games to take the lead in the series, and they will now find themselves with an opportunity to reset the grand finals here on Stronghold's Live Fire.
I have a question for you, Andy Dadinsky, and people who are watching at home and in the arena in Mexico, which is quite simply, do Knights reset the bracket right now, or do Cinta Negra send us to a Game 7?
I'm hoping for the Game 7. Let's go Game 7.
Okay.
I'm not even going to tell you what I think. This is what I want. I want to go to a Game 7. I want this thing to go the distance. I think it would only be right. Here we are into game number 6 in your best of 7. Knights 1 game away from resetting the bracket.
Sometimes we say this game is important, and it has an element of importance. This one is vital for both teams. It could not be more important. And Johan picks up a double off the rip, but he finds himself as the last alive. Knights have early scoring here with the AB hole.
Keep in mind, they've been flashy this event, right? They've been poking out. They've been jumping out for the extra kills. Let's see if they can bring that in this game as well. I don't want to see them change their play style. I just want to see them make sure that they're executing in this chaos, like you said, taking advantage of that. Taking a look here at Bullet now. Double kill bottom middle as well. Gonna grab the heat wave. Gonna try to fly out dummies if he can. Picks up the first one as well. Apologies, it looks like might have lost onset as his PC might have exploded for just a second. So we'll bear for just a second as he's gonna get right back into this cast. Don't you worry. We'll stay on board here with Bullet as we will see them scoring on A and C for just a second here. And now Atsos POV. He will find themselves 2 dead as well and need to slow things down for just a minute. Can't apply too much pressure. Just tapping will have the sniper rifle in hand. Needs to get a pick if he can. Gonna push cuts. Big time on the board already early for Cinta Negra. 48-4, but tapping buttons with a very cool calm and collected. Does it once, can't do it twice. Drift, last player alive. That means Bullet's going to go ahead and grab the sniper rifle as well. Good time on the board. It's a BC flip as well, so that will mean Cinta Negra continues scoring. Let's see if we can bring in Gaskin here. Dan, I'll let you jump in while we wait for Onset to get back into the cast.
Oh, I'm jumping. Man, what a time to jump in as well in what is one of the most exciting grand finals we have seen in this region. The Knights, though, with a chance, of course, Bravo, to take us to a reset, take us to another best of 7. But Cinta Negra in the early stages, look at this. They've been able to put on so many points now in these early stages that the Knights are going to have to fight back hard.
I mean, you got to tell me that from watching here from backstage, this has been quite a grand final. Anyone who's really been popping off for you?
You've got to look at what Magico has been doing, but at the same time, I mean, Pelugod had some big moments in the previous games, and as the new boy on the roster, he has to, and as I say, and talk about Magico, the A and B in control, and the kills coming, they were flowing, and the Game 7 is looking more likely, Bravo.
It really is, and I think we were hoping for it as just simply neutral fans of competitive Halo. If they might be able to force us to a Game 7, you'd love to see it in a grand final. Now, B will be flipped, looks like all the way. Knights will finally grab it, and they've been heavily outscored up until this point, but going to start to put a little bit more points on the board. They'll finally get to double digits.
Should get to double digits, do get to double digits, and now this is when you've got to ask questions of Cinta Negra, right? When you see that Knights have been able to put some points on the board, how do they respond? It looks like they respond well. 3 dead, now temporarily just 2, but A, B, and C in control as Magico sends him for a little bit of a swim. The Cinta Negra show is starting to pop off now, Bravo, and I am wondering what the Knights do off spawn here, because they're going to be trapped over towards C, and Cinta Negra are going to be flying at them.
It does seem like the beginning of that Stronghold's King of the Hill, to be honest, with just domination from Cinta Negra here. Momentary trip cap, but they'll now be at the 128 mark to 17 in this game, and despite the fact that we see Drift with a sniper rifle and 3 dead for Cinta Negra, it's still quite a sizable lead here for the side in blue. Let's go ahead and bring back Mark Onset. I think we have you again.
Hello, my friend. I apologize. My PC exploded. It just could not take the intensity of this grand final. But now we are back, and now we are ready to get back into this action. And what a start this has been from Cinta Negra, Andy. But BC has been flipped, but Bullet, he's found himself an Ovi.
Absolutely, we'll see what he could do here. We've seen a lot of power-up control in the hands of Knights earlier on in this series, and Sintenegra looking to make sure that they control not only the power-up, but also the game. Bullets is going to try to bait and switch here on the door, and so far gets away with it. They lose B on the side of Knights, so it will be more points on the board for Sintenegra.
More points on the board, and such important points as well. And one thing that's really stood out to me about Sintenegra, Andy, and I'm sure you agree with me on this, is just the heart that they've shown. So many teams would have wilted in these situations where you have an opportunity to do some magic. You beat Pittsburgh Knights, you lose a couple of games, and you see them coming back to form. A lot of teams would have broken at that point. Sintenegra just keep on trucking. They keep moving forward, and they back themselves against this team to get the win.
You're absolutely right. Look at Johan as well. They just had 4 dead, and they did not force a trip cap. I like what I'm seeing from Sintenegra. They know that maybe it wasn't the best decision to overextend in that scenario, but the first 2 kills will go the way of Knights, but they're traded out very nicely 2v2 here.
Knights making a play on B. A little bit of help coming in from Pelu there for Atso, who just got the extra bullet in. Now you are going to see a little bit of a move, a little bit of a rotation, and we're going to see a little bit of a jump scare avoided there by Pelu as he uses that heat wave and the beatdown to deal with the play around the corner. Now there is a worrying moment here for Sintenegra. They have a huge lead. Fantastic, wonderful work up until this point. But now they're under a triple cap, and that is going to disappear incredibly quickly if they can't get control.
Let's see, A should flip here. It does, so that's going to stop the bleeding for just a second, but more kills that are coming in for Sintenegra should allow them to maybe be able to push out of sandbags, but a lot of pressure coming in. Need to play this carefully, but I couldn't agree more. You have to wonder, is this the danger zone? Is this the comeback once again for Knights?
At the moment, they're picking up kills, and that's important to do. Pick up the kills required to get yourself back into the map, get a little bit of control and stop the bleeding, and they did do that with a play over at A. And now they're trying to flip onto C. However, Atso's there with the green gun, takes the overshield out of commission. Luke wins the fight as well and gets the reset, so they will cross that 100-point barrier, and now they're just around 60 from tying up this game.
Atso green guns him a second time. The man's crazy. He killed him twice. I've never seen someone green gun someone a second time. He was maybe thinking that the shields may have recharged by then. I don't think we actually saw a shield recharge animation, but still, Atso kills him twice before he can get taken down on the other side. Now on board with Mexico.
Mexico trying to move through the cuts with the heat wave. An important moment for him. Needs to stay alive in this situation, but over challenges and tapping buttons makes him pay for it. Drift now, he's going to win the 1v1, and Johan left on his own. Sintenegra getting a little bit desperate here, and you can see exactly why. It's another triple cap here for Knights.
Johan single-handedly wins the battle at C, though. That should flip C as well, and it's not the first time we've seen him do that, but big kills and big damage coming in from Pelu as well. At the same time, B will flip back again. It looks like for Sintenegra, and somehow they're maintaining some semblance of control. Big win for tapping buttons, though, over at B.
The movement from both players there, very, very impressive. And the shots coming in from Atso to keep his teammate alive even better. Tapping buttons trying to challenge and keep control of B. He's helped out by his teammate. 172. He's looking like a score that was almost too far away for Knights to even think about making the comeback from. But now they are within 10 points, Andy, and it's looking like they might be able to steal this lead away, but the play on B is going to be stopped as a challenge comes in from Drift. He needs to win this. Guardian wins it, but the reset was there, so the time was bought for Knights to re-engage in this fight.
Yeah, let's see what Johan's able to do here. He knows there's going to be pressure coming in from the A side. Like you said, what was once a sizable lead here for Sintenegra is now just about a 10-point lead. They need to make sure they clutch out here. Moments away from a strip cap, but C will start to flip. He should be able to have his number. Oh, that was the overshield.
That was the overshield. That is massive. Take the overshield out of commission. Cause a ruckus over at C. Force 2 players back so that Sintenegra can start scoring again by flipping over B. A massive play as Magico cleans up another. There's a 1v1. Make it only Johan alive on the map at the moment. He is loaded into a custom game by himself. Everyone else is in the death screen.
This guy has the craziest stats for last player alive kills. I've never seen anything like it. You saw him do it earlier at C. That kept him in the game. It would have been a trip cap without that. He does it again here, and he keeps doing it. He's 18 and 15, and just like that, they are now at about 220 to 168. Only 30 points to go.
Again, I was talking about that heart, that desire, that will to win, and the will not to go down without a fight. Sintenegra showing it again, and a reset comes in on A. The battle is at B, though. Drift is inside of A. It looks like Knights will get the flip. No, they don't at the last second. The reset comes in, and they're turning overseas. So a massive win by someone over at that Breeze stronghold means that they will keep scoring, and now they're just 25 points away.
Wow, absolutely huge. As you said, it looked like B was a sure thing, and they were just going to hold on with C, but instead, it's Bullet who stays alive in the back. He wins that battle. Looks like B should start to flip, but still very good pressure here. Johan needs to get these kills, though, 2v2.
Needs to get these kills, but his teammates have already done the work for him. That means that he can challenge slowly. However, his two teammates did actually fall as well. So A is going to be the call. And Johan has put himself in a really smart position here. He knows that desperation moves are going to have to be made by Knights. He's trying to put himself in a position to flank behind enemy lines and make a play onto B, but here comes Drift flying out. Guardian's going to be there alongside him. Johan will be dealt with, but Guardian's there as well. It's 2v2 on the map. It's craziness here around B as Knights look to desperately do something to get back in this game.
Tapping his last player alive. He's all the way at dummies. He's all the way at cuts. There will be a BC hold. A is starting to flip as well. It's great rotations coming out of Cinta Negra. Only 10 points to go.
10 points to go, and they will be lifting a trophy. And who would have said that? 4-2. Even getting to the finals was going to be an effort, but they're not quite there yet. But as they approach the finish line, they will get the job done. They win the game. And my word, they are getting so much respect from this community in the world right now, because Cinta Negra, they are just here to show us I don't know what they're here to show us anymore, because they're just ridiculous.
My God, they do it again. They dig deep. I don't know how, but they force a game 7. This is what we wanted to see. This could not go any other way between these two, and it feels like it is the only fitting finish to our grand finals number 1. And I say that because we're one game and one potential result away from a grand finals number 2. It will come down to a game 7 Slayer recharge. And how many times do we have to talk about it, Mark? The fact that these guys at the end of the game, somehow they find a way, and Johan, as the last player alive, time and time again keeps his team in this game. And we're getting word from production that there is a Uno Mas chant in the crowd, and to be fair, it could be coming from either side because these teams are tied 3-3 with one game to go.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's just a combination of insane and insanity, and also sums up exactly what is going on right now in between my ears. What a game, Andy. What a game. Just unbelievable to watch how they keep coming back. They will not go down.
They will not. They will not go down without a fight. Unbelievable. Let's take a look at some of the stats in the end. I mean, look at Tapping. He goes 23-15. We talked about how he needed to step up. He does just that. He's got to once again be looking around thinking what is going on in these games. Johan on the other side, he's 20-17 as well. He's actually, if I'm not mistaken, the only player to go positive on his team. So despite the fact that we saw some really good positive numbers coming out from the likes of Tapping, I mean, he outslayed the lobby with a huge number, right? Look at him. His KDA is 9.0. No one else even close. Despite the fact that we saw that, it's going to be Johan 5.3, and they will close out the game in the end.
Well, I'm starting to fear for my voice. I'm starting to fear for getting through this next game, but I'm sure we're going to get there. Don't worry, everybody. We're going to make sure that this Game 7 is one to be remembered. Now, who is going to be a Game 7 hero here, Andy? Give me a couple of names. You got to give me a couple of names here. If it's on the side of Cinta Negra, who's going to be the man who they're talking about for some time to come?
How can you choose anyone but Johan, right? I mean, this entire team's incredible, and not to take anything away from this entire roster. I mean, I've been so impressed by Mexico, Nasty Bullet, Guardian, just unbelievable stuff from them the entire weekend, but it feels like Johan's got more of the good stuff in the bottle, and maybe he's saving it for game number 7.
Wow. What a series. What a series this has been. And now the players just wait for one more stage for them to perform on. Or maybe one more stage for them to set the table for another series. Here's some of the replays from that last game, and what a start it was for Cinta Negra, Andy. That was really where the momentum was on their side.
It really was. I mean, those first, how long did it take for the side of Knights to even get more than 10 points on the board? Look at the score, right? Here we are, 71-4. A great start for them, and Once again, though, they blow the mid game. Let's not sugarcoat it. The game comes within 4, and then we actually see Knights take the lead, which was scary to watch. And I think Sintanegra is wishing, why do we have to play these games this way? Why can't we just play? We play the beginning and the end, where we somehow get into really dangerous waters in the middle of the game. But all game long, we saw standout performances across both sides of the stage. This was the play here. Somehow, Johan's able to stay alive long enough for his teammates to come back into the play, and then Pelu gets taken down as well. And it is a game of inches time and time again in this game number 6.
And what about that reset over at B? I was like, oh,
Huge.
yep, that's gone to Knights. And then somehow 1 pixel left. 1 pixel left. I'm not sure. It was half a pixel. I don't even know what the technical term for that is, but somehow a reset came in, and that was the difference maker. They managed to hold on from that moment, and that is a series and a half. Sintanegra come into Slayer Recharge, where they have already beaten Knights earlier in the tournament in that winners bracket final, with a chance to become a champion.
But don't forget, it was a 50-48. A 50-48 2-kill win.
Of course it
and
was.
I believe they were up 42-34 or something ridiculous, maybe 42-37. Regardless, as they often do, they blew a huge lead and allowed Knights to come back in the game, and they cannot afford to do it again. They don't want to go to a second best of 7. This is wild. This is one of the best grand finals we've had in a long time. Sintanegra 1 game away from taking the title in Latin America. Knights 1 game away from resetting the grand finals and sending us to a second best of 7.
I have got the biggest smile on my face, ladies and gents, because it is game 7 now. We might see the Cinderella story complete, or we might be sending ourselves in for some more Halo and a full bracket reset. If Knights take this one home, we go again. If Sintanegra win this one, we go home, and they go home with a trophy. And what a story that would be. Camo goes to Knights early on.
Should be Camo, should be Grapple, should be Shock as well for Drift. He's going to grab all 3 of the goodies and actually go straight into Whirlpool here. Try to do some damage from the back. Maybe try to just get back to Pipes. Goes for a cheeky angle. 5-4. My God, I cannot imagine the nerves on the main stage here. Everything to play for. The pride of the region on the line.
And look at this pace of this game. Look at the pace of the game. Slowed down completely. Unless you're Johan, of course, who only knows how to play one way. But Knights already just a clear adaptation on their game plan, how they want to approach things. But unless you're Johan, he flies in with a sword. He'll get the kill. It gets traded out immediately, though. It's 7-7.
My God, back and forth. 3 dead for Sintanegra at the moment. Bullet, as the last player alive, will get a nice little kill to get his team back in. This one finds a second player and a nice 2-shot melee for the double. Somehow stays alive. Lives to tell the tale, and now we'll reset once again with the sword on Sneaky.
Such good patience in that fight as well.
Yeah.
A lot of players in a game 7 with how much is on the line would have just gone for the beat down there, get the damage, hope you can trade. Just got that extra shot in, even though he kind of ate the melee himself, to make sure that he was the player who was coming out on top of that fight. Now we're going to see Guardian with the shock rifle in his hands. Never has a headshot been more important than this game 7 for these players on Sintanegra. And if he can hit one, that will be the lead change, and they'll be able to control the pace.
Checking all of his corners. Knows that the push could come at any time. 10-10, and even Knights are playing this slow. Ooh, nice little slide comes in. Kills being traded out. 2 for Sintanegra. Oh, nice little work on bottom middle as well. Tries to grapple the Camo to himself. Instead, he has to play a lot differently than he wanted to, but he still gets away with it. Knights with a 1-kill lead.
I want to see him try and take some funky angles, though, with this Camo. I want to try and see him catch someone off guard here from Knights, because Knights know they don't have Camo, and Knights know they don't have Shock. So they're not going to push any kind of the pace here, and they're slowing this right down. So Guardian has to take this time and the opportunity to try and line something up. That's what he's trying to do. He cleans up one. Now he's giving away his position, though. He needs his teammates to move in and try and help him out, as the Camo has now disappeared.
Great play there. Got to say thank God for no hit markers, because he had to make that gamble to check the sneaky ledge to see if it did any damage. They'll pick up another one as well, and good slides coming in here from the likes of Drift. He'll get under the tag of the shock rifle. 3 dead for Sintanegra. That will be sword in hand for Atso as well, and I'm so glad we could say this. By the way, as a friendly reminder, this is a $9,000 game Slayer potentially if we do see Sintanegra take it.
Sintanegra, though, down by 6. as all 4 players fall into that death screen. Knights have worked something out. They have learned from the last time these two teams met on this map. They know that the pace has to be in their control at all times. Johan's going to be eliminated as well. The Sword's going to make mincemeat of Magico as well. And now you are seeing Knights start to extend that lead just little by little.
I don't think Guardian's get away. He's not able to, and Johan's going to be the first spawner of Whirlpool. It does a lot of damage, keeps the game close. It's really important that Johan flies out of elevator to Whirlpool and gets his Pipes presence right away.
Johan already being collapsed on though, and Drift is controlling that shot rifle. The score is 26-18. Camo's going to be coming up as well. Magico manages to survive. Bullet's going to put some pressure on, but Magico, you can't come back twice and expect to have the same result. This time he's made to pay as the shot will connect.
Trades coming in there, double kill. 3 dead for Knights for the moment, and it will be a double kill on the other side for Tapping, who was the last player alive. And if you're a Tapping Button fan, you have loved the end of this series, because a lot of people saying we want to see more from Tapping. He has delivered in the tail end of the grand final.
Save your best performances for the biggest games. Halu's going to pick up another kill here for side of Knights. They're starting to extend this lead once more. It's looking like a very difficult comeback situation now for Sintenegra. Johan's going to pick up 1, but you can see more kills being exchanged across the map. 3 dead again here for Sintenegra, and if you had some plans for this evening, for the early morning, for the afternoon, wherever you are in the world and whatever time zone you're in, clear them, because it's looking like we're getting a bracket reset in our grand final.
Yeah, you're going to need to cancel those plans without a doubt, and if your name is Clutcher Gaskin, you're going to need to get ready to cast some games as well. Look at Drift, 15-6. What a pop-off game already in this game number 7. Not over yet, though, and a comeback is possible, but right now it is all Knights all day.
Maybe there's one more twist in the tail, though. And there's a 10-kill difference between the two teams. You cannot ignore that. 1 shock rifle, 1 camo.
Oh boy.
That can become 4 kills. And then we really do have a game. Guardian will pick up 1. Tapping buttons will be there. We will get the trade. Drift needs to stay alive. Drift won't stay alive as Johan decides, I'm not done yet. We're not going to a bracket reset. I want to try and get my team back into this game. I want to put this team on my shoulders, and I want to call myself a champ.
How fitting is just as soon as we called it, then it might be over. Johan grabs the shock, but he also tries to get aggressive there, doing everything he can across the map. That will bring the game to 45-33. And you got to think, coaching staff on both sides are prepping the water bottles. We're going the distance here.
We are going the distance indeed. Halu, 4 kills to go. Maybe you can start to get a little bit fancy. Maybe you can try and hit a few cool shots just to really put the pressure back onto your opponents. The battle rifle will get the job done, though, for the 48th kill. 3 kills full, but he's on the flank. The nade's definitely going to give that away, though, but maybe he wants someone to challenge him. Maybe he dares someone to challenge him because he's still got that shot.
Pelu on the, like you said, Pelu's back C right now. I don't know if Bullet knows about it, but he might be in trouble in just a second. A lot of damage coming in, and might be too little too late. Waiting for this last kill.
Grab yourself a coffee, ladies and gents. The bracket is reset. PK, Pittsburgh Knights, send us to a second best of 7 in this grand finals. There is life in the top dog yet.
My God. And of course they save the best for last. Tapping Pelu Atso Drift in a crazy 7-game set. They will reset the bracket, sending us the distance. And I think before we even started, Mark, you and I were saying it does feel like a bracket reset kind of evening, doesn't it? And who better to do it than the best team in the region, undefeated until this point, by the way. They didn't expect to find themselves coming in from the elimination side of the bracket. And they do the impossible. They go the distance in the most epic fashion possible. 7 games and a fantastic Game 7 Slayer will send us to a second best of 7.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, my concern here for Sintenegra is how much they've put into their performance today. And I said it just before the winners bracket final, which is if they want to win this tournament, they have to win that winners bracket final, and they have to send it to the grand final and win it, because in the first series, because I don't think they can beat them twice. I just don't feel they got it in them. But what do I know at this point? They've achieved so much that it wouldn't surprise me if they came back and won the next one 4-0.
Look at Drift, 18-9 in a Game 7 Slayer. That is absolutely wild. Keep in mind, there was $9,000 on the table, right? And if we're talking about being at a card table, that $9,000 is in. And if Cinta Negra wins, they just take it all. And Knights just has to win just to make sure that the money goes back in the pot. It is pretty wild. It's a pretty crazy scenario to be in. And they deny the $9,000, and they're like, no, put that back in the pot. We're playing more games. An unbelievable rally. On the other side, it was Guardian 14-9, a great performance from him. But the Pittsburgh Knights, unsurprisingly, going the distance this evening. They will send us all the way to a second grand final. Here's your final look at how the first grand final, the best of 7, went.
Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. And if you wanted a picture of back and forth, well, there it is. There it is for everybody to see. Something of note, though, Andy, to really point out here, which Cinta Negra are going to have to kind of swallow the pride on, right, is look at the Slayers in this series. Look at the Slayers in this series. All of them went to Knights. Yep. The objective game types in the majority went to Cinta Negra. Oh, I mean...
And not what you expect to see from the lower seed, right? You expect your lower seed to be sneaking out those Slayers, maybe losing the objective games, and yeah, if you're taking a look at the highlights, I'm out of breath.
Yeah, I mean, just win one Slayer. That's all you got to think about, right? Just win one Slayer. You're beating them in the objectives. You're doing the hardest part of the job, it almost feels like. Just sneak out a Slayer, and you could call yourselves champs. But what a performance this is from Pittsburgh Knights. We're getting carried away in the Cinderella story. Swinderella's someone different. You don't know her, but
she's not. You don't want to know her.
You don't want to know her. But the Cinderella story, you get swept up in it sometimes, right? But what a comeback this is from Knights. I know the crowd is obviously wishing Cinta Negra, not Cinderella, or Swinderella. Thank God we're not doing the second best of 7. Oh man, sorry everyone, it's 3:20 a.m. again. It's been a long 3 days, but we're getting caught up in the story, is what I'm trying to say, of Cinta Negra. And Knights have showed so much heart and so much desire and so much want to be in this position, back on top, back on LAN, and still being called the champs. I got there eventually. My goodness.
This has been wild. We want to thank all of you for hanging out and joining us for this grand final. It's been epic. Anytime you get a grand finals that goes this far, anywhere near a game 6, game 7, it gets exciting. But for Knights to reset here and just hold on to what could be their throne, what could be their huge cash prize, it's pretty special. And they dug deep, and they reminded us why we shouldn't count them out at any point. An amazing performance, a back-and-forth series, and to be honest, Mark, it was just a pleasure to cast that first set of games with you, because that was a pretty historic one, not just for the region, but globally. That was one of the best grand finals I can remember, or I should say grand finals #1s that I can remember in quite some time.
My favorite thing is grand final #1s. Anyway, on that note, I think it's best for everyone if we throw back to Lottie at this point, just to get us off the screen. We're looking a bit tired, we're sounding a bit tired, but don't worry, Wes and Dan will be there to take you through the second part of this grand final. Lottie, we've got ourselves a bracket reset.
We certainly do, lads. I tell you what, you sound fantastic, may I add. You sound brilliant, and it is so good to see this coming to fruition. We talked about it so much. This bracket reset was going to be potentially on the cards, and we'd already said that if anybody was going to do it, it was going to be the Knights. And my goodness me, talk about Swinderella. They've swindled another blooming grand final from Cinta Negra. I mean, absolutely incredible. So yeah, it's been one hell of a night. The lads have really gone through that gauntlet of the best of 7.
I had my coat ready, lot. I was ready to go, but apparently there's another series on our hands, so I guess I better take it off. Not walking the dogs yet. We're back in.
Gaskin was ready with his coat.
I thought it was a sleeping bag.
It can be both. It doubles up.
It may as well be at this point. See, this is uncontrollable now. It's too late. I cry when I laugh, by the way, everybody. So bear with. I'm not getting emotional, even though I could. But yeah, what an incredible series that we just saw. I mean, Knights just turning things around time and time again. I think, you know, I want to quickly talk about this best of 7, Gaskin, from the perspective of what has been different with this matchup this time round. Obviously, we do have a couple of extra games on the end of it, but it was a lot closer, I feel like, in score and also in maps being taken by which team. So what were the main differences for you?
Sorry, lot. I've got a best of 7 to cast. I don't think I should. I think I should save my voice rather than answer questions.
Oh, okay.
I feel
Yeah,
like we're
well,
just going to move on from this one. No,
fuck me, then.
honestly, what an amazing best of 7 that was. Like, we couldn't have asked for anything better from these two teams. For it to come down to 3 Slayers as well, like, I mean, we know what an aggressive side Knights are, right? How good they are when they're just marauding around the map, looking for kills, absolute pure aggression as they run at everyone spawning. And it just seems like objectively they are struggling a little bit. But I guess as long as you only win one objective, it doesn't matter too much because you can play that way, you can slay out your opponents. And I think going into the second best of 7, Sintenegra, they know what they need to improve on, and that's Slayers.
Yeah, it certainly is Slayers. The Slayers were, oh god, they were so disappointing from the point of them having a lead, and then it was just really, really difficult for them after that as well. But the objective work is there. I just wish that we had a little bit of a mix for Sintenegra so that they could push it through the line. But what do you reckon for this second one, Clutch? This second series, this best of 7, is Sintenegra going to be in their own heads right now? And Knights feeling so empowered by resetting this bracket? What do you reckon's happening?
Yeah, it's tough to call at this point. Honestly, PK doing a good job in the Slayers, but you usually give the upper hand towards the objective teams. And unfortunately, Sintenegra just falls short in those Slayers. If they can turn those Slayers around, I have hope for them. But when you lose that first best of 7, I don't know what the actual statistics will show in the history of Halo, but it's not a good thing to lose that first best of 7 when you had that advantage. It can only be a less confident Sintenegra coming out, especially having that 2-1 lead that they had at some point in that series, but that was a long time ago. I favor PK, I would think, but this is going to be a gauntlet, and we're going to see a side of these players that we may have never seen before because of how late in the day it's getting, how many games these guys are going to have to play.
Yeah, it's a lot of games. And with that being said, we're going to let the players get ready to reset again for another best of 7 series on that main stage in this grand final. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, we do it again, people. You heard it, and we'll see you right after this.
What up, squad?
What's up? We didn't even get to break.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Welcome back to Grand Finals and welcome back to the MX Regional Finals here in Mexico City. And yes, a bracket reset has happened. You're not dreaming.
Oh.
Yeah, you're not in a strange little dream where you're like, wait, didn't I just see this a second ago? No, it's happening all over again. And I hope it's going to be a close one because these two teams seem to be very, very hotly contested. It was a very back and forth series. I had Onset and Bravo on the mics for you guys in that first best of 7. My goodness me, what a ride. A lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, a lot of crying. you know, it really was all kind of laid out on the table, and that was just you two, let alone the gameplay.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely incredible. I got to ask you on set, how are you feeling right now about Sintenegra? Obviously on the back foot currently.
I thought you were going to say how you're feeling, and I could have. Better question.
How
better
are
question. Yeah.
He goes, okay.
Okay.
Are you well?
Sorry, lot. I interrupted you.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm never been better. That was an amazing series of games to cast. So I apologize for my energy levels. I think I'm just running on fumes right now. But
you are more than okay to be doing that.
It was a crazy series. Like Andy said at the end of it, right? It was a genuine pleasure to be a part of it, and it is going to be some spectacle this second best of 7 as well. Sintenegra, I think, I'm presuming you were going to ask me about Sintenegra, and do you know what? You should probably just ask me the question, because that would make more sense.
You know, I was just thinking about Sintenegra and the fact that objectively, it seemed like a little bit of a breeze to them, and I say that obviously a little bit lightly, but it looked really good objective work. The teamwork was there, the rotations were there, they were very organized, well timed, the pushes, it was brilliant, right? When it comes to the Slayers, something just seems to fall apart. They seem to have quite a decent lead early on, and they seem to have the edge. Maybe starting strats are looking pretty good for them, but something falls apart, and I don't know what it is, and I would like you to try and tell me.
It's just the pacing in those moments, right? Sometimes you get carried away with trying to end the game too quickly. You have to recognize the other team at some point is going to have to try and slow the game down just to minimize their deaths. And I think they're just a little bit slow recognizing that moment. And they get baited in a few times, they lose a couple of kills, and then they try and do it again to end the game as quickly as possible. And then before you know it, you're tied up and the momentum is completely back on the other side. And those kills can coincide with a power-up coming up, a power weapon coming up, and then all of a sudden, you've let the game slip through your fingers. So it's just a little recognition of when the switch kind of turns in those Slayers from being a faster paced game where you're on top to having to kind of match the pace of your opponents who are trying to keep their deaths down. Because if they slow the game down and you have a lead, you can slow it down as well, because they have to come to you at some point. You can wait for them to have to make a play, to make a move, and they weren't able to do that a few times. So if they can put that right, Sintenegra are looking dangerous here. As I say, losing every Slayer in a series and having the bracket reset's got to hurt.
Yeah, it certainly is going to hurt, to say the least. As well with Knights, I feel like we saw big step-ups from the likes of Drift and Tapping Buttons as well, who I feel like when they were on point, when they were on fire, things started to move a lot for Knights. You know, is there a driving force of the Sintenegra roster, Bravo, that you really feel like needs to step up in this situation, who are going to be X factors for this team in order to take this entire grand finals?
I think just the whole team needs to be firing on all cylinders, to be honest. I think we talked about like the Colombian duo, Johan and Guardian, and how they were popping off early. And then later on, you kind of saw the Mexican half of the team really just like absolutely putting up great numbers as well. So the one thing I think they want to be careful of is just not having a player that slips down and maybe has a slow game, because you can't afford to have a slow game against the Knights. And I think in the Slayers, we certainly learned that.
Yeah, we certainly did. I've got to say as well, loved Johan popping off there, and Guardian, that duo guarding the hills on Streets, King of the Hill, just being able, you know, to just command attention and presence there, keeping the defensive work up, keeping the aggression up. That duo was something to watch. I'm excited to see them back at work again in the second series here. And you can see the players right now, Knights, getting ready to go. They're having a little chat about what they're doing, probably settings, just making sure that they can hear each other, because obviously this second best of 7 is big. They've reset the bracket for a reason. They don't want to go out this time round. They want to make sure that they seal the deal by the end of this one as well. But in terms of the comparison of these two teams on set, is there anything that you're looking out for to be a little bit different this time around? Whether it's, you know, something from the side of Knight, something from the side of Sintenegra. We've talked about organization, the presence, you know, the pressure. Is there anything else that maybe you have in mind?
I think it really is just all focused on those Slayer game types. It really is, because objectively, in the objective game types, Sintenegra had Knights' number a lot of the time. Even though there was a few close games, it always seemed like they were in control for the majority of it. And if you control 80% of an objective game, a lot of the time you're going to get the win on the board, right? In Slayers, though, it's just recognizing that moment. And if they can steal away a Slayer in this series, especially the first one, game number 2, I think it's just going to kind of disperse some of the bad thoughts that come into their heads about the game type, right? Because they're probably thinking right now, oh, I don't want to play a Slayer. Oh, we're suck at Slayers. We're really struggling in Slayers. Well, that's not the case. They've won most of the Slayers up until the final moments. But the final moments is what shows on the scoreboard at the end of it, whether it's a game win or a game loss. So I think getting an early Slayer
win on the board for them is really important. I think their objectives have looked solid. Both flag, strongholds, hill, whatever it's been, they've looked really, really good. And they looked especially good on that hill game type. I will say it feels like a lifetime ago now that we had King of the Hill on streets, but they were really, really solid, and that had a great understanding of how to control that bottom hill as well.
They certainly did. Can we also talk about how incredibly effective the green gun was on live fire strongholds? I have seen many games won and lost due to overshield pickups and not picking it up or giving it away or burning it, whatever it may be. However, the green gun, I haven't seen it used so many times and so effectively to get rid of overshield like that in that game, back to back, from both sides of things as well. So that was pretty exquisite. And as I am actually going to be reaching out now to our two other casters, I want to hear their point of view on the green gun and how much it was used on live fire strongholds while I was thinking of things to say about this epic series that we're about to see. Gaskin and Clutch, you're up.
Thank you so much, Lottie. And I'll tell you what, I went and found a suit jacket that I think I wore in about 2018. Because Wes, I think that was the last time we probably had a bracket reset in a HCS competition. It has been a while here in LAN competition, but we have found ourselves here. I think maybe even the first bracket reset we've seen in Halo Infinite's history, where so it's a special occasion. I found a jacket that definitely doesn't fit me anymore, but that's okay. At least I look moderately all right. There's the series layout on our screen. Strongholds Recharge to kick things off. Wes, how are you feeling about that best of 7?
All right. Taking a look at it, Strongholds Recharge, Dan. That's an interesting one to kick it off because of how strong Syntenegra have looked in these strongholds so far as they've competed against Knights. We've seen 2 series, right? We saw a best of 5 where they were able to come out on top. The best of 7 didn't go their way, but the objectives did. Stronghold Recharge is a big one for Syntenegra, especially knowing that they just gave away the advantage that they've earned coming out of the winner's bracket. You want to start this one off hot, and if they're not able to, Dan, I'm not quite sure this one's going to go 7. PK Knights, if they can get off on the right foot as far as the objective is concerned, because that's something that they've faltered to throughout their series against the Knights today, that would be a big win as well. So kicking it off, it's Magico to start this one off. And as this grand finals resets gets underway, Dan, Magico, he's been a player to watch today. It's going to be a big moment for him.
We are underway, as you say, a reset in this grand finals between 2 absolute giants of this region. This has been Knights tournament all weekend long. We've been talking about how Knights should be winning this, Knights should be winning that. It should be easy. Then Syntenegra have come out of what seems like nowhere to show what they are made of. But in the early stages here, Knights have already got a lead. But remember, Syntenegra did win this game type in the winners bracket finals. It was 250 to 199. So they've done it once, and they can definitely do it again. If they can start off the winning form here, get another objective under their belt, then maybe they can continue to find success against this Knights roster. But already seeing fights happening. Magico will get a kill. Pelogod trying to watch from distance, but it is also troublesome to try and get yourself over towards this B hill. So difficult to try and capture on your own.
A massive trade under the camo player is, you were breaking that down so eloquently. Massive for Syntenegra to get that camo out of the hands of the Knights, and they've done a good job as of yet, continuing to start off well in some of these objectives games. It's been a real strong point for Syntenegra up until this series. Let's see if they can continue it now. A little bit of teamwork goes a long way, and 3 down for the Knights bodes well for their chances to continue to score.
He's being taken at the moment. B also still in control of Syntenegra as well. Johan gets taken down though by Drift. He was in such a good position to maybe cover this B stronghold, but now with him falling, it is a responsibility of Pelugod to make sure he tries to capture it. But look at the speed of which someone's arrived. Magico pulls a rabbit out of his hat and will arrive into B so quickly that now Syntenegra will continue to score. And I tell you what, they are playing with so much confidence at the moment. Every single fight, you can feel that they know they can win this, even though they've gone into another best of 7.
Yeah, and looking at the start of the day, Dan, what I thought was going to be Syntenegra needing to win Slayers, it's actually the other way around. Their objective has been so strong. 56 to 16 and continuing to go. Unfortunately, just not the camo control that they need in order to potentially continue to dictate the pace here in game 1. The second camo of the game, it's gone into Atso's hands as well.
Nice shots though from Atso. Just as he falls, it's a little fade away as he goes down. Bullet will still stay alive, and now he can try and contest B here. Does find a little shock rifle to work with on the floor. Has to avoid the grenades, does avoid the grenades, and now you can start to put the shock rifle to work. You can see he's scouting around, recharge, and oh my word, he's able to get those final shots with the battle rifle as well. A and B still in control, points still being scored for Sinternegra, and Knights find themselves 3 dead. This is exactly what we've been seeing when these two teams go up against each other, Wes, is objective work seems to be far better here for the Sinternegra roster.
We've been seeing Bullet pop off as well, and 9-2-1 statistically so far in this game. I mean, just absolutely popping off. He had a phenomenal first series. Unfortunately, he's going to need to have that similar performance in order to punch his team past the finish line. And as it looked like Sinternegra was going to have a good opportunity there with those kills early on from Bullet. It was 3 dead, make it all 4 as Bullet's coming off respawn for Sinternegra. The Knights are going to have a trip cap opportunity, and the big question as we go into this is how long will they be able to keep it? Can they take the lead here and now?
This is the danger of the Pittsburgh Knights on strongholds, is they are very effective when they do get total control. But they are scoring so rapidly. Tapping Buttons is going to contest this one as well. Needs to hit one of these shots though. Needs help, maybe some support. Doesn't manage to get it. And that is not the Tapping Buttons I am used to seeing. And that gives Sinternegra a lifeline in this passage of play. They now can follow up. They can push over towards either A or C. A is going to be the choice. It's a 1 versus 1. And just like that, Sinternegra are scoring once more. It could have been so different if Tapping Buttons had managed to hit that shot.
Yeah, but in the meantime, the Knights have secured their 3rd camo. So big question coming up is what can Atso do with this camo? A couple of kills going in the Knights' favor as B is also being transferred. And if he can stay alive, get out of this stronghold, potentially once again push the trip cap, the Knights are still going to be able to maintain the pace. So even though Sinternegra did a good job to get out of that first trip cap, it's still continuing to bleed into this situation, Dan. And Atso jumping into A, you're fine losing B here. Trading A for B is always a successful recipe, I would say, as that B stronghold is going to force pipe spawns for Sinternegra, and it's not a lot of room to work with when you do have those pipe spawns, but it is going to be a split spawn situation, it appears.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, a split spawn is a difficult scenario to play on both ends. It really can depend on what's happened and what's unfolded previously. But it looks like B and C are currently being contested by the Pittsburgh Knights. But all the meanwhile, Sinternegra are scoring because it hasn't been reset yet. And B, this is the aim. This is the target, it would seem, for the Pittsburgh Knights at the moment. But Guardian takes down Tapping Buttons. He gets traded out. Johan is going to contest and take A. And this is working perfectly for Sinternegra. The rotations in Strongholds seem to be sublime. We saw the same thing on Strongholds Live Fire just earlier in the previous best of 7 as they continue to score in A and C.
Yeah, Sinternegra, you got to give props to them and their ability to rotate, but it's also a couple of blunders on the side of Knights. When you get those trip caps, the big thing about the trip caps in Halo Infinite is, do you overextend at times? Do you feel like when you force split spawns, are you able to get the slays? If you're not able to get those slays, the split spawns are actually going to benefit the team coming off respawn. The Knights, they haven't been able to get those slays up until this point in these strongholds, and it has come at the deficit to their score right now. Because they don't get those slays, they lose not only one stronghold typically, but a couple, and risk a trip cap of their own. In the meantime, though, Pelu with camo has been able to grapple it to himself, secure a kill, and stay alive. So once again, 4 for 4 now the Knights are on camos.
Pelu had no right staying alive with that camouflage, and I think even he's probably surprised he was able to do so. But Sinternegra do manage to turn over B. Pelu God trying to do what he can. Wow. Did he get the stick? He did get the stick, gets the double kill, but unfortunately he is not going to be able to capture B. And all the meanwhile, Bullet will move over towards A, knows that he can just keep on going with this rotation, keep forcing Knights to have to chase after them, and almost like a dog chasing a tail, never really able to catch it. And A and B once more in the control. Points going in favor of Sinternegra once more. But again, we are going to see 3 dead on the side of Sinternegra. But where do Knights go? They need to take A off of Sinternegra here. But I've got to worry. Maybe there's going to be some spawners over towards this elevator. No, yes, there is. See, that's the problem. They're just a little bit too slow at the moment, are the Knights.
Yeah, Drift just getting predicted on that route. He takes enough damage, so it's an easy kill for his teammate. But in the meantime, it does look like the Knights have been able to get the kills over towards B, and it's going to be another potential trip cap situation. C being transferred over by Sinternegra is fine if you're on the side of the Knights. You get A and B, and look at this. They're going to have a sandwich opportunity, and Dan, as hungry as I am, I love me a good sandwich opportunity right now. Unfortunately, Atso, he's backed up. He's going to have to reassess the situation.
I bet Onset's eating a sandwich at the moment as well. That's the type of thing he'd do after doing a best of 7 and passing it off to us. He's probably made some really meaty sandwich that, I'm drooling just thinking about it. Anyway, A, B, and C, all taken by Knights. They are scoring heavily right now. This is a great period of play for them. B is being contested. B will be reset. This time tapping buttons, does get the reset, gets the double kill, gets the shock rifle, and he says, who dare challenge me? He turns so quickly then to try and face someone, and it is going to be Batledge. He will take the fight. He wins the fight as well, and now suddenly Knights are in the lead. They need objective wins. If they just get one objective win, maybe they win the entire series, because their Slayers have been flawless so far in this tournament.
This is it. This is the trip cap the Knights wanted to put into effect all game long, and it's on the back of the 5th camo in a row, Dan. The camo control from Pelu, specifically on this team, has been so crucial to them staying in this game. And now that they've got the trip cap, they've been able to keep it. They've been able to force split spawns, rotate perfectly, get the slays on top of it, and you're seeing exactly why teams push the trip cap. Look at the score. It's blown wide open, now up over 60 points.
This is the Pittsburgh Knights we thought we were going to see all tournament long, and maybe they are just saving the best for last. Maybe they just wanted to put on a show for the entire LATAM region, who were literally chanting one more game, but they got one entire new series. 242 to 161. Pittsburgh Knights are almost 1-0 up, and with that final kill, they will be going 1-0 up in this reset. And I was worried about Sinternegra if there was a reset, if there was another best of 7. Will they have the stamina to keep up with the experience that we see on the other side of the stage? What a game one, and what a comeback.
We didn't see his point of view, but Dan, you called out tapping buttons towards the beginning of that game. Well, at the end, he was flying everywhere, to A to C, hitting shots, taking players down, and he was a difference maker towards the end of that. I'm not quite sure what the stats are going to represent there, but tapping buttons in that trip cap situation was able to thrive. Started hitting a lot of those shots that we know him to be able to hit. And when tapping buttons starts to heat up, when he can catch fire, that's when this PK Knights roster is at its best.
When they're in control and tapping buttons has that freedom to run around the map and just take those fights, then it is difficult to stop this Pittsburgh Knights roster. We have seen that throughout the weekend. The only problem is when they are behind. Like, how do they get back into it? Well, they've just answered that in that game. They were down by a considerable amount. They were able to just take a breather, assess how they were going to stop this constant rotation that they were going up against, and eventually they laid a few traps, they baited, they switched, and it worked out perfectly for them. Tapping buttons, 20 kills on the board. When you needed your superstar to step up, he has done just that in game number 1 of this bracket reset. And if that is anything to go by, Pittsburgh Knights, it looks like they have finally stepped up to the plate. And I'm sure they'll be looking to try and make this second best of 7 as quick as possible. But I know full well that this Internegra roster, whereas they are not going to go down without a fight here.
No, not at all. But tapping at 20 and 17, about 6 or 7 of those kills coming there at the end. Drift with 16 assists. And those are the 2 players I've always been able to call out and say these are the guys to watch on this team. But Knights, the entire squad brings it in game 1. And now all of a sudden, Dan, the pressure for the first time in one of these series is starting to be felt on the side of Sinternegra. They no longer have the advantage. They are now backs against the wall here, and they're gonna find out very quickly how well they can play with that kind of pressure on them, because in the winners finals, they always had the lead in the series. After game 1, I would say, and then in the first set series in the grand finals, they had the lead 2-1. You're playing with at very worst, we're playing a bracket reset. Now it's no longer the case. Now we're going to learn about their true colors deep into the night here from Sinternegra.
I mean, Lottie asked me about it before even we had the chance to see what was going to happen in that first best of 7. I said, if Knights can get to a second best of 7, this gets extremely scary for Sinternegra. Now, Slayer Streets is going to be game number 2. I look across in my notes. Did they play each other in this tournament so far? No, they have not. So. But we have seen a lot of incredible Street Slayer games throughout this tournament. 50-49s. We even saw a 50-50 if you weren't watching during day number 1. That was quite something. We seem to be breaking records in this tournament. The first bracket reset in Halo Infinite LAN. And we are going to see, of course, a 50-50 as well for the first time in Halo Infinite. But Knights versus Internegra, game number 2, Slayer Streets is where we are going. And if we know anything, it's that the Pittsburgh Knights have dominated the Slayers between these two teams. In fact, I don't think they've been able to lose a Slayer in the previous series. They really were just a different kind of force when it came to how aggressive they were able to be, pushing constantly and taking so many fights. Can we see Sintenegra actually get a Slayer under their belts? It is so important that they win one of these Slayers for their chances in this second best of 7.
And I feel like if it's going to be one, it's going to be Streets, because they won the King of the Hill Streets. They won the Stronghold Streets very convincingly both times around. If there's ever a Slayer Sintenegra need to win, it's with momentum now against them here in the grand finals. You got to find a way. You got to get 50 kills. And unfortunately, Pelu's found his way to another power weapon in here in this grand finals. He's got the rockets and the bulldog in hand. I love his ability to focus on these upgrades so far throughout this series.
And he was so hell-bent on getting that battle rifle there. I'm not sure he was even aware there was a player bottom tram, but he quickly just slams the bulldog into him, hits him with the melee. Job is a good one. And now he's continuing to be on a tear, but Magico will hit the shots to ensure he gets taken down. It's 9-5. It is a great start for the Knights, but Sintenegra are still within a shot of this one. They are still in touching distance. As long as you can stay within at least 5 kills, you are more than comfortable. The early stages, no reason to panic, especially considering how well we know Knights have been playing these Slayer games.
You got to keep it close, at least for now, because when we've seen the Knights get off to an early lead in their Slayers, they typically run away with it. Sintenegra now down 5 early on. Got a couple of players towards the cafe, and Guardian trying to stay alive, trying to dodge the nades, but he only lures more pressure into his teammates' back tower. It was all 4 dead for Sintenegra again, and when it rains, it pours down. And when on a map like Streets, when you go all 4 dead on a fast game type like Slayer, you can best believe the pressure is going to be right off respawn.
20-10, a 10-kill advantage, 3 dead as you say. And Sintenegra are unable to get off spawn multiple times here. The Knights are really running through them. This second best of 7 is looking more and more likely that the Knights will be taking it already. I can say that confidently, just with how different they're playing and how much Sintenegra are struggling in these Slayers. But there is still a long way to go yet, so I won't get ahead of myself, and I'm sure that the Knights won't either. But already they are looking to try and take a 2-0 lead in this one. Atso has the rocket launcher in the back pocket to try and get another guaranteed kill, but he doesn't need to use it at the moment because everyone are falling like flies around him. The Knights roster are all just getting the kills with beatdowns, with battle rifles. Finally, he uses the rocket, and it's enough to get an assist.
It's an absolute slaughter here on the Streets. 14 separate the two as the 28 kill mark is crossed by the Knights, and as they approach that 30 kill mark, I said they needed to keep it close on the side of Sintenegra, and they have not been able to get off their spawn. Look at the pressure continuously being applied to them. As soon as he gets his shield back, he's in another gunfight. And Johan, although he's just trying to buy time here, he's got his hands full with tapping buttons. And on the other side, I mean, the Knights, they know that if they keep the pressure up, they should be able to trade damage out and successfully come away with a 2-0 victory here in the grand finals.
Even though we have seen big comebacks, not just in this tournament, but in Halo Infinite history, and all 4 dead are the Knights, it's still a long way to go. It's still 11 kills that they find themselves behind to Sintenegra, but it is still doable. It's not over just yet. Magico will have to retreat from that one. The Stalker Rifle doing the damage, and that's a good sign for Knights, as having the Stalker Rifle in your hands is going to mean a lot of potential for kills, especially when it's in the hands of this man. Tapping Buttons, of course, had a stint in North America throughout Halo 5, returned to his home region for Halo Infinite, and he has been atop of this region for the entire year, and you can see why. The perfect hits hard, 35-24. He finally goes down, but is the damage already done here?
I mean, look at the difference, though, Dan. If it's Sintenegra goes all 4 dead and they all spawn up in Tram, Knights brought the party to them. Knights, when they all 4 just went down, they spawned Tram, they got the hell out of Dodge. They created space on the map, and they were much more successful at fighting for map control. You didn't see nearly the power swing, the amount of kills swing towards the favor of Sintenegra because of that. In the meantime, though, Rockets and Stalker acquired by Bullet. He's got a lot of responsibility back tower to make sure not only does he get a couple of kills, he stays alive. He can't do that. And although those Rockets get removed from the map in Sintenegra's hands, it's still an 8-kill game.
8 kills was better than 11, and as we say that, Tapping Buttons, I think, just got the ninja, and it's listed as a massacre. in the Spanish language on your screen, but 41-34. And you saw the pumped up feeling that Atso felt after that kill from tapping buttons as well, just trying to inject some energy into the rest of his roster to make them believe that this can be done here in this second best of 7. 7 kills between the two teams. Definitely still a comeback possibility though here for Sintonegro. Tapping buttons looking to try and get an angle on this stairs angle, and he will actually manage to do so. Really good shots coming down from tapping buttons right now, 42-35, and you've got to feel Wes that they've got enough of a distance between them that surely they should be able to close this out.
Yeah, you see Sintonegro trying to pressure the tramp spawns and they catch them before they can get up downhill. That's the big difference here. And now why it's a 5-kill game instead of a 10-kill game is because Sintonegro were finally able to apply that kind of a pressure. But now they flipped the map and they're going to have to do it once again. These players on the Knights, they've slowed the game down even, and it's not often we see Slayers slow down in Slayers here in Halo Infinite, but right as rockets are coming up in 10 seconds, these next few kills are going to mean so much, and who better than Pelu to kick it off?
45-38, another kill going in favor of the Knights. Johan is at least going to be able to get one back. Bullet also puts one on the board. They're still within 6.
You got to get rockets.
These rockets have to go in the way of Knights if they're going to confirm this. But oh wow, 48-41, and then not going in favor of Sintonegro probably means the end of this one. You have to say 48-42. Johan's taking the fight though, and that's a big fight to win. Still alive, still chance, 49-44. One more kill required for the Pittsburgh Knights. They've got the grenades to work with as well. They see where the players are on Pink Street. Sintonegro will retreat as much as they can. They're all backed up, but here comes the push from the Pittsburgh Knights to get this last remaining kill, and it is sewn into it as well. Sintonegro fall, and we are going to see the Pittsburgh Knights take a 2-0 lead in this series.
Here we go. We see the Pittsburgh Knights fans are starting to get a little bit louder. They're starting to cheer a little bit more. I feel like they've been the more reserved fans when we check them out, but now that they realize, hey, our team's actually probably going to win this thing, those fans starting to get loud, starting to be proud, and they have every right to be. This is a phenomenal comeback story from the Knights. What was once the heavy favorite for our tournament, Dan, fell short in that winners finals. It's a comeback story, and they're writing it perfectly now. They're starting to hit their flow.
Hitting their flow indeed, and they're starting to look like a terrifying force. And with one Slayer and one objective already under their belt, if it goes anything like the previous best of 7 did, maybe they've already solidified their name on that trophy, but still plenty of games to be played. And it's an objective one that we go up to next. And we know that Sintonegro have been far better when it comes to those objectives. I know they lost game number 1, but I think they will fancy their chances going into game number 3 here. But those are the stats on your screen. It's that boy tapping buttons once more who is going to have all the plaudits after his performance, but there were so many individual moments there from every single player on this team that really stepped up when they need to. It seems like it's taken them a while to properly wake up and properly show us what this PK roster can look like, Wes, but maybe we finally got there now.
Yeah, I think tapping's starting to really hit form, and that's like what you needed to see from the PK Knights when they lost that series in the winners finals. It was, we are the superstars for this roster. Now Drift maybe not statistically having the best numbers, but leave that to tapping buttons, a player that has had a fairly quiet tournament for his standards in the region, but starting to wake up when it matters most, starting to put up absolute bombs. 18, 11, and 9. That's a most tied for the least. When you give me a player that can do that in a game, I'll take it every day of the week. And on the other side, Nasty Bullet continuing to play at such a high level, but it's really just a matter of team pressure that we saw there in game 2, Dan. It was a matter of how quickly can you flip the map on your opponent, how quickly can you deny space from your opponent, and that was something that the Knights did so much better than Sintonegro there in game 2.
They did indeed, and now they find themselves 2-0 up going into Live Fire King of the Hill. And if I remember correctly, this is one that we've already seen these two play, and last time it was a reset. It was 3-3 and we couldn't find a winner, and then it was 1-1 and Knights were able to just get across that finish line. So everything's starting to look good for Knights. Previous games they've won, they've got an objective already under their belt. Are Sintonegro going to crumble now? You have to feel, Wes, that if they lose this game 3, surely it is too much to do to win 4 in a row against the Pittsburgh Knights, right? Surely it wouldn't be achievable at that point.
Yeah, and this is almost like a different Pittsburgh Knights roster that you're seeing here in the second best of 7, because of the pressure. These guys on both sides of the stage are human, and when you're confident, when you continuously are putting up numbers like Tapping starting to put up, hitting shots that they're starting to hit, they're starting to find that rhythm, that flow that puts them in that mode where they're just going unconsciously, right? When you hit this level of tiredness and you've been through this many games in a day, especially at the end of a weekend at a tournament, you start to subconsciously just kind of play at very high level if you hit that level of flow. And we're starting to wonder, where is that Centenegra flow that we once saw in the winners bracket finals, in some of those games in the first best of 7 in that grand finals. But getting underway now, Guardian, a player that's been fairly quiet the last few games, needs to find a way to hit some shots, does just that. And this is a much different start for Centenegra than we've seen as of recent, and this could bode well for their opportunity to take game 3.
Well, in the winners finals, Centenegra did get the first couple of hills here on Live Fire Hill, and they really had an explosive start, and it took the Knights a while to get into the game, and it just seemed like starting strategy far better for Centenegra, and it seems to be the same here as we repeat this matchup once more in the grand final reset here in the HCS MX Regional. Johan needs to probably just use his battle rifle at that point. Always risky when you use the sniper rifle and you've got an overshield. But now that he's taken down one player, he can start to get into areas to watch over this hill. He's just double checking his back, making sure no one's going to be pushing, but the hill is slowly ticking up in favor of Centenegra.
Slowly ticking up, almost over halfway, and it's because they were able to get the overshield, they were able to get the snipe. Unlike the other games so far in this second best of 7, Dan, where Pelu has typically been able to get those power weapon, power up upgrades, it was Centenegra directly turning into a score here potentially. It looks like they're going to be able to get this first hill fairly easily, and this is something they desperately needed.
Johan's grenade unfortunately bounces off the wall, but he does manage to stay alive. First point going in favor of Centenegra. Boy, do they need this. It's a nice stick as well from Johan. The Knights, though, they have set up. They're in position for this second hill. Overshield going to be popping in 16. Good grenades from Drift. Was that a melee? Was it a team kill? Who knows? Doesn't matter. Was the BR shot? Oh, there's the BR shots, though. Surely not. Double kill from Drift. And that's what you need to see from one of your biggest stars on this team, lighting up in this second best of 7.
You couldn't time the kills better as Overshield's now coming up. There are a couple of players for Centenegra out here. I'm not quite sure if the Knights are in a position to compete for it, and the answer is no, they're not. Guardians is going to pick up that second Overshield of the game so far, and what looked like a very promising position for the Knights to be in after Drift lands those 3 kills is immediately stripped away, and it's the power-up control once again. Not to sound like a dead record, Dan, but those things can swing the momentum of games, and so far Centenegra doing a much better job here in game 3 to focus on achieving those points.
I do hate dead records, and I've seen a few of them in my time, Wes, I tell you, that's for sure. A little bit of control now for Centenegra. And even though it was Drift who had that double kill, on the other side it was Johan who hit a double kill equally of the same magnitude that really did propel them into a situation where they could then get some kills to follow. And it's Johan again on the killing spree. It's Johan scoring points. It's Knights 3 dead. And Centenegra are outslaying Knights massively at the moment. And even though Knights have had those highlights, it has been the CN story. It has been all blue in these last few moments as Johan gets another kill and still scoring RCN.
Nasty Bullet versus Adso. It's a one-on-one, and Nasty Bullet is right behind Adso. Can't quite finish the kill, but he is going to force Adso to turn around, run away with his head, but he ran right towards the hill, and the positioning is going to benefit the Knights as Adso was able to actually, by staying alive, Dan, he's able to give them tower spawns, exactly what the doctor ordered for the Knights to get back into this one. Now, Centenegra, if they're able to break this single setup of the front tower before this point is scored, they're probably going to be able to score it themselves. If not, this game is going to be tied up 1-1.
Tapping Buttons has the sniper rifle. He rescued it from bottom middle. This is the first. Connects with a second, but it's just a body, and now this is going to be the push for Centenegra, but it doesn't matter because the cap already happened. 1-1. And Knights are able to put one on the board, even though it looked surely like it was going to be Centenegra's, considering the slaying power we've seen so far. But that is the danger of the Pittsburgh Knights. Their slays have been at the right time. They've been a little bit more effective as Johan gets taken down, and now Knights have managed to find an overshield.
We'll just talk about the one-on-one. As we lose 2 players in the lobby, let's retrack. We're going to have to go to a reset, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen this one just about 100 times, so Let's pull out of this game. Let's focus on what went right there for Pittsburgh to score that point. It was a one-on-one between Bullet and Atso, and although Bullet was just shooting Atso in the back, and I mean, Atso didn't have to do any damage, but what he did was he got in a position where his teammates could spawn by the tower. That's all they needed in order to get right back into this game, right? We talk about FPS and competitive play and how hitting great shots is a phenomenal skill set to have, but when you have the heads up play of like, hey, if I can stay alive, turn this corner and go towards where we want to set up and get my teammates spawns, that's going to benefit us more than if I turn on this kid and hit 4 shots, right? Because potentially if Atso turns around and wins the gunfight, he gives his teammates like scoreboard spawns for example. But because he has the understanding of the game that I need to focus on, hey, my 3 teammates are dead, I need to focus on spawning them close to where we want to be, he awards his team a tied score line as we are going to go into a reset. A much different storyline than looking down at a 2-0 differential if this was to be the same case.
Yeah, a very different storyline indeed, but I think we have to start focusing on the standout players at the moment. I mean, there's a few, but Tapping Buttons has been lights out, Drift's been playing amazing, and I tell you what, maybe the best player of them all the players that are sat in that crowd loving every single moment of it. I mean, they're getting their money's worth, that's for sure. A second best of 7, the first crowd in Halo Infinite to be able to witness a bracket reset, so they are the lucky, I don't know, that's hundreds there, isn't it? Right? They get to enjoy this moment just as much as we do, but who is going to be the happier fan? Is it going to be the Pittsburgh Knights, or is it going to be the Cinta Negra squadron who have come in full force? Speaking of players, on the other side of the story, Wes, we've got Johan. What an amazing tournament he has. He really has been a class above everyone else at times, and I think that he could be the real hope for Cinta Negra to get back into this series.
It's got to be everybody, though, right? Johan was even having a solid game 3. Started off very well, but that last death towards the tower almost costed his team because you want to control that. But Johan's been hitting some incredible shots. Magico and Bullet, actually, Bullet's been having one hell of a second series in this grand finals. Guardian and Magico, they've got to step up. But on the other side, like Dan, you don't compare individuals, you compare play styles is the difference so far in this series. The aggressive nature of the Pittsburgh Knights is what's benefiting them. It's what's creating the difference here. You need to see more aggressiveness out of Cinta Negra. They have to be able to apply pressure, and that comes on the back of everybody being together, rolling as a pack, and prioritizing the right goals, right? And I think that can be a very difficult meta to try and shift up in the middle of a series. I feel like we were seeing a much more aggressive Cinta Negra the first time around in that first best of 7 than we are now. Now they're a little bit more hesitant. Now they're a little bit almost out of place in some times, and because of that, they're starting to falter in some of these objective games.
That crowd is going wild, by the way. And even though you were making some amazing points, I was somewhat distracted by the amount of cheering that was going down. I was assessing this crowd, trying to work out who has more of a number. Do we have more Cinta Negra fans? Do we have more Pittsburgh Knights fans? I tell you what, it's pretty even. And what I've heard, even though there's been chants going both ways, it just seems like this crowd are just fans of Halo. They're just loving every second of it, as the rest of us are. We are all big fans. And as the players just continue to get ready, we of course apologize for the delay and the technical issue, but I'm sure it will be resolved shortly. In the meanwhile, we can carry on having loving stories and talking about the good stuff. Wes, I mean, I'm looking forward to Orlando. I know that it's going to be the anniversary of Halo 3 back when we do go over towards Orlando, and I mean, your history maybe is more prevalent in the likes of Halo Reach, for example. You say you're a Reach kid, but I know full well that you played a lot of Halo 3 as well.
I was good at both. I like to think I had some accolades in both that established me as knowing what the heck I'm talking about when you're talking Halo 3 or Halo Reach. Orlando is one of my favorite cities, actually. I have a couple of good placings there. Took home a championship. Big fan of Orlando, so near and dear to my heart. Always enjoy going back to it. Sunny Florida can do no wrong, and you're in the home of Disney as well, so I'm very much looking forward to that. But more importantly, I feel like it's been so long since we've seen the North American teams play on LAN, and a lot of team changes happening over there that both these two teams are going to have to deal with. And I honestly think as team changes continue to occur over in the North American scene, Dan, the big thing for me is all of these teams are starting to really prioritize their placings at Worlds. They're starting to strengthen their roster, and it's getting deeper and deeper. So that's going to make PK and Centenegra's time over there much more difficult.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, when there are, you know, these changes that are happening, because sometimes it can weaken the squads, but with how it's gone down in North America, they have definitely been strengthening them. The rosters I've seen, some of the big rosters I've seen that maybe haven't necessarily been announced yet, look terrifying, and they are going to be making statements. And also, seeding is going to be a little bit all over the place, depending on how things go and when these teams are eventually finalized. You can see the series layout on your screen at the bottom there. King of the Hill Live Fire is, of course, where we go back to shortly. It was 1-1 before we had the reset, so we'll have to find out whether it's a full reset or whether it's going to be first for 3. But we'll get some confirmation on that one shortly. And I do think, Wes, that these two teams are going to have fun when it comes to Orlando. I think that they are going to be a real nuisance, not just to kind of the open North American teams that maybe make their way through into Pro Bracket, but I think they're going to cause a lot of problems to the European side. Like you're ascending your quadrant, because you've got to give the respect to those guys when they finished 7th and 8th, respectively, at Kansas City. And I wonder whether they will be able to replicate that. But my big question would be, are we going to see a LATAM team manage to push themselves further than that top 16? Because that's the kind of the benchmark now that we've been set in Kansas City. Of course, this Pittsburgh Knights team, they've made a change. If they go on and win this tournament, Wes, do you believe they have what it takes to push themselves a bit further into top 12?
I think they can get top 12, but I want the rest of the North American teams to kind of solidify their rosters for Orlando. I'm not quite sure everybody's kind of pinned onto a roster at this point. You got to see these guys practice, but there's a lot of talent there, even in the top 16. The PK Knights, or the Pittsburgh Knights, I'm sorry, they took Sentinels to a game 5. Sentinels went on to win Kansas City. So there's not to take anything away from both of these two teams. The fact that we see Centenegra playing PK so close, and the fact that PK played Sentinel so close, anybody can really beat anybody in a best of 5 as long as they're in the same competitive atmosphere as the two. But there's a reason why some of these teams kind of consistently come out over top, and that's just practice, preparation, and then consistency, right? You got to see a level of consistency that we may not see out of teams from other regions. I think we saw some highlights from Quadrant that were just absolutely unbelievable, but you wonder how teams like Quadrant, teams like Ascend, can they find that level of consistency when they travel across seas? Because I think you also brought up a good point when you were talking about, you hope that the players have a good time at the tournament and that they're not like too stressed out, right? Because for me as a player, I guess I was traveling to like cities that I had been to after a couple of years back in the MLG days. So I wasn't really like focused on traveling or the experience, or like the lights were never an issue. The jet lag was never a problem for me because I'm only traveling a couple of hours every time. For these guys, it's an entire different culture shock. It's an opportunity to go somewhere they potentially have never been, to eat food that they've never had. And me, I'm like Chick-fil-A, I have it twice a week, like no big deal, right? So there's a lot that can be distracting to these guys when they go over. Are they focused on the tournament, or are they focused on the experience that they're about to have? Hopefully they're able to lock in as players in the competition and be able to perform up to the standards that they set. And if they want the experience, that's something that they can enjoy as well. But it's so difficult to balance the two when you do have the stress of a competition at hand.
I'll tell you what, my first Chick-fil-A was incredible. It may be, you know, same old story for you, but the first time I had it, I mean, Cheesecake Factory, I tell you what, a wonderful place. Yet I get told by Americans, they're like, oh, it's trash. You know, it's got too much on the menu. That means it's bad. And I'm like, every time I've been there, I've had a new meal, and it's been fantastic every time.
They can do no wrong. I don't know who's lying to you saying that they have too much on the menu, but as long as you order chicken, I think you're good.
Exactly. You get the protein in. Well, it looks like with the map fly through, hopefully we are going to get back into this one. It was a power issue for a couple of the players, unfortunately, so that's why we're having to get a reset. As clarification, it is also going to be a full reset, so it's going to be first to 4. It's not going to be a first to 3 after the 1 point that was scored, and we are back underway in game number 3. Thank you, everyone watching on Twitch, of course, for sticking around, and on YouTube as well, of course. 5 minutes on the clock, 0-0 at the moment, and the sniper rifle in the hands of the man, the myth, the legend. It's Johan. What can he do for us? Can he put on a show as early scoring going in favor of Knights?
Johan's going to play for this overshield instead of the early hill time. It's always interesting to see how this plays out, Dan, because the team that goes for the overshield, if you don't acquire this in a very like successful manner where your overshield potentially gets stripped away while you compete for it, sometimes you don't get that power upgrade that you kind of played for. And in the meantime, look at that, a chunk of the hill already in the Knights' favor. This is what I'm worried about. This has to be a successful push from Sintenegra, and Pelu, he's already done so much damage. He's found the first kill. Fortunately, the reinforcements are here for Sintenegra. The overshield gets put to use, but if Sintenegra don't find a way to find the next couple of slays, playing for that overshield's not going to benefit them at all.
Such a difficult call to make on this map. Do you go for it or do you not? As we see Atso get another kill, and again, it's that plasma pistol coming in his favor. He loves this gun, and he's always hitting shots with it. We heard Lottie in the desk talking about it just before this series started.
I love this.
Repulse up into the air, stay alive, manage to get your shields back. And this is where we talk about using the sandbox to full effect, using the utility you have on offer to stay alive as best as you can. All the meanwhile, Knights still scoring, but what can Magico and the rest of Sintenegra do? Well, there's only 2 of them rest. The E-Wave has to hit, does not, 3 dead, and the Knights surely get this point.
Yeah, this is such a tough position for Sintenegra now. It's a tied 1-1 game, but you can best believe the Knights are going to be able to capture this point here in just a few moments. They just have one more round of slays they need, and all the pressure coming from bridge side of the map. It's going to be a difficult chance for Sintenegra to even compete for this, coming from the same direction like that. Moments away once again, like I'm saying, but it's all because they decided to play for overshield at the start, and that overshield doesn't transition to much. Let that be a lesson that hill time is sometimes more important than some of the power upgrades that you could get in order to get some slays, right? If you're able to deny that overshield for even just a couple of seconds, that just means so much to the player on your team that's in the hill.
Sintenegra, though, have been able to position themselves for this second hill. Knights are flanking round behind, and there is going to be a couple kills going in favor of Sintenegra. Johan gets the second. There's 3 are dead. Drift's going to be the last remaining player. He's got some big nades, but he's not able to get past the triple. Johan is stepping up yet again. He has been the difference maker so many times, and now he will allow Sintenegra to set up and score some big time in this hill.
You said it had to be him that stepped up here to be the lifeblood for Sintenegra to stay in this series. And look at that, because he gets the triple, he awards his team with the tower spawns, and they already have over halfway, make it 70% of this second hill. They need to tie this one up before it gets out of hand. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a couple of members, I believe. Front tower, Pelu does get a little bit of help, but still Johan back tower making plays as always.
When you say lose a couple of members, my heart stops and panics a little bit that maybe there was another power issue, but it's not. It's okay. The PCs are still on.
We need a
1-0 at the moment. It's going to be tied up very shortly, though, if Knights cannot stop this aggression from Sintenegra. You can see Drift desperately trying to find the last player, but Bullet got his shields back, and Bullet gets the trade. He had no rhyme or reason to actually be able to achieve that. And then look at the strafe we just saw top middle. Knights are giving this a good go. Heatwave in the hand of Atso. 2 are dead at the moment. He's just going to watch over top middle. Overshield is going to be popping. This is a good time for Knights to get a little bit of time and also try and secure that OV.
Yeah, I think Sintenegra, they're going to play for this overshield. But if the Knights are able to acquire this overshield, they may be able to flip this hill on its head. Unfortunately, not in a position to get it. And it's going to be up to Bullet now to try and kill the last player alive for the Knights. As his teammates able to hop in the hill, they're going to be able to tie this one up here momentarily again. And with the hill moving back into house, it's going to be a good chance for Sintenegra to get right back into this series here. If they can take this game, they're able to tie this one up. Remember, it is the first of 3 points here, and as Bullet tries to make his way underneath, he needs to get there fast because it's all about spawns on this map, especially on a game type like King of the Hill, where the objective is on one side of the map typically at all times. Dan, if you're spawning back tower, it's a long traversal time to get over there.
Well, at least after the reset, we go back to where we were. 1-1, even though I think different hills were taken by different teams, but it doesn't matter. We get the same scoreline, all fair in Love and War. But now we are going to see Sintenegra have the slight advantage in this next one. Johan trying to stay alive, but eventually gets sniffed out. And now this is going to be the chance for the Pittsburgh Knights to push up on this one, but Bullet wins a big fight bottom middle to even up the numbers. And unfortunately, teammates are falling everywhere around him, and the Knights are going to gain control. They would if Guardian wasn't killing them. Eventually, Knights will start scoring, but has the damage been done? Can Sintonegro travel across this map quick enough to contest this hill? It looks like the answer is no, because Pelugod was in prime position to stop those top middle pushes.
Yeah, and look at this. The Knights, they're spawning on this side of the map, while Sintonegro, they're spawning on the complete opposite side. Such a long traversal time. Great shots out of Pelu. And as this hill is about to go into the Knights' favor, Overshield's coming up. This is a dire time for Sintonegro.
It's a tough time. 2-1 down. But at least it's not 3-0. At least they've got time to get back into this one. This is a tough hill, though. Overshield going to be popping as well. Johan in a position with this heat wave to be a nuisance bottom middle. Could make it a double kill here. Will do so, as now he looks to try and help the rest of the team, because elsewhere, Tapping Buttons also got a double kill. The Battle of the Giants, but unfortunately, the double kill more effective on the side of Knights, because Drift has been able to pick up that Overshield. And we know Overshield plus this hill usually means a point secured. Already so much time in favor of Knights.
So much time, so much position advantage as well. Drift able to play around this silo out here by the Overshield so well, as he's able to turn from target to target to target, even shoots the nades before getting taken down to do a little bit of extra damage on the Magico. Look at that. Magico being half shields. Gonna make his stint, his ability to be aggressive just that much slower, but they do take over that hill dam before it's captured, and now it's a lot of work to do for Sintonegro, but the chance is still alive for them now.
Oh, big nade to take Magico down to no shields, and he's the last remaining player. So a lot of pressure to hit one of these shots to at least give his team a chance. Does connect with one body, but unfortunately for Sintonegro, Knights are there waiting, and they will get the third point on the board as we go to top middle in live fire. So now you've really got to start prioritizing that tower, of course, and who else to get closer towards it than Johan. He's got the repulsor in case he does need to get up there very quickly, but instead he uses it to send the player back, and he gets the final shot.
Let's talk about the mechanical skill there to repulse, nade, and shoot at the same time. So many small actions done. That's something beautiful about Halo Infinite, is when you're clicking on all cylinders, your micro skill can really showcase some of the small differences. You're able to separate yourself from one another here, and Johan just showing you a little bit of that in his bag of tricks, but gonna need to do a lot more here, as this top mid hill is so difficult to try and transfer over. You're down 2 hills at this point, and you got to find a way to transfer this one over. You will go down 3-0 in the series.
Yeah, because Knights are a little bit behind in this hill, they can afford to now just make this one as long as possible. Get into a position, just keep Sintonegro out of that hill. Very similar to bottom middle on streets. Play a little bit of Slayer, eat away at that clock, and make sure that you get even closer to securing this game. And as you say, going 3-0 up in the series, Drift will find Magico, the last remaining player who was bottom middle. And now he is just searching for Sintonegro members. It's a double kill. Does get stuck, but doesn't matter, because they were able to stop so much time from being gathered from the Sintonegro roster.
Yeah, and all that time, Dan, that he was able to just deny the hill from being captured. You're probably wondering, why did he chase that guy bottom middle? Well, the clock now starting to become a factor in the scoreline, right? So every single second that hill is neutralized, it's another win condition in the right direction for the Knights.
Time being gathered. Knights now halfway through. They said we could play Slayer, but how about when we've got enough kills, we can actually put some decent time in this top middle hill. Bullet gets a double. Doesn't want to get too overzealous here. Doesn't need to look for loads of multi-kills. Instead, he just needs to be patient, wait for his team, wait for his shields, and start to gather some time, because Sintonegro, they need this hill, and I feel like they need this game as well if they are going to come back into this series. If they go 3-0 down, that just seems like a mammoth task against the Pittsburgh Knights, who have dominated this region for so long. Bullet, though, will get absolutely slammed by Tapping Buttons and his heat wave, but they are still scoring us, Sintonegro. They have done very well to get 3 members of Knights down and put a lot of time into this hill.
They got to stop the push that's coming from Green, and Johan, he's forced to back up. He's going to have to leave his hill player alone. The Knights, they want to stop this one from going in the direction of Sintonegro, but Sintonegro need this point. Like you said, Dan, there's a couple of players for Johan to try and deal with, and he's actually playing his life so well right there that he probably is going to be able to award his team the point. But Tapping Buttons repulses from bottom mid, denies hill time from being captured momentarily, and now all you need is a toe in the hill for Sintonegro to capture this point.
Remember what happened last time between these two? It was 3-3 and it went to a reset, and with only 1 minute left on the clock, that is definitely a possibility already. Sintenegra will get one back, and they are in this next hill. 2 members are down for Knights. Sintenegra are scoring. 3-3 is looking entirely probable, even at this point, unless Belugod can do something, but he gets taken out by Magico. Sintenegra continue to score, and the Knights just need to calm this one down. They were able to eat away at so much of the clock, but they need to manage to find an extra gear here to ensure they keep Sintenegra out of this hill.
Bullets gets taken down, and that's the entry pick. That's the entry pick the Knights need in order to collapse. Here comes Atso out the big door. Here comes players from the pillars. And the Knights, after getting that kill onto the bridge player, are going to be able to retake this setup. And now looking to try and end this one. There's a minute on the clock as well, Dan. So even if the Knights get taken down, if they can neutralize the hill for a minute, it'll work in their favor. But this hill, it's typically controlled at all times, I would say. So clock, maybe not as big of a problem for Sintenegra as we enter what I would say the last few stages of the game.
It's very difficult to play the clock on this hill. You are absolutely right. And Sintenegra are scoring and arguably close to making it 3-3 as well, because 2 more have fallen from the Knights. Sintenegra are in position as well to watch the spawners. There's a trade that happens elsewhere. Drift also gets taken down. 3 are dead once more, and the point is going to be secured here. It's 3-3, and what a comeback from Sintenegra. One last hill, though, to try and split this. Otherwise, we would go to a reset, and it'd be first capture wins. Knights are in position, but Sintenegra will steal the position off them very quickly.
Only 2 Knights were in position because Sintenegra were able to stagger the respawns. They were able to kind of force split spawns there, Dan. That was massive by them. Somehow dealing damage to those players. Front tower blocked the spawns for the Knights. Because of that, they spawned house. Because of that, they had a 4-on-2 push. Then they were able to turn around. And in the meantime, Nasty Bullet has acquired the overshield.
Magico, though, with the heat wave against the sniper rifle, but Atso manages to just get the shot to help him. And the worrying sign is, when there's 36 seconds left on the clock and neither team has been able to get a huge chunk of time, you start to think, do we just accept a reset at this point? How hard do we commit to this hill? Atso has 1 bullet left in the chamber, will have to reload. Points will be scored. 2 are dead for Sintenegra. He drops the sniper, but okay, he's going to pick it back up. Maybe he was thinking a teammate was going to take it. Maybe he hit the wrong button, but maybe just by confusing himself, he left himself vulnerable to the grenade. And here comes Sintenegra. They are going to push in and try and take this hill for their own.
You can tell it's a little chaotic on the side of the Knights. That exchange of the snipe should have been very clear instructions to the teammate. Take this, or Atso should have just taken responsibility upon himself. Because there's a bit of a blunder, because they hesitate, they're not nearly applying the kind of pressure that they could have been if they were focused on the actual game at hand. Because of that, now Sintenegra have taken over the tower, and this is going to be a tough one to break, Dan, and they're not going to have a respawn to do it. This game is over. Sintenegra are now down 1 game here in the reset of our grand finals.
Knights have thrown that one away. They were 3-1 up. They started to play time. Maybe they were hoping the clock would go in their favor. And then they were going back and forth. They were getting the hill. They weren't getting the hill. And in the end, Sintenegra kept taking advantage of it, and they kept playing for their lives. They knew what an important game this was. They knew they had to win this to stay alive in this series. And it means it is going to be 2-1. It means we are at least guaranteed a game 5, but I wouldn't have expected anything else between these 2 teams, because this has been nothing short than amazing in this grand final, and then grand final reset, of course, between these 2 giants in the LATAM region. Such an important win, Wes. This could have been a very different story if they were not able to secure it.
No, and they shouldn't have been able to. I think if you're Atso, you're kicking yourself right now, right? You should have been in a position, probably top tower, in order to play that situation so much differently with that snipe. Even the hill being neutralized, not the worst case in the world, but because the moment gets a little bit too big, you try to get too cute with dropping the snipe there. You lose not only yourself, your teammate goes down as well, because you're sitting there trying to have that micro conversation while the other team is focused on pushing you, and it's just not the time of day to do that, especially not in the grand finals, and it's going to cost them. Because that could be exactly what Sintenegra needed to get right back in this series. And what Sintenegra really needed was Magico to pop off. He dropped 31 that game.
31 kills, 28 for Bullet as well. An absolutely fantastic game from this roster, who arguably had their backs against the wall. Series on the line at that point. 3-1 down, and they are able to come back into things against the Pittsburgh Knights, who are definitely going to be kicking themselves. I don't know how they threw that one away. Maybe they got a little bit too desperate with some of those hills in the final moments. I thought for sure we were going for a reset. I thought it was going to tie 3-3. No one was going to be able to get, you know, that solid setup. You are right. Maybe just a little bit of a mistake. Maybe Drift not necessarily knowing what to do with that sniper rifle, and it could have changed things. But coulda, woulda, shoulda. Hindsight, all of that jazz doesn't matter now. All we know is that we are in to game number 4, and it's going to be a 2-1 lead for the Pittsburgh Knights. And I think that if we can see the momentum gathered here by Sintenegra, then there is no reason why they can't use this as a driving force to get back into this series and also try and destroy the morale and confidence that Pittsburgh Knights have had for the last few games, especially when we are going into Capture the Flag Catalyst. And again, Wes, it is another game we saw in the winners bracket finals, and it was a Sintenegra win. They won it 3-1 against the Pittsburgh Knights, so they will be feeling so confident going into game 4.
You gotta swing momentum here if you're Sintenegra. If a better game type could be chosen, I don't think there's one on the list, Dan. I think Catalyst CTF, Sintenegra are gonna go in confidence. And the fact that they were able to steal game 3, to stay in this series, like you were saying, going down 3-0, you can best believe we're all punching our tickets out of this one. But I believe in Sintenegra now. After stealing game 3, the game 4 Catalyst CTF can be the momentum swinger that they need in order to get to that game 5. And dare I say, if they can take game 5 as a Slayer, we're talking about the potential reigning champs going down.
Gotta win the Slayer though, and we've seen how difficult those Slayers have been to win. But first, it's Capture the Flag on Catalyst, which is quite often absolute carnage, to use a different C word than maybe sometimes I might think. But 11:40 on the clock. Overshield is already grabbed as well. That is a very early Overshield grab. That was a very quick push. And where did he disappear to? Tapping buttons, just absolutely dipsy-doodling everyone, as Strongside used to say, and he's still alive.
Viva de Leche stays alive, milks his wife perfectly. Eventually gets taken down there. It does look like Sintenegra have broken off to an early lead. They have map control for now, and so often do we see with map control it transition into flag caps for Sintenegra.
You do have to start to wonder, how is the stamina of these players as we get into the late evening over in Mexico, the early morning over here in Europe? But wherever you are in the world, you know you are witnessing one of the greatest grand finals we've seen in HCS history in Halo Infinite. And it's difficult to call which way it's going to go. It looked for sure like the Pittsburgh Knights were going to run through Sintenegra after their first 2. But that third game now puts Sintenegra in with a shot. And going into Capture the Flag Catalyst, they've been so good at this game type. One is dead on the side of Knights. Flag has been pulled on both sides. We're going to get a little bit of a flag standoff here unless we can see a quick return. But Bullet is going to take down Atso. And Sintenegra look the more likely to score this one, Wes.
Yeah, the kills are going in the favor of Sintenegra now, but just as I say that, 2 go down, Dan, and that's probably going to be the next touch going to the Knights' favor. Johan, he had the right idea in dropping the flag and advancing on the map to try and potentially help the last player alive, but unfortunately wasn't able to get there in time. 3 are dead currently for the Knights as Overshield's coming up here in 3 seconds, Dan, and if you get this Overshield, it can mean so much to trying to get this return.
Who's brave enough to go for the Overshield, though? That's the question. Because if you go for it and you fail, you leave your team at a numbers disadvantage. But it doesn't matter because Sintenegra, they were able to get the return before anyone even thought of the Overshield. And they find themselves 1-0 up, and Drift, he gets absolutely dumped on by Johan. And Johan says, I tell you what, I'll put a few extra bullets in your body to let you know what's just happened.
You can tell Johan starting to feel momentum, even with the body disrespect there. That's confidence, Dan. That kind of confidence can roll through the team as well. Everybody's starting to click, and it has been all Sintenegra so far throughout this game. They find themselves up not just 1-0, but with a great opportunity in this flagpole to take a significant lead here to tie this series up.
3 were dead. Tapping Buttons was the last remaining player. He got into the base and he pulled the flag. Hello God has been able to get a kill onto Johan, but the flag doesn't get tossed in. Unfortunately, it kind of hit the wall as well, so it's going to be in an awkward spot. Hello God and the rest of Knights maybe going to try and go for a counter cap here because 2 were dead, 3 were dead. Flag still moving, and they've got the return. What's going to be the opportunity strategy now for Sintenegra? Are they going to be able to get into the base to stop this one? Great grenades, 2 are dead. This is back and forth. This is bloody mental.
Bloody mental, bloody. The Spartans on the Knights right now, they go down several members. All 4 of them actually get taken down. This return, it's got to come through, but nades from tapping buttons with the triple kill off screen. Gets the touch on the flag, Dan, and that was a massive one to tie this game up. Somehow, tapping comes off spawn, has perfectly placed grenades, hits the shots to pair with them, and gets there in the nick of time to touch the flag.
Forget tapping buttons, he is slapping buttons right now. He is hammering them as hard as he can to ensure that he does what he can to help this Knights roster try and get closer and closer to winning this grand final and really lifting that trophy that they probably feel like they deserve after the years they've had and how dominant they have been throughout this scene. Now, 1-1, all tied up. 7 minutes 50 still on the clock, still loads of time for these 2 teams, but Knights are going to be moving this flag. But unfortunately, Pelugod is going to go down as well. 2 down on both sides. Bullet going to be able to get the return perhaps, but Drift alongside Atso are going to take him down, and this flag keeps moving.
What a sight line for the Knights to have across the map to get that player off the return, and who better than Atso to be in a position to get the touch, to finish the run, to take the lead. The Knights have now taken the lead here in Game 4. They do not want this series to go the distance. Game 7 was great the first time around, but you got to think they want to put a punctuation on this championship. Like you said, they've been working their tails off for years to be in this position. They have to capture this moment.
Nice shots again from Bullet. You need someone to step up again on Sintenegra. You need to answer back to the individual quality we just saw from tapping buttons on the other side. A game-winning moment, perhaps, with that triple kill and then getting the flag run, but Bullet now moving a flag of his own. 2 are dead on the side of the Pittsburgh Knights, but look at this contest. That's going to be a big fight. Bullet trying to stay alive, but Drift gets the kill. Will be an assist, though. Magico's there to pick up the flag and pick up the pieces here for Sintenegra, but the grenades, Wes, the grenades again are absolutely on point for these teams.
Good trade from tapping to finish that sword player off. The flag gets stalled over here on the right side of the map, or the side of the Knights, but they got to get the return. There's one more player to deal with. It's Johan. He's been a pain in their rear for too long. As he's able to stay alive, does he get the touch is the question. He does. He gets the touch. Johan creating chaos still. Even when he was down numbers, he's bought enough time for the rest of Sintenegra to show up. And Magico, he's got flag in hand, and he's going to be able to tie this game up. And that's all because Johan just stays alive and plays the situation perfectly.
It's these individual clutch moments, isn't it? Clutch. It's Johan, it's tapping buttons, it's players stepping up in the grand final on the biggest stage in front of probably the biggest crowd that they've played in front of in quite some time. 2-2. Everything slows down and it's a little bit quieter here on Catalyst, but as we say that elsewhere, Guardian has been able to pick up a kill. Tapping buttons goes down. 3 are dead on the side of Knights. Pelugod, the last remaining defense here, and he gets a great pre-nade, which will allow him to surely stop any sort of flag pull.
Oh, you thought the 4 was going to come through for Magico, just 1 shot off, but even better shots on the side of the Knights right there as the map slows down for just a moment. It gets reset. Sintenegra leading in slays for now, but the Caps remain 2-2, under 5 minutes to play, and you see the Knights want to be aggressive, but they're running into members of Sintenegra that just have better opportunity, better positioning than them, and just like that, you close your eyes for just a moment, then 3 go down for the Knights. It's going to be Sintenegra with full map control for now.
And the slays that we're seeing from Sintenegra are far superior than their opponents, but being in the right place at the right time were Knights, or maybe Sintenegra just running that flag the wrong way, maybe not knowing which side was spawning, whether it be gold, whether it be Ivy, and on the back of it, Atso now can run this flag for the Pittsburgh Knights, using the repulsor just to project that flag a little bit further. And here's the patience. He was waiting. He was baiting. He was hoping that someone was going to walk around that corner, but he's got to make it count, and Johan eludes him for long enough to allow a teammate to come and join the fray. This flag is still out, but I don't think it's going to be touchable. Drift is going to be the player to get closest to it. And on the other side, Guardian now moving a flag.
Yeah, Guardian consistently focused on the objective. Once again, pulling the flag. He's unscathed. He's got it across halfway, running it up his ramp. I'm not quite sure he's going to be able to punch this one in, though. But as he takes a look at the observer mode, no return in for him yet, so he's got to stall. But there's multiple members of Knights around him now on this ramp. He's got Atso in front, tapping in the back. He gets rid of Atso. That's massive. Tapping looks lost, and because of it, Guardian gets the double. Pelu, he's gonna have to try and milk his life here. He's got to stay alive, but there's 3 members of Sintenegra surrounding him. They're gonna be able to get the return, and with the help of Guardian making one of the most incredible plays of the day, they're gonna take the lead here in game 4.
It's another flag standoff, and it's another one going in favor of Sintenegra. Knights took the lead for a short while, but Sintenegra answered back in such an emphatic fashion. And now they are just 3 minutes away from tying up this series as well. But I don't feel like that is going to be the last flag that we'll see put into its capture point on this game. Sintenegra lose a few. The Knights starting to get a little bit more aggressive, but Johan has a sword in his back pocket. And I'm sure he's going to be putting it to use very quickly. Pelugod not able to escape with the skewer. And there is kills going on left, right, and center. And so many big fights being won by this Sintenegra roster. They are absolutely firing right now as Bullet makes it all 4 dead.
Specifically, Guardian really picking up his play here. If you want to win a championship, everybody's got to start making plays, and Guardian taking it into his own hands continuously. Starting to win some pivotal battles that have determined the score here 3-2. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Dan. And if you're Knights, you start to feel the pressure of this series being tied up all of a sudden.
Sintenegra had lost 3. Knights, they wanted to fly in. You could see that Atso really wanted to push into that base, but he was aware that spawn's going to be happening anywhere. But in the end, his life is shortened by a couple of grenades. A good trade as well to get a double. Guardian, we've seen what he can do with the battle rifle, but he's also got a skewer in his back pocket. And I wonder whether Sintenegra are just going to play a little bit more defensive now they have a lead with 2 minutes to go here, Wes.
Yeah, they're going to get defensive minded, you'd have to think, but honestly, 2 minutes is such a lot of time, right? You need to acquire this overshield, remove it from the potential win conditions from the Knights, and they get a couple of kills, so this should be their overshield going into their hands as well, although Pelu has been able to pick up a kill, I believe, before getting taken down. But as he gets taken down in the kill feed, that should surely mean Sintenegra not only have the skewer to play around, but the overshield as well.
Magico trying to be sneaky, does get spotted out, should win the first, but the grenades eventually shut him down, maybe quicker than he would have liked. And Johan's playing it slow, because he's the last remaining player up, and if he can get a kill here, it can be so effective. It can really ruin any sort of push, any sort of chance of capturing. But there we go, tapping buttons connects with the skewer. That's the initial pick that you need. Does he know there's another player though? Does he know that Guardian's there? Does anyone know? Yes, they do. 2 are dead. Knights now can run this flag, but are they running it the right way? No, they're running it into Bullet. They've got to be careful that Bullet doesn't manage to take one of these down here.
Yeah, Bullet actually overextended. He's got a teammate with him. It's up to Bullet and Johan to try and take down 3 members from the Knights. They get the first, and they're able to stall this flag run. Multiple players from the Knights are actually dropped to no shield due to the grenades. And did they buy enough time is the big question to ask the Sintenegra fans here, because although great damage came from Johan and Bullet, they get taken down, and now it's up to Guardian and 1v3 to try and stop this one. He gets taken down from Drift, and now all of a sudden with 25 seconds, this one's going in, Dan. We're looking at a potential overtime situation.
Overtime on the horizon. 20 seconds left before we get those extra minutes on the clock, and of course that reset of the spawns as well. Is anyone gonna be brave enough to go for a pull? Drift was thinking about it, but he gets spotted out. Bullet's on the defensive and eventually will secure that kill. What about the other side? Anyone to get a pull? Does not look like it's going to happen, so there is going to be overtime. We do get a little bit of a breather for these teams, but not a long breather. 3-3 and an extra set of minutes to try and decide who's going to be winning this one. This has been an amazing game number 4.
An amazing game 4, and let's talk just briefly about that last cap that we saw the Knights be able to get, Dan. As tapping came into the base, he found the pick. He and Drift were pushing up towards the flag. They realized, hey, it is way too quiet for us to be able to pull this flag. Where are the members of Sintenegra? They sniff out the rat in the back of the base, and because Drift is able to get that kill, it almost guarantees that the Knights were able to punch that third flag in and tie that one up before overtime.
The amount of overtimes, the amount of resets we've seen between these two teams just shows how close they are in terms of their skill level, and that is an amazing thing for this region, considering how far the Pittsburgh Knights have been ahead for so long now. They finally have someone who's really challenging them, pushing them to the brink. But this flag is on the move, and it could be the last flag for the Pittsburgh Knights, but he doesn't get round the corner. And Sinternegra now have the player advantage. Johan has the sword. He's watching over it. 2 players there to try and get the return. Grenades coming in from the Knights. Pelugod has got the touch, and he's got away, but he needs to help the team. 2 fall. There's one last player. It's Guardian. Can he actually do something with his grenades? Pelugod says, actually, screw Guardian. Let's move this flag. The Knights should be able to punch this one in, and they will go 3-1 up in this series.
What an overtime performance on the side of the Knights. It was Drift getting that flag on the move, and he basically gets it all the way to his base, allows the respawners to impact the flag run with some beautiful grenade placement. They're able to deny the return, which you thought was going to come in from the side of Guardian and the boys, but just not enough presence towards your objective. That's the big risk on that map, Dan. If that flag gets on the move, it can quickly end up on the other team's half. That's all they needed in order to compete for it, and with that competition, they were able to come out on top. And now just one game to go to claim this championship.
Just one more game. We've heard one more game be chanted through that crowd many a time this evening, and perhaps they need to keep chanting it if they want to see us go further, because it seems like the Pittsburgh Knights have finally found their form in this tournament. I know they were 3-0ing all the other teams, but Sinternegra, their first real test, and they found themselves dropping into that elimination bracket, but they've come back, they've reset it, and now they're one game away, as you say, from calling themselves the champions of the HCS MX Regionals. Wow, what a game indeed. Maybe we can take a look at the kills perhaps and see who really was the standout player, but to be honest, screw the stats. I just think that was an amazing team performance. Everyone stepped up when they needed to. It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Sinternegra because they were so close, Wes, to tying up this series.
So close. But close doesn't count, man. You got to make one more play if you're on the side of Sinternegra, and I mean, this was very close to a grand final sweep in the second best of 7, but they were able to steal that third game. Now you find yourselves down 3-1. You do go into a Slayer, and Dan, that's the bad news for the Sinternegra squad, is the Slayers, they have not been friendly to them today.
They have not. The only time, though, that we've seen them win a Slayer against Pittsburgh Knights was in the winners' final, and it was Recharge Slayer, which is going to be the next game type. But of course, in the previous best of 7, Recharge Slayer went in favor of the Pittsburgh Knights. So both of them have won it today. So who are we going to see? Are we going to see the winners' bracket final Sinternegra on this map, or are we going to see the grand final Pittsburgh Knights? And I know which one I'd be leaning toward after what I've seen in this second best of 7. But Recharge Slayer, the final chance for Sinternegra. Otherwise, Knights are going to be the champions. They will be the ones lifting the trophy. And even though they were the ones predicted to do so, I know full well there are a lot of people in that arena who would have been hoping that Sinternegra could have gone on that fairy tale, that Cinderella story to become champions themselves and topple the giants. But they've got to pick it up, Wes. They've got to find and dig deep here. Otherwise, they are going to fall short against the Pittsburgh Knights in not just 1, but 2 best of 7s.
It's now or never, and digging deep isn't easy when it's this late in the night, when you might not have the fuel in the tank in order to get the job done. But if we've learned anything about the Sinternegra roster, is that they're going to shock us, they're going to surprise us, they're going to create some opportunity for themselves. The Slayers, like we said, haven't been good, and it's been on the back of some power-up control that they've lacked. And as I say that, I believe there was a player that had the ability to potentially sneak away with that camo. Fortunately, though, he's going to get away with... He's going to get taken down, so Sinternegra fans can rest easy for now. The power-up's not going to create too much of a difference here at the start of the game, and in fact, they've jumped out to a 4-2 lead.
It's a great start for Sinternegra. A kill for every player as well. That's going to do wonders for everyone's confidence and make them believe that they still are alive in this series, and they're not going to fall short and fall at this final hurdle after being so far ahead in this race. 7-4. Nice shots coming out from Pelugod, but not nice enough. Sinternegra extend their lead. They double the scoreline over the Knights. Shock rifle now in hand of Johan, and we've seen this before this tournament. He is deadly with this weapon, and if he can start to heat up, he can keep Sinternegra's hopes alive.
Gotta make a play, Johan. Gotta hit a shot. Can you find Tapping's head? No. Just briefly misses that one, and you don't want to overextend with this weapon. I feel like so often we're seeing over challenges in this situation. Just Johan needing to play his life right now. Up 9-4, Sinternegra. You're able to slow this one down and play at your pace for what feels like the first time in the series.
Things are slowing down. Tapping buttons maybe look to try and speed things up, though. We saw how slow the Recharge Slayer was in the previous best of 7. But then as soon as Tapping Buttons and the rest of the Pittsburgh Knights had control, it completely sped up, and they won by 13 kills. I think it was 50 to 37 in the end. But right now, they can't really find that same kind of pattern of play. They're down by 7. Magico makes it down by 8. Sinternegra, they are still alive in this tournament, still alive in this series. Great grenades as well. They've done a lot of damage, and if I'm Magico, I'm screaming to my teammates, saying that long haul, they're all weak. We can collapse, but oh, what a shot from Drift to make sure he gets shot down.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Drift, but good information. Drift actually hits another one as we see a switch of point of views. Now we're on board with Drift. He's hit 2 shock rifle shots in a row that were pretty incredible. Gonna have to do a little bit more work to get this game even closer. Spots Magico, takes Magico, and knows that players are going to be over in the pipes. You can tell by the reticle placement. He knows that the enemy team is going to be in this pipes situation, but look at Johan. He's got sword out. You can tell from the observer mode, but it doesn't matter. Drift hits the shot to make the difference. All of a sudden, it's a 5-kill game because Drift has done it himself.
Pings the sword and says, I don't need it. I've got a shock rifle. It actually won the battle against the sword. The curve slide into the sword, and I think he gave that player a fright of his life.
Gave me
what a
fright
shot it was.
That was one of the best sequences I've ever seen, and I wish we had seen the first 2 shots, but just knowing what he did was incredible.
Well, he still has that shock rifle. He can still put on a show for us, but we switch away and watch Guardian die instead. And Bullet now is going to be trying to do what he can for Sinternegra to stay alive, but 2 of his teammates have fallen. I like the play. He's going to get the repulsor just in case he has to eject someone off the map if he gets pushed, but he's able to slow it down enough so that teammates get the spawn. But just like that, Knights are now within 3. It was once an 8-kill difference, but thanks to Drift and the shots he's been hitting, the Knights are very much caught up here.
Yeah, and that's everything the Knights needed to try and end this series on this game, right? This was looking like a Sinternegra Slayer win potentially very early on. They were starting to run away with it, and then all of a sudden all it does is take one Drift to potentially be the difference maker. Can't hit Magico or Johan, but the shots are so close, and Drift, he wants a little bit more of that cup. Takes Johan's head off, and that's the pick that they need in order to be aggressive. And look at that, perfect time for Camo, and who better to get it Drift with this shock rifle.
2020 all tied up, as it is of course match point, series point, tournament point here for Drift and the Knight squad, and he's just connecting with everything. He stays alive and he punishes this Sinternegra roster for not killing him, and somehow he is absolutely running through them. Surely not. How is he still alive? How has this man not been taken down? How is he putting on this much of a show? How is he this confident in the grand final, Wes?
The kids are asleep. It's parental warnings here. Drift doing some things I haven't seen done quite yet to a team right now to keep his team in this. All of a sudden, Dan, it's a 5-kill lead for the Knights, and it's on the back of Drift just absolutely dominating this Recharge Slayer.
11 kills for Drift. Tapping buttons also adding to that total as well. It's now a 6-kill lead for Knights against Sinternegra, excuse me. They were 8 kills down, and they've been able to flip this completely. The script was saying that Sinternegra should have got it back, but then Drift changed it entirely, and Drift is still hitting shots elsewhere, may I add. Tapping buttons goes down, but Drift's still alive. What can Johan do, though? We talk about the individuals, we talk about stepping up. I bet that Johan would love to have that shock rifle in his hand so that he could be the difference maker. But at the moment, Drift still has it, and Drift is still doing things, but finally, he gets the killjoy. Finally, Drift goes down, and maybe that is what Sinternegra need to get back into this game.
And it's just the manner that Drift gets taken down, right? He is flying at 2 players and pipes shock rifle out. The confidence is running through his veins, and it's transferred over to the players sitting right next to him now. Drift is 13, 4, and 5, but Pelu with sword in hand trying to make a difference as well, trying to end this game. They're up 5. What was once a Sinternegra blowout at the start of this game has turned into the Drift show.
It has been the Drift show indeed. Sinternegra, though, within 5, and still looking threatening, but that's a big kill. A couple of big kills. It's tapping buttons. When you talk about big kills, you know full well it's going to be either drift or tapping. Atso also getting involved in the action, and it looks like we are getting closer and closer to maybe crowning some champions here unless Sintenegra can find something. Can they find a second wind here? No, because tapping buttons is running through them. Atso's got his favorite gun, the plasma pistol, and all the pieces are starting to form now here for the Pittsburgh Knights.
I mean, take a step back and look at how impactful Drift has been. We'll look at tapping button stats as well. 15, 2, and 6. Although we've seen the highlight reel Drift's put on for us, tapping has got to be doing something right with those kind of numbers, and that's been the difference here for the Knights in the second half of this game. 41-32, 9 kills to separate these two teams in this grand finals, and the championship crown, it can almost be felt on the head of the Knights.
Knights had it all to do. They came into this grand finals needing to win not just one, but 2 best of 7s. Buller, though, gets a kill, and the push comes through. The aggression is there, but oh, wow. Drift manages to get some more impactful kills to put them just 5 kills away from calling themselves champions here. Johan doing what he can, but perhaps it's just a little bit too late here. Sintenegra will try and slow this one down, but with Knights only needing 5, you know full well they're going to charge him, but that could be a huge kill taking the sword down.
Massive. He actually slides in front of his teammate. The sword player's so focused on trying to get to his teammate that he eats the melee from Johan. Perfectly played the bait and switch situation onto a sword carrier. You never see that one work out typically, but needing everything to go in their direction here for the side of Sintenegra. They got to stay alive, find a way to get these kills, and Atso, his shots are good. They take down Johan, and now just 2 kills is all the Knights need.
All they need indeed. They're getting aggressive. They've got the 49th, and Sintenegra will cower in the corner. They will hide away from this Knights roster. They've been trying to hide all game, but Knights are too aggressive, and they get the final kill. Drift celebrates. The Pittsburgh Knights, their reign continues. It was a difficult journey for them, and boy, did they put on a spectacle, but in the end, they once more are crowned champions here. HCS MX Regional Champions are going to be the Pittsburgh Knights. It was never in doubt, Wes. It was never in doubt.
I'm going to say it was in doubt just a little bit. I think we have to give props to Sintenegra, the show that they were able to put on all weekend long, especially in the winners bracket finals and the grand finals. Hats off to them. They played lights out. We didn't even know they had it in them to play at that level of Halo, but it's only right that the Pittsburgh Knights come out on top at the end of the day for this region. They have put in so much work for this moment, so much time across the past 3-4 years towards the end of Halo 5, and these guys, they've worked their tails off to achieve this goal. And it's a massive congratulations to the superstars on stage, and I can't wait to see these guys in Orlando.
They have put on a show for us all weekend long, and it was a little bit worrying at times as Master Chief, he's going to be the one to grab the trophy, it would seem. He's the winner. You know, Halo is the winner of this tournament at this point.
You better put my trophy down, Chief, is what I would be saying.
Surely he passes this off, right?
Hands off my championship trophy is what I would be saying right now, Chief. I don't care how close we are, how far we go back.
Halo is the real winner here, is the message I'm taking away from this, but surely he's going to hand this over to the true champions.
What if he just walked off?
Pittsburgh Knights. Here it is. This is the moment they've waited for. 4 years we've waited for a LAN in Mexico. The Pittsburgh Knights, they were dominating back then, and they're going to be dominating once more, I'm sure. Your HCS MX regional champions are the Pittsburgh Knights, and eventually Master Chief, I'm sure, will hand them this trophy, Wes.
All jokes aside, congratulations to these guys. So much talent, so much practice and preparation goes into moments like this, and we get to witness it here this weekend. The greatness that these players, this team has become, but it really has been behind the scenes, day in, day out, week in, week out. I've watched these guys compete for such a long time. A well-deserved championship to their name, and we'll see what they can do on the international stage here in a few months.
What a moment it is for those players on your screen. They've been through the wars throughout this tournament. They get to hold that trophy aloft, and they get to go to bed tonight as champions, as they have done so many times throughout this season. we have to take a moment to just give so much congratulations to Sintonegro as well. What a run they had in this tournament, really taking this Pittsburgh Knight God Squad right to the brink, but unfortunately not able to get over the finish line. Instead, it's all about the Pittsburgh Knights. It's all about what they can do now from here, Wes. What can they do in Orlando? Can they be that MX team, that LATAM team, to start breaking even further into the international scene? I want to see a top 12 from these guys. This is the beginning of this roster. I love what I've seen. I love the addition of Pelu, and it has been such an amazing tournament for them, and I'm delighted for every single person that has their hands on that trophy.
Yeah, I'm glad you called out Pelu. The eyes were all on him coming into the weekend, and he really stepped up in massive moments for his team, whether it was with objective play, whether it was hitting big shots that were much needed to push this team in the right direction. Pelu is the exact force these guys needed in order to solidify not only this championship, but I truly believe an international opportunity and what's in store for them as far as the best potential roster that this region can put together to compete on that international stage. And we'll find out what they're capable of later at Orlando. We know they've achieved that goal as well, but for tonight, they're able to celebrate with the greatness, the hard work that they put in.
I mean, there's probably about 30 professional photographers, yet they're still taking selfies. Welcome to 2022, where social media dominates everything. But you've got to get it on the gram. You've got to get it on the tweets, right? You've got to let everyone know, because they are the rightful champions. And also, what a crowd we've had here at the MX Regional. The LATAM region has come to play. They've shown up in so many numbers. The halo they've seen, the chants that we've heard. It has been such an incredible tournament, and it's rounded out by one of the best grand finals we've seen in Halo Infinite LAN history. And I'm sure it will go down as one of the best for quite some time as well, with how close Sintonegro pushed this Pittsburgh Knights roster. That's what makes it even better, Wes, is that PK were meant to dominate this tournament, right? They were meant to be absolutely destroying everyone. We even talked about them not dropping a map. But Sintonegro took them all the way to a Game 7 and a reset as well. An amazing performance, and I have to congratulate them once more to the Pittsburgh Knights. But for now, we're going to go over to Lottie, Onset, and Bravo to break that one down.
Just when you think it was over, just when you think it was going to be a different team, a different name on that main stage, the Pittsburgh Knights, they managed to do it once again. They remain on top, they stay on top, they're heading into Orlando on top. And damn, does it feel good. Absolutely incredible. Look at those smiles across the stage. This meant so much to these guys. I think in terms of their competitive season so far, they've done it all, right? You know, they've completed online. They've completed everything that they needed to, apart from this regional finals, this LAN event in the LATAM region. This is the cherry on the top for these guys. And Bravo, they're going to be feeling so damn proud of what they've achieved, because not only have they managed to win the tournament, they did it in the most difficult fashion possible, coming through the elimination bracket, falling to the very team you meet in the grand finals once again, resetting a bracket, and then taking it 4-1. This is absolutely insane. They're so talented.
Wild. Just like you say, and just like Onset said, they did it the hard way. 12 games total in the grand finals that they had to play, and down to the wire in that first set. Like we said, the extra 9 grand was on the table, and the 20 grand was on the table in that Game 7 Slayer up against their opponents. They made sure that that was not the case. They sent us to a second grand final where I think a lot of people were predicting they would be pretty dominant, and that's exactly what they did. But like you said, like Gaskin and Clutch said also, I mean, just the fact that they can celebrate well tonight. It's only, let's see, it's 11 p.m. in Mexico City. I think they can find some good tacos, some good margaritas, and they can have a good time tonight.
They certainly can. I mean, they have been so incredible from start to finish this entire weekend. Onset, what is the most impressive part, do you think, about the Pittsburgh Knights?
Resilience. It really does come down to that for me. Yeah. They showed so much heart. I was talking about Sintonegro's heart and how they were refusing to go down, and that was true right up until the very end. But experience and resilience, I think, was the difference. Their ability to adapt to the way that Sintonegro were playing in Slayers and win those Slayers convincingly across the board, across both series, really was something which I think a lot of teams would love to be able to do, to be that consistent in those Slayer game types. But you just look at them, and you need a player to step up to win you a championship. What Drift did in that last game was almost undescribable. Like, he was just dumping on people. There's no other way to put it, really. Like, that shock rifle was not missing. He was hitting every single head that he could see, and he just took over. That grand final will be remembered for the comeback for both teams, but also for that performance in that Slayer from Drift.
Yeah, it was absolutely lights out. I mean, all of them were just frying by the end of it as well. And I've got to say, obviously, you know, pushing forward with this new roster as well, it was ballsy of Knights to come through and make a change. And Pelugard coming on board has been a really welcomed addition to the team. Do you feel like this roster right now is going to thrive, especially heading into Orlando, Brav?
I think this was big for them, right? I think if they did this in a different fashion, they might have some different energy coming through. If they just won the winners finals and instead then took the grand finals in something like 5 games, it'd be a little bit different. But I think they got tested way outside their comfort zone in this tournament, and then they still clawed back, not just in the whole grand finals, but let's also talk about each game, right? They were down by 100 points in strongholds, they're down by 12 points in slayers, and they're always coming back, just like Mark said, so resilient and always finding what it takes. So I think the way that they won this tournament is actually going to propel them even further and realize, hey, let's not make this as close, let's double up on the work and the prep before Orlando, because we can really do something here, and we want to make sure we don't find ourselves in a similar situation than we did in the winners finals.
Yeah, 100% here, and you can see the journey that Knights have been on with our bracket on the screen. Knights obviously coming through the winners bracket side of things, and nobody would have doubted that's the way they would have gone. Semi-finals, 3-0 Timbers Esports knocking them down. They then meet Sinternegra in the winners finals, and unfortunately don't manage to close that series out. It was 3-1. Knights then bump down to the elimination finals where they meet Timbers Esports once again. They 3-0 to repel right back up into that grand final, going up against Sinternegra, managing to reset a best of 7 bracket once again. Really, really close, going all the way to our 7th game there. 4-3 was the score of that one. And then our resetted grand final bracket again, 4-1. So a real change of pace there coming into the second series, which honestly, Onset, I feel like can kind of be the way, right? You know, you reset a bracket, you have so much momentum, you manage to fix a lot of the small mistakes or big mistakes coming across from the team that might have previously caused the series to be a little tighter at the beginning, and the 4-1 victory there for Knights. You know, I'm not really surprised that that is kind of the scoreline we saw there.
Yeah, the second part of the bracket, the reset, I think Sinternegra just ran out of steam. It was as simple as that. Losing that game 7 hurts so much, to know that you've had an opportunity to win a tournament after everything you put in, and you come up just shy of that, you know, the prize pool, the glory, the trophy, and being written into history, right? It's heartbreaking for Sinternegra, but it shows, again, experience, everything that Knights have on their side. That's what you need. You need those players, you need those personalities who have been there, have done that, and they have some of those, and it means that they end up with $20,000, as you can see here. A wonderful result for them, the biggest prize pool we've ever seen in the MX region, Lottie, and they're going to take it home.
They certainly are going to take it home. $50,000 on the line this weekend. It was absolutely incredible, as well as 3 qualifying spots in Orlando. But 20K is going the way of Knights. That is firmly in their pockets, as well as that gorgeous shiny trophy you saw on stage. And honestly, buckets full of pride, buckets full of confidence heading into Orlando as well. So absolutely incredible stuff from Knights from start to finish this weekend. And I tell you something, we learned a thing or two. You know, we talked about that as well throughout the weekend, is what can we learn about some of these Titan teams in the LATAM region? Well, we learned that Knights, they can actually be dented. The armor can be scratched. However, that armor can get very much thoroughly repaired within a couple of series, which is absolutely amazing. So I'm excited to see Knights really go back, look at the footage, look at the VOD from this weekend, figure out what they need to fix, what they need to clean up heading into Orlando. And I'm excited to see a squeaky clean squad coming into Orlando. That's going to be a huge world stage for them. So really excited about this Pittsburgh Knights roster, and congratulations once again, your MX regional champions. Absolutely insane stuff. Well, that is going to do it, folks. I'm very tired. You boys must be exhausted, to say the least. Thank you so much for joining us, though. Onset, Bravo, Gaskin, Clutch, all of the production team, so many people behind the scenes making this happen, and of course our friends as well on our other stream who were also hosting and live in Mexico City too. So massive GGs to you guys, and thank you so much for buckets of fun. And folks at home, I hope you enjoyed your Twitch drops. I hope you enjoyed all of the action. That is going to do it. Celebrating, of course, the LATAM region here with us in Mexico City this weekend. Congratulations to Knights, your MX regional champions. And resetting that grand finals bracket was pretty extra special. Remember though, guys, coming up next, we do have on our roadmap the NA Super, which is happening August 5th to 7th. And then we have Orlando, which we have been talking about all weekend long, September 23rd to the 25th. So make sure you guys have that in your calendars. We hope you've had a blast watching all weekend long. We've had a blast bringing you all of the action your way. We will catch you next time for plenty more of the Halo Championship Series.